Our protagonist, Leo Plov, is completely different from normal student standards. In reality, he houses the reborn soul of a mythical champion, one who walked the earth 5 millennia prior, having previously rescued all of mankind, standing shoulder to shoulder with the finest fighters of that age. Upon opening his eyes inside a fresh physical vessel, however, he swiftly noticed society, remembered every peer while forgetting his existence. As his mother recited tales detailing ancient saviors, the title belonging to Kyle never appeared a single time. Grasping that someone purposely deleted him from historical records, Leo swore to reveal the culprit alongside their hidden motives. Many seasons passed before he joined the Royal Heroes School, an establishment meant to prepare prospective fighters prior to higher magical education. Amidst a tremendously mundane lecture, the instructor abruptly demanded his attention. Forced to stand, Leo had to identify the historic term for individuals attaining worship-worthy glory. Proving his apathetic exterior masks deep intellect, Leo flawlessly explained how deities recognized those icons. Slightly disappointed by the perfect response, the educator requested another pupil expand on the topic. A different boy happily offered to elaborate. This volunteer detailed how earning godly favor required different methods in antiquity compared to modern customs. Champions used to be chosen via holy ceremonies. He cited the sanguine rite specifically, which Leo listened to in silence. Delighted, the tutor commended the boy and permitted him to keep speaking. Introducing himself as Gulliver Traden, successor of a prominent sorcery lineage, the lad spoke with rehearsed arrogance. While the professor shared optimistic expectations regarding the upcoming Lumen trials, Leo mentally drifted away. Glancing at the textbook, Leo mused how interacting with deities used to be trivial, rendering these archaic practices intimately recognizable. The lecture described deities wanting to reward the mighty champions who opposed Erebus. Thus, divine beings bestowed a wondrous gift upon the mortal plane. This phenomenon ultimately became known as the hero record. Hearing that phrase shocked Leo, striking an intensely private chord within his soul. He sulked about feeling unnoticed, all while internal knowledge confirmed he was indeed the reborn savior Kyle. Clamor exploded beyond the windows as peers noticed the Zerdinger clan approaching. These guests commanded instant reverence, with Celia Zerdinger specifically thrilling the onlookers. Due to this noble appearance, administrators herded every pupil toward the main hall, leaving study rooms vacant. During their exit, Gulliver mockingly inquired if Leo intended to charm the Zerdinger arrivals today. Leo waved off the ridiculous notion and opted to simply head back to his residence. He dryly stated he lacked the desire to desperately chase clout like Gulliver constantly did. Though he playfully noted Celia Zerdinger might be worth evaluating as a future adversary, completely baffling the haughty noble. Sometime afterward, Leo practiced solo using a timber blade, prioritizing personal growth over the campus circus. Evaluating his physical state, he admitted his current vessel remained insufficient despite carrying vast promise. Nevertheless, he figured consistent workouts were definitely yielding noticeable improvements. Strolling forward, he decided his current anatomy proved vastly superior to his previous incarnation's starting point. An abrupt query shattered his focus, asking what held his attention so intensely. A woman launched an unprovoked assault, making Leo frantically scramble to parry. He absorbed the blow directly, showcasing excellent reflexes under duress. Upon identifying his attacker, he remembered countless days had passed since their blades last met. She sharply noted, "Average skills won't ever get you a ticket into Lumen, kiddo." Branding this encounter as his ultimate trial, she cranked up the battle's intensity. Her aggressive barrage pushed him backwards, probing his technique alongside his mental fortitude. With weapons crossed, she teased, "Should I crank up the brutality, or are you crying already?" Their clash escalated into a massive swing, aimed to completely crush his guard. Straining against the weight, Leo complained, "Mom, you are definitely going overboard with the parental discipline." His mother offered zero mercy, replying, "Just blocking isn't going to save your skin." She renewed her onslaught, demanding he do more than simply cling to life. Mid-cleave, she panicked upon realizing she applied way too much lethal force. With Leo trapped in the danger zone, it became a terrifying question of whether he could dodge. Leo terminated the struggle by projecting immense power, freezing the matriarch in her tracks. He stared downward with icy concentration, having wholly dictated the finale. His timber weapon blurred past her defenses, stripping away any chance to rebel. The lady belatedly grasped the sheer lethality hiding within her child. Leaving her pinned to the dirt, Leo politely verified his mother's well-being rather than gloating. Rattled, his parent deduced her offspring's aptitude had evolved into something monstrous. After dusting herself off, she asked, "So, are you still planning on crashing the Lumen party?" The narrative pivots toward Lumen Academy, mankind's premier champion institute celebrated among all 4 heroic bloodlines. Leo viewed that establishment as the ideal venue to permanently cement his new legacy. He fired back instantly, "Lumen is precisely the destination I have in mind." His mother then dropped the bomb that the Zerdinger clan planned to crash at their manor. Despite dreading the houseguests, she plotted to corner Vice Lord Guise Zerdinger into letting Leo claim the Zerdinger aura technique. She cheered him on, claiming, "Absorbing that power will absolutely guarantee your admission into Lumen next cycle." Leo shocked her by retorting, "I am not waiting a whole year, I am applying right now." Shortly thereafter, the aristocratic Vips paraded into the Plov estate dripping with pretentious grandeur. Within their ranks, Celia privately complained to her uncle, "Why on earth are we slumming it with these peasants instead of booking a luxury suite?" She exited the transport, radiating the insufferable aura of a heavily pampered princess. Celia Zerdinger, blade-wielding prodigy of her clan, clarified her mind remained hyperfocused on passing the Lumen exams. She genuinely struggled to comprehend why she was dragged to this insignificant household when studying took priority. Uncle Guise smirked, "Leo is here, you know, the kid who completely ignored our family. Shouldn't that pique your interest?" Celia scoffed, "He is just a mediocre sword swinger. My standards are way too high to care about a nobody." Indoors, the Plov household rolled out the red carpet to properly welcome the haughty tourists. Rene and Adept Plov showered Guise Zerdinger with maximum hospitality. Guise nudged his niece to say hello, pointing out who actually ran the household. Celia delivered her introduction, dripping in textbook aristocratic politeness. She smoothly announced, "I shall endure your hospitality for exactly 7 days." Rene offered a glowing reception, while the young guest internally freaked out over how identical this woman looked to her own father and uncle. This spooky similarity sparked a massive conspiracy theory in the girl's brain. Getting a better look at Rene, she pondered if the Plov relatives secretly shared her genetic tree. Guise casually dropped the truth bomb, "By the way, Rene Plov is your aunt." Once everyone found comfortable seats, the elders gossiped about their earlier detour to the Royal Heroes School. That campus tour proved terribly congested, ruining any chance for a decent rendezvous. They whined about Leo completely snubbing them to go nap at home, deeply bruising the legendary Zerdinger egos. Rene furiously backpedaled, "So sorry about him. My son only cares about hitting things with wooden sticks." The chit-chat grew intensely heavy as they sipped their fancy beverages. Prompted to describe her boy's character, Rene vividly remembered him almost crushing her and carefully picked her next words. She confidently stated, "Leo is packed with absolutely absurd potential." Guise cut to the chase, demanding, "Is the kid actually worthy of holding the sacred Zerdinger fire?" Rene replied without blinking, "He is beyond qualified. I'm not just saying that as his mom, his sheer power speaks for itself." Guise absorbed her bold claim with growing amusement, declaring, "Well, now I absolutely must examine this prodigy in person." He firmly decided to evaluate the kid's combat ceiling before handing out any family treasures. During the ensuing assessment, Leo mercilessly bulldozed Celia in a skirmish, utterly ignoring her fancy pedigree and extensive coaching. Remaining chillingly relaxed, the boy demonstrated the terrifying canyon dividing their skill levels. Following the brutal smackdown, he took a solitary seat, acting like beating her up was merely a stepping stone for something greater. Azure power swirled across his covered fingers, indicating a massive spiritual level up rather than basic fatigue. Noticing the shift instantly, Leo directed his entire consciousness internally. Grasping the situation, he happily noted his highly anticipated milestone had finally crashed the party. He deduced his bodily container was finally durable enough to handle his outrageous internal reserves. At long last, he grasped how to actively harness and weaponize life energy. Understanding the mechanics immediately, he knew absorbing this force would permanently align his anatomy to it, unlocking a terrifying new phase of strength. Leo pondered his historical screw-ups, cursing his previous magical incompetence for planting catastrophe-inducing weeds. He mused that if he had properly dominated his abilities back then, everyone probably wouldn't have died terribly. Resolved to not botch this second playthrough, he plotted to utterly conquer energy manipulation, kicking things off with the Arnair clan until his true identity gained fame. Leo pivoted toward an approaching voice, scanning the newcomer with intense paranoia. Standing within a majestic sparring chamber, he locked eyes with a slightly older female radiating serious boss energy. She evaluated his basic stances as adequate and generously offered free blade tutoring, prompting Leo to scheme up a way to impress his aunt through this. Rather than saying thank you, Leo rudely demanded, "And who exactly thinks they are qualified to coach me?" The lady proudly announced her identity as Celia Zerdinger. She rubbed her prestige in his face, dubbing herself the legendary Maiden of the Blade. Leo yawned at the nickname and flatly rejected her offer, quipping, "Why would I take lessons from a complete amateur?" Celia blinked in shock before raging, "Do you honestly believe you could beat me?" Leo shrugged, "If we were trying to kill each other, sure, your magic gives you the advantage." He continued, "But in a contest of pure physical skill, I would mop the floor with you." His supreme cockiness rattled her, transforming her petty annoyance into a burning desire to crush him. She stomped toward the armory, ready to violently correct his attitude. Taking the bait entirely, she issued an official combat challenge. She promised, "I will gladly show you how meaningless your arrogance is. Prepare for a reality check." Leo spiced up the bet, stating, "When you lose, you have to be my personal maid for the next 7 days." Celia accepted the absurd terms without flinching. She snapped, "Fine, if I drop my sword, I will wear the frilly outfit." Bet locked in, she squeezed the hilt of her training weapon and prepared for violence. Leo leisurely grabbed a wooden stick and gestured for her to bring it on. He kicked things off with a blistering lunge, making her scramble to intercept. Celia noted his terrifying velocity, realizing his trash talk was actually factually accurate. Nonetheless, she sneered, "Being fast won't save you," and charged in to squash him. Rather than backing away, Leo planted his feet and completely decoded her trajectory. As their sticks collided, the ridiculous kinetic impact nearly popped Celia's eyes out, exposing his mutant-like strength. The collision sent shockwaves everywhere, tossing them backward while completely ruining the expensive flooring. Rebounding instantly, Leo dove straight back into the fray while she was still finding her balance. Panic gripped her upon discovering mere parries wouldn't stop his incoming haymaker. His ruthless swing obliterated her guard, leaving her utterly trapped. Spotting crimson energy erupting from her body, Leo cheerfully yelled, "Hey, no magic allowed. I thought this was a pure melee match." Busted for cheating, she stammered, It was just a reflex." Leo waved away her pathetic excuse, chuckling, "Doesn't matter. I'm going to ruin you anyway." Celia argued, "You're crazy. Fighting energy users empty-handed is suicide." Leo flexed a heavy enchanted band on his wrist, taunting, "Let's see if your shiny aura saves you from my gravity weights." Sporting a massive grin, he masterfully manipulated the psychological terror in the room. Unleashing an absolute hammer blow, he smashed his blade downward with terrifying momentum. The strike shattered her mystical shielding and violently collapsed her stance. Celia stood utterly paralyzed, her dignity ruined alongside her badly splintered sword. While she staggered blindly, Leo applied the crushing weight of an unstoppable juggernaut. Sometime later, the camera pans to the courtyard, where 2 wandering family members toured the gardens. A lady noticed the boy and shouted for him to approach. She beckoned him over, cheerfully demanding he welcome his houseguests properly. Leo trotted over respectfully, delivering a heavily sanitized, polite introduction. The older gentleman claimed the title of Guy Zerdinger, extending a surprisingly warm uncle-to-nephew handshake. Leo returned the pleasantry, firmly gripping the elder's palm. The lady subsequently inquired, "So, have you bumped into our lovely Celia yet?" Leo paused awkwardly, flashing back to his recent beatdown and struggling to formulate a safe response. Before he could lie, Celia got carted past them on a medical cot, publicly broadcasting the hilarious fallout of their bet. Once the sun vanished, Guise cornered the boy, demanding the play-by-play of the disastrous bout. The man swiftly verified the most alarming detail. Leo floored the genius girl entirely without magic, thoroughly spooking the peanut gallery. Guise praised the triumph, while Leo humbly blamed the outcome on his opponent's chronic cockiness. Prompted about the stakes, Leo happily tattled, "Oh, the loser agreed to become the winner's personal butler." He laid out the brutal truth. Celia Zerdinger is on floor-scrubbing duty for 7 days. Guise frowned, visibly wrestling between keeping their word and preventing total brand assassination for the Zerdingers. He finally put his foot down, arguing, "You can't make a high-ranking noble scrub toilets, kid." Attempting diplomacy, Guise pleaded, "How about we forget this silly bet and I buy you something shiny instead?" Leo shot down the bribe in a heartbeat. He fired back, "A bet is a bet. If your family name means anything, you will let her pay up." Guise desperately escalated the bribery, actually offering to hand over the clan's top-secret energy-breathing manual. Leo laughed off the legendary manual, calling it useless trash if it was just hush money for his cousin's incompetence. Guise processed the insane reality that this brat preferred having a noble slave over claiming a priceless martial treasure. Leo cheerfully nodded, confirming he absolutely meant every word of that insult. Instead of throwing a tantrum, Guise chuckled, asking, "Do you have any idea how much you are spitting in our faces right now?" Leo shrugged, "If you offered the manual simply because I am awesome at fighting, I would have taken it." He continued, "But you are only bribing me so people forget she got her butt kicked." Leo dug the knife in deeper, adding, "You still think she only lost because she slipped up." Celia suddenly hobbled over and shouted, "Even if I went all out, he still would have squashed me." Guise peered past the boy's snark, realizing the rejection served as a direct test of the elder's integrity. Thoroughly entertained, the man decided if such an arrogant prodigy existed nearby, he absolutely needed to adopt him into the fold. Causing jaws to drop globally, Guise commanded Celia to grab a mop and honor the stupid bet. He subsequently pivoted toward his nephew, motioning him over like an old friend. Guise requested, "Drop the fancy titles when it's just us, kid." He insisted Leo just call him uncle, an offer the boy happily pocketed. Watching the youth walk away, Guise grinned, officially viewing the brat as kin rather than a nuisance. He subsequently spoke to his sister, recalling how she previously begged him to tutor the boy in their family's mystical breathing. Since the kid possessed the chops to handle phoenix breath, Guise promised to lobby their oldest sibling for official clearance. The camera cuts to a silent chamber where the humiliating bet was finally going down. Blushing furiously, but refusing to run, Celia formally announced she would act as young Master Leo's personal servant for 7 days. She marched in sporting a ridiculously frilly apron, reciting her greeting with absolute, soul-crushing mortification. Leo couldn't resist poking the bear, snickering, "You know, that apron is weirdly flattering on you." He piled it on, musing how the cheap cotton beautifully highlighted her aristocratic snobbery in a highly aesthetic manner. Celia sputtered something resembling awkward gratitude, prompting Leo to hastily backpedal and swear he wasn't trying to be creepy. He blamed his runaway mouth on a former buddy who obsessively worshipped aesthetics. Recalling that eccentric comrade, his facial features melted into fond nostalgia. In his flashback, this guy practically ran a cult dedicated to immortal, never-fading gorgeousness. That lunatic simply wanted a violence-free utopia where he could permanently preach the gospel of good looks. Celia naively deduced, "Well, anyone so dedicated to art must be a wonderfully pure soul." Leo mentally facepalmed, remembering his crew was actually just dangerously unhinged about their hobbies. He shuddered, recalling one idiot arguing Racina's stood as the hottest girl in Delad, closely followed by Luna. Another traumatic flashback featured an individual whose artistic passion eclipsed basic human decency. This so-called dedication culminated in him begging a very dangerous person to strip for a portrait. Naturally, the artist got absolutely pummeled into the pavement, while the rest of the gang ate popcorn. Snapping back to reality, Celia spotted the text in his hands and assumed it contained forbidden martial secrets. Leo laughed, "Nope, just a bedtime story I obsessed over as a toddler." The cover read, "The Hero of Beginnings," a children's myth he had memorized by kindergarten. Celia blinked, completely derailed by his utterly mundane hobby. She wandered closer, her previous humiliation getting hijacked by nosiness. Glancing at the worn pages, she deduced he was a massive fanboy of this pioneer champion. The temporary servant bragged she possessed an insane stash of heroic lore, hoarding documents that would make university historians weep with jealousy. She noted one specific historical figure absolutely fascinated her. Yanking a volume off the rack, she proudly displayed a massive bibliography dedicated entirely to Kyle. Flipping through the pages, she observed numerous legendary accomplishments basically lacked an author. Leo internally smiled, knowing those nameless miracles were absolutely his past self's handiwork. The girl completely ruined the mood by claiming Kyle was probably just a con artist stealing credit from cooler people. Offended by his own posthumous slander, Leo glared and demanded she explain her wild theories. She sheepishly admitted all the academics hated the guy, and she blindly agreed, causing Leo to sigh at her sheep-like mentality. Too tired to debate historical fake news, Leo aggressively pivoted, declaring they were hitting the gym right after pancakes. Thrilled by the invite, she practically begged to tag along, secretly planning to steal his workout routine. Leo strolled away chuckling, while she cringed at her own desperation before chasing after him anyway. The sheer brutality of the warm-up instantly broke her, leaving her panting on the dirt. Leo offered a painfully smug critique. When your lungs give out, you move like a turtle and practically invite getting stabbed. Gasping for oxygen, she hacked, "Are you training me or trying to assassinate me?" Leo rolled his eyes. Modern kids are just ridiculously fragile. He lectured how everyone worshipped magical arts while treating cardio like a joke, forgetting that mana just amplifies whatever pathetic muscles you already have. Furious at being called flimsy, she angrily used her blade as a crutch to stand. Leo kept preaching, "Getting swole directly upgrades your magic output, meaning lifting weights is step one of becoming unstoppable." Desperate to wipe that grin off his face, she squeezed out her last drop of adrenaline and squared up. She utterly refused to be patronized and launched an all-or-nothing blitz. Fueled by pure rage, she sprinted directly at the pale-haired teenager, blocking her path to glory. Leo merely took half a step left and smacked her back in one flawless swat. The counterattack sent her tumbling through the weeds, wrapping up round 2 in seconds. Eating dirt yet again, she completely lost her mind, screaming, "Why is it mathematically impossible to hit you?" Leo strolled over looking surprisingly empathetic, offering some rare validation that totally derailed her tantrum. Skipping the insult phase, he tossed a piece of jewelry her way. The instant she caught it, the horrific density practically snapped her wrist, allowing Leo to gleefully reveal it was a gravity-cursed accessory. Flashing an evil smile, he commanded, "Keep that on while we spar. Good luck." Hours later, their agonizing boot camp raged on in the backyard. Celia was currently tripping over her own feet when a spectator quietly began monitoring their session. The observer figured watching his niece get repeatedly dunked on was excellent character building prior to her lumen deployment. He shouted for Leo, snapping the kid's focus while his sparring partner remained dead to the world in the grass. Leo instantly spotted his favorite relative and jogged over to chat. Uncle Geese spilled the beans, admitting he was preparing to beg the elders to grant Leo the Phoenix breath. Leo stared blankly, refusing to celebrate until he read the fine print of this deal. This grand prize involved their clan's ultimate foundational magic trick. The man stressed, "We only hand this over to people holding VIP family status, unfortunately." Celia wheezed from the dirt, "My dad will literally never agree to that." The elder nodded, "Precisely, which is why we cooked up a special compromise." The catch required Leo to ace the upcoming Lumen trials, effectively using the notoriously lethal exam as his personal job interview. Celia panicked, screaming, "Sending a magicless kid into that meat grinder is straight-up murder." Leo, conversely, loved the idea, identifying real-world bloodshed as the sole ingredient missing from his current resume. Flashing back to his previous era of endless war, he begrudgingly accepted he had to grind his combat stats from 0 again. Geese tossed the ball in his court, adding that his mom and dad were totally supportive either way. Leo eagerly shook on the suicidal terms, fully committing to the deadly obstacle course. Geese merely chuckled, having already bet money the crazy brat was planning to crash the exam regardless. Bureaucracy handled and water break over, the duo resumed beating each other up. Celia angrily jumped back in, loudly protesting she could survive anything this maniac threw her way. 7 days evaporated, ushering in the dreaded Lumen trials alongside a massive swarm of hopeful victims. Spectators quickly fanboyed over Celia Zerdinger, immediately followed by intense whispering regarding the random kid loitering next to her. Wading through the mob, she asked if he was sweating bullets yet, which he flatly denied. He ruthlessly mocked her overly dramatic noble vocabulary, proving he absolutely still saw her as his maid. Their bickering got hijacked by a loud voice echoing across the courtyard. A ginger-haired applicant spotted Leo, utterly baffled to see the quiet kid hanging with royalty. He showered the girl with compliments while actively treating Leo like irrelevant garbage due to his lack of magic. Both teenagers subjected the ginger to an aggressively awkward silence, instantly murdering his charisma attempt. Desperately backpedaling, the boy yelled, "Hey, it's me, Gulliver Traden, we literally met in class." Celia icily noted, "I know your surname, but your face means absolutely nothing to me." Refusing to waste another calorie on this clown, she grabbed her partner's wrist and marched away. She abandoned the snooty noble mid-sentence, concluding the interaction strictly on her own timetable. Her aggressive hand-holding sparked intense gossip right before another giant ego bellowed her name. The duo pivoted toward the noise, instantly detecting a significantly higher threat level. The fresh interlopers presented themselves as a bad Lulin alongside his little sibling Chelsea, representing a frighteningly wealthy clan. Bad hailed her like a bitter rival, radiating years of petty aristocratic beef. Celia spat out a polite hello, whereas Abad's radar immediately locked onto her mysterious +1. She officially introduced him as Leo Plov of the Delad Marquis faction, doing a terrible job of hiding how politically irrelevant he was. Abad snorted, instantly labeling the boy a loser without bothering to run a background check. Leo stared deadpan into the snob's eyes, casually scanning the guy for vital weak points. Abad smugly promised to steal first place and waltzed off with Chelsea, cementing his status as the primary antagonist of the day. Fuming at his disrespect, she angrily swore to fracture the skull of anyone else who annoyed her. Before she could start a riot, the loudspeaker crackled, signaling the official kickoff. The pair glanced toward the podium, finally pausing their high school drama to focus on surviving. The master of ceremonies turned out to be Albizarin, an obnoxiously famous Lumen faculty wizard. Celia gasped, recognizing the legendary evil eye sorcerer, while Leo helpfully whispered, "Who is the creepy guy?" Leo recalled that historical texts actually listed Albi as a modern champion, fully credentialed for massive achievements. Hearing that keyword made Leo squint, suddenly treating the weird professor as a legitimate puzzle. Scanning the man's anatomy, he detected a bizarre energy cluster lodged within Albi's left socket, confirming the hype. Albi hijacked the microphone, gleefully announcing the curriculum involved extreme violence and monster hunting. Bored by normal rules, the lunatic literally set his clipboard on fire to make a point. He blasted the traditional testing format as garbage, promising a highly customized nightmare instead. Ditching the syllabus, he cracked open a massive tome radiating terrifyingly ancient vibes. Hacking into the hero record, Albi triggered a pocket dimension dubbed Albi's World and prepared to flush everyone inside. A holographic page reading, Prologue, Forest of Beasts expanded, physically devouring the entire auditorium. Albi played God with the scenery, warping reality itself, using stupidly overpowered spellcraft. Celia trembled as the maniac teacher ranted about streamlining the exam by making it maximally dangerous. Insane aura leaked from his cursed pupil, proving the entire test venue was just an extension of his own brain. Albi cheerfully declared a battle royale, merging every exam phase into one chaotic deathmatch. Leo suddenly realized the legendary record wasn't just a boring library, but a virtual reality engine simulating historical trauma. Its actual purpose was forcing arrogant teenagers to suffer the exact same horrors ancient saviors endured. Albi continued his monologue, promising that surviving this simulation equaled beating a mythic gauntlet. Any student tough enough to walk out alive could literally loot the abilities of dead legends. Leo's eyes widened. This wasn't a school test, it was a hardcore cloning factory for champions. Suddenly highly motivated, he stopped viewing the exam as a chore and started looking for loot drops. The victims spawned inside the beastly woods, tasked with merely not dying in a wildly hostile ecosystem. The rules encouraged teaming up or stabbing backs at will. However, quitting meant giving up everything and catching a flight home. Leo boldly marched into the holographic wilderness, fully adapting to the digital jungle. He instantly recognized the geography as the former elven territory hijacked by the monstrous Queen Sultana. While his classmates screamed at the terrifying scenery, Leo just yawned, enjoying the nostalgic blast from his past. A terrified applicant instantly begged to quit, proving Albai's sadistic filter was already doing its job perfectly. Finding the dread laughable, Leo pierces the deception, entirely unwilling to let Albai's fabricated reality frighten him. An alert emphasizes that while Proctor Albai's recollections built this simulated environment, the perils lurking within remain absolutely fatal. The ultimate condition is blatantly clear. Suffering a fatal blow in this space guarantees a genuine death. Digesting this grim reality instantly, the pale-haired youth shifts into a state of hyper-awareness. He instinctively dodges a sudden emerald gale, sidestepping the magical assault the moment it approaches. Pivoting amidst the woodland test, he squares his stance to unmask his concealed assailant. Catching the sound of an approaching speaker, he quickly pieces together that they have crossed paths previously. A maiden with azure locks emerges, cheerfully announcing her delight at the prospect of squashing a Zerdinger relative. "I hate to ruin your lovely revenge fantasy, but my allegiance actually lies with the Plov household," he corrects, dismantling her mistaken identity. Realizing he was merely Celia's earlier companion, she shrugs off the mix-up and resumes her violent offensive regardless. Conjuring a technique known as wind shear, she launches a razor-sharp breeze intended to slice him apart. He spots immediately that her incantation was completely absent from history, confirming this artificial timeline features distinct alterations. Nonetheless, figuring the basic rules of sorcery remain untouched, he casually readies his blade to greet her challenge. His tranquil demeanor throws her off balance, prompting an exasperated sigh rather than a continued assault. "You are bizarrely relaxed for someone standing in my striking range," she notes, clearly bothered by his lack of panic. Seeking to crush his confidence, she summons an even grander tempest to hover threateningly overhead. This spell balloons into an enormous cyclone, designed to plummet and obliterate him. Bypassing magical energy or flashy auras, he confronts the squall directly, halting its momentum with sheer blade mastery. A solitary vertical slash cleaves right through the tempest, erasing the threat entirely. Baffled by his ability to shatter her magic without radiating a shred of aura, her mind races to uncover his hidden strengths. "Your gust was a bit unrefined," he critiques, suggesting they might fare better teaming up rather than squandering their stamina on a duel. Pointing out that the exam prizes endurance and points, he explains how a spellcaster could vastly profit from a swordsman's protection. Spotting her inner conflict, he patiently awaits her reply with tranquil assurance. "I am a combat mage, thank you very much," she declines sharply, stubbornly unwilling to depend on anyone else. Backing up her rejection, she unleashes multidirectional gusts while indignantly daring him to critique her again. "For such forceful magic, your patterns are terribly monotonous and easy to predict," he calmly observes. She proudly declares her bloodline as a Lulin descendant, and his subtle shift in demeanor proves that particular title holds weight. Insulted, she ramps up the violence, raining down aerial scythes and arrows to overwhelm him with rapid lethality. Magically, these projectiles disappear from her perception right before hitting their mark, their mystical essence completely wiped out. Dread finally grips her. Sensing zero magical residue, her faith in her sorcery crumbles. Capitalizing on her bewildered state, he bridges the gap in a heartbeat, attacking before she regains her bearings. Delayed comprehension hits her just as he breaches her defensive zone, leaving her entirely unprotected. An intense flash concludes their skirmish, marking her undeniable loss. As the glare fades, she writhes on the ground while he stands victorious, fully dictating the situation. Opting against a lethal blow, he chooses to enforce his partnership instead, playfully reiterating his earlier proposition. Miles away, an audience observes the exam kickoff via a massive enchanted screen. The visual broadcast pivots as the simulation progresses into its subsequent broadcasting phase. Returning to the woodland, he has securely fastened the girl to a timber stake, escalating a botched diplomacy into blunt extortion. Lounging beside a modest blaze, he views her current bondage as merely a sensible logistical setup. The smug curve of his lips proves he feels absolutely zero remorse about bullying his way to a favorable outcome. Dusk swallows the wilderness as he stands guard, keeping her restrained dangerously close to the flickering flames. Roused by the scorching temperature, she slowly realizes the blaze itself is an interrogation tactic. Blinking into full awareness, she discovers she is suspended directly over the roaring embers, grasping the imminent danger. "So, are we feeling collaborative yet?" he inquires once again. Despite the blistering heat, she throws a stubborn refusal right back in his face. Her denial transforms into an inner oath to depend solely on her brother, prompting her to attempt a breeze-blade spell despite her bonds. A crimson magical sigil materializes near her palm, illustrating that ropes alone cannot halt her casting entirely. He politely clarifies that her restraints are woven with a nullification array, although he cheerfully concedes his low stamina will not sustain them indefinitely. A spark of arrogance returns to her, assuming such a flawed shackle will be simple to shatter. He swiftly crushes that optimism, assuring her she will receive absolutely no undisturbed moments to channel a getaway. When the searing air grows too agonizing, her defiance melts into hysteria, prompting her to plead for salvation from the flames. The pale-haired youth successfully extracts the captive maiden's surrender, establishing that her compliance is the only ticket away from the bonfire. Squeezed by the impending burn, she frantically consents, invoking her prestigious lineage as collateral for her sincerity. "I am Chelsea Lulin, please put it out," she cries, solidifying her capitulation into an unbreakable vow. Contented, he nonchalantly unties her, viewing the entire hostage scenario as child's play due to her youth. Unspooled, she collapses unceremoniously into the dirt, bringing their heated dispute to a definitive halt. "I eagerly anticipate our grand partnership," he remarks with an unsettling level of courtesy to finalize their pact. Chelsea abruptly registers that her tormentor is Leo Plov, the very sorcerer connected to the ancestral title she just swore upon. Morning sunlight bathes an official scholastic chamber, where faculty members actively scrutinize the trainees' woodland performance. An expansive floating image broadcasts the wilderness trial, transforming the youth's survival tactics into a communal spectacle. The gallery observes intently, increasingly fascinated by Leo's unconventional maneuvers within the simulation. Bystanders wave off the majority of participants as unimpressive, dubbing the entire contest a futile exercise for such average combatants. A judge points out that a mere duo of examinees genuinely comprehended the core purpose of this ordeal. Pinpointed as Celia Zerdinger and Abad Lulin, these two stand out as the nation's brightest upcoming prodigies. Their spectacular prowess serves as a comforting guarantee that the kingdom's prosperity is secure. Focus soon loops back to Leo, whose eccentric interrogation tactics by the fire had thoroughly baffled everyone. Grading officials agree that securing Chelsea Lulin's allegiance earns him significant credit, despite his brute strength lagging behind Celia and Abad. Nevertheless, his broadcasted antics monopolize the room's gaze simply because he shatters their traditional assumptions. Ultimately, they dub him a wildcard, as ignoring his highly unorthodox fighting methods proves impossible. On screen, his weapon dissects a beast with lethal, economical accuracy. Journeying alongside Chelsea, Leo smugly regards possessing a personal bodyguard as a highly convenient perk. "I have not felt a single drop of mana from you. What bizarre flavor of aura are you wielding?" Chelsea pries, trying to unravel his enigma. "I cannot use aura whatsoever," Leo states plainly, arguing that grasping the fundamental nature of reality holds far more value. "All right, philosopher, what is the soul of wind sorcery?" she challenges, preparing a physical demonstration to accompany her question. Narrowing his gaze, Leo senses she is on the verge of uncovering a critical secret. Chelsea releases an atmospheric strike that cleaves outward in condensed curves, bypassing a standard blunt gale. This maneuver effortlessly severs her prey, proving her mastery and comprehension are deeply rooted. She elaborates that for a true Lulin, spouting theories about air spells is offensively basic. "Raw might means nothing," she states, "applying it correctly is the only thing that counts." The insight snaps into place for Leo, granting him a sudden epiphany regarding the examiner's true motives for this simulation. Before she can boast further, Leo violently hushes her, detecting fresh hostility approaching. Shifting his stance, he shields her from the peril, bracing for a sudden strike. Observing the bandaged monstrosity lumbering forward, Leo recognizes the ghoul, remembering prior scuffles with these specific flesh-craving horrors. Spotting it solidifies his theory on beating the assessment, linking victory to situational wisdom instead of mindless violence. An unexpected blast detonates at their backs, sending the pair sprawling before they can even address the undead beast. The hidden assailants step into view, their strategy clear: assassinate Chelsea before doing anything else. Viewing Leo as a pathetic afterthought, they plan to swat him away once the girl is handled. Their commander, a crimson-haired youth, struts forward with insufferable arrogance. He barks at his lackeys to charge simultaneously and drown the fallen duo in numbers. The ambushers sprint ahead, drooling over what they assume is a guaranteed slaughter. Leo's irises ignite in crimson, transforming him from a quiet bystander to an executioner in a fraction of a second. Parrying the initial lunge, he floors a thug with one impeccably timed retaliation. This explosive burst of dominance paralyses the remaining lackeys, frantically forcing them to reevaluate their prey. "Kindly provide some backup," Leo casually requests, to which the startled but compliant girl hastily nods. As their enemies stagger in dismay, Leo barks at Chelsea to fire away rather than standing around asking silly questions. Harnessing his freshly acquired insight, he springs into motion, his aura growing terrifyingly oppressive. The scarlet-haired commander violently pivots and flees, completely unwilling to tangle with Leo face to face. Sprinting away, he desperately rejects his own cowardice, racking his brain for a method to repair his tarnished ego. He concludes he will just bully a weaker squad, since this particular duo proved too spicy to swallow. Deep in another thicket, a raven-haired maiden spots the sprinting coward and instantly detours toward the source of his terror. Her azure-haired partner trails closely in mute anticipation, both recognizing that a massive event just unfolded. Surrounding a pile of desiccated carcasses in the eerie woods, a handful of surviving youths attempt to decipher the horrific bloodbath before them. Chelsea sprints toward her pale-haired sibling, practically sobbing with joy upon finding him breathing. He comforts her, though bystanders murmur upon seeing him escorted by the notoriously stubborn raven-haired girl. "I merely suggested a brief alliance," Leo explains, making the intense negotiation sound like a polite tea invitation. His insufferable grin heavily implies a healthy dose of blackmail, a fact the girl's furious, silent glare confirms. Ignoring the tension, Leo casually props up a wounded peer to ensure their caravan maintains its pace. Chelsea watches in utter confusion as Leo, benevolently, assists the very rivals he was supposed to crush. "Petty squabbles are obsolete," Leo announces. "We are unifying to survive whatever nightmare is currently eating this woodland." His grand claims of global domination seem comedic initially, yet they cleverly mask his transition from selfish goals to tactical survivalism. Investigating the terrain, the survivors quickly deduce that the surrounding ecosystem is acting highly unnaturally. The fallen beasts are not just slaughtered, they are totally husked, as if a vacuum sucked out their very vitality. This prompts a chilling secondary epiphany. For a supposedly infested biome, it is suspiciously devoid of wildlife. After vocalizing this eerie emptiness, the dreadful reality becomes glaringly obvious to everyone. They logically conclude an apex horror has awoken, a beast formidable enough to snack on the local predators. Leo instantly ties this grim deduction to Hero Albi's preliminary exam, guessing their true objective is to conquer this supreme entity. This theory curdles into panic when Leo's instincts scream that the monstrosity is already breathing down their necks. An oppressive malice bleeds from the shadows, compelling the squad to stare down the root of the forest's strange behavior. Taking point, Leo shields the clustered students, fully aware the lurking disaster has arrived. Isolated miles away, a solitary pupil marches forward clutching a radiant rod, blissfully ignorant of the hunter tracing his footsteps. Fueled by wounded pride, the crimson-haired boy mutters a furious vow to obliterate Leo at any cost. His monologue dies in his throat upon spotting a hunched silhouette hiding in the gloom. Lacking the reflexes to dodge, an unseen force tackles him, sending him into absolute hysterics. A bizarre, gelatinous sludge cascades over his limbs and staff, effectively paralyzing and bewildering him. The goo smothers his features, forcing his pupils to twist into dizzying spirals as his free will is hijacked. The mental subjugation cements itself, stripping away the last shreds of his autonomy. An oversized, molesque horror then towers overhead, confirming the boy is now nothing more than a mindless decoy. Comfortably removed from the carnage, the sunlit campus projects tranquility, starkly juxtaposing the students' living nightmare. Within a spacious auditorium, faculty and peers observe the bloody exam via mystical monitors. Certain onlookers flippantly tally their imaginary kill counts, treating the lethal survival run as a mere mathematical game. Professor Albayzarin casually announces that approximately 500 pupils have already washed out. Responding to a complaint that a meager 50 youths are left standing, he coldly clarifies that mere breathing earns zero respect from him. Albay vows to flunk the entire remaining roster if they disappoint him, a draconian measure the headmaster willingly sanctioned. His ideology is merciless. Authentic saviors are forged exclusively in the fires of absolute misery. Observing Leo propping up a bleeding comrade, Albay deduces the boy has already sniffed out the environment's dark secret. This revelation sparks Albay's core curiosity. Can this unusual candidate actually conquer the monumental hurdles placed in his path? Returning to the shadowy woods, the surviving pack sprints toward the creeping dread, finally operating as a cohesive squad. As they plunge deeper, visibility vanishes, and the suffocating pitch black amplifies their creeping dread. A scarlet-haired combatant detects looming peril and shouts for the squad to brace for impact. She fires a preliminary volley straight at a pair of luminous crimson spots hovering in the gloom. Her blast illuminates a colossal arachnid terror, yet tragically uncovers a webbed classmate dangling in the background. The cohort realizes disastrously late that the giant bug is merely a distraction from the true crisis, the hostage. An ally recklessly throws aerial spells, frantically attempting to pierce the defenses and liberate the captive immediately. Stop staring at its ugly face and break the crystal manipulating the boy. Leo snaps, shaking the caster from his blind panic. Barely lucid, the trapped youth manages to identify Leo even while hopelessly lodged near the monster's mandibles. With a final burst of strength, he shatters the glowing gemstone, severing the hypnotic tether just in time. Infuriated, the beast channels an explosive concentration of energy within its abdomen, winding up to annihilate the intruders. The air mage plants his feet firmly, condensing his breezy aura into a jagged, murderous weapon. He screams Windfang as he hurls a barrage of atmospheric scythes toward the arachnid. The slashes gouge the exoskeleton, yet the fiend withstands the punishment, vastly exceeding their durability estimates. Observing the failure of their heavy artillery, the stunned students gaze upward, realizing their war against the apex predator has officially started. The collective finally puts a name to the nightmare, Tarantula, the arachnid royalty. A silver-haired warrior dives forward fearlessly, seeking to decapitate the horror before it mounts an offensive. Chelsea supports from the ground, synchronizing her magical artillery as the vanguard buries his weapon into the beast. Convinced a swift execution is viable, the raven-haired girl gears up to vaporize the target instantly. She erupts with a flaming art-dubbed prominence, funneling sheer incendiary ruin directly onto the creature. The inferno engulfs Tarantula entirely, looking perfectly capable of reducing it to ash in seconds. Shockingly, the arachnid's melted features stitch back together in moments, unveiling a terrifying healing factor. Witnessing her ultimate strike fizzle into mere inconvenience, the raven-haired maiden accepts her nuke was pathetically insufficient. An azure-haired sorcerer struts forward, smugly lecturing the crowd that spellcasters operate on a vastly superior plane than mere swordsmen. Seizing the reins with absolute arrogance, he cues up a tempest incantation known as Raphael. An enormous cyclone swirls into existence above the skirmish, hijacking every eyeball in the vicinity. The aerial bombardment plummets, slicing Tarantula's anatomy into gruesome ribbons. Floating above the chaos, the caster sustains the hurricane with the casual grace of a seasoned maestro. His arrogant smirk vanishes instantly upon sensing the battered abomination is still breathing. Tarantula launches itself into his personal space, swiping lethally before he can even blink. Shrieking his name, Chelsea chucks an atmospheric shield at her sibling to intercept the blow. The desperate barrier absorbs just enough force to keep him breathing, though the impact leaves him visibly mangled. After the dust settles, Chelsea frantically inspects his wounds, but he grunts out a stubborn reassurance that he is fine. Trembling uncontrollably, another classmate screams to know what species of unkillable demon they are actually fighting. The squad universally acknowledges that the creature's restorative traits laugh in the face of natural biology. The eight-legged freak skitters back into view entirely unblemished, verifying that conventional blunt trauma is utterly useless. The pale-haired youth formally introduces the beast as Sultana's offspring, a Tartarus-born royal previously infamous for ravaging the elven woodlands. Dropping the word Tartarus triggers immense dread in the raven-haired girl, connecting their foe to a historically catastrophic danger. The youth links this detail to Albai's left eye, piecing together that the lingering energy rightfully originates from the fairy sovereign. He details how Tarantulia previously tyrannized the blighted woods, plunging the realm into misery. Historically, Lunatar butchered her after the fairy king's duel, he states, meaning some external relic has kept her twitching. He theorizes the fairy king's amputated right limb got lodged inside her abdomen, serving as a grotesque battery pack. Supposedly, that detached appendage was adorned with a specific band. Dubbed the Ring of Life, this trinket pumps out a limitless supply of vitality, fueling the spider's ridiculous healing factor. "I don't care if it's wearing jewelry. If this is my exam, I will crush it," the azure-haired mage barks stubbornly. He hurls a fresh barrage of tempests at the beast, while the raven-haired maiden shifts to provide covering fire. The assault grinds the creature into paste once more, yielding the exact same, tragically brief result. "You are wasting breath," the pale-haired boy cautions. "It will just stitch itself together until your magic tank runs completely dry." As if explicitly mocking the mage, the spider's mangled limbs aggressively snap back into place. "Then give us a brilliant alternative," the dark-haired girl demands, prompting the youth to suggest a synchronized dual assault. Predictably, the mage and the maiden erupt into a petty squabble, each vehemently claiming they alone deserve the glory of the kill shot. "If you two do not put your egos in a box and cooperate, the hero's trial will flunk us all," he bluntly interrupts. This harsh reality check violently unplugs their bickering, compelling them to shut up and pay attention. "Even if we hold hands, charging a lethal spell takes precious seconds," the mage argues. "Neither of us can distract that thing long enough to survive." The maiden bites her lip, fully grasping the fatal discrepancy between their required cast time and their actual stalling abilities. Chelsea slowly turns toward the pale-haired youth, suspecting an insane proposition is brewing in his mind. Taking a step ahead, he casually offers to become the spider's personal punching bag. "Are you stupid? You don't even possess aura," the girl shrieks, but he tranquilly replies that surviving for a mere 300 seconds is mathematically plausible. Spotting the massive gamble, the mage stammers, "And what exactly happens to you if our grand finale doesn't work?" The youth responds with unshakable serenity, having already wholeheartedly accepted the grim stakes. Scooping up a discarded blade, he lightly remarks that bungling the shot simply isn't on his agenda. "Flame and breeze make an excellent barbecue," he reasons cheerfully, betting heavily on the destructive synergy of their elements. His profound confidence leaves the dueling spellcasters gawking, paralyzed in the tightrope between cynical disbelief and desperate faith. Before either can utter another complaint, a violent blur rips their attention back to the combat zone. The youth has already hurled himself toward Tarantulia's fangs, kicking off his suicidal stalling maneuver. The pale-haired boy begins fighting with such ferocity that he is practically labeled a Tartarus-born monster himself, categorized as a terrifying anomaly rather than a normal human. Elsewhere in the timberland, an elven child blunders into a sticky snare, realizing far too late he has become fresh prey. Sheer terror grips him as he thrashes against the silk, unfortunately tangling himself into an even easier target. Spotting an enormous shadow slithering closer, he blubbers for his life while feebly attempting to scuttle backwards. A monstrous arachnid emerges from the canopy, leaving the helpless toddler to simply shriek into the void. Utterly petrified, he wails for his mother, absolutely certain his short life is over. An unfamiliar voice abruptly barks at the fiend to back off, fiercely condemning the beast as wicked scum. The snared boy squints against a blinding glow, joyfully understanding a savior has arrived. An entity cloaked in brilliant incandescence physically inserts himself between the crying child and the predator. The knight chastises the vermin for trespassing on his soil and attempting to snack on a heavily protected ward. Skipping the diplomacy, he rains down an explosive pillar of divine energy directly onto the horror's skull. The holy beam bores deep into its exoskeleton, violently detonating its internal organs. Catastrophic shockwave flattens the immediate foliage, erasing the bug from existence in a split second. Breathing through the debris, an observer mutters that Erebus's foul taint has infected even this sanctuary, implying a terrifyingly broad plague. The elven toddler remains hopelessly glued to the tree, traumatized but undeniably breathing. The pale-haired youth strolls over with complete calm, casually inspecting the kid for missing limbs. Maintaining a stone-cold poker face, he clearly calculates his next strategic move rather than basking in the heroics. Gripping a hefty hatchet, he harshly critiques his recent slaughter, pondering if this is his absolute ceiling without tapping into aura. He pivots toward the azure-haired Chelsea, smoothly roping her into his impending madness. "Kindly use your gales to throw those pointy objects directly at my face," he requests, treating a post-battle breather like a hardcore boot camp. The initial volley of steel rockets forward, and he effortlessly smacks the airborne cutlery away. Chelsea shrieks that playing dodgeball with swords will definitely maim him, especially while he is already stressed. "Stop whining and throw harder," he insists cheerfully, promising he can juggle the artillery without losing a finger. As her hurricane blends the armory into a dizzying metal blur, she realizes he is sensing the projectiles through entirely non-visual means. He casually deflects the incoming arsenal with impeccable rhythm, entirely unbothered by the swirling chaos. Chelsea begrudgingly pumps more mana into her storm, slinging a fresh batch of blades into his path. He starts calling out the specific armaments just by their whistling wind resistance, demonstrating a terrifyingly acute sensory evolution. Based on the humming frequencies, he accurately labels an incoming curve as a scimitar and a heavier hum as a bastard sword. Snatching handles out of thin air, he fluidly swaps his armed stance without breaking a sweat as the deadly hailstorm escalates. "Is that all you have?" he taunts mid-swing, refusing to settle for such a leisurely bombardment. Vibrating into a mere silhouette, he parries and chops down every single flying hazard before it grazes his skin. Finishing a flawless deflection, he instantly hollers for a nastier curveball. Surrendering to his lunacy, Chelsea funnels all her energy into fueling his sadistic practice regimen. An endless supply of iron and wood rockets into his strike zone, providing infinite props for his lethal juggling act. Staring in awe, Chelsea mentally compares his grace to a deity of war, finally harboring genuine hope that he might live through this nightmare. The pale-haired youth maintains absolute zen, pouring every ounce of concentration into the martial rhythm. A scarlet-eyed, raven-haired spectator watches mutely, mentally upgrading his threat level from mild annoyance to catastrophic danger. This epiphany lands just as a crimson streak splashes across his skin, proving a stray blade finally clipped him. Sporting a freshly bleeding facial gash, he grins like a maniac and gleefully announces his nerves are firing perfectly. Throttling up his intensity, he reasons that flopping during a mild warm-up means guaranteed death against the true boss. Smashing a flying spear into splinters, he roars for the next target, converting his bleeding wound into pure adrenaline. "We are out of pointy junk," Chelsea finally groans, momentarily stunning him as his brutal playground runs dry. Right on cue, a crimson-haired girl named Leo struts onto the scene, happily broadcasting that her devastating spell is fully cooked. She uncorks a massive, rotating pillar of flame, steering the inferno directly into the surviving demonic entity. The blaze swallows the colossal horror, turning it into a pile of crispy ash in mere seconds. When the smoke clears, an ornate metallic loop clatters onto the soil, heavily implying a shiny loot drop from the dead boss. An ethereal notification pings, happily verifying that the preliminary woodland chapter of Albai's simulated reality is officially conquered. The raven-haired girl plops onto the dirt with a smug sigh, declaring the nightmarish ordeal finished. Doing the math in her head, she admiringly observes that Leo successfully danced with death for a staggering 300 seconds. Chelsea erupts into a noisy fan club routine regarding Leo's acrobatics, while the dark-haired spectator simply flashes a knowing smirk. A bubbly junior gushes to Leo that his heroics felt ripped straight out of a corny bedtime legend. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he asks, prompting her to beg for melee lessons so she can evolve into a hardcore punching wizard. Observing from afar, a mysterious figure chuckles that Leo desperately needs a taste of his own miserable medicine, forecasting a brutal reckoning. Back in the thicket, a luminescent band rolls out as the official trophy of the exam. Leo quickly identifies the jewelry as the mandatory scavenger hunt prize he needed to collect. However, the trinket abruptly spews a fountain of gilded energy, materializing a literal pixie entity right in his face. The glowing sprite introduces himself as Prince Silver, a familiar face Leo remembers from a magical dimension. "Hey, it's Kyle," Leo casually greets. "Do I still ring a bell?" Silver's warm, radiant grin serves as absolute confirmation of their historical friendship. Piecing it together, Leo realizes Silver earned the sovereign crown, meaning Albai's torturous boot camp accidentally gifted him genuine pixie magic. A booming ticking echoes through the sky, broadcasting the absolute conclusion of the Western Territory assessment. Leo is violently yanked from the virtual landscape, firmly believing the monarch's vow is his hard-earned compensation. The sheer weight of it floors him. This extravagant prize was meticulously hand-delivered to his lap alone. Shrouded in shadows, a silent spectator mentally files away this highly interesting development. Within the bustling metropolis, the trial's dramatic finale magnetizes gossip across the entire scholastic campus. Principal Alien Badian formally rubber-stamps the termination of the regional bloodbath. The wrinkled headmaster peruses the survival roster with undeniable fascination. An aide gapes at the brief runtime and stammers, "How many kids did Albai actually allow to live through that?" The tally is genuinely mind-boggling. A whopping 40 candidates survived Albai's meat grinder. The headmaster laughs, happily confessing he bet on a mere dozen survivors, crowning Albai's yield as miraculously high. He sighs that crowning a freshman delegate was a headache given the talent pool, yet one highly specific nomination derailed his focus entirely. Having never heard the title Leo before, the principal's snooping instincts shift into overdrive. As the scoreboard illuminates publicly, the courtyard detonates into cheering for the lucky few who avoided failure. Leo's mugshot casually pops up on the digital roster, legally verifying his victory. Professor officially nominates Leo for the inaugural class throne, fawning over his absurdly high scores and military-grade stoicism. The headmaster confidently deducts that Albai has accidentally baked a genuine savior in his hellish oven. Post-trauma, the camera pans to an aggressively tranquil medical ward. Medics delicately patch Leo's gruesome lacerations, prescribing copious amounts of napping and doing absolutely nothing. Submerged in steaming suds, he finally unclenches his jaw for the first time since the slaughter began. The scalding liquid melts the tension from his bruised muscles, completely dissolving his paranoid defenses. Suddenly, a disembodied whisper shatters the bathroom's serenity, casually identifying his shiny loot as the fairy monarch's promise. The intruder cheerfully points out that beating a simulation built by a still-breathing veteran isn't actually supposed to dispense physical prizes. The voice notes that, defying all logic, Leo magically received one regardless, prompting him to scramble wildly for the speaker's location. Dialing his senses to 11, he locks onto a terrifyingly recognizable aura hovering nearby. Standing right in front of his tub is none other than his own mother. Leo directly questions her banishment from the Zerdinger family. She explains that rescuing an ally cost her the Zerdinger flames. Her resolute posture reveals she carries this historical burden unbothered. She insists that decision brings her zero remorse. Instead, she desires Leo to wield his abilities righteously, dispatching him to Lumen Academy carrying this exact belief. Those statements transport him back to his initial arrival at Academy City. Upon reaching Lumonia City, greeters welcome the incoming pupil, advising him to gather his luggage before disembarking. Observing the massive aquatic metropolis, he understands he now stands at the global epicenter. Guides inform him this is Lumonia, featuring Lumen Academy directly in its core. 4 weeks afterward, an acquaintance cheekily asks how Leo handles his new environment. The gentleman applauds his successful admission test, prompting Leo to politely ask, "What dragged you all the way out here?" The response involves Zerdinger, currently tangled in a ridiculous 4-week squabble regarding inheritance. Leo rapidly deduces the bickering centers on claiming the phoenix breath. Nodding, the man notes that since Leo's mother vacated the family tree, Leo is ironically the primary pawn in this drama. He passes Leo a subspace key, chuckling that the stuffy elders loved his Western exam scores and formally request his presence. A gemstone-encrusted tool serves as the catalyst for major events. Instructed to activate the object, a pale-haired youth named Leo obeys flawlessly. The relic ignites furiously, discharging an overwhelming blast of fiery energy. This force materializes into an enormous crimson tome hovering before the student and his supervisor. As the manual magically unclasps, the sheer magnitude of its aura completely startles Leo. The spellbook displays empty parchment, desperately begging for ownership. The overseer directs him to seal their contract by smearing his life force across the sheets. Leo honors the ceremony, dripping his plasma onto the binding. A brilliant flash finalizes the connection, swallowing both the boy and the proctor in radiance. Consequently, the text turns legible solely to Leo, solidifying his exclusive rights. The inspector mentions that learning Zerdinger clan secrets usually causes headaches, yet predicts Leo will casually breeze through the curriculum. He officially welcomes Leo into the Zerdinger lineage, validating the teen's upgraded rank. Eventually, the narrative relocates to a tailor's shop, where frantic wardrobe preparations occur. Leo reaches the urban rendezvous point, scanning the crowd for his mysteriously needy caller. He questions whether Celia truly designated this specific spot. Before he gets comfortable, a towering pile of literature violently intercepts his trajectory. The crash forcefully launches Leo and a stranger across the pavement. The clumsy girl processes her mistake a few seconds behind schedule. She stammers a frantic apology for her terrible navigation, while Leo merely provides quiet judgment. Leo begins walking off, thoroughly lacking the desire to extend this awkward social interaction. Catching sight of a fallen object, he bends down to grab it. The badge reveals her identity as Chloe Mueller, a Lumen Academy novice. Preventing further outdoor drama, the boutique entrance swings open as a familiar voice hollers for Leo. Pivoting toward the noise, he realizes he left his friend hanging. Indoors, an overly enthusiastic Celia waves, currently buried beneath mountains of collegiate shopping bags. She blames Uncle Geese for her tardiness, then eagerly demands to know, "So, did that earlier verdict bless you or curse you?" Bypassing a verbal response, Leo manifests his newly acquired might, conjuring a fiery orb right in his palm. His gaze narrows intensely as the magic smoothly obeys his commands. Infernos burst outward, proving he casually mastered the classified spellwork. Celia stares, absolutely flabbergasted by his ridiculous learning curve. Leo nonchalantly mentions that wrapping his head around the concept took a whole 21 days. Confronting such ridiculous aptitude, Celia questions if he is actually human. Shortly thereafter, a massive vessel docks to haul the recruits away. Rookies swarm the pier, marveling at the absurdly gigantic boat. An instructor announces himself as Analandu, the unfortunate soul managing the nocturnal first-year sessions. He barks orders for everyone to embark, signaling the departure toward Lumen. The galleon glides across the ocean, packed with fresh meat. Throughout the cruise, chaperones lounge lazily while teenagers aggressively network around the buffet table. Leo and Celia linger in the margins, preferring quiet observation over sweaty socializing. A stranger struts over, requesting a chat and cheekily assuming they are a romantic duo. He declares himself Carr Thomas from the Kingdom of Mora, a highly extroverted novice with dollar signs in his eyes. Carr brags about his lucrative black market covering elixirs to swords, happily volunteering to be their personal collegiate smuggler. Leo formally presents himself as Leo Plov of the Kingdom of Delad, causing Carr to whistle and praise his survival of the brutal Western regional exam. Unfortunately for the merchant, Leo cares far less about networking than the incredibly suspicious tranquility of this boat ride. While his peers blissfully enjoy the free food, Leo considers the missing danger completely terrifying. His paranoia locks onto Professor Ein, who casually monitors the teenagers while nursing a beverage. Carr waves off the anxiety, cheerfully noting that monsters rarely eat students before opening ceremonies. Instantly jinxing them, the vibe plummets, freezing the entire deck as disaster formally RSVPs. An utterly gigantic aquatic snake breaches the surface, graciously validating Leo's paranoia. It immediately strikes, pulverizing the wooden planks and transforming the lovely banquet into a screaming stampede. When a terrified kid shrieks for Professor Einstein's help, the eccentric man analyzes the disaster like a fascinating science fair project. Lifting his goblet with a smirk, he proves entirely immune to the surrounding hysteria. Einstein happily declares this a pop quiz for Lumen Academy hopefuls, stubbornly demanding they handle the carnage unsupervised. The beast fully emerges as a colossal kraken, prompting horrified gawking from the student body. The abomination initiates lethal violence, trampling ruined pastries and unfortunate victims while terror infects the vessel. Amidst the bloodbath, one boy frantically begs Celia, Please keep your head attached and use it. The pale-haired teen catapults straight toward the monstrosity, completely ignoring the concept of retreat. Celia firmly rejects his nightly rescue, barking at him to worry about his own intact spine. The squid zeroes in on their location, ensuring the brawl just became painfully personal. Celia swiftly decodes the predator's habits, deducing Krakens automatically hunt whatever disturbs the sea's surface. The fiend whips out a sucker-lined arm, aggressively kidnapping Celia while her classmates watch the nightmare unfold. Her peers sprint across the beast's slimy hide, desperately attempting a last-second rescue operation. Slicing through the flesh, Celia liberates herself via a brutal counterswing rather than playing the helpless victim. Simultaneously, the snowy-haired swordsman intercepts from the flank, countering the Leviathan's velocity with razor-sharp precision. Across the splintered boards, a different pupil stumbles as the battlefield rapidly expands. He completely doubts this apocalyptic violence qualifies as a standard greeting for the West's brightest scholars. A crushing blow impacts nearby, only to be instantly intercepted by a glacial blast that paralyses the monster. The ginger teen whines loudly, though the pale swordsman ignores him, seamlessly adjusting to their newly acquired frosty backup. A spectacled, azure-haired girl shuffles hesitantly, enveloping herself in absolute zero temperatures and establishing herself as a genuine threat. Her sudden debut sparks a familiar memory in the pale boy's mind, hinting at a past connection. Levitating above the carnage, she rains frozen artillery upon the squid, completely hijacking the brawl's rhythm. Lacking any bedside manner, she brutally calls the pale youth too flimsy for survival and orders him to the sidelines. The ginger dramatically philosophizes the scenario, stating, "The mighty definitely do not care about the collateral damage they leave behind." Roaring back to life, the Kraken violently juggles a few teenagers, proving this squabble is nowhere near finished. An Aeromancer swoops in, casting a gale barrier around the icy girl just before a tentacle ruins her day. He casually greets her as Celia Zerdinger, cheerfully reminding her that their petty feud continues despite the ongoing monster attack. Staring in sheer bewilderment, the snowy-haired boy realizes these prodigies share a private club of ridiculous power levels. Maintaining his safe distance, Einstein happily observes that the waterway leading toward Lumen Academy routinely hosts similar abominations. To this madman, lethal sea beasts are basically the institution's confetti cannons. Analyzing their desperate survival tactics, he deduces the regional captains perfectly match their hyped-up resumes. He silently spotlights Chen Xiang of the East as a notably brilliant performer in this circus. He throws Celia Zerdinger and a bad Lulin from the West onto his mental roster of overachievers. Chloe Mueller, representing the North, secures similar praise due to her devastating frost sorcery. Walden Titan of the South earns a polite nod for stubbornly refusing to be eaten. Additionally, Duran Mora, representing Central, aggressively justifies his hype by hurling electric devastation. Combining these talents, Aaron genuinely admires this uniquely overpowered generation's teamwork against a giant squid. As children violently fight for their lives, Ein aggressively sips his wine, grading them like a cruel pageant judge. However, a singular individual captures his bizarre curiosity above the rest. His gaze locks onto the anonymous pale rookie, noticing the boy's blade work eerily mimics the legendary monarch of blades. Einstein resolves to corner the kid during evening lectures, already plotting a thoroughly invasive background check. Eventually, the battered transport docks at Lumen Academy, a majestic urban stronghold carved directly into the coastal mountains. Surviving the nightmare, the ginger kid whines about guzzling his entire semester's supply of healing elixirs just to reach campus. Ein herds the traumatized survivors, cheerfully demanding a brisk jog across the overpass so his precious itinerary remains intact. Leaving the Kraken corpse behind, officials funnel the flock toward the grand foyer to officially launch their academic suffering. Marching across Lumen Academy's impossibly large practice fields, the sheer magnitude of the facility finally sinks in. Whispers circulate that orientation is canceled, violently shoving novices directly into the grueling daily grind. Authorities arrange the rookies by geographic origin, forcefully planting the highest-scoring nerds at the vanguard before the principal's monologue. Principal Alien Badian greets the fresh meat, calling them the newest badge-wearers chasing the foolish dream of heroism. Kicking off his speech, he hurls a direct threat at anyone harboring glorious savior fantasies. His primary rule remains non-negotiable. If you want to play hero, kindly prepare to die at a moment's notice. He drops a brutal reality check, asserting that cowards unable to shatter their boundaries should pack their bags immediately. Demonstrating this terrifying standard, a senior proctor casually detonates a massive wave of lethal pressure over the audience. This aggressive display firmly informs the student body that frailty will be violently expelled. A few pale-faced youths internally scream, questioning if nearly suffocating minors violates basic educational ethics. The lingering aura of that stunt completely derails the festive mood, leaving everyone shaking in their boots. Gossip suggests that as Lumen novices grow mightier, the veteran Blademaster's ancient scars ache harder, elevating his terrifying mythos. Pushing past the trauma, administrators cheerfully request the rookie valedictorian to deliver a motivational address. This cue instantly triggers panic among several elites, who suddenly realize a massive script deviation is unfolding. Utter bafflement infects the ranks since nobody actually knows the winner's identity. A highly perceptive boy sniffs out incoming drama mere seconds before the microphone crackles. A silent bystander glares forward, completely aware the vibe just turned toxic. The mystery shatters, the chosen speaker is Leo Plov. Called to the podium, even Leo blinks in surprise while hundreds of resentful eyes lock onto him. An upperclassman wearing a plastic grin questions if the terrifying proctor personally handpicked him, implying heavy political favoritism. Ignoring the hostility, Leo confidently struts toward the spotlight. Looming over the audience, he delivers a painfully polite greeting to the faculty and seniors. Rookies aggressively mutter, "Who is this nobody?" while Leo casually recites the standard academic pledges. A singular spectator intently studies Leo's posture, picking up on a remarkably nostalgic aura. Wrapping up the boring corporate jargon, he prepares to exit stage left. Suddenly, the MC ambushes him, demanding to know his grand ambitions as the top rookie. Leo instantly smells the bait, realizing they desperately want to humiliate him alongside the heavily favored runner-ups. Hovering seniors mentally write him off as a boring bookworm, anticipating a painfully generic response. Shockingly, Leo boldly invites anyone throwing a tantrum over his title to step up and physically pry it from his hands. His aggressive invitation breaks their brains, instantly transforming a boring assembly into a street fight preamble. Even the most stoic prodigies drop their jaws at his sheer audacity. The muscle-bound alpha males immediately bristle, interpreting his speech as a personal slap to the face. Leo effectively communicates that he genuinely could not care less about their hurt feelings. Eventually retreating to the Lumen living quarters, the chaotic afternoon finally expires. Administration broadcasts the next mandate. Trial courses launch in 7 days, totally ignoring everyone's chosen specialties. Within that timeframe, novices can window shop different lectures before locking in 3 permanent electives. Surviving the welcoming rituals, teenagers scatter down the corridors to unpack their miserable luggage. Leo locates his personal holding cell, labeled Room 302. A bouncy resident loudly informs Leo that they are now officially wall buddies. They mutually bid farewell, fully anticipating another painfully social encounter tomorrow. Completely isolated, Leo faceplants majestically into his mattress. While resting, his brain wanders toward his actual hidden agenda for attending this school. This classified objective practically represents the doorway to his long-term revenge fantasy. Mentally, this institution links directly to an epic fate, offering a backdoor to deeply buried secrets. Essentially, Leo is hunting down the legendary archives of his personal idol. Come morning, pupils violently assault the dining hall, attempting to establish a normal academic routine around pancakes. A hyperactive ginger kid forcefully invites himself to Leo's table, operating under the delusion they are best buddies. Too tired to argue, Leo tolerates the nuisance and aggressively tackles his hash browns. When an angry voice bellows for the rookie valedictorian, Leo absent-mindedly chews and mumbles, "Who is this clown yelling for?" The noisy intruder declares himself Duran Moira, the Central Region boss, furiously demanding if yesterday's smack talk was genuine. Leo smoothly counters that his speech is only insulting if insecure strangers voluntarily wear the shoe. Duran practically bursts a blood vessel at this blatant disrespect toward his prestigious ranking. Leo totally ignores the bully and resumes chewing, plunging Durin into agonizing embarrassment while his ginger neighbor mirrors the apathy. This absolute rejection snaps Durin's final nerve, causing violent energy to erupt from his pores. The explosive tantrum startles Leo's dining partner as the breakfast vibe instantly morphs into a war zone. Durin unleashes a shockwave, obliterating furniture and ruining perfectly good oatmeal as the violence kicks off. A heavy sword abruptly crashes into the linoleum, formally ringing the battle bell. Amidst the flying debris, someone executes a flawless tactical rescue on a sandwich, shifting the beef toward culinary preservation. The pale-haired novice dives like an action star, heroically shielding the lunch tray from collateral damage. The ginger kid just stares, completely baffled by the sheer intensity directed toward a piece of ground beef. The snowy-haired savior brandishes the surviving double cheeseburger at a golden-haired pupil, basically declaring a holy war. He sternly establishes his moral code: wasting decent carbohydrates is an unforgivable sin. The blonde teen interprets this dietary sermon as immense disrespect, opting to violently humble the weirdo. His fury multiplies tenfold, entirely unable to stomach a lower-tier student preaching from a high horse. Before laser beams can fly, a heavy palm drops onto a shoulder, completely freezing the brawl. A terrifyingly serene upperclassman materializes between the combatants, casually throttling both massive egos simultaneously. He accurately tags them as the central captain and the rookie rep, leaving the boys shell-shocked by his ninja-like arrival. Instead of issuing detention, he eerily suggests this cafeteria riot proves the academy is actively grading their survival instincts. His creepy endorsement deeply disturbs both teenagers, forcing the realization that this food fight carries severe political weight. Shifting gears, the nocturnal trial lecture convenes inside the massive coliseum. Their teacher lingers silently at the podium, exuding absolute authority over the chattering crowd. Right before roll call, a keen-eyed pupil realizes Leo is completely absent. The heavy oak swings wide just under the buzzer. The snowy-haired hero and the blonde Leo trudge inside, sporting matching expressions of absolute exhaustion from the breakfast disaster. Curious peers forcefully demand to know why Leo looks like he fought a lawnmower. A raven-haired girl instantly deduces they threw hands, leaving Leo to stew in mortified quiet. The pale boy fumbles through a painfully terrible alibi. The professor mercifully axes the cringeworthy excuses, initiating the lesson since the headcount is complete. He identifies himself as Ian Jude, the unlucky soul managing the nocturnal freshman curriculum. Despite the polite syllabus reading, the murderous glare passing between Leo and his snowy-haired rival is hilariously apparent. Ian launches into academia, outlining the trifecta of energies birthed from raw mana. He notes that between sorcery, spiritual force, and aura, the latter causes the most migraines, then quizzes the room on why. The raven-haired prodigy states aura sacrifices magical fluidity during transformation, which Ian enthusiastically validates. He expands on her answer, detailing how aura basically forces mana into a bizarre, muscle-friendly state. Playing show and tell, he visually condenses raw power over his knuckles. He pivots, questioning how a warrior practically unloads this stockpiled bodily energy. A random kid guesses you just flex really hard and hope for the best. The pale-haired teen drops the correct textbook definition: you forcefully incinerate your mana reserves. Ian grins approvingly, pushing the interrogation further. So, what is the absolute critical factor during this combustion? Leo casually chimes in, physical endurance is everything. Ian throws Leo a gold star, curiously asking if he secretly took advanced tutoring. The snowy-haired boy flatly confesses complete ignorance. Thoroughly fascinated that a total amateur nailed the core concept, Ian officially transitions the lecture into physical abuse. He warns everyone to stretch their hamstrings before his violent visual aid. The teenagers gasp dramatically as his sheer power spikes through the ceiling. Ian exhibits an aura step, breaking it down as merely shoving tons of energy into your calves. He elegantly proves the move relies heavily on pinpoint steering rather than strictly explosive force. Flashing a cocky smirk, he preaches that this energy's utility is ridiculously infinite. The clock steadily ticks while the suffering drags on. Eventually, the rookies attempt the stunt, resulting in one awkward adolescent barely hovering a few inches. Peers eagerly test their limits, wildly swinging swords or performing sloppy gymnastics to gauge their magical steroids. The raven-haired genius immediately masters the gimmick, whereas the pale youth totally ignores the tutorial because the physics seem painfully obvious. Ian spots Leo casually generating raw power in the corner, opting to secretly monitor his progress. Leo sweats intensely, desperately attempting to micromanage his output while reviewing the lecture notes. The teacher detects serious diamond-in-the-rough potential hiding within those clumsy attempts. Clapping loudly, Ian halts the fun, announcing it is time to formally punish the Breakfast Club brawlers. A couple of clueless rookies exchange utterly lost looks, heavily suspecting a major political execution is brewing. One swears the cafeteria rumors were entirely factual, while the other aggressively begs for the juicy details. Dragged before an imposing administrator, Duran and Leo awkwardly share the chopping block awaiting their sentence. The suit grills Duran regarding his explosive anger issues, though the captain hilariously claims he was perfectly calm. Chuckling at the terrible lie, the judge creatively dictates they must resolve their feud via vicious foot race. He officially announces centrals Duran Mora versus rookie rep Leo Plov, staking the coveted valedictorian title on the finish line. Crushing any future complaining, the official spices up the sprint by green-lighting total, unfiltered magic usage. This chaotic rule sharply derails Duran's confidence, heavily implying this marathon might actually involve painful strategy. A suffocating silence chokes the stadium just prior to the starting pistol. Audiences swarm the bleachers, enthusiastically launching an illegal gambling ring over this heavily publicized grudge match. Duran hogs the spotlight, given his terrifying electric mastery basically guarantees him the gold medal. Leo is painted as the quirky dark horse who accidentally stumbled into power, holding approximately zero fan support. Onlookers violently reject Leo's authority, firmly convinced the fraud barely comprehends basic spells. The referee establishes idiot-proof terms: cross the ribbon first, secure the crown, absolutely zero whining afterward. Regardless, the collective peanut gallery guarantees Leo is walking toward total public humiliation. A lone bystander pauses, nervously recalling Leo's annoying tendency to completely shatter logical predictions. Upon the signal, Duran detonates into a crackling blur, instantly dominating the asphalt. Viewed from the nosebleeds, his overwhelming lead aligns perfectly with the betting odds, whereas Leo is literally eating dust. Leo lazily boots up his energy, funneling scarlet flames toward his sneakers in a highly suspicious tactical pivot. Cynical spectators point and laugh at his pathetic acceleration, solidifying his fraud status. Exactly one isolated lunatic screams support for Leo, completely ignoring the overwhelming mockery. Duran hits top gear down his corridor, forcefully stretching his lead to embarrassing proportions. The audience drops their jaws as the lightning boy annihilates the 50% marker in mere seconds. Trailing pathetically, Leo casually analyzes his opponent's footwork rather than freaking out. While the captain blindly charges forward, Leo cooks up a massive cheat code instead of playing fair. Leo abruptly sharply veers completely off the track, breaking everyone's brains in the process. Thousands of teenagers stare blankly, wondering why the idiot is sprinting into the grandstands mid-tournament. Leo stomps hard, packing his fiery magic into an insanely dense singularity rather than slowly leaking it. Popping the cork on that pressure, he essentially transforms himself into a human mortar shell. Completely discarding track and field regulations, he propels his body through the sky directly toward the checkered flag. His launch pad literally crumbles into a crater, perfectly illustrating the ridiculous kinetic energy involved. Fueled by this absurdly weaponized jump, Leo obliterates the sound barrier in a way nobody remotely anticipated. Duran spots the incoming Scarlet missile, painfully grasping that Leo literally bypassed the concept of running. Gravity and momentum violently hurl Leo right across the victory line. Flying over the captain's head, Leo obnoxiously mocks his sluggish pace, happily announcing the massive upset. Crashing down gracefully, he easily clears the tape, validating that one ridiculous leap was entirely sufficient. Duran stubbornly jogs past the finish, utterly crushed by the sudden reality of his defeat. Leo casually glances backwards with a smug grin, deeply savoring the flavor of 1,000 shattered egos. That massive crater remains undisputed proof his triumph relied on magic, completely illegal for a first year. The silenced bleachers mentally buffer, forcefully swallowing the bitter pill that the nerd is actually terrifying. Everyone foolishly crowned during the Speed King, thoroughly convinced Leo barely grasped the fundamentals of jumping. A seasoned veteran kindly corrects the idiots. He totally used a jump, just the legendary Phoenix step variation. Unable to argue with physics, his tiny fan club screams in absolute hysteria over the gold medal. The referee observes the aftermath quietly, fully calculating the terrifying political ramifications of this stunt. The tactical contrast is glaring. The central captain leaned heavily on electrical magic to artificially boost his jogging. Conversely, the tortoise lacked marathon endurance but compensated with microscopic precision, dumping every ounce of heat into his soles. This insane micromanagement allowed a singular, logic-defying leap, utterly destroying the traditional rules of engagement. Post-match, Leo throws the loser a bone, casually admitting a longer marathon probably would have killed him. Throwing a massive temper tantrum, Duran rejects the sportsmanship and aggressively orders Leo to disappear. Observing the dramatic fallout, the judge heavily suspects they might have accidentally recruited an actual savior. A metallic-haired fanboy aggressively showers Leo with compliments, practically begging for private tutoring sessions. Adjacent to them, the ginger glares daggers at the new celebrity, whereas a brunette rolls her eyes at his painfully obvious jealousy. During dismissal, the kid desperately tries bribing the clique with free dinner just to maintain their social circle. Completely uninterested in free pizza, Leo violently declines and storms off solo. He fully ignores their yelling, vanishing down the hall while leaving his group totally bewildered. Leo casually drops that he is auditing the summoner lecture, shattering their minds since he strictly belongs to the nocturnal department. Strolling across campus, Leo privately grumbles that his mysterious prize feels incredibly defective. He mentally dissects the glitch. The fairy monarch's vow should sync with universal mechanics, perfectly tailoring the loot to the recipient's vibe. Following that math, a sword-swinging meathead like himself absolutely deserved a direct combat upgrade instead. Ultimately, he shelves the complaint, realizing the coupon remains utterly worthless until he personally visits the magical forest for redemption. Interrupting his internal monologue, a cheerful voice points out his surprising presence at the beast-taming 101 lecture. The mystery girl proudly identifies herself as Chen Xiang, Eastern valedictorian and absolute boss, warmly shaking his hand. Leo mirrors the politeness, prompting her to happily demand he drop the stiff formalities. She openly confesses believing he was purely a sword-swinging jock, never suspecting a hidden passion for monster wrangling. Leo admits a mild fascination with ghost hunting, causing her to excitedly declare they are basically study buddies now. She innocently inquires about his personal pet phantom, thoroughly assuming he arrived fully equipped. Showing off, she summons an adorable puddle ghost with aggressive pride, excitedly demanding to see his equivalent. Leo awkwardly confesses his empty roster, pushing Chen Xiang to aggressively volunteer herself as his personal spirit-taming mentor. Accepting the free tutoring, he bluntly asks for her birth certificate. She cheerfully claims 17, smugly adding that she eavesdropped on Celia and knows he is only 15. Her numeric age physically startles him, secretly deciding she looks significantly more childlike than Chelsea. Sensing his deeply judgmental silence, she visibly narrows her eyes. She instantly accuses him of mental disrespect, which Leo deflects with the absolute worst poker face imaginable. Pivoting gracefully, the Eastern Star mentions catching his ridiculous sprint against Duran, declaring herself a massive fan. Upon his modest shrug, she vividly reminisces cheering from the cheap seats. That mental replay abruptly flips her mood from bubbly to terrifyingly serious. Dropping the cute act, she formally demands a future duel to violently gauge his actual power level. Leo blindly accepts the deathmatch without a second thought. His absolute lack of fear leaves the prodigy wearing a highly sinister smirk. Shortly thereafter, the outdoor creature-taming seminar kicks off beneath the clouds. Candidates huddle on a steep grassy slope, enjoying a panoramic view of the lethal drop below. A metallic-haired fanboy and a towering snowy-haired senior loiter in the crowd, tuning their ears toward the podium. Random tourists from rival departments aggressively judge the curriculum, purely here for the entertainment value. Leo and his new Eastern friend chill in the back, silently observing the circus. Leo points out the pathetic attendance numbers, prompting her to bluntly admit that babysitting ghosts lacks mainstream appeal. Regardless, both agree that hosting a lecture on a windy cliff seems aggressively unnecessary. The universe violently answers their confusion when a massive reptilian shadow eclipses the sun. The peanut gallery collectively screams, identifying a terrifying obsidian wyvern dive-bombing their location. The beast violently crashes mere inches from a frail teen, who pathetically shrieks at the dragon to shoo. A sultry tone pierces the hysteria, happily claiming the monster merely wants to play. The mysterious lady slides off the saddle, tossing her hair and announcing herself as Yura to the traumatized freshman. Yura casually reveals she is the designated zookeeper responsible for their survival over the next 2 semesters. A ridiculously dramatic arrival instantly hypnotizes half the male population, reducing them to drooling fanboys. Even a random ghostly old man floating nearby loudly applauds her absolute gorgeousness. Leo figures that had Oino attended, the guy would have utterly flipped his lid. Yura calls the class tiny rookies, loudly checking if they actually grasp the purpose behind today's lecture. Upon hearing a satisfactory response, she declares an instant field trip to the training grounds. Massive stolen beasts trot into the yard to launch the practical exercise. Carlo, an associate professor, shows up next to a griffin, fully prepared to help run the drill. Students pair off to climb aboard the winged creatures, proving their initial summoning tutorial is basically a flight class. While everyone fumbles with the beasts, one anxious pupil begs the teacher for some basic survival tips. Treating this mild panic as outright defiance, the instructor immediately adopts a merciless attitude. Leaping onto her own mount, she cheerfully promises to abandon anyone too slow to follow. Lectures end abruptly as the griffins take to the sky. She rockets upward, challenging the breathless trainees to match her blistering speed. Down on the dirt, the stranded scholars panic as the drill starts 0 seconds late. An aide frantically herds the chaos, shouting at everyone to chase their fleeing teacher. While collecting his wits, a lad realizes his assigned feathered monster is surprisingly docile. Meanwhile, a different kid wrestles just to sit in the saddle, perfectly highlighting the group's total incompetence. A dark-haired girl politely requests steering duties from the pale-haired Leo, who happily surrenders the reins. Before long, the whole squad soars above the ocean in a true aerial trial. Ascending into the clouds, the bumpy journey finally smooths out. A flock of majestic beasts trails the instructor in a neat V-shape, ferrying their riders over the waves. Thrilled by this unexpectedly early riding perk, one giddy girl begs for an extended airborne joyride. Leo stays vigilant, keenly aware that even tame predators are hazardous for clumsy amateurs. Pondering why their ride is acting like a sleepy puppy, he maintains a firm grip on its feathers. Right then, the teacher secretly triggers a hidden mechanism, springing an ambush exam on the clueless kids. A shadowy wyvern bursts into the airspace above them, shattering the peaceful cruise. Detecting the lethal predator, the winged mounts immediately freak out. All discipline evaporates, leaving the trainees to grasp that their mentor intentionally threw them to the wolves. The harsh truth dawns: those beasts only behaved because they feared the teacher, not their riders. She icily informs her shrieking pupils that true Lumen Academy material can steer a frantic mount, even with a dragon breathing down their necks. One creature screams and thrashes around, perfectly demonstrating how fast a scenic flight turns lethal. Amid the terror, Leo yanks the dark-haired girl closer, whispering that wrestling an arrogant beast only guarantees a mid-air eviction. Rather than brawling with his mount, he shifts gears, claiming dominance via gentle, purposeful touches. Projecting absolute cool, he advises her to just roll with it before making his move. Leo steers the flailing beast into a smooth plunge, riding its momentum instead of fighting the drop. This slick recovery levels them out beautifully, forcing even the strict teacher to admire his flair. Intrigued, she demands the kid's name from her aide, discovering he is a fresh night department hopeful. Peeking at his paperwork reveals 0 aristocratic ties and absolutely no prior pet griffins. Consequently, generational wealth cannot explain this flying stunt. It boils down to pure, raw talent. She silently realizes their school just stumbled upon a massive, unpolished gem. Operations shift to a localized island, the official playground for aspiring contractors. Deep within those woods, Leo wanders off alone, leaving the raven-haired girl hunting nearby. He acts like a seasoned detective, sizing up a mysterious trail he just spotted. Snagging a piece of wild fruit, he discovers an attached plume, deducing its potential importance. She questions his discovery, though Leo playfully brushes her off, claiming he found absolutely nothing of interest. Prior to any deeper snooping, a loud whistle herds the class back to base. The faculty gleefully declares a brutal hands-on test to celebrate their opening day. Stunned murmurs ripple through the kids, who incorrectly believed this week was basically a campus tour. Defending the ambush, the teacher snarks that premium contractors need elite standards and ought to know better. She notes that this field requires way more than just tossing magic energy around. Securing a spirit bond requires heavy mystical compatibility. Plus, ordering those beasts around demands top-tier animal handling skills. Thanks to these ridiculous prerequisites, their department boasts a staggeringly high failure rate compared to the rest. Yet she promises that those who survive this gauntlet will vastly outshine their peers. She playfully dares them to prove they actually want to be legendary heroes instead of whining dropouts. That motivational guilt trip successfully snaps the crowd to attention for the imminent trial. Eliza Herring, a posh aristocrat, steps up to politely demand what torturous assessment awaits them. Gesturing broadly, the instructor smirks that their location's namesake is a massive spoiler for the objective. Faculty clarifies that contracted beasts act as weapons, meaning today's hurdle is merely subduing one alive. The guidelines are stupidly easy: walk into the woods, beat up a monster, and legally adopt it. Chaos erupts as Lumen Academy hopefuls sprint into the trees to nab their new pets. A bystander spots Leo, the first-year prodigy, strolling casually into the foliage. A silver-haired observer muses that his epic triumph over Duran earned him VIP status even here. Bystanders gaze at him, caught between awestruck fascination and severe skepticism. Plunging further into the wilderness, Leo mutters he is only giving it his best shot. The silver-haired girl scrutinizes his back, her instincts screaming that something bizarre is unfolding. She bets her lunch money that those two lads will rule the freshman hierarchy. While peers happily adopt boring woodland critters, Leo ventures onward in solitary pursuit. Spectators whisper he has wandered too deep, predicting a hilarious failure for underestimating the task. Tuning out their gossip, the boy pauses to hunt for a genuinely top-tier prize. Snagging a fallen plume, he identifies it as a glowing breadcrumb. Said feather instantly detonates into a raging inferno, boxing him inside a wall of flames. Rather than screaming, our hero calmly nods, seeing this fiery explosion as validation of his theory. He maintains utter chill, while the surrounding temperature skyrockets to furnace levels. Miles away, the scene awkwardly cuts to a tranquil lakeside picnic. Bacon and eggs sizzle cheerfully over a modest campfire. One camper loudly worries if their lone wolf buddy is surviving his solo adventure. A friend dryly points out it is literally his debut day of classes, so maybe relax. Regardless, the anxiety hanging in the air is thick enough to slice. Meanwhile, back in the woods, Leo's personal bonfire escalates way past standard monster-taming levels. He roots his feet firmly as the blistering vortex tightens. A tranquil thought overrides his panic, suggesting this ridiculous heat wave was perfectly deliberate. Our hero figures out he just stumbled upon a mythical phoenix, one of the 3 legendary entities. The fiery avatar recognizes him as Reincarnates' offspring, declaring itself the very blaze his mother used to command. Jaw dropped, Leo asks if they were acquainted, to which the fiery bird smugly confirms his stellar deduction. The creature admits a massive unpaid tab owed to Reincarnates, noting it fully anticipated her kids showing up eventually. It dramatically introduces itself as Verena, a proud member of the mythical trio. Leo offers a polite hello rather than running for his life from a talking bonfire. He drops his name and immediately interrogates the bird about this mysterious maternal debt. Verena recounts how Reincarnates once dragged the legendary contractor Ellenlunda back from the brink of death. Ellenlunda had been botching a dungeon raid, losing her entire party and almost kicking the bucket herself. Right at that dismal low point, Reincarnates swooped in for a miraculous save. Pulling off that stunt completely drained Reincarnates' personal fiery reserves. The immortal bird confesses that skipping that heroic rescue could have made Reincarnates the ultimate champion, leaving Leo to silently brood over her selflessness. He remembers his mom harboring zero regrets, which Verena agrees was totally her brand of stubborn nobility. Asking why an immortal beast is hanging around Lumen Academy earns him a deflected question right back. Leo admits he is just attending the local creature-taming lectures. That mundane reply makes the legendary spirit eye him with renewed intrigue. Chalking this bizarre reunion up to destiny, Verena cheerfully resolves to finally settle its tabs. The blazing entity announces it will wipe the slate clean by handing Leo a bespoke inheritance. It orders the boy to stick his palm out and take his prize. A small sun forms in his grip as Verena proudly introduces this ember as its literal baby. Verena insists that once Leo levels up into a real pro, he gets to officially partner with the kid. Impatient, Leo cheerfully asks to skip the waitlist and bind the contract today, ignoring the spirit's strict timeline. Horrified, Verena warns that rushing this mystical paperwork might literally roast him alive. Shrugging off the death threats, he pulls the scorching energy closer, kickstarting the binding ritual. Watching him sizzle, the parent bird panics, fearing they pass the point of no return. Yet the boy tanks the heat, causing Verena to smile at that familiar stubbornness and leave things to fate. Centering his thoughts, he gets ready to wrestle this alien energy. A floating spark appears, which he scrutinizes like an unexploded bomb. Opting out of self-preservation, he shoves his bare hand into the blaze to face it head-on. Raging heat swallows him whole, eagerly trying to turn him into ash. He swiftly deduces this stuff is pure mythical fire, so obscenely hot that merely standing nearby is pure torture. He realizes entities made of this element must endure a daily, agonizing sunburn just by being alive. This horrifying epiphany morphs into a mental picture of a monster trapped in an endless, self-inflicted barbecue. Touched by its chronic plight, our protagonist decides to share the agony and greet the newborn as an equal. Planted inside the inferno, he holds his ground, delicately shielding a radiant core against his chest. The little orb pulses back, awaking its dormant magic as if respecting his insane pain tolerance. Refusing to flinch, Leo proves his spirit is absolutely fireproof. A vibrant mythical bird takes shape, eagerly asking if they just nailed the pact. Sweating but grinning, Leo confidently declares it a massive success. The glowing creature dubs him a prodigy, blown away by his impossible survival. Hailing him as an absolute legend, it locks in the ritual by blooming the egg's final energy. The ancient entity offers a polite high five for closing their cosmic deal. Handed over to her new master, the baby legend proudly states her name is Fiora. Crimson-haired woman gently passes the creature, leaving Leo totally baffled that this terrifying myth looks exactly like an ordinary chick. The yellow fuzzball gives a cute squeak, forcing him to accept his weapon of mass destruction is currently just poultry. Meanwhile, back at the exam site, a bored proctor praises some kid's adorable new pet. Glancing at her watch, the lead teacher realizes they only have 300 seconds left. Noting a mere 4 empty seats, she begins sweating over the final missing straggler. A pupil struts in alongside a gargantuan grizzly, earning loud gasps. Following suit, a rival proudly displays a massive azure bear, basking in the faculty's applause. With the buzzer looming, a frantic girl joyfully hugs her freshly captured monster. A pale-haired teen wanders in with a dark raven, smoothly arguing that bagging this tricky ghost bird counts, even without formal paperwork. Giving him a pass on the missing contract, the teacher decides his spooky catch is totally valid. Someone else surfs in on a colossal snake, sparking massive envy from the peanut gallery. Identifying the beast as a gorgon viper, the instructor praises the kid for adopting outside his family's usual creepy-crawly lineup. Just as the clock dies, the faculty shouts that their last straggler is finally shuffling out of the woods. Every head pivots toward the trail to watch a solitary silhouette stride forward, oozing a very bizarre atmosphere. Leo emerges looking incredibly chill, casually wearing the tiny Fiora as a fluffy hat. His classmates burst into laughter, loudly joking that the genius failed so hard he brought back a chicken instead of a monster. The lead teacher turns to stone, instantly realizing that fluffy hat is definitely not a nugget. Her jaw hits the floor as she gawks at the boy, utterly dumbfounded. The horrifying truth hits her, that chirping fuzzball is an apocalyptic fire god. This world-shattering discovery swiftly shifts the scene from the dirt woods to the fancy faculty offices for an emergency debrief. Hauled into a closed-door interrogation, our boy fixes his posture and braces for the worst. The oppressive anxiety radiating from his interrogator tells him exactly how bad this looks. Plunged in dramatic twilight, the solo teacher sits behind her desk, staring absolute daggers at his face. She quietly states she requested this exclusive chat and gestures toward an uncomfortable chair. Confessing she has never laid eyes on an infant myth before, she emphasizes how obscenely rare his catch actually is. Leo defensively mutters that he had zero clue walking fire hazards lived on their campus. The instructor groans that a newbie legally adopting a legend breaks every historical record their school holds. He offers a confused shrug, desperately trying to figure out if he is getting expelled or handed a medal. She leans over the desk with terrifying gravity, convincing him an execution order is imminent. He sweats bullets under her death glare, entirely speechless. Then she abruptly explodes into wild cheering, screaming excitedly over his impossible victory. After catching her breath, she regretfully informs him that his shiny new pet must be strictly classified. If the tabloids catch wind of a freshman riding a god, campus security will basically collapse, she warns. With the trial semester wrapping up, Chloe gets a stern reminder to pick an elite path that won't embarrass her glorious future. Her family's unsaid mandate is obvious: become a legendary magic user and definitely do not slack off. That heavy career choice shadows her completely as another miserable school day dawns. Zombie walking down the corridors, she looks absolutely roasted from her academic overachieving. Her staggering exhaustion attracts some playful jabs from passers-by. Confronted about her zombie status, she confesses to pulling consecutive all-nighters with massive spell tomes. Leo strides right up to her, casually verifying her name to prove this intercept was no accident. He shoves a lost item into her hands, clearly referencing a prior collision. This sudden return triggers a flashback to a clumsy street pileup where they spilled their junk everywhere. Her sleepy brain finally connects the dots, realizing exactly who this pale stalker is. Delivering a quick thank you, he acknowledges her as the terrifyingly smart freshman valedictorian. He casually mentions they are both crash-coursing the same arcane lectures. Blaming the flexible syllabus, he reveals his newfound nerdy curiosity dragged him into her classroom. Kyle pops up to cheerfully brand Chloe as the hyper-competitive girl gunning for top grades. After hearing her proper name, everyone realizes her scary reputation preceded her. Feeling the sudden sub-zero glare, Kyle chuckles nervously that picking this row was a fatal error. Before he can backpedal away, her freezing annoyance literally drops the room temperature. A jagged frost spike shoots up next to his knee, delivering a painfully clear warning. Acting as peacekeeper, Leo smoothly shoves Kyle toward the front row to prevent any actual murders. Turning back, he cheerfully offers to be her personal study buddy since they share the same interest. Before she can reject him, a loud shout interrupts their bonding moment. Up front, a pair of classmates wave enthusiastically, proving this guy is obnoxiously popular everywhere. He stops, slightly bewildered by his own booming social network. The chatter dies out as the lecturer swaggers in, kicking off the academic suffering. A heavy, dramatic bootstep signals the arrival of absolute classroom tyranny. Finding out this intimidating dude dictates the permanent roster suddenly spikes everyone's blood pressure. The man dryly presents himself as Professor Lenore, the gatekeeper of freshman sorcery. Slamming a massive brick of paper onto the podium, Len kills any hope for an easy introductory chat. Using a slick flick of his wrist, he magically frisbees the dreaded documents to every desk. This aggressive paper blizzard leaves the rookies completely shell-shocked. The lethal quizzes slap down in front of them before anyone can grab a pencil. Peeking at the sheet, Leo realizes they just got hijacked into a brutal comprehensive midterm. Len bluntly states his policy: fail this pop quiz and you are permanently banned from his lectures. He defends his ruthlessness by claiming real mages need brutal quality control. He barks at them to surrender their finished disasters to his unfortunate aide, Anna. Scanning the gibberish, Leo sweats upon realizing this contemporary curriculum is centuries ahead of his dusty old books. Left and right, his peers are already laying their heads down in sheer defeat. Stubbornly clutching his pen, our boy desperately fills out anything he recognizes to avoid a zero. The clock aggressively ticks down, highlighting the catastrophic lack of brainpower in the room. A few snobs whisper that the exam was a total breeze, plunging Leo deeper into academic despair. Managing to crack exactly one riddle, he stares into the abyss of his own ignorance. Dropping his mostly empty sheet off, he mentally kicks himself for skipping modern history. Slinking out the door, he resolves to hit the library in brutal isolation. Watching the stragglers exit, Len silently mourns the devastating decay of magical education over the past century. Arts that used to require massive intellect are now reduced to mindless, push-button parlor tricks. To him, this lazy shortcut culture has bred a generation of absolute frauds. Deciding to show off, he gears up to melt the survivors' minds with authentic sorcery. A terrifying orb of light condenses in his palm, woven manually instead of using a cheap cheat code. This glowing grenade blooms into a sprawling, terrifying geometric masterpiece that dominates the ceiling. Jaws collectively drop as Len smirks, declaring this handmade nightmare is what real wizardry looks like. The cranky genius admits his sole mission is breeding magical researchers, not human tape recorders. He laughs that his evil quiz was purely built to weed out the mindless parrots. Flipping through the disastrous pile, he sighs that practically everyone bombed the trap question, though he prayed for a singular prodigy. A pale-haired kid cringes, betting that Nightmare Finale was exactly the one he dodged. Noticing Leo's vacant desk, a buddy assumes the poor guy abandoned ship, lamenting their lost study sessions. Just as the teacher winds up his speech, an aide practically crashes through the door, waving papers wildly. She screams that some freak actually cracked problem number 50, almost giving the professor a heart attack. Len stares blankly, his brain short-circuiting over the death trap riddle being defeated. Whispers explode into a roar as the peanut gallery falsely assumes someone just aced the entire test. A blonde colleague eagerly demands the name of this flawless genius, but Len loudly pops that balloon. Correcting the hype, he yells that the kid bombed everything except the impossible finale, upgrading the situation from rare to psychotic. This bizarre twist instantly silences the cheering, plunging the faculty into massive confusion. Checking the handwriting against the registry points straight at their missing knight, Leo Plov. They call his name to step up, forcing the class to awkwardly admit the guy already bolted. Peers testify he dropped his pencil and fled the room the second time was up. Staring violently at the sheet, the teacher confirms the miraculous solution is scrawled right at the bottom. Meanwhile, a runaway casually loiters with a female friend, who ruthlessly roasts him for answering exactly one prompt. She cackles at the absolute comedy of registering for a scary lecture, just a hand in a blank sheet. Leo defensively retorts that his brain is wired for swinging swords and running laps, not translating modern equations. Out of thin air, a panting Len materializes like a rabid bloodhound tracking Leo down. Grabbing the boy, he frantically demands if those early problems were simply too insulting to bother answering. Waving his hands wildly, Leo swears it is a huge mix-up and confesses he thought he got a straight 0. He earnestly explains that everything except the final puzzle looked like absolute alien gibberish. Spilling the beans, he admits his entire curriculum consisted of moldy antique scrolls, leaving him clueless about modern shortcuts. Connecting the insane dots, Len seizes the boy by the collar and aggressively drags him away, convinced he just found the Holy Grail. Leo barely has time to blink before being kidnapped by the unhinged academic. Practically frothing with joy, the teacher barks at his new prisoner to start marching at once. He yanks the baffled kid down the hall, leaving his female buddy staring into space. Her brain slowly identifies the kidnapper as Lumen Academy's resident lunatic theory professor. A breathless assistant jogs up, asking if any crazy old men blew through recently. Informed of the daylight abduction, the staffer groans in total defeat. Swearing colorfully about her boss's complete lack of sanity, she sprints after the getaway pair. Elsewhere, the madman summons a glowing chalkboard to invent a nightmare pop quiz on the fly. He ruthlessly covers it in horrific runes and complex math that would make a graduate student cry. Pointing a dramatic finger, he dares his hostage to crack the entire board. His logic dictates that surviving the midterm's finale implies the kid secretly built his own private spell framework. Desperate to prove his wild hypothesis, he screeches for a live demonstration. Blinking innocently, Leo mentions he just mentally finished the whole set while Len was drawing. The professor nearly faints, grasping that this human calculator just outsmarted him without a pencil. Shrugging, the boy modestly admits his messy internal logic skipped all the traditional academic steps. To the fanatic, this bizarre revelation is the historical breakthrough he has prayed for his entire life. Further down the shiny corridors, a completely innocent faculty member takes a quiet stroll. Professor Albi minds his own business right until a screaming tornado approaches. The crazy theory teacher practically sprints at him like a guided missile. Cackling like a supervillain, Lenore closes the gap with terrifying speed. The poor target barely has time to flinch at this incoming weirdness. The tackle sends Albi flying, while his attacker immediately screams a joyful thank you from on top of him. Albi, dusting himself off furiously, snarls that this physical assault crosses a massive professional line. Ignoring the threats, Len shrieks that Leo Plov, the freshman Albi pushed for class rep, is a terrifying sorcery prodigy. The bruised instructor gapes, heavily protesting that his star pupil swings steel, not staves. The unhinged mage roars that letting such a gigantic brain rot in the physical education wing is an absolute crime. Anna kicks the door down just as the argument turns into a literal tug-of-war using poor Leo's arms. Winning the wrestling match, the magic department hauls the boy off, screaming that the meathead knights do not deserve him. Dangling sideways, our hero happily waves at the stressed assistant, acting like this violent custody battle was his plan all along. She pastes on a customer service smile to end the chaos, secretly plotting to deal with her lunatic boss someday. Sometime later, Leo spots a stranger strutting down the walkway and pauses to investigate. This flashy blonde dude rocks tinted shades, oozing absolute smugness as he casually tosses a greeting. Squinting hard, Leo mentally readies himself for an impending headache. This quick prejudice proves dead on, confirming his suspicion that the magic wing remains exclusively populated by arrogant freaks. 7 days vanish, finally dragging the chaotic trial syllabus to a close. Taking advantage of the break, the weary freshman isolates himself on the roof for a mandatory nap and some quiet thinking. Flipping through a trashy history book, he skims a conspiracy theory claiming Kyle, the hero of the beginning, was basically a con artist. Staring down at the manicured lawns, Leo chuckles at how hilarious that historical slander actually sounds. Down below, frantic boots stampeding through the halls ruin his quiet time. The headmaster casually sips his tea as a very angry mob bangs on his polished door. A screaming faculty member kicks the door wide open, demanding an immediate defense for an unbelievable decision. The crime in question: our hero's application greedily requested placements in swordplay, wand-waving, and monster taming all at once. A violent screaming match erupts over who gets custody of the prodigy, while the sheer absurdity of taking a triple major melts everyone's brains. Surprisingly, the boss refuses to shred the form, happily noting this greedy stunt strongly mimics an ancient fairy tale. The bickering teachers blink in stunned silence, completely missing his historical reference. Chuckling, he name-drops the fifth great champion, the granddaddy of all adventurers. He specifies Kyle, the mythical overachiever who famously monopolized every single class in existence. That heavy comparison drops like an anvil, shifting their panic toward the monstrous potential of their current problem child. Cross campus, Chelsea and a female pal painfully drag their sweating bodies around the dirt track. Sprawled on the grass, Carr loudly questions why any sane human would ruin a perfectly good Saturday with cardio. The pale boy mentions she begged him for a workout regime. When pressed about the endless jogging, he hints at a secret priority. He notes that frontline wizards need one massive trait far more than fancy staves. Gasping like a dying fish, Chelsea wheezes out the golden word: stamina. Her panting friend agrees that lung capacity keeps a combat caster alive, hence the brutal marathon instead of target practice. Having survived the lapse, the runners flop into the shade like corpses, gratefully accepting water from their merciless coach. The silver-haired friend cheers that she loves a sweaty hangout, immediately begging to join his personal torture club. Groaning from the grass, Chelsea shoots her an absolute death glare, explicitly vetoing the tag-along. When her coach promises to start pushing her for real, she shrieks that they are already suffering together. Watching this loud domestic dispute, Carr squints and playfully asks if they are secretly a grumpy dating couple. Gagging dramatically, she kills the rumor instantly by declaring Leo her blood cousin. The audience gasps, forcing her to vaguely mutter that their family tree is an absolute tangled mess. Drama averted, the taskmaster loudly orders everyone back to the track, earning a miserable but compliant groan from Chelsea. Sensing imminent exercise, Carr loudly declares he has vital business touring the local Lemuria city downtown instead. She shrieks for her coach to stick around, but he mercilessly hauls her toward the starting block, deaf to her whining. Witnessing this pathetic circus, a nearby Kyle sighs heavily, crying that he is cursed to only attract absolute clowns. Finally, roster day dawns, locking the kids back inside to discover their permanent schedules. Our hero strolls into classroom 1 to 5, his newly mandated prison block. Carr flags him down from a desk, grinning like a fool at their matched schedules. The guy smugly claims he totally bet money they would be shoved into the exact same room. Glancing over, Leo spots Chelsea literally melted into her chair, entirely destroyed by his weekend marathon. When Carr demands who broke her, Leo shrugs off his brutal cardio routine, while she mentally promises to never do it again. This particular homeroom instantly radiates severe misery, rather than any elite academic prestige. A pair of nasty seniors lean on the doorway, taking bets on the freshman dropout rate with sickly sweet, mocking condolences. Refusing to retreat, Leo interrupts to point out that they are the actual pathetic ones. This unexpected boldness leaves the upperclassmen spinning around in pure shock, instantly flipping the room's dynamic. A remarkably unkempt teacher bullies the room into agreeing with his cynical worldview before kicking off the lecture. One terrified pupil instantly squeaks out a reply, perfectly highlighting the sheer terror suffocating the freshman. Presenting himself with exaggerated, sarcastic courtesy, he hints that his messy look and notorious fame are entirely intentional. He cheerfully reminds everyone that they sit in Class 5, the official dumping ground for the academy's worst recruits. He frankly admits that his awful reputation has definitely preceded him. Pointing out his nickname as the Wailing Wall, a brave kid questions if he came here just to torture underachievers. Somebody else weakly quips that perhaps he actually intends to boost their dreadful scores. The peers immediately crush that optimism, stressing that any Lumen Academy scholar must survive actual combat, not written tests. They clarify that this institution prioritizes bloody survival over cozy coddling. Nodding along, the teacher explains Class 5 is merely a trash bin for rejects to either miraculously improve or get expelled. He proudly announces that this depressing truth is the exact reason he volunteered to manage them. He cheerfully adds that the Wailing Wall moniker directly stems from how much he makes kids like them cry. Scanning the frightened crowd, a single white-haired teenager snags his interest. He silently wagers that this specific kid might actually make it out alive. Ditching the long speeches, he commands the entire room to suit up and hit the dirt outside. Everyone shuffles outdoors, officially kicking off their miserable martial arts education. The group nervously huddles on the dirt, bracing for whatever torturous exercise awaits them. Showcasing his absolute laziness, the instructor plops down under a shady umbrella rather than actively participating. He kicks back like a tourist on vacation while his pupils bake in the sun. Yelling from his cozy seat, he declares today's goal is beating out the terrible habits they dragged from home. He throws out a heavy philosophical curveball. When death is this cheap, who can they genuinely protect? Nella Carvin, a dedicated medic, brightly suggests saving her teammates, which he instantly trashes as a shallow answer. He ruthlessly points out that bandages only work after someone bleeds, demanding to know if she can stop the blade first. A different girl happily raises her hand, radiating desperate eagerness to impress him. He points to Ileana, challenging the supposed spellsword to conjure a simple flame. Smugly, Ileana obliges, casually popping out a respectable orb of heat. Taking a lazy sip of his beverage, the man calls her magic incredibly boring. Utterly offended, Ileana dumps massive energy into her spell, bragging that she holds way more firepower than this. The flame expands into a giant, flashy bonfire designed entirely to intimidate him with raw volume. He deadpans that upsizing a spell does not make it useful, completely ruining her dramatic stunt. To rub it in, he flicks a minuscule emerald sprite straight at her massive inferno. The little creature looks absolutely pathetic and hilariously puny next to her raging magic. Yet it zooms toward Ileana, gracefully weaving past everything before she even blinks. The sprite hovers right in her face, playfully highlighting her complete lack of combat awareness. Ileana suddenly discovers that huge explosions are utterly worthless against a target she cannot catch. She aggressively blasts thin air, missing the little ghost entirely. The teacher smugly concludes the lecture. Hurling endless attacks is pointless if her aim is absolute garbage. The horrified audience realizes brute force means nothing without proper technique. He cruelly dials up the misery, forcing them to chase his tricky familiar until they collapse from exhaustion. Our pale-haired protagonist admits the guy's nasty attitude is somewhat fair, considering every insult hit the bullseye. Deciding to be the guinea pig, he steps up to see if his own skills can handle the pressure. The lazy teacher happily obliges, identifying him outright as Leo Plov. Stepping into the fray, Leo silently compares his current strength to his personal idol. While his peers run around flailing at ghosts like headless chickens, Leo calmly maneuvers through the pandemonium. A furious crimson aura explodes from his body, literally tearing up the lawn as his momentum skyrockets. This ruby shockwave signals a massive breakthrough, broadcasting loudly that Leo is not playing the same game as these amateurs. Walking out of the magical dust, he radiates the intimidating atmosphere of a generational prodigy. Everyone else simply gapes like stranded fish, painfully aware they could never run that fast. Speeding up, Leo basically becomes a human comet zipping across the grass. Channeling maximum output, he bulldozes forward, absolutely determined to snatch that elusive fairy. Abruptly, a pint-sized emerald-haired girl rockets into the sky through a flash, with the pale-haired teen flying right on her heels. Watching her float off, he blindly snatches at the air, desperate to grab her ankles before she vanishes. He belatedly notices she is actually executing a tactical retreat, and his shock totally ruins his jump. Refusing to panic, he smoothly recovers his balance and analyzes her tricky movement. Molding his scarlet energy into a sharp weapon, he sets up a ruthless counterstrike. The petite fairy nosedives right under his aggressive swing, dodging entirely by being incredibly tiny and fast. Her wild acrobatics completely crash a separate brawl on the ground, scaring the living daylights out of those duelists. One of the brawlers gets violently shoved backward just from the sheer surprise of their sudden entrance. Unexpectedly, a blonde guy ends up clutching the squirming little girl, who furiously screams at him to let go. Close by, someone casually fixes their wardrobe, making it pretty clear this squabble is finished and the plot is moving on. Shifting perspectives, the notoriously arrogant Professor Sejun of Class 1 loudly brags that the worst freshman should probably study his genius. Slouched nearby is Harriet Edmund, the designated babysitter for Class 5, who snarkily threatens to steal Sejun's shiny job. Funnily enough, this scruffy mess of a man actually dominated his own graduation rankings, proving his laziness hides absurd talent. Predictably, Sejun looks ready to pop a blood vessel over his rival's obnoxious lounging. The kids collectively gasp, grasping that these two bickering old men are essentially the walking gods of Lumen Academy. One girl with bubblegum hair gleefully dumps this lore on her classmates, blowing their minds. Her obnoxious, know-it-all attitude instantly gets on a peer's nerves, injecting a quick dose of comedy. Sejun openly insults Harriet Edmund, questioning why such an unreliable slacker was handed control of Class 5. Skipping any polite requests, Sejun magically pops out a sapphire sphere, grinning like a villain with a scheme. He officially demands a brutal showdown between the elite squad and the bottom tier. Hearing the word Batora actually makes Harriet Edmund sit up, entirely shattering his relaxed mood. The scruffy teacher sarcastically claps for Sejun's scheming, knowing this is not just a friendly game of dodgeball. The snob disguises his trap as a brilliant teaching moment, claiming getting pulverized builds excellent character. Leaning back again, Harriet Edmund carelessly greenlights the bloodbath, inviting his rival to do his worst. Despite getting his way, Sejun internally seethes that this unwashed slacker still manages to be the favorite teacher. Snapping his fingers at Class 5, the arrogant man summons the poor victims to the slaughterhouse. Harriet Edmund lazily informs his terrified flock that they get the unique honor of fighting the elites in a Batara tournament. Right when the rules sound manageable, the scruffy professor drops a massive, horrifying catch. He cheerfully notes that a single loss means he will permanently kick every single one of them out of school. Predictably, the entire group completely loses their minds in sheer terror. Screaming about fairness, they whine that it is literally day one, and the enemy team has 3 overpowered bosses. Their homeroom teacher ignores their tears, philosophically arguing that intense trauma breeds excellent mages. A few kids just shut down, wondering if their instructor is a secret genius or just a raging lunatic. Grinning through his beard, he promises them there is absolutely nothing to stress over. He reminds the cowards that they literally have Leo, the strongest rookie, sitting right there to carry them. Treating his star pupil like a human barricade, the teacher commands Leo to draft 6 unlucky sacrifices for the Batara pitch. Our hero instantly realizes this draft is a psychological trick, not just a sports roster. He figures out their sneaky mentor wants the losers to finally grow a spine and bond together. Moreover, he sees this as a brutal wake-up call to shed their loser mentality before they get officially booted. Locking in the nightmare, Sejun dramatically hoists a shiny wand to boot up the arena. The massive magical stadium powers up, seemingly offering the underdogs a cinematic shot at redemption. Class 1 struts in, radiating obnoxious arrogance and perfect posture. Meanwhile, Class 5 shuffles in looking like they are heading to the gallows, with Leo anchoring their panic. Utterly confused by the trembling, Leo genuinely asks why they all look like they swallowed lemons. A pale buddy frantically explains that at Lumen, Batara is basically legalized warfare, not a cute game of catch. The rest chime in to clarify the sport is notoriously lethal, making a fight against the elites pure suicide. Spotting Chelsea looking exceptionally nauseous, Leo questions why she is shaking out of her boots. Before she can squeak, a snotty elite girl jeers at them, totally certain the underdogs have already surrendered in their hearts. Chelsea immediately growls back, aggressively lying about her terror and swearing she would never lose to a snob. Breaking up the shouting match, Leo herds his teammates into a huddle and swears they are going to crush this. A raven-haired competitor glares at him, openly threatening to smash his confidence using her secret workout gains. Someone else quietly clenches her fists, mentally swearing she refuses to be his stepping stone twice. The referee loudly whistles the fresh meat onto the dirt, officially starting the bloodbath. Acting like the boss, Leo turns around and demands volunteers to step onto the battlefield alongside him. A couple of brave souls actually step up to the plate. A fiery redhead marches out, totally willing to get expelled if it means punching elites and making Professor Harriet Edmonds smile. A duo of terrified but willing kids tag along, proving the ragtag squad is coming together. Some poor student gets yanked by his collar to fill the last slot, rounding out the sacrificial roster. Leo gives the thumbs up, and the professor raises his arm to unleash chaos. Popping the glowing sphere into existence, the teacher violently hurls it onto the pitch. The launch is so terrifyingly fast that everyone scrambles simultaneously just to survive. Watching the glowing projectile, all players enter extreme focus mode, fully aware this first grab dictates the slaughter. A blonde elite squints his eyes, diving into the madness. All over the grass, rivals fiercely calculate their odds of surviving the incoming stampede. The silver-haired Ice Queen stands perfectly still, waiting for someone to make a foolish move. When the whistle blows, half the stadium sprints at the glowing orb like a pack of starving wolves. A bunch of sweaty palms almost smash into it simultaneously, turning the center field into a messy dogpile. An electric maniac completely bypasses the foot race, rocketing past the crowd using literal thunderbolts. As the elites steal the opening play, Leo casually asks Walden Titan how to actually play this sport so they do not instantly die. Walden Titan hurriedly gives the simplest guide to Batara: just slam the magically glowing sphere into the net. He frantically yells that you punch or kick the loaded orb into the goal, and whoever hits 10 points first gets to live. Before he can finish the tutorial, a lethal shot comes hurtling down, forcing the underdogs to learn by dodging. An orange-haired kid looks up like a stunned deer, realizing a magical meteor is about to cave his face in. The electric attacker spikes the orb with absurd malice, turning a friendly pass into an attempted strike. Leo plants his feet as the glowing cannonball screeches toward his skull. He casually sidesteps at the final millisecond, letting the deadly attack blast a crater into the dirt where he just stood. The smug lightning user drops his jaw, absolutely flabbergasted that his guaranteed knockout missed. Brushing off his shoulder, Leo stands tall, making the terrifying ambush look like a mild breeze. The losers cheer wildly, stoked that their hero utterly rejected Duran Mora's cheap shot. The audience starts sweating, quickly realizing someone might actually leave this arena on a stretcher. Gulping hard, Walden Titan figures Professor Harriet Edmond built this exact scenario just to legally eliminate half the roster. Leo politely inquires how they can swipe the glowing ball without getting disqualified. Walden Titan lists the methods: grab a loose fumble, intercept it directly, or wait for the bad guys to throw it out of bounds. Midway through the rules, someone shrieks upon realizing the elites found a horrific, totally legal loophole. Snapping their heads toward the screaming, Leo and Walden Titan spot the incoming disaster. Liana spikes the sphere like a flaming missile, exploiting the rule that using the ball to assault people is totally fine. The raven-haired elite laughs from afar, acting like blowing up freshmen is just good sportsmanship. Rushing over, Leo finds his fiery redhead teammate knocked out cold, with Walden Titan barely holding her up. Walden Titan curses the rigged playbook. Punching faces is illegal, but using the magic orb to snap bones is perfectly fine. Staring at the smoking ball next to the unconscious girl, the grim reality sets in. The actual sport is just a weaponized dodgeball game. Coolly nodding, Leo scoops up the projectile, fully prepared to weaponize the exact same loophole against them. Gripping the smoking sphere, he cheerfully announces that the underdogs are going on the offensive. The magic scoreboard updates the casualty list. Ileana Layden is out cold and officially removed from the match. Up in the bleachers, two professors watch the carnage, one sweating bullets while the other looks completely bored. The anxious one murmurs that bringing arsonists to a Batara game essentially guarantees an automatic slaughter. He specifically points out the Zerdinger family's fire is notoriously apocalyptic, making their kid a walking catastrophe. The silver-haired teacher points out that agreeing to fight Celia Zerdinger basically guaranteed Leo's funeral. His buddy instantly derails the dramatic moment with a snarky insult, showing they bicker like an old married couple. Then he drops a loaded question about the professor's very first Zerdinger student, heavily implying some ancient drama. This nostalgic trip references a terrifying mythic player terrifyingly dubbed the Empress of Batara. Casually, the slacker mentions her actual child is currently sweating in Class 5, sending the game's importance through the roof. Adjusting his glasses, the pale spectator stares at the dirt with newfound horror, grasping that these bottom-tier kids are massively important. The quiet tension shatters as that heavy secret suddenly makes the air feel dangerously thick. A couple of Lumen students start crying about their terrible luck, totally convinced they are entirely outmatched. Completely rejecting their pity party, a rival player angrily flexes his muscles, demanding a real fight. The raven-haired elite grins at his stubbornness, cracking her knuckles for a brutal, genuine brawl. Stepping onto the firing line, Leo Plov ignites his aura, looking like a human supernova ready to launch. He hurls the glowing meteor so ridiculously hard that the front line immediately ducks for cover. The pure kinetic shockwave flings a defending girl halfway across the lawn before she can even brace herself. His terrifying throw craters straight into an ice wall, cracking the dirt and leaving the elites trembling. Miraculously, Celia's glacial shield barely survives the impact, stubbornly denying the point and keeping Class 1 in the game. Squinting through the frost, our hero deduces that Celia is entirely responsible for these obnoxious saves. Ditching long-range tactics, he practically teleports to the icy wall, choosing extreme close-quarters action over retreating. Dropping like an anvil, he stomps straight through her frozen bunker, violently dismantling their only safety net. Celia glances up, horrified to find a glowing pair of shoes plummeting directly toward her forehead. Viewing the brutality, the silver-haired man nearly chokes, completely blown away by Leo's terrifying battle instincts. The eye-patch instructor simply yawns, acting like this ridiculous display was entirely expected. The underdog bench screams in pure joy, realizing their white-haired messiah is hard-carrying this entire tournament. Gripping the railing, the shocked spectator realizes this ridiculous game is just shifting into the main event. A crimson-eyed elite snarls and hurls a blazing retaliation, passed directly into the messy scramble. Her explosive throw practically caves Carr's chest in, knocking him into the dirt and proving the top students can throw fatal pitches too. A second Class 1 player swoops in with a nasty hook shot, refusing to let the bottom feeders breathe. Acting as a human shield, Carr aggressively body blocks the lethal follow-up, keeping their dreams alive. Smashing into Carr actually trips up the attacker, handing Class 5 a glorious fleeting window to strike. Frantically swirling frost, Celia desperately tries to reconstruct her broken fortress before Leo can finish them off. Sparking with dangerously low mana, Carr violently pushes through his exhaustion to set up one final assist. He heaves the orb straight up into the clouds, aiming perfectly for Leo to turn this chaos into a lethal strike. The terrifying assist rips through the wind, completely smothered in chaotic, crackling electricity. A brave fool tries to catch it, but the static shock nearly cooks their hands, forcing a wild fumble. Eating the painful magical recoil, Carr utterly destroys his own muscles just to ensure the lob stays perfect. His knees violently buckle, broadcasting loudly that he is mere seconds away from collapsing entirely. Coughing up dirt, Carr weakly declares he is entirely out of gas and dumps the entire match onto Leo's shoulders. The glowing sphere hangs beautifully in the sky, practically begging Leo to claim the final attack. While the medics drag Carr off the lawn, Leo silently promises to make his teammates' massive sacrifice count. The scoreboard hits 10-all, but since Class 1 still has 3 healthy elites left, Class 5 remains heavily doomed. Snagging the weapon once more, Leo takes a deep breath, totally ready to handle the endgame alone. He painfully acknowledges that without Carr, the entire class's survival rests squarely on his solo performance. Glaring from the opposite line, Celia completely forgets about her exams and internally screams that she refuses to be embarrassed today. The elites hustle around their Ice Queen, building an obnoxious, perfectly synchronized defensive blockade. Dipping low, the white-haired hero scans the icy bunker, desperately hunting for a single structural flaw. The fiery girl and the blonde boy boldly step up to the front, actively daring him to try a frontal assault. Some emerald mage hits the speed-enhancing spell, massively boosting their footwork and locking Leo into a lethal cage. The whistle shrieks, the orb hits the dirt, and the ultimate sudden death rally kicks off. Class 1 collectively blinks in horror as Leo immediately shatters all speed expectations off the starting line. He literally duplicates his afterimages everywhere, turning the grass into a chaotic funhouse mirror of fake runners. While the opponents brace for punches, Chloe horrifyingly discovers he just wants to hit the goal, completely ignoring their brawl. The Ice Queen initially snorts at the cheap clones, until she panics because none of them look fake. Squinting aggressively, she suddenly feels a terrifyingly familiar arcane signature radiating off the phantoms. The entire arena turns into a ridiculous maze of crisscrossing jump shots, completely breaking Class 1's defensive focus. Celia freezes as a massive epiphany about his power hits her exactly 1 second too late to stop him. With the buzzer ringing under the clouds, Chloe simply gapes at Leo like he just performed a literal miracle. Completely dumbfounded, she figures out he actually wielded the mythical magic of the stars. Even more unsettling is the glaring reality that a basic human kid just flawlessly executed legendary elven sorcery. The loudspeaker blares the impossible. The lowest-ranked freshman snuck past Class 1 by exactly 1 point, courtesy of a deciding score by Leo Plov. The bleachers practically explode as the hero's name echoes everywhere, officially cementing the epic upset. A pair of Class 5 underdogs hug each other while weeping uncontrollably, praising the heavens they are not getting expelled today. Witnessing the tearful relief, Professor Sejun looks utterly confused by the expulsion rumors, slowly realizing his rival used fear as motivation. From his angle, the victorious misfits are all having very bizarre, emotionally awkward reactions to surviving. Rubbing his temples, Sejun dramatically groans over the absolute mess his pristine elite squad has become. Acting like the responsible adult, he marches onto the trampled grass to restore basic order. Walking up to Chloe, who is still glued to the dirt, he awkwardly asks if she is sulking about the loss. Ignoring the scoreboard entirely, he starts a loud lecture about sportsmanship and moving on. Hoisting Chloe to her feet, he gently scolds her, demanding she go formally salute her enemies. He begrudgingly admits that Class 5 actually earned its victory through sheer teamwork. Throwing a compliment to the losers, he heavily praises his own students for supporting each other and trying their best. Sejun loudly declares that everyone was incredibly impressive out there, so nobody should be hiding their faces in shame. His surprisingly decent pep talk works miracles, coaxing the grumpy teenagers into standing up with renewed respect. Internally, however, Sejun is still plotting to strangle his scruffy coworker and actively suppressing his raging temper. Swallowing his pride, he publicly shouts that both teams performed spectacularly. Class 1 receives a polite nod for showcasing their brilliant talent and expensive abilities. Class 5 gets a verbal standing ovation for enduring absolute misery and fighting until the bitter end. The strict professor aggressively suggests they all play nice, work together, and compete honorably from this day forward. Under his intense gaze, the battered rivals awkwardly form a line to exchange handshakes. Shaking his hand, Chloe immediately tries to salvage her dignity by claiming she thought Leo would collapse much sooner. Leo happily fires back, cheerfully noting he actually thought she would pose a much more serious threat. Beside them, a different duo violently shakes hands, practically vibrating with obnoxious winner's glee. The wholesome atmosphere instantly crashes when the elite kid just stares back like a confused pigeon. Still panting and red-faced from the sprint, Chloe frantically fixes her posture when Leo turns directly toward her. Surprisingly, he sticks his palm out looking completely serious, dropping any hint of mockery. Looking her straight in the eye, Leo genuinely predicts she is going to become someone remarkably terrifying one day. Chloe's brain instantly short-circuits, completely convinced he is secretly making fun of her. However, his gentle, calm expression proves he means the high praise sincerely. Taking a deep breath, Chloe accepts his respect and openly swears she will absolutely defeat him next time. That firm grip officially upgrades their relationship from toxic hostility to a mutually acknowledged rivalry. 4 weeks later, over lunch, the gang starts gossiping about which extracurricular clubs they want to sign up for. Munching his food, Leo casually drops the bomb that he is simply going to invent his own group, completely startling his buddies. A loyal friend instantly volunteers as tribute, begging to know what exactly they will be doing in this mysterious society. Proudly puffing his chest, Leo announces the grand title, the Hero Research Society. He pitches his wild theory, obsessively investigating the mythical pioneer Kyle, regardless of whether others dismiss him as a fairy tale. The pitch sounds so incredibly obscure that his pal snorts, loudly predicting absolutely 0 people will ever join. Terrified of his buddy becoming a lonely outcast, the blue-haired boy nervously volunteers just to keep the club alive. Interrupting the bonding, a massive commotion outside signals some absolute legends have just arrived back on campus. Slapping his forehead, one guy realizes the date and violently sprints toward the nearest window. The trio frantically abandons their lunch to join the stampede of students rushing the courtyard. Rumors ripple through the mob that the missing seniors just returned from clearing the hellish expedition known as the Hero Rune. Supposedly, ancient magical diaries are shattered all over the globe, spontaneously generating extremely lethal dungeon trials. The poor seniors get drafted to raid these deadly basements to fetch historical fragments, basically disappearing into the wild for weeks. Staring at the bruised veterans, Leo quietly realizes his mysterious mother probably survived these exact same nightmare quests. His friends practically drool, starstruck by the absolute strongest demigods walking the Lumen campus. Someone points out the literal tank marching at the front, identifying the hulking Easterner as Senior Jamua. Squinting, Leo correctly picks out the fierce, dark-skinned woman right next to the leader as Senior Toro Yen, quietly memorizing the threat list. He expertly deduces the creepy hooded figure is Senior Alta, mentally cataloging every heavy hitter in the upper class. However, his radar completely breaks when he spots a totally unfamiliar face, forcing him to admit he missed a chapter in the yearbook. A horrified peer whispers that the mystery guy is literally Racina's, the terrifying student council president, making Leo sweat over his ignorance. Right as Leo tries to get a closer look, the intimidating boss simply vanishes, leaving the freshman totally bewildered. Suddenly, Celia yanks Leo by his collar, violently interrupting his thoughts and broadcasting an extreme emergency. She aggressively drags him away, keeping her mouth totally shut until they are safely sprinting down the hall. Panting in an empty corridor, Celia drops the terrifying news that the Supreme Campus President personally requested an audience downtown. Leo utterly fails to understand why the school's literal king wants to see a lowly freshman, but Celia just waves him off with a cryptic grin. Pulling up to a completely basic diner, Leo seriously doubts the dramatic build-up, while Celia immediately starts drooling over the menu. The instant the Ice Queen smells the greasy specials, all her aristocratic dignity evaporates into pure, feral excitement. She literally tackles the terrifying president with a massive hug, accidentally exposing a deeply wholesome, bizarre family dynamic. Laughing softly, Racines shakes the freshman's hand, cheerfully admitting he has already thoroughly stalked Leo's perfect academic record. The heavy politics get shoved aside for snacks, proving that fried food is the best diplomatic tool in existence. The gracious host politely asks if the meal is acceptable, and Leo happily confirms it is delicious. Sensing Celia cautiously poking her plate, Racines arches an eyebrow, forcing her to confess she has never eaten normal food before. Bravely closing her eyes, the wealthy girl nibbles the unfamiliar dish despite her uncertainty. The glorious flavor practically sends her to heaven, totally shattering the serious atmosphere and turning the terrifying summit into a relaxed gathering. Chuckling at her joy, Racines leans in to mention Leo strongly resembles his aunt, casually asking if the kid ever bumped into his mom. He effortlessly drops that he used to know Leo's mother back in the day, noting she was practically a walking legend on campus. Leo completely short-circuits, trying to imagine the woman who raised him acting like an absolute powerhouse. Serving up some excellent gossip, Racines fondly recalls the time Leo's mom aggressively protested the cafeteria's awful desserts. He hysterically details how she formed an angry mob and quite literally sieged the headmaster's office over bad snacks, proving her fame came from sheer disruption. Wiping their empty plates, the trio bonds deeply over the ridiculous historical lore, fully at ease. Celia practically leans over the table in suspense, entirely obsessed with the fact that her rival's mother was a massive troublemaker. Sipping his drink, Leo secretly analyzes the charming guy across the booth, realizing the terrifying president absolutely earns his title as Lumen's apex predator. The white-haired kid gets major chills, totally certain this friendly senior is destined to end up in the hero history books very soon. Smoothly shifting gears, the president offers to buy dessert next, and Celia practically vibrates with joy, showing she is entirely won over. Playing the ultimate considerate host, Racines slides out of the booth to cover the bill first, acting perfectly relaxed. Wandering back from the register, the senior spots Leo zoning out in the corner, obviously distracted by something unseen. Instantly, the warm diner atmosphere gets violently crushed as a random student elsewhere hyperventilates, staring at his palms in sheer panic. Trembling, this poor stranger discovers a creepy little framed object inexplicably stuck to his fingers, horribly hinting that some dark magic just swapped hands. Just then, a nearby gadget blares relentlessly, warning everyone that their peaceful routine is officially over. This disruption bleeds into the classroom when a pupil flags down Professor Harriet Edmond, halting any chance of a standard lecture. Sprawling in his chair with zero given cares, the academic spots Ileana laden and jokingly invites her latest grievance. She fiercely demands to know why their group lacks a designated leader, while every other section has one sorted out. Digging her heels in, she argues that this oversight leaves them trailing terribly behind the other freshmen. He casually confesses that the task slipped his mind entirely, proving this was sheer laziness rather than some grand plan. Out of nowhere, a voice bluntly volunteers Leo for the gig, acting as though he was born for the role. Outraged by this swift conclusion, Ileana insists they hold a proper election rather than rubber-stamping a randomly hollered name. Dropping a comically massive pile of documents onto his desk, the instructor efficiently silences her by proving the job is an absolute nightmare. He cheerfully announces that their new leader gets to alphabetize this mountain of doom, cementing the quick nomination. Staring down that brutal workload, her rebellious spirit instantly crumples into a quiet, defeated slump. Before further complaints can brew, an intercom broadcast declares the impending start of a shared hero study session. Every freshman is commanded to report to the main hall, compelling the room to mobilize without delay. Asking with perfect manners if they ought to pack up, Leo's unfazed attitude only proves he truly deserves the cursed leadership title. The trainees shuffle together, migrating as a pack toward the upcoming shared lecture. Arriving within the bustling herd, Leo and his ginger-haired buddy survey the massive gathering. Catching sight of Chloe, they quickly realize her haggard face screams severe burnout. Skipping basic greetings, Chloe begs to buy leftover stamina elixirs, showing a tragic level of sheer desperation. A young woman sporting icy blue locks receives a meager pair of tiny bottles, clearly not getting enough of whatever she craves. Her peers fret that those few drops are her last lifeline, fearing she is burning out too fast, yet she brushes off their anxieties entirely. Popping a cork instantly, she downs the liquid like someone who desperately needs caffeine yesterday. The chemical kick lands hard, making her wince as she pushes past a bitter aftertaste. Waving off their panic coddling, she stubbornly claims perfect health and struts away. Left in a mix of awe and dread, the bystanders acknowledge her as the supreme magic theory scholar, though her frantic need to stay number one is terrifying. They figure out she is terrified that Leo might usurp her throne on the next written exam if he catches onto modern mystical trends. The lad innocently asks why runner-up is so terrible, prompting his pal to gently remind him that she is an insanely intense tower sorcerer. He clarifies that academic theory is essentially a blood sport for intellectuals desperate to dominate arcane reconstruction. To her, academic dominance equals personal worth, meaning second place would utterly crush her fragile ego. Another pupil questions if his buddy actually qualifies as a mage, only to receive a smug confirmation that he absolutely uses spells for chores. Laughing that doing dishes magically is his ultimate flex, he gets a chorus of deeply unamused glares. Standing close by, the blue-haired academic quietly beams pure hatred at the obnoxious chatter. Somewhere else entirely, an elder tending his greenery catches an unexpected pulse of arcane energy. He pivots sharply, completely put on guard by the shift in the air. The principal understands that a battered leaf from an ancient champion's log just sparked to life. Pulling the torn scrap from its display confirms the bizarre anomaly. An employee mentions this artifact was too ruined to ever function, making its sudden flicker practically impossible. Probing for details, the principal questions if the item kept glowing or if it was a one-time fluke. He discovers the flare was a solitary burst that vanished as quickly as it came. Eyeing the worn paper closely, he theorizes a very particular catalyst must have provoked it. He concludes this puzzle definitely demands a much closer look. Temporarily shelving the issue, he claps the reporting student on the back and gently shoos him away to catch some sleep. An entirely different chore pops into his head, prompting him to summon Alina. Alina appears in a flash, standing perfectly at attention and ready for duty. He dispatches her to kick off the freshman mega lecture, leaving him alone to ponder the mysterious scrap. Enjoying the quiet, he muses that even microscopic splinters hold power if the right buttons are pushed. He deduces that the relic will always awaken if its original champion manages to touch it. Shortly after, the massive freshman heroics seminar finally kicks off in the grand hall. Professor Arshin battles hopelessly to silence the chaotic mob and gain an ounce of respect. Oblivious to her plight, the kids chatter endlessly. Her thin patience shatters, unleashing a horrifying wave of ghostly dread across the room. She pleasantly promises severe bodily harm to anyone who keeps their mouth open. A towering phantom materializes at her back, proving her violent promise is incredibly genuine. Turning up the crazy, she casually asks the room if she should just murder the chattiest ones right now. Secretly, she feels annoyed that it took literal death threats to make them behave. Dead silence instantly blankets the hall, catching her slightly off guard by how fast terror actually works. Pleased with the results, she happily praises the sudden peace, pretending a demon is not hovering behind her. She offers a bright thank you to a crowd currently paralyzed by mortal dread. Internally, the pupils agree that repeated exposure does not make their instructor any less of a nightmare. Unbothered, Leo pegs her as a spiritualist, musing that her kind was a rare breed even back in his past era. Having established total dominance, the educator dives into the introductory seminar. Wielding a legendary arm as a prop, she details how noble lineages sprouted only after these mystical logs appeared. She explains that unlocking a mythical domain demands a relic holding severe sentimental value to the original legend. Bloodlines naturally share this mystical bond, allowing modern heirs to crack those realms open like a cheap lock. This biological shortcut is exactly why Lumen Academy hoards these archaic logs like dragons guarding gold. The school and elite households share a cozy partnership, entirely based on protecting these files and milking them for power. Leo actually finds the history lesson fascinating, though his buddy practically zones out. Just as the lecture shifts to the survival mechanics of these ancient domains, Alina strolls into the vast hall. The main takeaway is that studying these legends gives students the cheat codes needed to survive and conquer the realms. An educator clarifies that upperclassmen are forced to pick a historical idol, fighting through their past to steal their abilities. Put on the spot, the pale-haired teacher pauses awkwardly before moving the event forward. Holding up a tiny container, she readies herself to unveil the specific artifact selected for today's showcase. The reveal carries real weight, senior trackers painstakingly dragged this specific fragment out of a danger zone. Lifting the lid with extreme caution, she acts like the scrap of paper might bite her hand off. The entire room stiffens, instantly realizing this is miles beyond a normal pop quiz. Pausing the main event, she demands everyone announce their grand heroic ambitions out loud. Morphing the lesson into an awkward sharing circle, she forces the teens to proudly map out their destinies. One young woman confidently swears she will outshine every dead paladin in history. Another loudly claims she plans to author a grimoire stuffed exclusively with her personalized hexes. A shy kid stammers, completely intimidated by the sheer ego radiating from his peers. Eventually, he sheepishly mumbles that he just wants to play a solid support role instead of stealing the spotlight. Gently affirming his choice, the educator assures him that keeping idiots alive is a very noble career, soothing his nerves. Then Leo stands up and drops a bomb, cheerfully promising to wipe Erebus off the face of existence. This brutal declaration totally blindsides the instructor, instantly murdering the wholesome vibe. His peers are deeply unsettled by just how hardcore his life goals actually are. Even the lurking staff members flinch, understanding that you do not casually joke about things like that. Scrambling to fix the mood, the teacher applauds his terrifying dream and rapidly moves on to the next victim. A few kids whisper insults, writing off his intense vendetta as edgelord delusions. A faculty member silently observes that Leo never bluffs, making his promise genuinely horrifying instead of funny. The weight of this ambition stems from Erebus's grim legacy. Although dismantled ages ago, even a rogue splinter brings absolute ruin. The raven-haired academic sinks into deep contemplation, weighing the boy's bizarre vow against centuries of tragedy. He figures Leo isn't just seeking glory, but rather trying to permanently erase an immortal menace. Shaking off the awkwardness, the instructor announces it is finally time to inspect the dungeon pluck document. She outlines the objective, figure out whose diary this is, then draft a survival guide for their specific realm. She cheerfully adds that the faculty is strictly here for damage control, in case the artifact goes violently feral. The tension in the room skyrockets as the teens grasp they are finally getting their hands on legendary hardware. A volatile mix of hype and terror infects the crowd, mostly targeting the total novices. The educator starts plucking volunteers to act as test dummies for the glowing debris. A dark-haired student sporting horns gets drafted as the first unlucky delegate. Naturally, Leo gets picked next, dragging him right into the spotlight. A ghostly pale youth with long hair gets motioned to join the lineup. A raven-haired teen wearing a headband rounds out the quartet of sacrifices. Surveying her four helpers, the instructor admits they actually brought a pair of distinct historical shards today. She displays a massive chunk alongside a barely visible speck, warning them that even microscopic magical lint can harbor an entire universe. Singling out Leo, she hands him a piece of the puzzle. The second his fingers brush the item, it throws a massive tantrum and tears reality open. Dazzling yellow light explodes outward, startling even the normally unshakable boy with its sheer intensity. The artifact kicks into overdrive right on the desk, verifying that a mythical dimension is manifesting. A massive arcane seal paints the floor, signaling the birth of a fresh historic chapter. Panicking, one of the scholars spots the jagged magic and realizes the artifact is completely off the rails. Failing to hit the brakes, the entire group of teens and staff gets sucked into the glowing void. The floating text violently stutters, a clear sign this specific domain has severe malware. They crash land in a blasted wasteland right next to a rotting leviathan, making it obvious that violence lives here. Spotting actual dead bodies sends the kids into hysterics, utterly crushing the illusion of a controlled school environment. The raven-haired faculty member yells for everyone to stay alert, confirming they just stumbled into a lethal combat zone. Spotting familiar architecture, the silver-haired educator points out a massive barricade to Harlan, linking it to their textbooks. He officially dubs their location the Walls of Gardision, the ultimate desperate stronghold from the darkest era. Surveying the absolute doom around him, Leo remembers his grand speech and silently concedes he might have aimed a bit too high. Before panic can truly set in, a solitary woman sprints out of the dust, proving this historical nightmare is already playing out. A somber raven-haired maiden pledges with deadly seriousness that they will rescue humanity. The pale-haired youth takes the dramatic oath without a word, obviously shaken by the weight of it. Staring at her against the grim backdrop, his memory clicks and he identifies her as Lassonus. She nods at her name with chilling peace, wearing the look of someone entirely resigned to a terrible fate. Snapping back to reality, a bizarre golden flare crashes an academy assembly and terrifies the student body. Freaking out over the random light show, a pupil loudly demands an explanation. A teacher instantly pulls the plug on the event, canceling all lectures and evicting the mob from the hall. The confused masses slowly shuffle toward the exits. Refusing to walk away, the pale-haired kid hangs back, fully determined to chase down that weird glowing anomaly. He pulls out a scrap from Kyle's log, flaunting it as hard proof of his suspicions. Blocking his path, the educator crosses his arms and waits to hear this grand deduction. Across campus, the incident mutates into wild rumors, keeping the whole academy buzzing. His peers enthusiastically figure out he laid eyes on the legendary monarch of intellect, dubbing it a monumental win connected to Racinas. Their awe rapidly devolves into loud, obnoxious roasting and friendly squabbling. Standard teenage rowdiness turns into a fake brawl just as authority walks through the door. The instructor marches in to brutally shut down the most deafening room on campus. He delivers a very simple choice: read a book silently or pack their bags forever. That brutal warning assassinates the fun, freezing everyone in absolute horror. The pale-haired kid privately mulls over how his personal artifact was unearthed completely shredded, a fate ignored by everyone else's pristine relics. His surviving scraps hold barely anything, save for a dramatic vow about rescuing the planet. Analyzing the torn edges, he figures some massive jerk intentionally vandalized his history. He concludes that since these texts dispense mystical strength, shredding one is an excellent way to murder a champion's legacy before it starts. Following that grim logic points him squarely toward one obvious suspect for the sabotage: Erebus. He makes it his top priority to figure out why his magical biography got tossed into a paper shredder. Fast forward 4 weeks, and the sorcery wing settles back into boring, everyday schedules. During a hands-on session, the teacher reveals their next nightmare project: invent and display a completely custom incantation. The room absorbs this with a cocktail of mild intrigue and profound dread. The lecture highlights that custom spells act as an arcane fingerprint, meaning true power stems from inventing stuff rather than just copying old homework. The guide hammers home that these homemade tricks often serve as the ultimate trump card when death is knocking. Tossing out stellar sorcery as a prime case, he mocks modern versions as cheap knockoffs of the glorious prototype. He clarifies that exactly one genius ever perfected the real deal: the architect herself, Nebula Luna. Hearing that legendary title makes Chloe perk up, aggressively reigniting her try-hard instincts. The pale-haired youth loses focus when an eerie, invisible weight presses against his senses. A floating tome materializes right beside Chloe, leaking incredibly cursed vibes. Spotting the magical book herself, Chloe physically locks up in panic. Scrambling, she snatches the cursed text and shoves it out of sight before anyone else spots it. The pale kid mentally logs the sinister book right as the bell rings, sending the herd off to study. Blending into the departing crowd, Chloe casually smuggles the terrifying tome away. He cuts her off at the pass, trapping her into an isolated chat. She mentally prepares for combat, deeply paranoid about what he just witnessed. He masterfully diffuses the tension by smoothly asking if she wants to grab a bite to eat. Silently, however, he locks in the fact that she is absolutely hoarding dark literature. Shooting down the food offer, Chloe pivots hard into academia, fiercely promising to utterly crush him on the midterm. Their nosy peers instantly turn this into a spectator sport, openly laughing at him for poking the Queen of Frost. Conceding that Leo has better raw mechanics, Chloe still stubbornly insists her actual spell crafting remains untouchable. The pale teen cheerfully accepts the duel, vowing not to hold back an ounce of power. Chloe glares back with ironclad confidence, swearing victory is already hers. Flashing a grin, he notes that throwing the match now would be incredibly rude to her ego. She holds her ground, accepting his smirk as a formal declaration of war. Closing out the chat smoothly, he gently suggests they both hit the books hard before their showdown. Sealing it with a handshake, leaves the golden-haired lad weirdly dazzled by how effortlessly the silver-haired girl navigates social combat. He obsesses over that brief grip, acting like shaking hands is some legendary display of sophisticated grace. Once the sun dips below the campus, attention swings to the colossal spire where Leo hunts his secret clues. Leo rolls up to the Tower of Heroes, the ultimate fortress hoarding all the school's historical flexes and legal power. Marching past creepy oil paintings, he bets the Academy's illegal book club is hidden up ahead, holding the exact manual needed to fix his busted legacy. His rookie face sticks out immediately, since freshmen have absolutely zero business wandering this high-security zone. Hearing his name shouted out, Leo sighs, accepting his stealth mission has already failed. His roadblock is Toro Yen, a swaggering upperclassman who practically drips boss energy. Naming herself a senior spellcaster, she smirks at him like she already read his entire personnel file. Leo returns the greeting with flawless manners and immense suspicion. Toro skips the small talk, demanding to know why a helpless baby freshman is trespassing in the elite spire. Skipping the excuses, Leo flatly admits he is trying to corner the student government boss. Her grin widens at that bold claim, acting as if she already figured out his hidden agenda. She dangles a bribe, promising access if he pledges to her arcane club, but Leo dryly reminds her he is already enrolled and not seeking a new cult. Rather than throwing a fit, she looks highly entertained by his stubborn rejection. Leo offers a charming farewell and tries to resume his vertical hike. Calling out to his retreating back, Toro blatantly demands he swap to her specific magical track before the year finishes. Her tone strips away the joke, making it aggressively clear she plans to permanently draft him into the sorcery wing. Leo simply flashes a placid grin, smoothly ignoring the heavy-handed recruitment pitch. Pushing upward, he keeps his eyes stubbornly fixed on the prize. Reaching the top deck, he encounters a pair of seniors guarding the lift, serving as the final bouncers before the boss room. One of the guards triggers the magical box to hit floor 9, his exact destination. Leo aggressively fails at operating the enchanted machine, looking briefly ridiculous against the building's architecture. He quickly deduces that aggressively stabbing the panels does absolutely nothing here. An upperclassman patiently points out the device requires raw magical fuel, highlighting just how extra this facility truly is. With the magical box finally moving, Leo decides to officially greet his temporary riding companion. His new buddy is Lizamua, a veteran sword swinger and the actual government liaison for all clueless freshmen. While trapped in the rising box, Lizamua cheerfully interrogates him on why a lowly first year is invading upper management territory. Leo sounds like a broken record, plainly stating he needs a word with the top dog. Lizamua acts highly amused that this kid isn't cowering, praising the sheer audacity of trying to solo ambush the campus leader. Wasting zero time, the senior aggressively tries to adopt him into the night wing, claiming that much sheer nerve belongs with the heavy hitters. Leo expertly dodges the draft notice with a polite, meaningless nod. Approaching the fancy doors, Lizamua slyly suggests they haven't even scratched the surface of Leo's real agenda, maintaining a polite interrogation. Stepping into the executive suite, Lizamua grandly introduces the boy to President Reincarnates, requesting clearance to dump him inside. The heavy barriers part, finally letting Leo face his actual target. President Reincarnates stares him down peacefully, asking exactly why his afternoon is being interrupted. Leo takes a dramatic beat, proving he fully grasps the colossal favor he is about to beg for. Dropping the pleasantries, he demands the keys to the highly illegal, highly restricted library. Reincarnates doesn't laugh, instantly clocking that this crazy request is deadly serious. He lays down the law. Normal kids only get inside by either conquering a lethal mythological dungeon to salvage their lost biography. Leo aggressively interrupts, demanding to hear option number 2. Reincarnates dramatically stalls, heavily implying the alternative is a massive bureaucratic nightmare. He finally drops the ransom, sell your soul to the student government and the secret passage is yours. The camera figuratively pans away, leaving the boy's choice a mystery while the dominoes start falling elsewhere. Fast-forwarding to the night division's violent midterm, the spectacle proves bloody enough to pack the bleachers. The golden-haired opportunist strolls in, eager to watch people get punched and swindle the audience out of their allowance. The peanut gallery groans as they spot Kyle trying to monetize a school function yet again, though nobody is actually surprised by his greed. Scanning the sea of faces, Leo realizes Chloe has mysteriously ghosted them right before kickoff. Down in the dirt, a grim, silver-haired official barks for order, planting himself as the absolute judge of this beatdown. He officially declares the violence open for business, kicking off the brutal academic tests. The blood sport commences by dragging Hall Sniff from Section 1 out into the dirt. Section 5's Leo Plov is casually summoned to be his punching bag, setting the stage for round 1. Up in the stands, Kyle spots Professor Sejun and immediately sprints over to annoy him with a brilliant scheme. Waving wildly, Kyle practically yells in the man's ear while the combatants are still stretching. He jokingly demands the faculty member sponsor a massive junk food run for the entire audience. Sejun coldly rejects the extortion attempt, waving the pest away and directing his grift toward Halland. Kyle slumps dramatically, utterly heartbroken by the lack of free snacks. A severe-looking girl glares at his misery, offering zero pity for the failed scam. Hearing the commotion, another opportunist jumps on the bandwagon, chanting for the professor to open his wallet. The mob mentality takes over, resulting in a deafening chorus demanding Sejun buy them treats. Sejun suffers the screaming horde with a terrifyingly blank stare as the begging escalates. The vein in his forehead clearly starts throbbing. Miraculously, he caves just enough to authorize a popcorn budget, sending Kyle over the moon. With the snack crisis averted, eyeballs snap back to the arena where Leo and Hall are currently staring daggers. Leo looks thrilled to be the opening act, exuding absolute chill before the bell rings. Hall snarls back, deeply offended by the relaxed attitude and vowing to put him in a hospital bed. Playing commentator, Kyle explains that these wannabe knights have to survive 3 consecutive brawls just to get a passing grade. The crowd gossips about Leo's odds, whispering that his crazy triple major schedule makes his fighting style highly unpredictable. However, they quickly admit Hall is the absolute apex predator of his homeroom and used to run with Celia's brutal gang, making him heavily favored. As the aggressor charges, a few hecklers still dismiss Leo as nothing more than Celia's pathetic little shadow. A referee screams the parameters, knock the other guy out cold, and pretend this is an actual murder attempt. That grim reminder snaps Leo to attention, alerting him that the incoming meathead is genuinely lethal. The vibe around the freshman turns downright scary as he identifies the specific brand of magic heading his way. That familiar hum forces a flashback concerning the school and a deeply miserable incident. His mind drifts to a solitary student pulling an all-nighter, suffocating under textbooks and practically crying over a formula. He remembers her absolutely losing her mind, violently shredding her papers in a fit of pure anxiety. Figuring out that she is trying to copy a legendary spell way above her pay grade sends her into a spiraling panic. Too stubborn to quit, she aggressively forces the issue, completely ignoring her own bleeding limits. Her psychotic drive stems from absolute terror at the thought of flunking the field test. Locking away her fears, she throws everything at the wall regardless of the lethal consequences. Believing she finally cracked the cheat code, she aggressively hoards that newfound strength. She aggressively promises the empty room that nobody will ever beat her again. Blinking away the grim flashback, Leo stares down his current opponent with profound pity. Reading that pity as a stupid mistake, Hall dives forward, positive he just won the lottery. Leo barely blinks while a razor-sharp polearm rockets toward his face. Utilizing a nasty viper technique, the attacker shoves a toxic, glowing blade right at his target. To the peanut gallery, it looks like a guaranteed impalement. Instead of dying, the kid calmly catches the blade with his naked fingers, flexing a terrifying amount of physical dominance. The attacker practically short-circuits, completely unable to compute how his ultimate strike was just casually palmed. Snatching the rod, Leo violently reverses the momentum, turning the opponent's tool into a liability. Stripped of his center of gravity, the aggressor is hauled face-first into the danger zone. Capitalizing on the stumble, Leo delivers a devastating hook that brutally halts the idiot's forward motion. The impact launches the poor guy backward, skipping him like a stone across the dirt. Looming over the human wreckage, Leo cheerfully points out that he was paying extreme attention the entire time. Refusing to stay down, the bruised senior coughs up a toxic fog, dramatically announcing Phase 2. He mocks the underclassmen for missing basic energy skills, screeching that brute force won't fix awful technique. Leo casually diagnoses the smog as toxic energy, acting mildly fascinated instead of terrified. In response, he casually sets himself on fire, unleashing the exact same crimson power famous for burning down arenas. Seeing a bonfire that rivals Celia's signature move terrifies the toxic fighter, melting his ego on the spot. Watching this walking inferno stroll toward him, the senior finally realizes he enthusiastically challenged a monster. Vomiting out pitch black and crimson fire, Leo bulldozes straight into the venomous cloud, shifting this from a technical bout to a massive explosion of raw stats. The bleachers erupt, half the crowd screams for blood while the smarter half physically recoils from the lethal heat. One golden-haired spectator refuses to cheer, opting to clinically calculate exactly how dangerous this freshman really is. People desperately point the spectacle out to Celia, utterly baffled by how her supposed lapdog became a walking nuke overnight. Leo proudly admits he aggressively shoved raw magic into the blaze, manually cranking the thermostat to illegal temperatures. The poor spearman is absolutely horrified to witness a cheap knockoff actually matching the original Fire Queen's terrifying output. The entire school simultaneously realizes this kid has been sandbagging his grades, making anyone who picks a fight with him look suicidal. Backing up rapidly, Hall whines that he invented this poison strictly to murder Celia, deeply regretting wasting it on her supposed lackey. Throwing a Hail Mary, he deploys a serpentine cage, attempting to strangle the blazing freshman in magical chains. Completely bored, Leo permits the glowing snakes to wrap him up, grading the attack as cute instead of deadly. Smugly assuming victory, the senior smirks up at Celia in the stands, practically begging for her to admire his shiny new handcuffs. He loudly brags that these magical bindings were explicitly forged to smother her signature fire, reducing Leo to collateral damage. Celia barely twitches, observing the mess with a flat expression that screams she knows exactly how this ends. The mystical chains immediately begin to boil and melt under the ridiculous temperature, spectacularly failing their one job. Chilling comfortably within the dissolving cage, Leo cranks the fire higher, granting his opponent a front-row seat to his own doom. Mouth hanging open, the senior watches his absolute best spell get casually incinerated by pure brute force. Panicking completely, he drops the fancy magic and grabs a piece of sharp metal, hoping wild swinging will save his pride. Yanking his sword free, he fully commits to one final, deeply ill-advised charge. Closing the gap with blinding speed, Leo lands a preemptive blow that completely dismantles Hall's hopeful comeback. Brandishing his blade, Leo playfully chides, "Taking a nap while your enemy is still on fire is a brilliant way to get roasted, buddy." Officials promptly name Leo Plov the victor, leaving Hall blinking in bewildered disbelief at his flawless defeat. The stands explode with cheering fans, thrilled that their champion delivered exactly the spectacular performance they anticipated. A peer happily notes that the victor performed exactly on cue, solidifying the reality of his unstoppable ascent. Dusting himself off, Hall grudgingly admits the swordsman's terrifying talent mirrors Celia perfectly, even during simple sparring. A brunette spectator smirks and asks Hall, "So, did that delightful thrashing finally teach you how terrifyingly good he is?" Celia chimes in with charming bluntness, telling Hall, "You have to admit, watching him wipe the floor with you was incredibly stylish." Startled but beaming, Hall entirely ignores his crushing loss, floating on cloud nine simply because Celia enjoyed the show. Organizers announce the upcoming bout, summoning Liliana of Class 5 to face Cinzia from Class 10. Dread instantly washes over Liliana. She is visibly miserable about this nightmare matchup. She whines, "How did I end up fighting a top 3 monster? My luck is hilariously awful." The duelists face off, while the terrified underdog steels her nerves against a vastly stronger opponent. Projecting effortless grace, Chen Xiang warmly requests, "Let us try not to ruin our manicures today, shall we?" Fighting back her panic, Liliana shoots back, "No promises, I might just mess up your hair." The whistle blows, and Cinzia instantly conjures liquid ribbons, displaying masterful fluidity from her very first step. Molding the liquid into a protective posture, she signals a terrifying capacity to strike and block simultaneously. Opting for blind courage, Liliana rushes in with blazing aggression, hoping to crush Chen Xiang before she can fully prepare. The underdog unleashes a massive downward swing, praying to shatter the aquatic shield with sheer brute force. Observing the doomed charge, Leo winces internally, already calculating the exact moment she will deeply regret this choice. Rather than block, Chin Siu gracefully deflects the strike, using fluid mastery to weaponize Liliana's own desperate momentum. The diverted energy carves a trench across the arena, perfectly illustrating how completely Chen Xiang dominates the battlefield. The fierce opening gamble backfires horribly, sending Liliana crashing to the dirt in a painful, bruised heap. Officials halt the fight immediately, crowning Chen Jia the undisputed victor before she even breaks a sweat. Rubbing her sore muscles, Liliana cheerfully notes, "Well, at least I did not burst into tears while getting flattened by Chen Xiang." Leo chuckles, "You were doomed from the start, but taking a deep breath beforehand might have delayed your inevitable floor tasting." The crowd buzzes with fresh excitement as announcers call the formidable Celia of Class 1 to the stage. Strutting out with absolute swagger, Celia radiates the supreme confidence of a superstar fully expecting the spotlight. Duran Moira from Class 1 is declared as the challenger, dragging the blonde fighter into the glaring center ring. Beaming at the matchup, Celia laughs, "Oh, wonderful, please try not to bore me out of my mind today." Offering zero amusement, Duran simply glares with stony intensity, approaching the upcoming violence like a grim chore. An onlooker practically inhales their snack in suspense, accurately predicting this clash will be the ultimate showstopper. The trial commences, prompting Leo and his squad to lean back and enjoy the incoming fireworks. Shocking the audience, an absurd shockwave of pure magical force proves instantly that these two are not your average school children. This assessment doubles as a battle for Class 1 supremacy, pitting Celia's fiery infernos directly against Duran's crackling thunderbolts. Avoiding any reckless dives, Duran carefully analyzes his opponent, perfectly silent and hyper-focused. Launching herself like a missile, Celia attacks first, violently forcing Duran to scramble backward. Gaping at the destruction, ordinary pupils finally understand the top freshmen exist in an entirely terrifying different league. A buddy nudges Leo, asking him to predict the survivor since his combat radar is usually flawless. Giving the early edge to Celia, Leo's smugly accurate evaluation earns an annoyed groan from his friends. Suddenly catching a sly glint in Celia's eye, Leo realizes the fiery warrior is still keeping her best tricks hidden. He pieces together that she possesses a secret trump card, waiting patiently to flip the game board upside down. Ignoring her secrets, Duran unleashes a tempest of electricity, aggressively piercing right past her defensive lines. Absorbing the heavy blow, Celia struggles to weather the brutal combination of raw velocity and thunderous might. The relentless Duran continues his onslaught, hoping to knock her unconscious before she recovers her footing. Hoisting her blade, Celia responds by erupting into a gargantuan fiery blast that fundamentally transforms the arena. Flames swallow the battlefield whole, making the terrified audience realize this friendly spar might actually incinerate someone. Leo points out Celia's tactical genius, even while his baffled companions stare blankly at the roaring inferno. Breaking it down, Leo explains, since she cannot outrun the lightning boy, Celia literally cooked the stadium so Duran's speed is useless. Trapped inside the oven, Duran's mobility evaporates, roasting slowly as the blistering temperature actively drains his stamina. This terrifying strategy proves Celia has grown far beyond her already monstrous rumors. Suffocating in the blaze, Duran acknowledges the stifling climate is rapidly melting his energy away. Refusing to melt quietly, he gambles everything on a frantic, point-blank offensive burst. Pushing his battered limits, he charges recklessly, desperate to knock her down before he passes out from heatstroke. Welcoming the clash, Celia steps directly into his path, perfectly anticipating his desperate blunder. Flashing a predatory grin, she crows, "Thanks for walking right into my painfully obvious trap, darling." Delivering a devastating counterblow, she flattens him instantly, completely crushing his foolish hope of victory. Thrown violently to the earth, Duran's stubborn willpower crumbles into dust. Officials shout the verdict over the smoke. Celia Zerdinger is the triumphant champion. Looming over her defeated foe, Celia laughs, "You might want to hit the gym, Duran. Magic alone will not save you." Aching yet dignified, Duran slowly sits up to accept a generously extended hand. Gripping hands, the fierce rivals wrap up their fiery brawl with a solid dose of honorable respect. Meanwhile, gossip-obsessed peers ignore the tactical brilliance entirely, frantically snapping pictures of the aesthetically pleasing duo. Observing from afar, Leo and his pal loudly applaud Celia's brilliant execution and marvel at her rapid evolution.
You're
The
watching a
ever-serious
comic
class
recap on
president
Lens
agrees with
Recap.
Leo's assessment, stating dryly that Celia claimed victory through sheer, undeniable talent. Walking away, he leaves the group utterly bewildered that the busy official was actually eavesdropping the whole time. Thus, the grueling combat trials of the Night Department finally conclude. Official scoreboards report Celia closing out with an excellent 4 victories and a single defeat. Tying the fiery girl, Duran proudly displays an identical score of 4 wins and 1 loss. Chenja matches their impressive tally, fiercely maintaining the cutthroat competition among the elite ranks. Hovering above everyone else, Leo flaunts an annoyingly flawless, undefeated record of 5 absolute triumphs. 7 days later, following a brutal language test, the strict class president stands up to commend their surviving brain cells. Offering his usual terrifying motivation, he barks, "Keep studying unless you enjoy the idea of packing your bags," leaving everyone silently praying for his retirement. An unexpected entrance completely shatters the classroom's grim atmosphere. Storming through the door, Chelsea rants wildly, "If I hear one more threat about getting kicked out, I will burn this syllabus." Tension evaporates as frantic pupils swarm her desk, desperately checking their homework against her undeniable academic brilliance. Utterly drained, even the stoic representative slumps against his table, completely ignoring the desperate peers begging Chelsea for tutoring salvation. Giggling, Nella chirps, "That exam was a breeze, and our fearless leader over there clearly just enjoys sleeping on hard wood." Catching her own accidental arrogance, she stammers apologetically and happily offers medical attention to anyone suffering from study-induced migraines. Jumping at the opportunity, Duran whines, "Fix my spine, please. That combat trial practically turned me into an old man." Applying hilariously aggressive massages, Chelsea ignores his agonizing shrieks, proving her physical therapy involves a lot of casual violence. Pivoting toward Leo, she interrogates him, "So, Tate mentions you are basically a ghost at taming practice. Care to explain your delinquency?" Shrugging calmly, Leo confesses, "I just prefer keeping my spectacular failures away from an audience." His friends laugh at his predictably mysterious habits, mockingly demanding to know what grade he plans to steal next. Sighing dramatically, he treats their inquiry as wildly insulting. Oozing absolute certainty, Leo smirks, "I intend to grab the gold medal. Second place is just the first loser anyway." The highly anticipated freshman taming sprint kicks off, pulling massive crowds for the faculty's most chaotic yearly spectacle. Grabbing a megaphone, a theatrical pupil hypes up the brutal obstacle course to an excited audience. Veterans proudly declare this marathon is a sacred, cross-faculty tradition, which explains why everybody is treating it like the World Cup. Treating the agonizing trial as prime television, relaxed pupils break out potato chips to enjoy the forthcoming disaster. The bleachers fill rapidly, transforming an academic assessment into a deafening, popcorn-throwing circus. Glaring at the loud chewers, a stressed applicant grumbles, "Can you all chew quietly? My focus is currently hanging by a thread." Boiling over with anxiety, multiple contestants silently agree that this rowdy festival environment is thoroughly infuriating. Ignoring the madness entirely, Leo stares a hole into the racetrack with icy concentration. Observing from the sidelines, a silver-haired girl watches him like a hawk, intensely fascinated by his stoic vibe. Standing close by, a notoriously grumpy senior and a mute beast tamer monitor the steadily escalating drama. Marching right up to Leo, the silver-haired girl mentions the widespread rumors about his flawless combat trial. She sweetly inquires, "So, are you actually ready to play with animals, or will this test break your winning streak?" Leo nods, playfully retorting, "Fully prepared, unless you think skipping class means I somehow forgot how to pet a dog." That flippant attitude instantly sets the surrounding purists on fire.
You're watching a
Outraged
comic
tamers start
recap on
screaming,
Lens Recap.
"You arrogant slacker! You have never bonded a beast publicly, so wipe that smug grin off your face." Panicking wildly, Tade throws himself into the mob, frantically trying to de-escalate the shouting match before fists start flying. The furious scholars claim they are completely justified, howling that Leo has delivered a massive insult to their sacred art. Watching the meltdown, the silent observer rightly diagnoses that pre-race mutinies usually end in disaster. Joining the mob, Senlu rudely snaps at Chen Xiang, "Go back to hitting things with swords. Animal control is none of your business." The wordless tamer cringes as the ridiculous bickering turns incredibly toxic. Finally snapping, the intimidating faculty warden steps into the light, forcing absolute silence. Warden Titan growls, "If you infants want to continue measuring your imaginary leashes, kindly take your tantrums off my racetrack." Deeply offended by the scolding, Simlu idiotically decides to challenge the towering official. Walden casually waves off the boys' anger, mocking them for getting profoundly sweaty over such trivial garbage. A rebellious kid shrieks, "You are just as guilty, Titan. You skipped all the Griffin drills too, hypocrite." Utterly shameless, Titan sneers, "I skipped because those baby lessons were useless. I do not need instructions to steer a pigeon." That brutal disrespect snaps Sin Lu's fragile ego, sending him hurtling forward to throw a punch. Right before the knuckle connects, an intervening hand snatches his wrist completely out of midair. Sighing tiredly, Leo warns, "Punching him means automatic disqualification, genius. Try using your brain for once." Utterly humiliated, Senlu rips his arm away, glaring literal daggers as he retreats. When the dust settles, Tate whispers to Leo that the entire creature-taming faculty has been deeply bitter all semester. Explaining the drama, he reveals the colossal talent divide between dedicated scholars and casual hobbyists has bred massive resentment. He notes that sophomores had openly praised Leo and Chen Xiang as absolute prodigies, severely bruising the egos of students who actually studied every day. This accidental praise painted Leo as a privileged golden child, enraging peers who misunderstood his secretive schedule as arrogance. Far above the bickering, a cloaked interloper grins wickedly, deciding the perfect moment for chaos has finally dawned. An eerie violet rift unzips reality next to the mysterious villain, guaranteeing severe architectural damage is in the forecast. Back on the ground, Sin Lu stews in boiling rage, swearing to emotionally destroy every opponent on the track. Letting his fury fester, he plots a deeply vicious, utterly remorseless campaign to obliterate everyone in his path. Saving them all from awkwardness, the referee grabs the microphone to outline the brutal regulations. Dedicated majors are allowed to cast spells, while cross-disciplinary attendees and minors must rely on pure talent without magical cheating. At the buzzer, everyone is required to forcefully bond, with the giant bird lion awkwardly staring at them. Following their successful kidnapping of a magical creature, riders will navigate straight across the cursed island of summons. Finally, the finish line requires surviving a terrifying loop completely around the ominously named Silent Lake. Listening to the fatal instructions, the mute tamer and Titan exchange subtly uneasy glances. Rumor names the silver-haired stranger and furious Sin Lu as the top bets, leaving everyone desperate to see who will conquer the track. Inevitably, all eyes drift toward Leo, whose infuriating serenity screams that he is plotting something deeply entertaining. Lining up at the gates, terrified freshmen visibly vibrate with anxiety, completely failing to look brave. Rolling her eyes, the teacher barks, "Sweating to death guarantees a failing grade. Just use the techniques you barely studied." Despite her motivational scolding, half the starting block looks ready to faint. Recognizing a lost cause, the mentor simply throws her hands up and yells at them to mount up. The starting gun bangs, snapping a handful of boulder racers out of their stupor and instantly thrusting them into adrenaline-fueled action. Taking off like rockets, the elites instantly claim the vanguard while the less fortunate stragglers desperately eat their dust. Dedicated tamers suddenly unveil synchronized magical barrages, proving they organized a mafia-style hit instead of a friendly sprint. Spells violently lock onto Leo Plov and Warden, loudly confirming the conspiracy has chosen its primary assassination targets. Audiences gasp as the blatant cheating exposes a faculty-wide plot to kneecap anyone who is not a dedicated tamer. Ignoring the fireworks entirely, Leo calmly raises his defenses, sitting comfortably inside the swirling elemental hurricane. Soaring past on a feathered mount, a concerned peer spots Leo getting bombarded and screams his name. Waving them away, Leo cheerfully shouts, "Keep driving, getting exploded is just my personal extra credit." The helpless classmate shouts a quick apology, rapidly fleeing because stopping means catching a fireball to the face. Spectators boo loudly, throwing popcorn and screaming that this coordinated gang warfare is ridiculously unsportsmanlike. Dodging icicles, Leo mentally notes that his unpopularity has somehow unified an entire classroom into a surprisingly efficient death squad. Warden answers the betrayal by conjuring a horrific wall of energy, easily predicting this cowardly effort to eliminate the real threats. Floating ominously beneath the flock of cheaters, he gathers an immense aura, ready to deliver a profoundly painful lecture. Shouting over the explosions, Warden cackles, "Need a lifeline, swordsman. This zoo might be a little above your pay grade, Leo." Instantly declining the rescue, Leo promises to handle this irritating pest control entirely solo. Skyrocketing straight upward, he drags the battle into the clouds, completely shattering the cheater's aerial supremacy. Squinting at the clouds, a horrified watcher views a lone freshman hurtle himself directly into a literal tornado of angry monsters and spells. Paralyzed by panic, a female fan can only grip the railing and squeak Leo's name in terror. Glaring at the track, the professor notices half her upperclassmen trying to murder a single freshman, which seems mildly against school policy. Evaluating the trap, she assumes Leo's lack of specialized beast lore will guarantee his deeply painful elimination. However, an extremely weird glow around Leo's hands makes her radically doubt her previous assumption. Tossing away his sword stance, Leo begins smoothly chatting with ghosts, threading complex instructions straight into pure mana. Her jaw hits the floor. Leo isn't just murmuring ancient spirit dialogue, he is speaking it like a native poet. Fully enjoying their shell-shocked expressions, Leo winks playfully, treating his legendary vocabulary like a mundane party trick. Totally flabbergasted, the mentor realizes she is witnessing a generational genius casually showing off. Laughing weakly, she seriously debates switching careers to become a beast tamer if it means she can learn to do that. Meanwhile, the surviving flock of riders relentlessly propels their mythical taxis across the perilous marathon route. Several bullies chuckle evilly, celebrating how they conveniently vaporized the actual talent before the first checkpoint. Ruining the mood, an anxious teammate points out, "Even with Leo and Warden gone, our lead is pathetic. Do not start celebrating yet." Rolling her eyes, Eliza interrupts, "And what brilliant academic glory do you morons think we earn by cheating like cowards?" Waving away her morality, a jerk mutters that utterly destroying their rivals' egos is worth infinitely more than fair play. Blasting right past him, Eliza shouts over her shoulder, "Try using your brain occasionally, it does wonders for your personality." Wildly insulted, the boy screams back, insisting her snobby arrogance is just a side effect of her wealthy family. Nursing his bruised ego, he rationalizes that earning silver behind Eliza is fine, provided he ruthlessly deletes the remaining competition. Flexing his supposed mastery over avian beasts, he decides to completely abuse his aerial superiority. Screaming new orders, he redirects his goon squad to shoot Leo right in the back. Luo feels her griffin inexplicably wobble, realizing she just flew blindly into a highly coordinated kill box. Noticing she failed to pump vital aura into her bird, the mob happily targets her frail beast for immediate execution. Seizing the tragic mistake, a nearby villain throws a violently sparkling pixie grenade straight to finish Lu off. The magical sprite accelerates relentlessly toward Luz's completely defenseless blind spot, cementing a brutal sniper shot. Literal milliseconds from disaster, a massive shockwave slams into the arena, totally derailing the assassination attempt. Lu is violently knocked sideways, sending her screaming out of the saddle and plummeting toward the pavement. A saboteur blinks in sheer horror as his carefully planned murder spirals wildly off script. Mere confusion transforms into shrieking terror when an absolute unit drops from the clouds like a meteor. A falling blur annihilates the fairy missile entirely, snapping the dangerous magic in half with one glorious punch. Spiraling out of the sky, the furious sniper howls, "You cannot just drop from orbit. That is totally against the rules." Smiling sweetly, the rescuer points out she performed that save without even flexing a drop of mana, proving she was severely handicapping herself. While the dogfight rages, an unlucky jockey wrestles their diving beast against crushing atmospheric turbulence. Cheerfully polite, she calls out to Mr. Leo, ensuring he knows exactly who is hunting him. Sighing, Leo replies, "I strongly recommend not adding me to your list of enemies. It rarely ends well." Giggling away his grim warning, she concedes he is scary to fight, but happily insists a different poor soul is actually her main victim. Flashing a brilliant smile, she sings, "Somebody else is throwing a spectacular tantrum because Lu's meddling ruined their day." Acting as the perfect punchline, a tremendous blast erupts directly into Lu's airspace, catching her entirely unprepared. Chain detonations rip through the clouds, heralding Walden's exceedingly furious, personal arrival. Gripping literal hellfire, Walden manifests entirely to serve up scorching revenge for what Lu started. Tossing the fireball directly into traffic, he sends panicked racers scattering like startled pigeons. Massive blasts paint the atmosphere, transforming the organized marathon into an apocalyptic dodgeball match. Shouting into the mic, the referee applauds Leo's insanity, but gleefully points out his blatant lack of self-preservation might finally bankrupt his luck. Analysts rapidly spotlight his fatal flaw. Leo unfortunately rented a visibly broken griffin. Cameras quickly zoom in on Leo and his mount, highlighting the disastrous mechanical failure crippling his entire flight plan. Ignoring the gigantic red flags, Leo starts funneling terrifying energy straight into the creature's nervous system. Scoffing at safety protocols, Leo decides playing the gentle pacifist will only secure him last place. Wrapping the leather straps around his wrists, he aggressively forces the stubborn animal to comply. The beast shrieks wildly as Leo utilizes a horrific override command that literally defies standard biology. A horrified peer screams, "Leo is going to explode that bird," while a calmer friend mutters, "Relax, his crazy ideas usually work out." Gritting his teeth, Leo locks his legs and ruthlessly wrestles the monstrous avian into complete submission. Pinning the thrashing monster, he essentially screams into its feathered ears until it pays attention. Utilizing the magical fine print of his taming bond, Leo brutally orders the giant creature to bow. Terrified by the absolute authority, the massive hybrid trembles violently and collapses onto its knees. Refusing to slacken the ropes, Leo aggressively maintains his iron-fisted chokehold on its willpower. Eventually, the shivering beast calms down just enough for Leo to look it dead in the eyes. Ruthlessly grabbing its damaged limb, he uses the agonizing flinch to completely hijack its steering column. Smoothly vaulting into the saddle, he firmly establishes himself as the unquestioned captain of this doomed flight. Screaming a furious screech, the creature blasts off the ground under Leo's control. Reporters loudly broadcast the wounded wing, confidently declaring that without an absolute miracle, Leo is completely doomed to finish dead last. Patting the suffering feathers, Leo whispers, "I know it hurts, buddy, but suck it up for 5 more minutes while I do something stupid." Chanting the binding words, he formally invokes his magical contract to forcefully dial up a new entity. A tiny, floating ember pops into existence, which Leo welcomes with a supremely sinister smile. Instead of applying medical aid, he violently smears the ghostly fire directly onto the damaged feathers, setting the poor creature completely ablaze. Howling in utter agony, the monster vanishes inside a terrifying tornado of burning magic. Horrified fans drop their popcorn, completely traumatized by the sight of Leo's newly barbecued racehorse. A sharp-eyed veteran gasps, noticing those specific sparks belong to the terrifying Zerdinger family, completely breaking the standard laws of physics for Leo. Far ahead, the vanguard is severely limping, suggesting that even setting his own bird on fire might only upgrade Leo's rank to second to last. Luo peers over her shoulder at the massive heat signature, correctly guessing that the crazy swordsman has officially lost his mind. Magically, the incinerated beast does not die, but uses the roaring blaze as a literal jet engine to shatter the sound barrier. Finally diagnosing the animal's bizarre biology, Leo successfully cracks the code to unlock its maximum horsepower. Stomping the metaphorical gas pedal, his flaming comet of a bird violently tears through the clouds. Lounging casually inside the roaring inferno, Leo enjoys the cruise, completely satisfied that his wildly dangerous gamble paid off. Completely interrupting the marathon, an immense, shadowy reptile violently crashes the party. Blinking through the smoke, Leo squints at the horrifying monster and rapidly connects the terrifying dots. Revealing itself as the legendary Fafnir, the behemoth brings absolute destruction, dragging a swirling crimson black hole in its wake. Rewinding the tape a few minutes, we zip back to the exact second Walden was rudely interrupted. Moments prior, Walden was peacefully dominating the vanguard when an extremely annoying rival decided to cut him off. The arrogant interloper loudly promised that Walden would absolutely not win this trophy, prepping a massive magical ambush. Unfortunately for the white-haired challenger, she immediately shrieked as a completely unexpected blazing phantom spawned right beside her face. A devastating hurricane of pure flame obliterated her spot, explaining exactly why Walden had briefly lost his lead before the current disaster. Rolling her eyes at Walden's holding back, Eliza sneers. "Oh, save the chivalry. You are severely underqualified to lecture me on spellcasting." Growling her name, Walden violently pivots his mount, completely prepared to smack her out of the sky. Overflowing with hubris, Eliza concludes that regardless of his fancy upgrades, she will inevitably crush his dreams. Pushing her winged lion into a furious dogfight, she mercilessly spams spells to deny Walden any breathing space. Wald answers the spam by spawning a floating armory of frozen daggers, basically daring her to try dodging a literal blizzard. Eliza's bird elegantly corkscrews through the deadly hail, completely disrespecting his frosty death trap. Folding its wings, the creature dives like a falcon, extending razor-sharp talons to shred his face. Simultaneously, Eliza's mount charges a terrifyingly bright sphere of death squarely in its throat. An apocalyptic laser fires point-blank into Walden's windshield, as Eliza promises immediate incineration. Looking violently bored during the explosion, Eliza confidently assumes she is completely dominating the chess match. The searing ray melts through Walden's frosty shields like warm butter, severely threatening his existence. Walden rapidly deduces she is shamelessly stacking defensive buffs on multiple ghosts, while announcers confirm this cowardly math is exactly why she is winning. Observing his terrified backpedaling, Eliza ruthlessly presses the gas, heavily enjoying the sensation of slowly crushing his hope. Violently shifting scenes, Jin abruptly finds herself choking on a terrifying purple energy noose. The cruel sniper completely blocks CIA from throwing a life preserver, ensuring the poor girl remains hopelessly snared. Completely distracted, Chen misses the massively obvious second missile rocketing toward her spine. The magical sucker punch firmly connects before she even remembers how to dodge. A concussive blast absolutely rocks her coordinates, upgrading a simple cheap shot into a potential fatality. Actively burning, Chen violently claws at the magical zip ties, slowly strangling her. Her feathered taxi dramatically loses all aerodynamics, tumbling violently alongside its suffocating pilot. Coughing on smoke, Jin sourly admits that these nerdy animal lovers are significantly more lethal than advertised. Peering upward through the flames, she realizes that the sky is literally raining fresh assassins. A newly spawned combatant violently curses, spotting a horrifying obsidian dragon actively joining the slaughter. Foaming at the mouth, the psychopath loudly promises a completely unhinged killing spree. Lu frantically waves the rulebook, screaming that bringing a dragon is super illegal, but the angry boy just tells him to shut his crying face. The fresh wave of lunatics plummets into the war zone, throwing gasoline directly onto the burning dumpster fire. Professors nervously squint through binoculars, clarifying that the beast is merely a horrifying bootleg, not a genuine dragon. The bizarre species identification completely distracts both Walden and Eliza, while the nightmare rapidly approaches. Entering like a flaming meteor, Leo crashes the party at an absolutely terrifying velocity. Pulling up alongside the villain, Leo cheerfully asks, "So, where did you buy the dragon? Answer quickly before I remove your head." The terrifying promise immediately vaporizes any lingering confusion, replacing it with the distinct odor of impending murder. Walden and Eliza temporarily pause their domestic dispute, slowly swiveling toward the far scarier apocalyptic lizard. Chen and Aisha visibly stiffen, correctly diagnosing that this friendly sports event has officially become a hostage crisis. Flying straight up to the invader, Walden barks, "All right, genius, which illegal petting zoo did you rob for that reptile?" The arrogant terrorist smirks, claiming he magically bribed it himself, demanding Walden instantly bow to his superior taming chops. Walden effortlessly calls his bluff, pointing out that Fafnir is a mythological doomsday weapon, not a pet store bargain. He helpfully lectures that Fafnir belongs exclusively to crazy Tartarus cultists and is supposed to be extinct. Staring at the monstrosity, he severely doubts this random idiot possessed the competence to successfully capture an apocalypse. Completely bored by the history lesson, the villain commands Fafnir to loudly interrupt with a gargantuan crimson laser beam. Diving from opposite angles, Walden and Eliza desperately try to physically block the doom ray from vaporizing their classmates. Unfortunately, the death laser perfectly zeroes in on Chen's ride, placing her squarely in the vaporization zone. Zhe frantically tosses a hydro shield over her friend, mentally calculating that this tiny puddle will absolutely not survive the nuke. The apocalyptic ray violently detonates against the desperate aquatic bubble with completely devastating momentum. Howling under the crushing pressure, Ja helplessly watches her magical barricade slowly crack into pieces. The colossal shockwave completely flings Chen and her bird out of orbit, sending them completely limp toward the ground. Spotting the tragic freefall, Walden curses loudly and abandons his post to personally play the heroic catcher. Fading to black, Chen's entire body entirely loses its battle with gravity as she completely passes out. Safely scooping up the unconscious girl, Walden wisely concludes that catching falling bodies temporarily supersedes punching terrorists. He barks an emergency retreat to the pavement, leaving Eliza hovering alone to angrily monitor the disaster zone. Terrified competitors rapidly nosedive into the tree line, eagerly fleeing the airspace while the boss music clearly intensifies. Tearing through the clouds, the jet-black nightmare effortlessly turns the midterm assessment into an absolute bloodbath. Hovering far above the panic, Yura smirks evilly, heavily enjoying the fantastic view of everyone fleeing in terror. The foe dragon violently swoops down, screaming to the world that this psychopath brought a nuclear weapon to a knife fight. The faculty committee erupts into full-blown hysterics, finally realizing they actually have to do their jobs and stop a genuine supervillain. Yura seizes control, declaring that the gathered instructors and proctors need to handle this disaster right now. Questioned about the chaos, she casually drops the bombshell that Chen Xiang bypassed a standard conjuration to forge a pact with a superior fiend. This revelation terrifies everyone else, since a monster of that caliber is guaranteed to devour its master's sanity. Genli, currently speeding his way into total lunacy, loudly brags that mastering the creature was never on his to-do list anyway. An educator guesses Genli might secretly be struggling to leash the monster, although nobody knows for sure. Yura concludes that standing around chatting is useless, commanding the faculty to halt both the student and his monstrous pet before things get any uglier. Opting for a hands-on approach, she ropes Sejun into tagging along. Sejun readily complies, prompting the strike squad to roll out. Outdoors, the combat zone rests beneath gloomy clouds, showcasing a thoroughly trashed landscape. A raven-haired pupil snoozes in a bruised heap, proving the winged lizard has already started racking up a body count. Remaining scholars huddle on their magical rides, viewing the catastrophe from a safely paranoid vantage point. A pale-haired lad detects the incoming threat well before it drops in to say hello. Riding his scaly transport, the tainted conjurer touches down to mock him, cheerfully noting that running away would have been a smart move since everyone present is scheduled for imminent doom. Rather than fleeing, the youth stubbornly plants his feet right before the beast. He politely points out that Yura is dead wrong about this being a simple black wyvern, hinting that her monster identification skills need work. This bold statement blindsides the bystanders, making them seriously rethink their current peril. A pair of nearby pupils zeroes in on the chatter, figuring out that this snowy-haired guy is hiding a surprisingly big brain. He casually strolls forward to give a lecture, ignoring the fact that the terrain is practically exploding. Overhead, a crimson firmament and a swarm of shadowy dragons scream that this is way above a standard testing glitch. The lad finally drops his cover, stating he only showed up to turn this specific monster into dust. He marches directly at the colossal brute, viewing it as target practice instead of a terrifying accident. The winged reptile replies with hysterical giggles, confirming to the peanut gallery that its master has checked out of reality. Baffled by the kid's bravado, the creature struggles to process such wild confidence. Leaning into the sass, the boy wonders aloud if he still looks like a harmless snack. The wyvern answers with lethal enthusiasm, firing off a crimson blast designed for instant deletion. A gigantic rocky palm bursts from the dirt, perfectly intercepting the deadly beam. This sudden save proves the mad student is completely unhinged, while the crowd correctly identifies the stony shield as golem crafting. The dark-haired youth is absolutely floored that someone busted out advanced earth magic during this mess. A wavy-haired gal struts up beside the pale lad, unwilling to let him hog the hero spotlight. He coolly hands out chores, politely asking her to distract the giant monster while he charges his rocky spell, which she readily accepts. Flashing a fleeting, cocky grin, he knows their perfect window of opportunity is right around the corner. The deranged conjurer laughs at their teamwork, cheerfully bragging that his pet eats ordinary rockmen for breakfast. Ramping up the violence, he chucks massive boulders while the beast bellows, begging the kids to come get pummeled up close. Striking back, the gal whips out violet energy to wreck the barrage and steal the upper hand. Deeply offended, the master flinches, absolutely appalled that someone had the nerve to return fire. Meanwhile, the pale-haired boy finishes the last gesture required to unleash his loaded trap. Gathering a dense orb of destruction in its jaws, the winged lizard prepares round 2. Before it can properly spit out the beam, a series of detonations shreds its face and ruins the mood. The snowy-haired lad cues up phase 2. He literally blips out of existence in a blink. Entering panic mode, the villain realizes he misplaced 2 very dangerous teenagers. Popping up overhead, the pale lad drops right into punching distance before the bad guy can even blink. He introduces a brutal boot to the conjurer's nose, completely bypassing his defenses. Touching down amid the hovering magical symbols, he casually claims the battlefield's prime real estate. Stumbling backward, the madman is thoroughly jostled by the abrupt foot to his face. Yet he hugs his grudge tightly, swearing to murder every person who ever side-eyed him, proving this tantrum is fueled equally by hurt feelings and demonic taint. When the pale youth tries to solo the monster, his partner loudly objects, absolutely refusing to be benched. His response is to sprint directly at the colossal brute with spicy insults, aiming to win the mental game via pure audacity. Correctly identifying the beast as the magical terrorist Tartarus, he skips the small talk to politely ask where the villain left his actual body. Tartarus notes that his clever disguise has failed, mentally sweating over how many secrets this meddling kid plans to spill. Before their glaring match can peak, a random burst of intense energy crashes the party. Diving in without a second thought, the gal inserts herself into the brawl, completely ignoring the previous order to stay back. Her dramatic entrance successfully startles the snowy-haired boy. Dropping from the sky, she turns his intended one-on-one duel into an unwanted team exercise. Plummeting through the destruction, he yells for Fiora, making it clear she is the star of this next trick. Summoning his tiny companion, he cooks up a fiery countermeasure while radiating absolute smugness. He muses that he was never a legendary master at one specific thing, just obnoxiously good at everything. Historically, that jack-of-all-trades status kept him from hitting maximum level in a solo category. Guys like Aaron and Duno definitely had him beat in aura management. Luna easily clapped him in sheer sorcery. Racina's left him in the dust when it came to conjuring pets. So rather than hopelessly grinding a single skill tree, he picked a loopier solution. He simply threw all his talents into a blender to create his own unique combat flavor. This wild combination physically manifests as a flaming bird crafted from raw energy and spells. Slapping some spiritual juice on top, he evolves the trick into an absolute powerhouse. Framing himself against Fiora's fiery glow, he dramatically announces that the bad guy's free trial of winning has expired. Tartarus throws a massive fit, instantly realizing that this flaming chicken is cosmic poison to monsters. Branding himself as a Phoenix partner, the lad pitches a trade. Show me your real torso, and I might explain how I got this awesome fire. Tartarus declines the deal, loudly bragging that every feral critter in the zip code already works for him. As a nasty spell brews, there is zero time for second-guessing, prompting Fiora to dive into the clash alongside him. The fiend charges a thick crimson beam, gambling his entire ego on raw, dumb power. Snapping back, the kid rolls out a hidden trick dubbed Phoenix Breath, a highly dense burst of solar rage. His mythical flames smash directly into Tartarus's blast, sparking an absurdly violent tug-of-war. The physical toll spikes instantly, proving that squeezing out this ultimate move is draining his health bar. Despite the pain, an inner push demands he wrap this up before the enemy's weak spot closes. Hacking mid-sentence, Tartarus begins to buckle, his monstrous swagger evaporating as the fiery pushback gains ground. Going all in, the boy dumps the rest of his gas tank into one last shove, politely commanding Fiora to roast their opponent. Their synced energies drop like a scorching column, cleanly melting through the monster's defenses. Witnessing the incoming doom, Tartarus belatedly figures out this teenager is significantly spicier than anticipated. The explosion shreds the brute's anatomy, popping its magical shields like cheap balloons. As the smoke dissipates, the fiery bird hovers over the crispy crater, officially stamping a win on this brawl. Feeling accomplished, the lad offers Fiora a metaphorical gold star and suggests they bounce since the scary lizard is toasted. The adrenaline spike crashes into woozy relief, leaving him floating in a woozy, gravity-optional haze next to his pet. Suddenly, a light bulb flicks on, reminding him that the overarching apocalypse is still actively happening. The camera pans back to the woods, where the actual main event is throwing down off-screen. At the secret location, a cloaked antagonist decides it is the perfect time to permanently unplug the red-haired summoner. An icy, piercing glare officially kicks off the retaliation. Azure energy slams downward with terrifying velocity, upgrading the sneak attack into a full frontal assault. A silver-haired sorceress crashes the scene, trapping the villain inside a crashing tube of arcane power. She cheerfully announces that this beatdown is specifically addressed to the artificial wizard Tartarus, cementing her intent to collect on old debts. Invoking Lumen's oceanic columns, she and her partner spam a beautifully synced barrage of glowing lasers. The cloaked creep is literally blasted apart, yet the messy aftermath proves this meat suit was just a decoy. A fabulously ugly original body slithers from the trash, helpfully warning them that it plans to snack on the entire zip code if ignored. The fleshy horror balloons into plain sight, proving this problem is considerably bulkier than one wizard in a trench coat. Once the ugly thing is permanently floored, the pale lad and the silver-haired caster poke the carcass, bummed out that it expired before sharing any gossip. Analyzing the magical greasy smears, he nods, confirming that their spooky goose chase concludes right in this dirt. Word drops that Lumern's safety rating has plummeted, making everyone deeply question the school's alarm system. Across the map, Leo is violently launched through the sky, looking very much like he was rudely evicted by an angry dimension. Mid-plummet, he frantically yells at Fiora to warp back to her monster dimension, deciding his pet's survival beats his own. A bystander notices Leo practicing his unassisted skydiving with midair and scrambles to catch them. A dark-scaled lizard snatches him just before he becomes pavement art, delivering an overly worried fret about his health. Leo squints at his scaly rescue and realizes it belongs to Professor Yura, confirming he has rejoined the land of the living. Breathing a massive sigh, he tosses her a thank you while the apocalyptic vibe finally chills out. Inside a gloomy cave, a robed weirdo stands among dead monsters while villainous crimson energy throbs from his pores. He internally complains that this operation is a headache because Leo clearly forgot to read the handbook on being a normal teenager. The grumpy guy deduces that Leo is secretly shackled to Phoenix, upgrading him from mild annoyance to massive threat. A stealthy eavesdropper catches this monologue, mentally connecting the dots regarding Leo's spicy secret. The spy also processes that Hafner's ugly truth is out in the open, elevating this botched exam into a full-blown scandal. Instead of panicking, the lurker is heavily entertained that the script is flying out the window. Returning to campus, Leo trudges down the corridors, practically dragging the emotional baggage of the day. He gets the memo that the conjuration midterm was scrapped because of the slight monster invasion issue. The school's press release awkwardly includes Senlu's demise, guaranteeing nobody can casually sweep this disaster under the rug. Hallway gossip claims Leo personally brawled with the main villain, showering him in an uncomfortable mix of awe and shady stares. Professor Yura's squad politely zips their lips about the winged reptile's cameo, preferring a vow of silence. Days roll by, bringing forth the sorcery division's dreaded hands-on testing. A teacher kicks off the suffering, hyping the class up for their impending judgment. A couple of kids snap their heads in shock when an unlikely guest waltzes through the door. Chloe drags herself inside looking like a zombie, instantly triggering a wave of worried whispers. She firmly claims a spot regardless, stubbornly refusing to take a sick day despite her ghastly vibe. Leo catches her slumping into a chair, silently analyzing how deeply toasted she appears. The proctor also notes her dramatic entrance and logs it as weirdly important. Chloe cheerfully points out the perfect attendance record, giving the green light for the torture session to begin. The teacher claps for silence, pitching today as a wonderful opportunity for everyone to flex their magical muscles. He casually mentions that he will not be the solo executioner today, instantly dialing up the anxiety in the room. He cheerfully reveals that 3 guest judges are crashing the party. Their stroll into the room feels heavily intimidating, given they are alumni who survived this place 3 years ago. Judge number 1 is proudly announced as Rilda Fidlini, a certified survivor of Lumen's arcane wing. Judge number 2 is Tidman Slack, an older veteran dragged back to grade some rookies. Rounding out the trio is Jin Hyos, who practically oozes arrogant swagger. Combined, these 3 alumni form the terrifying tribunal destined to hand out today's report cards. They toss out a breezy hello, though the chipper greeting fails miserably at lowering the students' blood pressure. The classroom instantly panics, convinced these imported critics are going to grade them like harsh food bloggers. Liliana Layden gets drafted first, bouncing out of her seat with aggressive pep. She takes the stage to start her magical show-and-tell. Liliana barks her name with dizzying cheer, heavily determined to charm the pants off the panel. Her radioactive bubbliness causes a classmate to cringe into the floor, yet she powers onward without a care. Kicking things off, she spawns a blinding tube of radiance, flexing her grip over shiny spells. She cheerfully lectures that photons are her specialty, causing the alumni to scribble down that she holds a niche elemental focus. Spicing things up, she glues a combustion equation onto her glow sticks to cook up a fresh gimmick. This mashup bursts into a blistering heat wave, proving her flashlight tricks can actually melt faces. One evaluator physically jolts at the sheer heat, quietly impressed that the bubbly girl actually brought the fire. Liliana happily debates that her spicy sunburn is vastly superior to boring laser beams, aggressively defending her pat. The alumni scribble quietly on their clipboards while she awkwardly stands by for her sentencing. Tidman casually defaces his rubric after chewing over her explosive presentation. Rilda scoops up the finished paperwork and slides it to the main teacher for a rubber stamp. The verdict drops, a flat C across the board, proving that looking flashy doesn't buy you premium grades. The testing drags along as the benchwarmers loudly complain about the brutal curve, with a few kids mentally drafting their dropout papers. A poor soul named Smith Rebecca receives a miserable failure the moment the proctor inks her sheet. Nick Arbin immediately follows up with his own spectacular flunk, proving the judges are allergic to mercy. Kyle Thomas barely scrapes a B+, leaving him noticeably stressed rather than popping champagne. Chelsea Lulin snags a solid with an incredibly slick arcane routine, instantly making the previous kids look like amateurs. Her victory thrills the audience, sending one specific fanboy into a borderline embarrassing cheering fit. A duo of critics whisper that while she did great, it wasn't quite the mind-blowing spectacle expected from the heavy hitters. The proctor dryly yells for the next victim, ensuring the conveyor belt of judgment doesn't stall. A judge mentally trashes the current roster as painfully mediocre. The next sacrifice is beckoned to the spotlight. Abad Lulin struts up to face the music. Half the room instantly assumes he's going to crush it purely based on his arrogant posture. He claims his spot in the testing circle, smirking at the panel and his peers. Abad loudly brags that he will be serving up a high-tier hurricane dubbed Tempest. An evaluator mutters that if the kid actually hits the required lethal output without exploding, it counts as top-tier magic. Abad smugly guarantees his tornado sits perfectly in that elite category, jacking up the tension in the room. A quick flashback shows the Lulin backyard, where he previously play-tested this risky weather trick. Locked inside a protective box, Abad starts brewing the storm while his family sensibly stands very far away. He squishes energy between his palms, slowly cobbling together the eye of the hurricane. The raw power ramps up aggressively, yet he miraculously avoids blowing his own arms off. Locking his brain into gear, Abad throws his entire soul into ripping the lid off the spell. Tempest detonates around his body, launching him skyward while an angry gale shreds the surroundings. The physical blowback feels like getting hit by a truck, yet he grunts through the agony to keep the blender spinning. The swirling breeze shrinks into a wildly unstable dot, only to aggressively explode outward. A massive tornado chews up the turf, loudly verifying that his magic hits like a freight train. The hurricane's reach bleeds outside the safety zone, thoroughly terrifying an innocent fuzzy critter nearby. The poor animal gets sucked into the draft, heading straight for a violent eviction from the mortal coil. Abad realizes roughly 5 seconds too late that his homework is about to commit animal cruelty. He flinches violently upon noticing a third party just crashed his personal disaster. The fuzzy hostage gets hugged by a much gentler breeze and cleanly yanked from the death spiral. Another wizard floats down cradling the beast, having totally hijacked the weather pattern without breaking a sweat. The newcomer casually pets the shivering furball, displaying a chill competence that Abad sorely lacked. Back in reality, the panel notes that this specific gust relies on hijacking natural drafts, making it obnoxiously hard not to wreck the furniture. Abad scores a shiny A+, though the proctor throws brutal shade by casually stating everyone expected this from his cooler brother instead. Moving right past the emotional damage, the teacher screams for the next kid in line. Leo Plov is dragged to the chopping block to show off his arcane tricks. Staring down the alumni, Leo pitches a completely bizarre spellcrafting idea he cooked up in his spare time. Instead of chucking a standard fireball, he flaunts a completely blank, element-free casting engine. The panel looks like their brains short-circuited, mostly because magic usually requires actual flavor, and this theory is complete nonsense to them. Ignoring their judgmental squints, Leo stands there radiating pure, unbothered swagger. He casually states that his fancy custom engine practically automates the annoying parts of weaving spells. Multiple critics instantly label his pitch as the rambling of a crazy person. An evaluator leans in, demanding to know if this kid seriously thinks he just reinvented the arcane wheel. Leo hits them with a cheerful yes, causing the lead proctor to practically vibrate at the sheer arrogance of it all. A grumpier panelist calls his thesis garbage and barks for a visual demonstration rather than a boring lecture. The lead teacher aggressively defends Leo, begging the boy to scribble the math on the chalkboard. The grumpy alumni reluctantly consent to stare at his homework before officially failing him. Leo happily grabs some chalk and starts defacing the wall. He slaps line after line of his bizarre arcane, plumbing onto the slate for public viewing. While the critics squint at the math, one points out that exactly one legend in all of history managed to operate a weird, custom magic operating system. Leo kicks things off by tipping his hat to Luna, the starry-eyed poet who practically invented the gold standard. A doubting peer interrupts, sarcastically asking if Leo seriously believes he belongs in the same time zone as Luna's talent. Leo coolly confesses he isn't anywhere near Luna's zip code of greatness, firmly rejecting the idea that he is a prodigy. He politely pivots, noting that Luna's legendary cheats are cool, but totally irrelevant to what he is building. Leo lectures that his dream isn't to copy her bizarre talents, but to code a program that any average Joe can run. This specific nuance punches Chloe right in the gut, making her realize he speaks about the ancient legend like he actually knew her. Standing victoriously by the chalk dust, Leo delivers a fully functional arcane blueprint instead of a pathetic bluff. The peanut gallery suddenly gets the joke. If this kid's math holds up, a wizard could spam any trick without blowing out their mana veins. Even the pupils actively failing basic arithmetic can sense that Leo is cooking something violently above their pay grade. Chloe glares quietly at the boy, her focus intensifying heavily as his bizarre rant starts feeling oddly personal. A fellow student demands to know why anyone would even bother building such a complicated toy. Leo smoothly replies that he simply wants folks to abuse whatever cool spells they feel like casting without restrictions. The class basically labels him a mad scientist, prompting a random kid to ask what he plans to name his monster. Leo stalls for dramatic effect, absolutely aware that this title drop is going to hit like a sledgehammer. He pulls in some ambient energy to prove his chalkboard scribbles actually do something. Finishing his grand speech, he dubs it Bible, manifesting the literal system right in his palms. Chloe Mueller looks like she just saw a ghost, her brain instantly recognizing the terrifying historical weight of that specific noun. She mentally searches her history notes, remembering that only a single ancient weirdo ever attached the word Bible to spellcraft. That title directly linked back to the legendary engine whipped up by the mythic hero Kyle, implying Leo somehow stumbled upon classified cheat codes. Against her better judgment, Chloe internally prays that Leo is about to prove Kyle wasn't just a fairy tale to scare children. Even the stoic proctor leans over his desk, finally grasping that Leo's little show-and-tell just derailed into miracle territory. He barks the boy's name in a panicked squeak, completely dropping the professional teacher voice. Leo casually lets slip that he botched the final code back when he used to be Kyle. Making aggressive eye contact with Chloe, he promises that this respawn run is dedicated to finally fixing his old bugs. Chloe digests this massive historical revelation in mute terror, trapped halfway between seeking medical help and bowing down. Sensing her internal screaming, Leo gently asks if she is okay, proving this whole theater act was aimed directly at her. The circus marches on, violently yanking Chloe to the front as the grand finale. The peanut gallery leans in, fully expecting the valedictorian to drop an obnoxiously perfect light show. Chloe softly announces that her ultimate trick is just a campfire that refuses to die. She pops out a scarlet spark and promises it literally cannot be blown out. The audience is deeply baffled because her entire brand is freezing things, making a random fire trick look incredibly sketchy. Initially, the tiny blaze looks painfully boring, making people roll their eyes at her boast. The crowd mentally yawns, deciding her trick is total garbage compared to Leo's reality-breaking math. Before they can boo her off stage, Chloe casually asks them to hold their complaints until she actually demonstrates the glitch. Whipping up a literal waterfall, she prepares to drown her own campfire for science. Gallons of liquid slam onto the spark, yet the red glow cheerfully keeps burning underwater like it forgot physics existed. The impossible aquatic fire breaks everyone's brain, while Leo instantly deduces her spell is heavily ignoring the terms of service. Chloe nods at his glaring, cheerfully admitting she slapped an eternity buff on the spark, so it legally cannot expire. She crushes her fist over the blaze, dominating a trick that technically lacks the batteries to stay alive. She quotes the textbook clearly: spells are supposed to vanish the second a wizard stops feeding them juice. The class just goggles at her in mute horror as she blatantly commits arcane rule-breaking right in front of them. She joyfully states her fire simply ignores that law, turning her little test into a massive insult to academic standards. The room's previous boredom rapidly sours into deep panic as the students grasp the terrifying cheat codes she just unlocked. Bracing for impact, she readies the title of her shiny new spell, ensuring everyone knows this isn't a cheap parlor illusion. She officially dubs it the Eternal Flame, wearing a smirk that demands applause. Leo violently flinches, absolutely certain her mortal brain shouldn't be capable of coding that specific fire. The teacher instantly recognizes the nuclear weight of her trick, addressing her as if she just brought a live bomb to class. She scores an instant perfect grade, since making immortal fire was supposedly too hard for even Luna to figure out. The ugly historical truth drops. Literally only one entity ever played with that fire, and it was the villainous Erebus. Leo stares blankly at the wall in pure dread, figuring out that Chloe's shiny new grade might tie her directly to a cosmic horror nobody else remembers. Leo parks himself in an empty room, heavily zoning out and brooding. Trying to find Chloe, he gets told she is passed out from pulling an all-nighter, prompting him to simply walk away. Just before exiting, he pivots and interrogates a random peer about Chloe's recent weird behavior. Startled by the response, he spins back around to collect the juicy gossip. Fellow student leaks that Chloe has been behaving like a tightly wound spring all week. Rumors strongly imply she has been fighting with peers, possibly even boxing one of the sorcery department's worst troublemakers. This spicy intel forces Leo back into his chair, violently cranking the gears in his head. He pops out a mini fiery bird to act as a magical messenger. Deploying the flaming pigeon, Leo places a call to casually check up on the outside world. The magical connection links up, and Leo announces who is speaking. The grumpy face on the other side belongs to Plov, glaring right through the flames. Skipping the pleasantries, Leo rudely demands to know why his vanished relative is still squatting at liming. As the bird lands, the chat aggressively drops the humor and gets heavy. Leo uses basic logic, stating that since a phoenix naturally hates monsters, his family member loitering in that specific spot clearly has a hidden motive. He doubles down, heavily implying she is treating the school like a stakeout rather than a vacation. Plov sighs, realizing the boy is cheerfully ripping the bandage off a massive, highly classified wound. She drops the dark history. Half a decade ago, Lumen got violently crashed by unwelcome guests. A handful of kids and teachers got murdered, and the authorities totally botched finding the killers. In the aftermath, Headmaster Callion seized the big chair, while Plov quietly became a revenge-obsessed detective hunting the culprits. Leo immediately stitches this cold case to the recent gossip about the exam monster eating a classmate. When he flat-out asks if Tartarus pulled the trigger, Plov nods hesitantly, confessing her gut says yes even without solid proof. Leo requests she relay a highly concerning memo to Headmaster Callion. His warning is that Sun Lu may not be the only vulnerable kid Tartarus whispered to, instantly causing Plav to pale in sheer horror. Meanwhile, the painful testing phase launches as victims are herded into the yard. A teacher commands attention, loudly proclaiming that since the candidates have arrived, he will outline the rules. Skimming the syllabus, Leo realizes the combined brawler exam requires squads to invade a famous hero's old memory map. He casually reads the level name out loud as the Ishimer disaster, causing his neighbors to aggressively flinch. A few ignorant kids whisper confusedly, proving they severely neglected their history homework. The teacher snaps at them to shut up and pay attention. The professor barks for silence, politely demanding they let Leo finish his impromptu history lesson. Leo happily informs the crowd that this specific nightmare took place 3 decades prior. Back in the day, a bunch of clueless Lumen freshmen hunting shiny rocks in the Miller Forest got brutally jumped by Tartarus. Professor Albi, who was barely a sophomore at the time, got drafted into a panicked rescue squad to clean up the mess. Against all odds, the young wizard managed to drag a dozen screaming kids away from the meat grinder. The entire point of this midterm is to evacuate the bleeding kids and squash monsters, all while babysitting the teenage version of their current Professor Albi. The adult issues a cheerful threat. This test is lethally dangerous, and anyone who looks like they might perish will just get kicked out of school instantly instead. This brutal policy sucks all the air out of the yard as the students swallow hard. Noticing their collective panic, the teacher dials back his grumpy attitude. He offers a weirdly sweet pep talk, insisting they are tough enough to punch these ghosts in the face. This sudden display of affection leaves half the teenagers starry-eyed and holding back tears. A specific fangirl attempts to convert that warm, fuzzy feeling into blatant flirting, earning her a massive, icy rejection. The faculty then pivots to the dreaded random group generator, booting up the lottery for the first class. Realizing they cannot simply squad up with their best friends, the kids instantly panic about getting saddled with dead weight. The draft starts as panicked victims yank random, numbered balls out of a bucket. A random guy cheers loudly about landing in Squad 4, just as Leo slinks up to test his luck. Leo magically manages to pull Squad 11. Checking the board, he discovers that Group 11 is literally the last slot available. After the rosters are locked, the unlucky members of Squad 11 are ordered to toe the line before the scary door activates. A pale-haired gal breathes a massive sigh of relief after discovering she is riding the coattails of Princess Zerdinger. Puffing out her chest, she loudly brags that their little gang is going to aggressively demonstrate the Northern Empire's sheer awesomeness. The simulation kicks off the Shettimer flashback, immediately throwing a spotlight on a blonde kid chained to an incredibly bad day. This boy acts as the literal center of the tutorial sequence, dragging the camera directly into Albi's traumatic teenage nightmare. A pair of girls sprints into the active level, looking incredibly stressed, basically radiating the feeling that this test is completely broken. The digital battleground loads in completely, setting the gloomy stage where these rookies are supposed to try not to die. The peanut gallery mutters that while these kids look like standard background extras, their actual combat spells are wildly overpowered and flashy. 2 teachers chat about the standings, anticipating Celia will rank brilliantly, while conceding that Cinzia and Thea Levelin remain absurdly formidable. Their relaxed demeanor suggests the assessment is running flawlessly, keeping all showcase talents perfectly contained. Marveling at Team 1's blazing pace, the grader deduces this batch of freshmen harbors crazy potential. The headmaster suddenly appears, commanding instant reverence and transforming a mundane grading session into an intense inspection. He quips that he dropped by purely to witness whether the rookies actually learned anything useful. Spotting Professor Albi, the fair-haired pupil shudders, recalling how the instructor's brutal testing methods previously triggered a rather dreadful flashback. This grim throwback anchors him to a past oath, swearing to remember the trauma regardless of his deep desire to leave it behind. As Team 1 finishes their assault, the group's seamless combat synergy validates the staff's glowing appraisals. The headmaster deems Zerdinger and Levelin extraordinarily potent, marveling at how smoothly they collaborate despite their contrasting histories. Team 3 wraps up shortly after, securing victory by parking their twin powerhouses up front, while the rest cheerfully tossed support spells from a safe distance. The headmaster playfully notes this brilliant strategy of letting the strong do all the heavy lifting is exactly why they won. Team 4 conquers the challenge too, with Nella Carvin showcasing healing magic so scarce it practically demands a standing ovation. The headmaster shifts his gaze toward Cinzia, whose fluid actions perfectly align with the bizarre excellence he anticipated. He pinpoints her quirky aptitude, solidifying the notion that a handful of kids here might just shatter the grading curve. Team 7 successfully finishes their run, fueling the suspicion that this cohort is absolutely stuffed with mutant prodigies. Witnessing one flawless victory after another, the teachers remain blissfully unaware and deeply impressed. The headmaster confesses there are plenty of stellar kids, yet one specific troublemaker has entirely hijacked his curiosity. He summons Team 1 front and center, dragging a pale-haired lad and a blonde maiden into the spotlight for a microscopic inspection. One instructor gets unexpectedly emotional, acting like the duo just walked right out of a nostalgic history book. The chosen duo gets playfully asked if they are ready for doom, signaling the kickoff of a significantly harsher trial. The snowy-haired teen takes a deep breath, narrowing his concentration like a laser. The golden-haired lass mirrors his stance, quietly adopting the exact same fierce determination. A massive glowing ring flares up beneath their boots, shoving the assessment into uncharted territory powered by the hero record. However, instead of a standard reaction, a sinister, gooey anomaly starts brewing inside the spell. The pale-haired boy instantly smells a rat, sensing the ritual's catastrophic failure way before anyone else realizes they are in trouble. His frantic shout startles the bystanders right as the arcane energy aggressively unravels. The complete array exposes itself, yet the resulting fire and geometry act nothing like a traditional school project. When the anticipated outcome flops completely, the class gasps upon realizing Leo and Chloe just poofed right off the arena. Professor Albi completely loses his cool, panicking as his simple quiz morphs into an unsanctioned nightmare. The blonde pupil aggressively demands answers, jokingly asking if kidnapping was on the syllabus, thereby forcing the adults to face the disaster head-on. He dramatically orders the whole thing shut down, swaggering around like the only genius who grasps the looming apocalypse. Brandishing a mystical document, he points out gloomy symptoms of an illicit spawn involving doom, slaughter, and some freaky pitch-black foliage. The headmaster immediately identifies the mess, grimly validating their absolute worst nightmare. Leo and Chloe got sucked into a wild hero dungeon manifestation, tragically becoming the primary prey inside the chaotic domain. This glitch should have popped up as a basic alert, so the glowing crimson objective text confirms the artifact is throwing a legendary temper tantrum. The stranded duo knows this is no minor paper jam, sarcastically asking the empty air how they are supposed to proceed without a handy survival manual. The pale-haired lad tries phoning home, but the dead silence confirms they are thoroughly isolated from reality. The golden-haired girl foolishly clings to the fantasy that their teachers might just unplug the machine and yank them to safety. He ruthlessly pops her bubble, arguing that if the staff could actually help, they would have done it already, meaning the death trap is fully operational. Resigning himself to an unsupervised field trip, he cheerfully declares they will just have to clear the labyrinth themselves. He cheerfully informs Chloe that a 10-man squad would likely perish here, casually mentioning this scenic spot is linked to a 30-year-old bloodbath where the only exit strategy is bloody survival. The labyrinth responds by unleashing ravenous beasts, happily showcasing the massive predators currently itching to eat them. Chloe connects the dots to Tartarus and the legendary Shettimer massacre, realizing the famous slaughter of rookie champions is no longer just a bedtime story. The sheer terror of that epiphany crushes her, transforming a dusty historical calamity into a very urgent flesh-eating problem. Paralyzed by fear, she figures out the lovely woods are basically a customized meat grinder, and they walked right into the blades. The white-haired boy strolls up to Chloe, instantly treating her like the best sidekick and crowning her the toughest freshman available. He optimistically suggests that if they combine their efforts, they can entirely dismantle this apocalyptic scenario. Chloe stares, totally bewildered by his chilling calmness, realizing her fantasy of finally matching his level was a complete joke. Rather than screaming, he steers the chat toward violence, wryly asking if she brought any brilliant ideas to the table. He spells out the itinerary like a tour guide, the Chedmother's mess requires knocking out two very specific chores. Those fun little chores involve grabbing the endangered rookies first, then making sure everybody else does not die. He figures out that before playing hero, they desperately need to recruit some extra cannon fodder. Whipping out a crude sketch, he jokes that the impending doom is a bit too spicy for just a party of two. Chloe dryly points out the elephant in the room. Their magical bubble keeps any cavalry from crashing the party. He waves off the notion of external backup, aiming his recruitment drive at the poor souls already stuck in the spooky trees. He cheerfully reminds her that fellow Lumierne kids are wandering around, including some beefy seniors who could actually prove useful if they are still breathing. Acting on this brilliant brainwave, he drops into a squat and invites Chloe to hop on for a piggyback ride. When she squeaks in protest, he insists that acting as her personal taxi is the only way to beat the monsters to the surviving upperclassmen. He brutally informs her that a spellcaster's stamina is generally terrible, leaving Chloe blushing madly but completely unable to argue. As twilight swallows the canopy, the duo sprints off to play hide-and-seek with any lingering survivors. Somewhere else in the gloom, trapped classmates are already fiercely battling ugly pigmen just to stay alive. The brawl is a total mess, with grotesque brutes breathing right down their sweaty necks. Peeking from the bushes, a spiky-headed fiend from the Chubertadhaman clan dramatically announces it is time to start the show. He spots the pale-haired lad galloping through the foliage with Chloe attached, immediately labeling them the pathetic rescue squad. The terrified pupils they are rushing to save happen to include a few competent seniors, stubbornly refusing to die. The fiend casually outlines the villainous agenda: block those pesky kids from reaching the core before the dark arts finish, while tossing everyone else into the trash. Feeling incredibly smug about his tactical edge, the monster decides to roll up his sleeves and murder them personally. He swivels around wearing a wicked smirk, betting his favorite horns that the would-be saviors will arrive too late. Meanwhile, the galloping boy and his passenger keep pushing forward, quickly realizing the breathing victims are scattered all over the syllabus. The fiend squeezes his blade, practically vibrating with excitement to chop them up once they cross the invisible line. His homicidal vibes spike drastically as he locks his radar onto the approaching kids. Blissfully ignorant of the upcoming trap, the teen simply turbocharges his speed, hauling Chloe deeper into the creepy timber. As the shadows grow thicker than syrup, he notices the local villainous vibes are getting uncomfortably strong. That oppressive aura sparks a genius thought, prompting him to blatantly copy Aaron's signature trick. He starts micromanaging his internal energy like a cheapskate, rather than letting it spew everywhere. By funneling all that juice right into his eyeballs and ears, he cranks his situational awareness past any sane boundary. He triggers a massive sensory overdrive, essentially turning into a running radar dish without dropping a single mile per hour. The blurry woods instantly translate into a crisp, high-definition map of lethal hazards and handy shortcuts. Leveraging this shiny new awareness, he cheerfully informs Chloe that a pigman blockade is up ahead, advising her to ready the big guns. The grunting guards remain blissfully ignorant, standing around with flaming sticks like absolute goons. The flying duo crashes the campsite before the ugly brutes can even blink or grab their weapons properly. Chloe tightens her grip on her fleshy taxi, intensely preparing to blast something the millisecond he makes a hole. She spews a nasty blizzard of frost, while he essentially carries her straight through the center of the monstrous pack. Her icy barrage turns several brutes into popsicles, beautifully trimming the herd before they can initiate a group hug. He cleans up the mess with some violent close-quarters hacking, effortlessly deleting the stragglers amidst the icy chaos. In mere seconds, the couple poses amidst a circle of chopped enemies, having brilliantly utilized teamwork to sweep the area clean. A nearby student gapes like a fish, absolutely flabbergasted by the snowy-haired lad's ridiculous combat prowess. One slowpoke monster realizes way too late that rushing them is basically asking for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. A swift, brutal downward chop introduces another ugly brute to the permanent dirt nap. The sheer impact pulverizes the creature's toy weapon, making it painfully obvious who brought the bigger muscles. Still acting as a beast of burden, he slices a path forward without slowing down, preferring to keep the rescue moving instead of throwing a victory party. Chloe is totally spooked by his combat flex, nervously wondering if she could ever actually beat Leo in a fair fight. Finally, the human radar detects the spicy epicenter of bad vibes, a spooky altar where creeps are doing a little chanting. Spotting the fancy villain in the middle, Chloe groans upon realizing they are crashing a party hosted by an authentic monstrous warlord, not just random grunts. The teen recklessly dashes toward the altar, cheerfully demanding Chloe's backup as he transforms a polite rescue into an aggressive home invasion. Pale-haired pupil goes completely airborne, siphoning juice through his weapon, while a flashy geometric circle explodes under his sneakers. He aggressively shoves that energy skyward, launching a brutal shockwave, as if telling an incoming spell to politely buzz off. The surrounding classmates finally notice the incoming murder squad and frantically prepare to avoid dying. A spiky-headed fiend swoops in for a quick kill, instantly upgrading the boring standoff into a desperate survival scramble. Before the nasty hit connects, the pale lad slides across the dirt and parries the strike, acting as a very lethal human shield. The monster blinks in sheer confusion, thoroughly insulted by this unexpected traffic block. The liberated classmates just stare with their mouths open, struggling to process who exactly decided to play superhero. The villainous momentum dies completely as the sudden parry violently shoves the attacker backward. The boy plants his feet firmly, sword raised, offering a chillingly calm stare to the monstrous freight train he just derailed. A bewildered kid whispers, wondering if the cavalry finally bothered to show up. He shoots them a wink of confirmation, entirely ignoring the secondary creep winding up a nasty spell right behind his back. A tidal wave of hideous, drooling summons sprints at them, looking incredibly eager to trample the fragile kids. He responds by casually setting his sword on fire, getting ready to serve up a heavily toasted rebuttal. With a massive blazing swing, he roasts the entire wave of uglies, creating a wonderfully clear breathing room. The teenagers are paralyzed by his absurd muscle power, prompting the braided lass to declare this the perfect moment to actually do something helpful. She hoists a fancy magical gadget and starts chanting a snooty incantation, pooling together a ridiculous amount of holy glitter. Her shiny toy hits maximum capacity, compressing the shimmering energy into a very angry glowing orb. She violently launches Arc Ray, blasting a concentrated laser beam straight onto the monster's forehead with malicious intent. The dazzling explosion completely swallows the villain, squeezing out a very satisfying shriek as the laser roasts it perfectly. The golden-haired savior immediately nerds out, identifying the shiny blast as astrological sorcery and thereby unmasking the shooter's gimmick. The braided girl's secret identity is instantly blown, exposing her as Ali Azarin, a highly decorated aspiring champion. With the immediate threat toasted, the grateful kids start aggressively shouting their thanks. The braided lass babbles about how much the nasty demons scared them, but cheerfully claims they feel totally invincible now that the cavalry is here. The blonde rescuer rudely interrupts the fan club meeting, bluntly stating she needs a private chat with her teammate before handing out autographs. As the companion steps aside, the braided girl casually drops the blonde's full name, cheerfully greeting Alia Jaren like they are old brunch buddies. That specific moniker hits the rescue duo like a truck, particularly Leo, who instantly does the horrifying mental math. Leo vividly remembers that Alex Jaren was a legendary freshman prodigy who supposedly bit the dust 3 decades ago during the Ched Mother's catastrophe. The clueless rescued kids keep gossiping, completely blind to the existential panic they just triggered, bragging about how legendary Ali Azarin's squad was. They helpfully sprinkle in the depressing trivia that her entire squad was among the unlucky losers who failed to survive that historical bloodbath. The braided girl casually mentions they just bumped into Alia's crew while wandering around during the test. The horrific puzzle pieces snap together. Chu Barn, a fancy dark knight from Tartarus, murdered this exact group earlier, which means they are literally playing out the prologue of a famous tragedy. The golden-haired lass deduces that Tartarus purposefully sparked the Shenmue bloodbath just to murder Alia Zarin before she could become a massive problem. That villainous scheme was clearly designed to delete a stellar magic nerd, ensuring her legendary status never reached the history books. The supposedly random historical oopsie now smells exactly like a micromanaged assassination plot, directed by some very shady string pullers. The blonde logically points out that if they are strictly following the script, their pathetic current levels cannot save this doomed squad, so they better ditch them for another group if they want to survive. Leo stubbornly argues the ethics, but she bitterly snaps back that this entire heroic playground is literally constructed from the corpses of these specific victims. She forces herself to bluntly state the ugly reality: these kids already expired 30 years ago. Leo nods at the depressing trivia, yet fiercely rejects the cowardly strategy she is trying to sell. Drowning in panic, the blonde deduces the entire leafy paradise is just a giant historical reenactment designed to murder them. Leo dramatically drops to one knee beside her, playfully snapping his fingers to remind her that she is actually alive right now. He sticks out a hand, confidently joking that as long as they stick together, they can totally smash this rigged carnival game. His unbothered attitude absolutely wrecks her, reminding her that just when she thought she caught up to his awesomeness, she is actually eating his dust again. Leo stays completely frosty, stubbornly refusing to let a little historical doom dictate their travel plans. She stumbles emotionally, ping-ponging between raw terror, pure annoyance, and the crushing weight of knowing too many spoilers. Leo sweetly twists her mental crisis, sarcastically asking if hyperventilating is her idea of prime champion behavior. While giving her a verbal hug, he gently scolds her for trash-talking her own potential. He drops the ultimate cheesy line, reminding her that she is literally enrolled as a hero candidate. She snaps back that they do not have their licenses yet, and dealing with terrifying garbage fires is supposedly part of the internship. Despite her sass, his blind trust completely rattles her, leaving her quietly swooning in the middle of a war zone. Leo bravely takes a step forward, smugly declaring that since they already messed up the timeline, this tragic rerun does not actually have to end with everyone dying again. Cleo casually reveals that her team had already swept this zone, proving they literally waltzed into someone else's carefully constructed murder theater. Ali points out with zero chill that if basic grunts were the real issue, Chibarn would have squashed them already, strongly hinting a much bigger bad guy is pulling the strings. Even though the concept gives her massive hives, the blonde gracefully dumps the ultimate decision right into Cleo's lap. Cleo instantly votes to completely ignore the official exam objectives and just run away with Ali's gang instead. As he spins around to execute the plan, it becomes painfully obvious that Cleo just threw himself into the fire alone before anyone could grab his collar. He stubbornly clutches a highly questionable arcane manual, heavily implying he remains the proud owner of the exact item that caused this entire mess. A wave of nervous whispering infects the crowd once they notice their grand rescue party consists of exactly 2 sweaty teenagers. A few paranoid kids link the missing teammates and the freaky environment to a giant cheese trap laid by Tartarus. The Chinese letter swats away the conspiracy theories, logically pointing out that if the scary monsters were truly evil, they would not have bothered playing bodyguard. Rather than treating Cleo like a sneaky spy, Ali just blatantly swoons over his aggressive leadership skills. Her unapologetic admiration catches the entire group completely off balance. A cheeky classmate roasts Aaliyah by pointing out her current crush acts exactly like her famously arrogant big brother, earning a very visible eye roll in response. The peanut gallery immediately shuts up when Cleo stomps to the front, ready to play field commander. Cleo barks at the crowd to zip it, loudly crowning himself the absolute dictator of their survival expedition. He sternly announces they are done playing detective, and the new curriculum is purely focused on running away really fast. When some optimist asks about waiting for the teachers, Cleo laughs in their face, cheerfully warning that an elite demonic knight is personally hunting them down. This terrifying spoiler absolutely paralyses the group, since students are basically supposed to run screaming from anything above a goblin. They rapidly realize that a single night class fiend packs the punch of an entire heavily armed military squad. The crushing reality of that math causes the scrawny kid to literally vibrate with sheer panic. Cleo pitches the ultimate foolproof tactic: absolutely zero fighting and 100% focus on a highly aggressive marathon in the opposite direction. Watching him boss everyone around, Aliyah cannot help but notice his bossy swagger is an exact replica of her older sibling. Despite their knees knocking together, the teenagers manage to stop crying when Cleo aggressively asks if their shoes are tied. Lacking any brighter ideas, the flock simply obeys his shouting and violently stampedes down the escape path. While jogging, Ali spots the golden-haired lass stumbling and deduces something is severely malfunctioning with her. The blonde's masked grimace screams she is either fighting off a stomachache, deep panic, or some freaky magical mutation. Ali easily translates that facial expression, picking up on a very sketchy vibe she simply cannot brush aside. Far away in the fancy school archives, panicked bureaucrats frantically tear through old files as the disaster clearly leaks outside the tree line. Someone screams an order to pull every single file on kids, transforming into living dungeons, terrified this exact glitch is happening again. The nerdy analysts optimistically guess that, since the freaky zone refuses to swallow more victims, the trapped duo must still be breathing. This theory provides a microscopic sliver of comfort, mostly because surviving inside that specific hellscape is statistically impossible. The bizarre clock mechanics make the headache infinitely worse, considering a whole century seems to pass indoors for every minute outside. The headmaster corners Albi, aggressively demanding to know what time he originally punched Shoebarn's ticket 3 decades ago, betting his pension the events are linked. Albi grimly recalls the fatal hour was midnight, and his sour face proves he is still hauling around tons of emotional baggage over it. Before that depressing nostalgia can fully marinate, a random assistant bursts into the room with a juicy clue. A freshly minted memo officially names the sketchy merchant who hawked that illegal summoning rock to student Leo. Back in the scary woods, Ali starts frantically chanting as lethal problems surround the jogging kids. A spiky-headed fiend drops from the sky like a hairy meteor, instantly upgrading their peaceful jog into a frantic brawl. Cleo intercepts the dive bomb with ridiculous speed, slicing right through the monster's flight path before it can touch a single hair on the kids. The fiend is genuinely bamboozled that any squishy teenager possessed the reflexes to ruin his grand entrance. Ali and her classmates just stand there blinking, utterly flabbergasted by how casually Cleo swatted away certain death. The violent collision actually dumps the monster on its butt, proving Cleo's spicy parry packed a serious punch. Back among the dusty books, Albi suddenly announces he needs a walk to chill out, proving the historical cold case has severely rattled his nerves. The secretary stares as he speedwalks away, correctly guessing his dramatic exit means the vintage trauma is the root of today's disaster. She quietly rationalizes Albi's intense racism toward monsters, remembering his sister was basically turned into abstract art during that very same ancient massacre. The headmaster totally ignores the drama, pivoting back to the paperwork and screaming for the name of Lou's personal black market shopper. The culprit magically turns out to be a shady peddler who became incredibly trendy among freshmen for running a sketchy stall in Lemuria City's grimy alleys. This juicy tidbit sparks a terrifying theory. A Tartarus mole might have literally sneaked into the metropolis via the local mafia. The secretary rolls her eyes at the James Bond conspiracy, but reluctantly agrees Tartarus definitely FedExed some highly illegal toys straight to the students. This leaves the poor headmaster rubbing his temples, desperately trying to figure out what the villainous HR department is actually plotting. He aggressively flips through the dossier, suspecting the shady transaction, the spooky dome, and the vintage Shoebarn murder are all pieces of the same ugly puzzle. A dusty senior teacher practically jumps out of his chair after peeking at a freshly opened folder. The paperwork officially labels the contraband as Chloe Mueller's Gothic diary, instantly transforming a minor clue into a massive red alert. He immediately speed dials Professor Len and demands the book's keeper, Alina, be hauled in for interrogation, treating the whole mess like a ticking bomb. Left to babysit his own paranoia, he squints at the puzzle much harder instead of just sweeping it under the rug. His veteran combat tingles aggressively flare up, screaming that a very angry meat grinder is heading their way. Accepting that his goose is firmly in the oven, he adopts a very stern and twitchy posture. His magical gut feeling points directly at the giant spire, heavily suggesting the local disaster is broadcasting right from the lobby. He confidently bets his paycheck that the epicenter features a trio of noisy kids, starring the pale-haired teen as the main attraction. Out in the shrubbery, the tense silence gets violently shattered, proving the scary monsters have finally caught up with the jogging club. The littered monster corpses clearly show the gang has been throwing punches for quite a while now. The pale-haired lad stubbornly keeps roasting uglies with his fiery blade, basically soloing the entire mob while everyone else watches. He suddenly realizes playing the human radar is frying his brain, and he is dangerously close to a spectacular burnout. Noticing his cheerleading squad is practically gasping for oxygen, he generously authorizes a tiny breather. His peers are deeply freaked out by his absolute lack of sweat, finally registering that he is an absolute combat freak. The sweaty gang drops to the dirt, desperately chugging air while trying not to get eaten by stealthy bushes. Chloe efficiently uses the timeout to aggressively inspect her creepy diary, completely ignoring the trauma to focus on homework. Ali sidles up to Chloe, successfully distracting her from the evil reading material. Ali politely demands a secret girly chat, and Chloe awkwardly complies. Ali drops all manners and blatantly asks if Chloe and Leo are secretly pursuing a romance. Chloe shoots down the rumor way too fast, and her betrayed panic only makes Ali incredibly smug and suspicious. Chloe's brain short-circuits, leaving her completely mute and unable to formulate a believable lie. Ali mentally notes that despite Chloe's fancy grades and senior status, she acts exactly like a flustered schoolgirl when boys are mentioned. When Chloe nervously demands why she cares, Ali smoothly plays the reverse Uno card. Ali cheekily interrogates whether Chloe is personally planning to date Leo. The direct hit lands so perfectly that Ali practically giggles out loud, vibrating with messy excitement while waiting for the juicy gossip. Chloe instantly reads the room and correctly guesses that Ali got aggressively hard-tied the second she saw the guy. Ali shamelessly confesses Leo totally swept her off her feet, mainly because his face triggers major nostalgia for her beloved big brother. Nevertheless, she stubbornly refuses to call it true romance, desperately trying to untangle her weird psychological daddy issues. She admits that hanging around Leo gives her the exact same warm fuzzies as hanging out with her sibling. She gushes that her favorite thing is how Leo constantly stumbles into disaster, yet still somehow punches reality in the face to win. Chloe is utterly bamboozled by this comparison, especially when Ali unironically likens the clumsy teen to the legendary magical powerhouse Albizarin. Ali cheerfully explains that Leo is totally hot because he stubbornly refuses to accept the word impossible. That specific review hits Chloe right in the chest, purely because it perfectly aligns with her own secret fan club notes. Chloe shyly confesses she originally friend-zoned him, but her brain chemistry has definitely shifted lately. Ali bluntly admits she is currently drowning in a massive puddle of green envy. Chloe completely understands the vibe, having marinated in that exact same bitter emotion previously. She vividly remembers spending years being incredibly salty about her own sibling's existence. She vents that he always acted like an annoying clown, but effortlessly aced everything anyway, which only made her hatred burn brighter. Chloe drops the depressing truth that even though her brother basically invented her entire magic style, she still sucks at cooking up anything original. She even spills the embarrassing tea that Lumen Academy rejected her application twice, highlighting her epic history of failing. Her toxic envy sprouted from a massive inferiority complex mixed with genuine sibling hatred. But miraculously, over the years, all that salty rage slowly morphed into hardcore fangirling. While spilling her guts, Chloe unconsciously pets the spooky black book, as if getting ready to verbally stamp Leo as her new favorite person. Before she can drop the romantic conclusion, Leo's instincts flare violently, and he snaps into drill sergeant mode. He barks at the entire squad to get off their lazy butts, instantly stealing the steering wheel back. He cheerfully announces the apocalypse just leveled up, rendering their jogging strategy obsolete, meaning it is time for Plan B. The rest of the kids panic stand and grab their toys, blindly trusting his bossy attitude. Chloe and Ali instantly cancel their gossip session, pivoting to prepare for extreme violence alongside the boys. Leo delivers a rousing speech, ordering them to stop shaking in their boots and remember they are supposed to be professional champions. His motivational yelling successfully recalibrates their brains, and they quickly arrange themselves for the incoming slaughter. A nasty fiend finally zeroes in on the pale-haired lad, zooming in with absolute homicidal confidence. The muscular jerk introduces himself as Chubarn, a fancy night-tier monster from Tartarus, and initiates a furious sprint. Before the villain can even swing, the boy literally drops from the ceiling, completely bamboozling Chubarn just as the brute recognizes his target. The kid suddenly remembers that during the vintage Shedmer bloodbath, Chubarn's exact job description was deleting the next generation of saviors. As Chubarn furiously bullies his way forward, the teen connects the dots, realizing this obsessive stalking is strictly professional. He figures out that Chibnall explicitly labeled him a high-priority threat, transforming a random mugging into a highly personal assassination. Somewhere close, Claudia gets a frantic warning that the giant ugly train is heading straight for her face. Chubarn lazily throws a massive wave of dark garbage at the kids, hoping to flatten the entire squad before they can even blink. A gigantic slab of frozen water violently erupts from the dirt, perfectly blocking the nasty sludge and keeping everyone unsquished. Capitalizing on the distraction, the pale-haired lad chugs some red magic and winds up for a very disrespectful retaliation. He violently brings his weapon down, investing his entire soul into a completely unapologetic home-run swing. Spicy flames wrap around his body as he follows through, morphing a simple parry into an aggressive fireworks display. His blade connects beautifully, and he immediately bullies his way forward to keep the giant monster sweating. The peanut gallery collectively gasps, absolutely floored that their classmate actually managed to scratch the legendary Chubarn. Chloe stands there gaping, foolishly assuming a severed artery would actually inconvenience the boss. Instead of dying like a normal person, Chibnall's chopped throat just casually glues itself back together. The creepy healing process finishes so quickly, it practically unprints the kid's epic critical hit. The boy aggressively snaps his fans out of their stupor, screaming at everyone to back the heck away from the immortal zombie. He loudly diagnoses the beast's cheat code as void, a super annoying trick that essentially deletes regular damage and makes fighting a total chore. As the kids start hyperventilating again, he calmly lectures that void has a loophole, and since the ugly wizard is right there, they can definitely break his toy. A highly unsanitary bony weapon skids across the floor, loudly announcing the fiend is ready for round 2. Chubarn viciously roasts the kid's optimism, calling him a pathetic, watered-down reboot of a dead legend. The teen casually deflects the trash talk, cheekily pointing out that Chubarn seems awfully sweaty about a new champion hitting the market. He squeezes his hilt, deciding to let his glowing sword do the talking instead of just running away again. He commands the squad to jump the guy all at once, transforming a solo duel into a highly toxic multiplayer raid. Ori immediately RSVPs to the party, whipping out her sparkly space magic and marching into the fray like a boss. Her aggressively shiny laser beams violently smash against Churban's anti-magic shield, introducing a whole new flavor of pain to the arena. The nasty burn marks prove Sultana's sparkly nonsense is the perfect arcane counter they needed to ruin this guy's day. The entire squad jumps in, aggressively spamming frost, steel, and lasers to bully Chibarn from every conceivable angle. Chibin throws a massive temper tantrum, winding up a colossal sweep designed to knock all the annoying flies away at once. The pale-haired kid spots the incoming wipeout a split second before the boss actually pulls the trigger. The monster violently stomps the yard, weaponizing the actual floorboards to escalate the chaos. A horrifying wave of sharp rocks and spicy dark energy rips through the zone, completely blindsiding the squishy students. Spotting two friends about to become modern art, the boy dramatically dives into the blender, absorbing the nasty hit with his own spine. Once the dust settles, the bleeding survivors huddle behind the frost wall, featuring a heavily mangled Belloc heavily using the boy as a crutch. Ori scrambles over, frantically taking attendance to see who still possesses all their limbs. The kid casually claims he is perfectly fine, but notes Belloc is practically leaking to death, ordering Dina to plug the holes with magic since his internal organs haven't fallen out yet. He pivots to Chloe, casually requesting she bake up one absolutely massive explosive spell, asking her to just hold on while he acts as bait. While the fragile kids cower behind the ice, Chloe furiously starts her homework while the boy marches back out to get punched in the face. He logically calculates that while Leo plays tag with Chibarn, he desperately needs to dig up a massive magical exploit to bypass that stupid void curse. Chloe scours sinister magical archives, frantically hunting for a solution as time runs out. Unearthing a volatile incantation, she chooses to cast it regardless of the imminent danger. Beyond the protective shield, the war zone momentarily quiets before the ensuing clash. Hidden scholars note the changing tides of combat, steeling themselves for the upcoming onslaught. Ori supports a wounded Belloc, straining to monitor the chaotic skirmish outside their sanctuary. Hurling himself into the fray, Leo batters Chubarn relentlessly to distract the fiend. Chubarn retaliates with vicious fury, utterly unwilling to let one mere mortal cage him. Seizing the gap Leo provides, the snowy-haired youth slices through Chubarn with swift, synchronized precision. Observing this flawless synchronization, one pupil dreams of achieving such mastery, while a peer just quietly crosses their fingers. Ori instead fixates on a startling detail. The pale-haired lad wields undeniable star magic, cloaking his actual lineage in eerie ambiguity. An abrupt peril jolts Chloe into sheer panic, signaling the brawl has morphed into a lethal crisis. Hovering overhead, a pale-haired maiden readies a spellbook and arcane runes, telegraphing a devastating long-distance bombardment. "I am going to squash this monster like a bug," the spiteful assailant announces, broadcasting her murderous agenda. Already teetering on the edge of doom, Leo gets a brisk heads-up that Dodge is yanking him right into ground zero. A spectral comrade unleashes raw energy and promptly washes their hands of the collateral damage, wishing Leo the best of luck surviving alone. A hostile incantation erupts as a gigantic death ray, calibrated to delete its victim entirely. Leo instantly deduces the incoming assault is no frost charm. It is an infinitely deadlier inferno cloaked in a chilling illusion. Swallowed by the blaze, the beast bellows as searing heat shreds his flesh. Chloe helpfully explains that this particular fire never dies, strictly designed to lock the fiend in a perpetual barbecue of misery. Unfortunately, the sorcery warps against her wishes, morphing into a razor-sharp construct rather than just reducing him to ash. "Pull the plug before we all get roasted," Leo barks at Chloe, eyeing the glitching hex. Chloe merely knuckles down on her armament, absolutely unwilling to grant the monster a lenient exit. Her rage crystallizes into sheer malice. She determines this creature needs an extra helping of torment, not pity. Rather than cutting the connection, she aggressively doubles down on the casting. Volatile energies boil within her grasp, pushed well past any reasonable safety parameters. The ensuing explosion careens erratically across the war zone, presenting a horrific hazard to literally everyone standing. Diving into the chaos, Leo absorbs the brunt of the shockwave to protect Chloe from her own disastrous handiwork. They tumble backward in unison, only narrowly stifling the localized apocalypse. While Chloe stumbles in shock, Leo hovers close, dragging her back to reality to confront her monumental blunder. "Is that eternal bonfire actually your trick?" he demands, and she sheepishly confesses it belongs to someone else entirely. She spills the beans. The technique was poached straight from an arcane text rather than her innate reserves. This confession completely flips the script, revealing her arcane battery to be a highly suspicious outside force. Leo tags the technique as the Flame of Erebus, tying her destructive stunt to a thoroughly malevolent root. He frankly informs Chloe she has been tossing around literal dark magic, utterly destroying her optimistic illusions about her abilities. He elaborates that her beloved reading material is no ordinary textbook, but a bona fide demonic relic. This bombshell shatters Chloe, sending her spiraling into a pit of extreme self-loathing over her actions. Just as she starts weeping about being a terrible hero, Leo interrupts the pity party and demands she pull herself together. He points out that their foe Chubarn blew through every last nully curse earlier, yet nobody threw in the towel during that nightmare. Gesturing toward their battered peers, he highlights that 3 decades prior, predecessors battled through identical terror without quitting. This historical pep talk resonates with the bystanders, transforming their gloom into a fiery gauntlet they are eager to run. A fellow student suddenly remembers Lavern's lectures, finally grasping the brutal reality behind those classroom theories. She deduces the only solution is smashing right through their own boundaries. Leo and Chloe quietly reach the exact same epiphany, finally syncing up their battle plans. The scattered puzzle pieces lock into place, paving a surprisingly obvious road to victory. Watching Leo stride forward with tranquil determination, Chloe spots the exact breed of champion she always idolized. A peer steps up, casually handing over Mueller's staff so Chloe can actually contribute effectively. As Chloe wavers, the girl firmly urges her to just take the stick and believe in their faith. "Hey, your wild hex wiped out the Nelly curse, so let's wrap this up," Leo announces confidently. Channeling his internal reserves, he gears up to shatter his former ceilings. Chloe fires back a determined pledge, igniting a fresh incantation while swearing to bulldoze her own barricades. Leo greets her newfound grit with a tiny, relieved smirk, glad she is no longer sulking in the dirt. While Chloe ascends under lunar light within a pristine azure ring, Leo muses on the sheer absurdity of how other people's belief acts as premium fuel. Spotting the authentic runes of an uncorrupted sorceress, he realizes she tossed the cursed battery in favor of genuine talent. Recalling everyone who bet their lives on him, he siphons bravery from their loyalty rather than relying on a solo act. This inner strength hones into lethal concentration, preparing him to go all in for the ultimate showdown. The beast barrels forward like a runaway train, aiming to flatten the boy before his upgraded skills can swing the momentum. Leo intercepts the onslaught directly, snagging the monster's armament and stubbornly anchoring his boots to the dirt. Growling like a rabid dog, the fiend amplifies his murderous output, hellbent on crushing Leo through raw physics. A gargantuan blow plummets, forcing Leo to squat under its weight in a ludicrous game of arm wrestling. Squashed beneath the pressure yet clinging on, Leo absorbs the kinetic nightmare to buy them a few more crucial seconds. Funneling shadowy force into his knuckles, Leo readies a desperate haymaker. He buries that punch directly into the horned demon's gut, triggering a do-or-die collision. The resulting recoil launches Leo across the landscape, proving the brute is still terrifyingly lethal. Battered and clutching his blade on one knee, Leo casually considers that this might actually be his funeral. "Your heroic career is officially cancelled," the monster sneers, casting a massive shadow over him. Rather than collapsing in despair, Leo's gaze narrows as an icy resonance flares to life inside his veins. This freshly minted sorcery radiates across the woodland, transforming the bloody theater into a glacial tundra. Leo notes they suddenly possess the upper hand. Standard fiends simply cannot survive this Arctic makeover. The behemoth blinks in absolute bewilderment at this dramatic shift in climate. A sprawling frost hex coalesces overhead, letting the creature realize far too late that Leo is serving up a frozen eviction notice. "Thanks for the trauma, it helped me invent a new trick," Leo quips, showcasing his finalized bespoke witchcraft. Chloe flashes through his thoughts right then, her spiritual backup providing the exact blueprint for his conjuration. Chloe triggers Ice World, magnifying Leo's output into an all-encompassing environmental alteration. The glacial territory locks down the zone beneath lunar enchantment, securely boxing their foe inside a sub-zero prison. The brute becomes a permanent popsicle, cementing his total downfall. Leo blinks at the giant ice cube in sheer shock, mentally pinching himself to ensure they actually won. The moment he taps the frosted cage, fractures splinter wildly across the surface. The fiend's corpse dissolves into dark smog and scatters, guaranteeing he will not be requesting a rematch. Leo stands in silence, slowly digesting the fact that they survived the slaughter. A few steps away, the cursed trinket that started this whole mess continues to hum with foul energy. Leo responds by igniting his sword, deciding to toss the root cause into the trash compactor too. Plunging the blazing steel straight through the tome, he verifies its infernal nature just before incinerating it completely. With the hazard neutralized, Chloe strolls over to compliment his fancy new frostwork, right as the system flags their assignment as successful. Leo confesses that pulling off an environmental hex was way above his pay grade, even factoring in his supernatural do-over. Chloe begins nervously listing her numerous campus crimes, convinced the administration will boot her out the front gates. "Relax," Leo chuckles. "They don't kick out people with your insane firepower, they slap a hero badge on them instead." Their peers stampede over in a joyous frenzy, utterly convinced the duo just put on a legendary superhero clinic. The pair frantically wave off the worship, pointing out that everyone else actually did some heavy lifting as well. Chloe insists their triumph was entirely reliant on the group's solid teamwork and flawless execution of the strategy. The squad reacts by ritually stacking their hands on Chloe's baton, physically sharing the credit. Comrade demands Chloe hold onto the rod permanently, arguing she was the primary reason they aren't all dead. Leo gracefully takes his share of the thanks, while the crew starts rummaging through the post-fight loot. Their victory party screeches to a halt when a voice hollers about locating an extra pulse. A boy named Alia panics and sprints toward the shouting, desperately eager to verify the survivor's identity. Trailing the chaos, Leo and Chloe are floored to discover the survivor is allegedly Professor Albi, despite the guy looking suspiciously youthful. Alia joyfully collides with the recovered man, who assures her he is perfectly fine now that the cavalry is here. With the rescue mission wrapped, Chloe gets misty-eyed over the squad's backing and delivers a heartfelt thank you. One female student starts poking holes in the baffling physics of their current environment. Before that philosophical debate can start, a gilded flash blinks in and out of existence, making it seem like the dimension is molting. Leo spots the anomaly and correctly guesses this heroic realm is shutting down its servers. He observes keenly as the unseen mechanics process the finale of their little adventure. The crumbling reality tosses him a parting gift, a neat little souvenir. In the fallout, Alia latches onto the saved man, weeping tears of relief that she did not lose him. The landscape dissolves from a dying dimension into a serene infirmary bathed in early sunshine. Leo groggily blinks awake against some soft pillows, deducing he has miraculously spawned in a secure zone. "Look who decided to join the land of the living," a recognizable voice chimes in. Leo tilts his head to see Professor Albi loitering right beside his mattress. Albi expresses his gratitude to Leo for rescuing that kid, effectively hinting he watched the entire dimensional broadcast. Leo requests the man forward a thank you note to Miss Miller, noting Chloe is peacefully snoozing in the adjacent cot. Albi spins on his heel and exits without another syllable, wrapping up their chat with characteristic mystery. An aging headmaster shuffles into the clinic to evaluate the pupils dragged into the recent catastrophe. He speaks directly to Principal Callion, advising the bedridden man to avoid popping any stitches. "I am right as rain," Leo protests, proving his internal hardware rebooted perfectly after the dimensional trip. The senior administrator skips the small talk, demanding to know if this entire fiasco traces back to Chloe's shadowy spellbook. The blunt inquiry leaves the room speechless, prompting them to ask how he cracked the case so quickly. He details that the shady shop where Senlu procured invocation materials also peddled matching dark tomes, which he previously pegged as cursed hardware. This implies the literature was not merely jinxed paper, but a genuine piece of hellish weaponry. He elaborates that these trinkets are literal chunks of Erebus masquerading as swords, necklaces, or dusty literature. Leo chimes in that, while fiends treat these shards like protein shakes, mortals who use them slowly flush their sanity down the drain. To untangle the current mess, Leo hits rewind and narrates the entire saga from page 1. He describes diving into the hazard zone alongside his peers, fully geared up to brawl with the menace. The memory highlights Chloe, sporting a deranged smirk while clutching the tome, a clear symptom of the object hijacking her brain. Returning to the present, the headmaster digests the wild tale and grudgingly nods at the logic. He deduces that since evicting the cursed item fixed the hero dungeon's glitches, the relic was definitely the bug in the code. Callion attempts to scramble out of bed in a panic, though the older man gently shoves him back into the mattress. Before the debriefing can wrap up smoothly, a voice frantically hollers for Irina. A pupil named Irina barges in clutching a bundled parcel, declaring she needs answers since Leo is finally conscious. She peels back the fabric to expose a glowing jewel, announcing it as the very artifact she previously lectured about. Irina identifies the rock as a piece of Albi's personal stash and politely demands someone start talking. The principal stares at the impossible prize, severely requesting a geographical map of how it landed in their laps. Leo theorizes Chloe triggered a bonus loot drop, completely mirroring the bizarre payouts from the admissions test and the Clamother debacle. He notes they just shattered two fundamental laws. Breathing tourists aren't allowed in a hero's world, and the resident ghost holds absolute monopoly over the loot. The trophy is classified as the visage of the Fairy King, leaving Leo profoundly annoyed that the universe keeps dragging him into these glitches. He explains this bauble wasn't standard dungeon junk, but a tactical bonus strictly unlocked by their specific victory method. This logic bomb leaves the audience reeling. It implies Albi's mental sandbox successfully mailed a package into the physical realm. Leo secretly suspects the realm's reboot process suffered a massive hiccup, but he smartly keeps his mouth glued shut about it. The headmaster observes Irina is oblivious to the heavier implications, privately questioning why Leo acts as a magnet for these cosmic typos. Irina tosses out the most obvious theory. Leo is hoarding the prizes simply because he did all the heavy lifting. Leo nods at the flattering math, even if it completely ignores the glaring existential puzzle. The principal opts to sweep the anomaly under the rug for a covert probe, promising to mail the souvenir back to its relatives eventually. He strictly mandates that everyone staple their lips shut regarding the hellish weapon. Irina immediately pokes at the gag order, struggling to see the benefit of a cover-up. The older man hesitates, mentally calculating whether truth is worth the headache. He eventually drops a cryptic warning about domestic threats, heavily suggesting they have traitors sharing their cafeteria tables. Having successfully ruined their peace of mind, he dismisses the meeting and commands the battered teens to sleep. The second the faculty vanishes, Irina pivots toward Leo with enough nervous sweat to hydrate a camel, obviously craving a private chat. Fidgeting wildly, she attempts to wring the heartfelt confession out of her vocal cords. Unfortunately, sheer mortification utterly dismantles her bravery before a single useful syllable escapes. The romantic tension is instantly murdered as a herd of classmates tramples into the clinic, shrieking Leo's name. The headmaster gleefully pivots the atmosphere, recognizing the fresh meat as aspiring champions and wholly endorsing their loud invasion. He declares a mandatory gala for tomorrow night, advising anyone wearing rags to go shopping in Lemuria City immediately. Stranded with this bizarre update, Leo and Irina try to mentally transition from near-death experiences to choosing hors d'oeuvres. 24 hours later, the institution throws a lavish feast to congratulate anyone who didn't die during Lumarin's brutal midterms. The festivities kick off by parading the premier batch of surviving prodigies onto the floor. An overly caffeinated MC whips the crowd into a frenzy, excessively complimenting the attractive teenagers strutting through the doors. The party vibes skyrocket as the extravagant gala officially drops the beat. A few pupils crack wise that this buffet is their actual hazard pay, suddenly making Lumen Academy look shockingly philanthropic. Within the cavernous ballroom, attendees loiter near the appetizers, swapping horror stories about the tests and judging the decor. A pair of outsiders spots a massive void where Leo's cohort should be, dryly noting that Lemurin usually hands out detentions for tardiness. On cue, the announcer grabs the mic to herald the next due of champions, immediately snapping every eyeball toward the entrance. Nella Carvin and Lena Layden from Class 5 strut inside, looking absolutely lethal, instantly farming gaping stares from the entire hall. Their glow-up is so aggressively stunning that several dudes literally freeze with canapés halfway to their mouths. The peanut gallery playfully roasts the girls for looking way too classy, suggesting they must have rented their elegance for the evening. The MC keeps the assembly line rolling, bellowing out the arrival of the Rorden Empire's finest exports. Bad and Chelsea Lulin glide into the room side by side, radiating the insufferable perfection mandatory for imperial bloodlines. The mob mentally bows to Chelsea's legitimate princess title, which single-handedly upgrades the banquet's prestige from school dance to royal ball. The announcer pivots the spotlight onto an authentic romantic duo, trading aristocratic awe for juicy gossip. Celia Zerdinger and Leo Plov stroll in arm-in-arm, debuting as a synchronized power couple and instantly hijacking the room's attention. The second Leo is outed as the grand poobah of Class 5. The surrounding tables basically shatter their glasses, leaning in for a better look. Leo offers a lazy wave to his fan club, his street cred practically doubling as the crowd worships him as their localized hero. Right as everyone gets comfortable bathing in good vibes, somebody hijacks the audio system to ruin the mood. A snowy-haired speaker brightly inquires if the appetizers are tasty, though the sinister villain energy radiating from her suggests playtime is officially over. The audience grunts out terrified cheers, accurately predicting that this woman's smile is a lethal weapon. Nervous chuckles bounce around the acoustics as they brace for her mandatory dose of psychological warfare. "Keep those ears wide open, darlings," she coos, validating their deepest anxieties. Then comes the ultimate buzzkill. She is airing out everyone's midterm grades right here in front of the entire buffet line. Collective groans echo off the chandeliers as the festive spirit is brutally assassinated by the threat of public academic humiliation. Feeding on their suffering, the MC gleefully admits the faculty engineered this exact flavor of mass panic. She clarifies they will only broadcast the podium finishers for every major, mercifully saving the bottom feeders for private envelopes tomorrow. Ground rules established, she passes the baton to the departmental heads to start destroying egos. The instructor for the night curriculum marches forward, his sheer muscle mass forcing the room into terrified silence. He tosses out a brief compliment regarding their sweat equity before rattling off the top tier of the night division. A glowing leaderboard materializes, broadcasting Celia Zerdinger Duran Mora, and Chinsia in bright letters. As the syllables echo through the hall, one glaring fact emerges. Leo is absolutely nowhere on the night roster. Celia spots the blatant vacancy immediately, her brain spinning into overdrive worrying about his academic survival. Leo maintains his usual poker face, but his utter lack of reaction somehow makes the missing name feel like a ticking bomb. The sorcery teacher steps up to reveal the magic podium: Abad Lulin, Chelsea Lulin, and Emil Luchin. Chelsea squints in confusion at Leo's continuing absence, while the boy waves off her concern like he just misplaced his keys. The peanut gallery starts whispering conspiracy theories, noticing Chloe is also missing and deciding this is way too weird to be a coincidence. Celia's anxiety kicks up a notch, locking onto Chloe's face to desperately dig for context clues. Chloe fires back a painfully rigid smirk, practically screaming that she holds highly classified spoilers. The sorcery instructor drops the punchline. Discovering Leo's bizarre talent, the faculty forced him through the practical arcane test too, and he crushed it. This bombshell ignites absolute pandemonium, prompting one overzealous fan to crown Chloe the undisputed queen of wizardry before someone forcefully tells him to zip it. The lecturer smirks silently while the mob loses its mind, thoroughly relishing the theatrical chaos he just caused. Sweating under the heavy gaze of the crowd and Celia's gentle prodding, Chloe manages nothing but a painfully stiff grin. The conjuration instructor gleefully snatches the microphone, eager to transform her segment into a full-blown circus act. She dramatically lists Warden Titan, Eliza Herring, and Jordan Lawson as the apex predators of summoning. At this stage, Celia is hyperventilating internally, completely convinced the system glitched since Leo remains entirely unranked. So, Plov is basically a ghost on these charts, huh? Abad points out loudly, voicing the collective paranoia. Desperate to maintain the party vibe, the MC pivots to the grand finale, the absolute valedictorian who will wear the shiny representative crown next semester. She notes the highest overall grade automatically wins the throne, dialing the room's collective blood pressure up to 11. Chloe bites her lip, fully aware this upcoming syllable will finally put the chaotic puzzle to rest. Instructors and pupils alike hold their breath, staring at the stage with deadly, unblinking focus. The victor is officially broadcasted as Leo Plov, proving he bypassed the basic departmental ladders by simply outscoring the entire school combined. The ballroom literally explodes with screaming logic as Leo's name flashes at the absolute peak of the scoreboard. Before the applause can even stabilize, a loud, obnoxious voice objects to the math. Emil Luchin throws a tantrum, arguing Leo has no right to the throne since he barely scraped bronze in magic and outright bombed the podiums everywhere else. Even Leo blinks at the audacity, while the rest of the hall scratches their heads over the bizarre statistical loophole. Sweating profusely, the MC clears her throat and admits the grading algorithm has a highly specific backdoor for this exact scenario. Right as she gears up to spill the beans, the silence thickens, promising an even heavier bombshell is locked and loaded. Professor Arishin utterly snaps at the ungrateful brats, hijacking the microphone to enforce some auditory violence. "Keep whining, and I'll personally adjust your attitudes with my boots," she threatens the horde of entitled scholars. In the corner, a pair of spectators casually sip their drinks, noting her psychotic meltdowns remain top-tier reality television. Arishin launches her aggressive PowerPoint, screaming that dual-class freaks cannot be shoved into standard tier lists because it is a mathematical apples-to-hand grenades comparison. She barks that, while multi-majors lose specialized depth, their weird hybrid tricks generate a totally different breed of violence. Her follow-up swing points out that Leo Plov still utterly styled on every freshman during the joint practicals for hero and combat courses. When some brave idiot feebly whimpers that others also got A+, the interruption merely earns them a verbal decapitation. Arishin loudly reminds the peanut gallery that Leo and Chloe didn't just fill in bubbles on a Scantron, they literally cleared an active hero's realm. She drops the mic by casually mentioning Leo single-handedly flatlined Chubarn, sending the entire ballroom into a collective coma. Leo endures the 1,000-yard stares without flinching, opting to sip his drink rather than brag or deflect. His immediate dinner companions gawk at him like he just grew a second head, the sheer absurdity of the kill count slowly booting up in their brains. "Wait, did you two actually mop the floor with Chubarn?" they interrogate, practically vibrating out of their chairs. Leo just stares blankly back at them, letting the awkward cricket noises confirm the myth. Arishan attempts to outline the exact math behind his golden crown, but abruptly bites her tongue before she leaks classified intel. Before she can commit treason, a fellow faculty member yanks the verbal steering wheel, loudly declaring the debate permanently settled. With the academic court-martial brutally dismissed, the ballroom is forcefully shoved back into fun mode. The mob scatters, returning to the far more important task of inhaling free shrimp and punch. At an adjacent booth, nerds calculate that shoving multi-majors into the vanilla brackets would have absolutely nuked the magic tier list. One mathematician figures out every single mage would have been violently demoted by one rank. This terrifying logic confirms that Leo technically already sits on the magical Iron Throne too. Applying that same brutal formula to conjuration and the Night Division, they realize Leo is a walking apocalyptic hazard to every single social hierarchy on campus. A listener suddenly remembers his day one speech about conquering every curriculum wasn't teenage hubris, it was a scheduled itinerary. This epiphany breeds immediate jealousy, with haters absolutely fuming that a spell slinger is casually outclassing lifelong specialists at their own game. A heavily grounded peer effortlessly deflates the angry mob with one cold fact. Guys, he's simply a freak with a sword. Even the junior faculty eavesdropping nearby merely nod into their wine glasses, unable to dispute the raw data. The narrative aggressively jump cuts to the following morning inside Class 1-5. The sunrise illuminates a classroom full of zombies, with at least one guy intensely regretting his 10th cup of punch. The instructor kicks the door open and snaps the groggy teens to attention with a single, deafening bark. He drops a flyer for a mandatory field trip, revealing their next torture session will take place deep within elf jurisdiction. The kids perk up instantly, loudly shouting out tropical tourist traps hoping for a 5-star vacation layout. The professor silently stabs a red marker onto a highly specific coordinate on the globe. The ink bleeds directly over Al-Sobikia. The classroom's joy instantly evaporates, as everyone realizes Al-Sobikia is a microscopic glacier notorious for freezing spit before it hits the ground. When the mutiny begins over this Arctic punishment, the teacher lazily points a thumb at the class president, claiming it was his bright idea. 20 pairs of betrayed eyes slowly swivel toward Leo, marking him as the architect of their frosty doom. Just grab heavy coats in Lemurin City, Leo offers casually, treating their impending hypothermia like a basic algebra equation. Persuaded by his sheer indifference, the squad pivots to drafting shopping lists for snow boots, slowly regaining a fraction of their hype. Meanwhile, Leo tunes out the frantic catalog browsing, his brain snagging on the deeply nostalgic baggage attached to Al-Sobikia. He recalls that beneath its frozen, irrelevant surface, this tiny wasteland secretly hosts the sacred gateway to the fairy domains. This geography trivia naturally drags Silver into his thoughts, leaving Leo privately curious about how the guy is currently functioning. A few hours later, Leo drags a classmate into the Metropolitan District to bulk buy survival gear. Playing the ruthless manager, he hoards the grocery and hardware duties for himself while dumping the alchemy shopping on Nella. Mid-errand, he aggressively haggles a merchant down to a wholesale price, flexing some seriously unexpected street smarts. Navigating the cobblestones, a random pedestrian spots his profile from a porch and hollers his name. Leo completely ignores the noise, just thrilled to be checking boxes off his inventory list. Suddenly, a specific detail snags his peripheral vision, snapping his brain into combat mode. He slams the brakes at an intersection plate, cross-referencing the engraved brass with his mental map. Spotting 13th Street, carved next to the Kurajud district, proves he has wandered exactly into the target zone. He slowly stalks toward an adjacent shop window to gather more intel. The peeling wooden board reads Ludek, cementing that he has hit the jackpot. Leo camps outside the very shack where Senlu and Chloe allegedly stashed the hellish hardware. Prior to breaching the door, he dumps his shopping bags in an alley to ensure maximum agility. Taking a deep breath, he kicks the door open with lethal concentration. The interior is utterly gutted, heavily implying a previous raiding party already turned the place upside down. He figures Lemurin's forensic squad vacuumed the joint, mysteriously leaving behind absolutely nothing except a solitary stuffed bear. The plushie instantly radiates atrocious vibes, and Leo calculates there is zero chance the campus cops just forgot it. Given he had to bust a lock to get inside, he logically deduces the toy is a planted landmine and unsheathes his steel. The stuffed animal violently unzips itself into a mind-numbing hex, perfectly validating his paranoia. The anomaly fires the opening shot, dragging Leo straight into a suffocating, point-blank scuffle. While the miasma bloats into a hulking, horned silhouette, Leo realizes this isn't a booby trap, it's a living nightmare. Raw kinetic force shreds the floorboards, communicating that this monster is leagues above some jinxed trinket. The brute's glitchy, overlapping whispers heavily imply it is suffering from a massive cocktail of dark spells, not a solo jinx. Catching the specific pitch of its growl, a painful spark of déjà vu absolutely floors Leo. The fiend clocks his widened eyes and cheerfully confirms that the boy just successfully diagnosed one of its many ailments. It formally introduces itself as a member of the Elite 7 Commanders, bragging that it isn't a cheap knockoff, but an authentic slice of demonic royalty. Despite politely noting Leo's freakish ability to juggle both mana and blade aura, the monster basically dismisses him as an irritating mosquito. To violently illustrate this statistical difference, the beast flattens him with a catastrophic backhand. Bleeding and thoroughly outclassed, Leo does the math, accepts defeat, and immediately begins plotting a tactical retreat. Nevertheless, his stupidly heroic instincts force his battered legs into a defensive crouch instead of playing dead. "Oh, look at the little champion go," the monster chuckles, sarcastically applauding his grit before unhinging its jaw for dinner. The beast widens its maw to swallow him whole and roll the end credits. Staring down the barrel of the Grim Reaper, Leo detects a fresh mana signature and realizes the cavalry finally showed up. A golden-haired sorcerer casually whispers the activation code for Spear of Light. The heavenly javelin nukes the coordinates from orbit, vaporizing the monster milliseconds before Leo becomes an appetizer. The orbital strike scatters the brute's anatomy across the drywall, melting its remaining chunks with divine radiation. Leo instantly tags their savior as the notorious Cursadai professor, Albai Zarin. "This is much better," Albai quips smoothly. "I always prefer having a front-row audience when things get interesting." Leo observes with caution, while Albai confidently takes charge of the skirmish. An unexpected change in the atmosphere tips Leo off that this scuffle is far from finished. Dripping with absolute disdain, Albai readies himself to wipe the monster off the face of the earth. Mangled remnants of the beast shudder in panic, proving it possesses just enough pulse left to be utterly terrified. Floating upward inside a glowing mystic ring, Albai summons a blinding radiance right over the battered fiend. He casually declares the monster to be absolute garbage that absolutely does not deserve a shred of pity. Howling in angry protest, the beast zeroes in on Albai's unique gaze, suddenly remembering this guy is its absolute least favorite person. It fiercely promises to pluck those peepers right out of his skull, though this idle threat just highlights what a massive loser it is right now. Albai completely ignores the tantrum, brushing the beast off as literal rubbish rather than an actual challenger. Uttering just one word, he drops a spectacular laser beam from the sky to finish the job. While the fiend vaporizes, Leo finally recognizes their savior as Albai Zarin, famously known as the sorcerer of the magic eye. Standing completely unbothered in the diminishing glow, Albai looks exactly like the legendary icon Leo always heard tales about. Leo remembers this man is alternatively dubbed the Decimator of Tartarus, a renowned Lumen teacher who famously punted the Demon King's army out of town. Flooded with immense gratitude, Leo humbly confesses that this modern hero totally rescued him from certain doom, then politely questions why he showed up in the first place. Albai mentions the fiend popped out during Leo's little house tour, then casually bends to inspect the spooky stuffed animal's leftovers. Leo chimes in that the plushie was packed with a nasty mind-bending hex, heavily hinting that Lumming's squad totally dropped the ball on their inspection. He bluntly argues those lazy inspectors desperately need a reprimand for overlooking such a glaring hazard. Albai gives Leo a free pass for his solo snooping this once, yet sternly notes he is not a fan of such reckless behavior. He firmly advises Leo to simply ring him up whenever trouble brews from here on out. Suddenly, Albai expresses genuine gratitude toward Leo for the whole ordeal, leaving the young man completely dumbfounded by the heartfelt gesture. With Albai's identity bouncing around his brain, Leo packs up his gear, slowly linking this wild meetup to a much bigger picture. He recalls that House Saren basically runs Lumen Academy alongside two other elite families. Figuring this high-profile connection might unlock some literal doors, Leo plots to use his new buddy to sneak into the restricted archives. Leo wanders back from his shopping trip, prompting the class representative to instantly spot his fresh bruises. He waves the damage away like it is nothing, though his peers continue to look extremely worried. Keeping it to himself, Leo thinks back to the mysterious jerk who ambushed him earlier, deeply curious about what that creep actually wants. 7 days pass, and the pupils line up at a gateway bound for Al-Sobikia, the glorious homeland of pointy-eared locals. Checking over the huddled, luggage-carrying crowd, Leo makes sure nobody forgot their toothbrush before they head out. A fellow pupil questions their specific travel destination, so Leo breezily pitches the journey as a pleasant vacation to dodge the summer warmth. Even though she absolutely despises freezing temperatures, she offers a cheerful goodbye and insists Leo avoid getting himself killed. Leo gazes after her retreating form before shifting his focus back to corralling his own classmates. The students display a hilarious blend of pure joy and absolute terror regarding their destination, mostly dreading the icy climate. Once the noisy babble finally dies down, Leo confidently marches up to herd the flock into the gateway. Displaying top-tier leadership, he hypes up his peers as they officially embark toward Al-Sobikia. Over at Siren Academy, nestled in the strictly militant Elven territory, the frosty, unyielding vibe is impossible to miss. Two full-blooded snobs loudly trash a half-elf rookie, acting like his mere existence on campus is a personal attack against their precious heritage. The poor mixed-blood kid quietly swallows the nasty insults without making a peep. Suddenly, a fresh voice interrupts the scene to verbally smack down the bullies. The interrupter turns out to be Lunia Alunda, a top-tier siren heir, who commands these jerks to start acting like actual nobles instead of playground thugs. Facing pushback, Lunia brutally clarifies that the true embarrassment here is not the rookie's mixed heritage, but rather the astonishing stupidity and viciousness of his tormentors. The mean duo quickly realizes they just picked a fight with someone significantly scarier than their original victim. Lunia completely loses her temper, shouting at them to drop the harassment and go cry about their pureblood issues somewhere else. The two snobs shrink back in horror, utterly pearl-clutching over a high-society lady using such harsh words. Lunia goes even harder, roasting them for their pathetic two-on-one tactics and openly daring them to throw hands with her if they are so tough. Completely outmatched by her fiery rage, the bullies scurry away while she shoos them off like an angry hurricane. After the trash takes itself out, Lunia Alunda pivots to the victim, visibly appalled that he is wearing a tiny summer outfit in this Arctic weather. The young guy, Luca, flashes a sheepish grin and mentions some jerk snagged his warmer wardrobe. Figuring out the bullying involves actual theft now, Lunia Alunda furiously blames those same punks and immediately attempts to shove her personal jacket onto him. While still fuming over his mistreatment, she stubbornly claims the freezing air does not bother her and ignores her own shivers. Luca points out she seems weirdly cheerful today, prompting Lyria to happily confess her long-awaited magical partner just popped out of its egg. Luca offers some genuinely warm praise for this massive milestone. Lunia joyfully declares she gets to skip town soon thanks to this awesome new development. Sprinting into her house like an overly caffeinated squirrel, she frantically begs her dad to verify the glorious hatching news. Her dad, Ellen Londa, gently chides her to use formal titles during school hours, though he handles her chaotic energy with practiced patience. He validates that Verana's baby definitely arrived, yet his awkward grimace suggests a pretty massive catch is coming. Lunia Alunda fires off her next demand without missing a beat, desperately wanting to cuddle her new magical buddy. Dodging the enthusiasm, her dad drops a bomb. Apparently, the newborn partner already signed a binding mystical lease with a total stranger. He vows to look into the mix-up, leaving Lunia completely paralyzed by shock as he repeats Verana's highly disappointing update. That initial paralysis rapidly transforms into pure, unadulterated rage. Lunia absolutely smacks the furniture, screeching to know which sneaky thief swiped her rightful mystical companion. Switching gears to Velkia, the main hub of Al-Sobikia, Leo and his peers tumble out of their magical gateway straight into a winter wonderland. Brutal temperatures immediately body slam the entire class. Only Leo stands there looking perfectly comfortable while everyone else whimpers for a heater. An incredibly exhausted teacher, currently wearing a blanket like a burrito, barks at them to quit whining and get into formation. He gestures to Velkia and quizzes the shivering crowd to see if anyone actually read the syllabus regarding local trivia. A nerd in the back proudly states the town honors Velkian Ursar, a famous pupil of Luna, that artsy cosmic poet. The history lesson drags on, clarifying that Velkian actually studied under both Luna and Eren. Leo actively tunes into the lecture when the town's legendary architect is basically described as a pompous toddler who eventually grew up to be a legendary fairy knight. The teacher gives the nerd a gold star, noting that House Ursar, the knight's direct relatives, basically still run this entire frozen neighborhood. Out of nowhere, a weird rustling in the frosty drifts aggressively steals the spotlight. Jumping at the sudden noise, the teacher and a random kid snap their heads toward the commotion. Battling the fierce blizzard, a handful of silhouettes casually stroll right up to the shivering class. A panicked pupil whispers about potential woodland muggers, prompting the teacher to sarcastically confirm that awful people are a universal concept. Surprisingly, the mysterious strangers call out to Harriet Edmund by his first name, showing they are already well acquainted. A prominent individual steps through the whiteout, officially kicking off a rather big deal of a meeting. The class finds themselves staring at Rune Ursar, a ridiculously majestic elf aristocrat who instantly steals everyone's thunder. A crimson-haired girl catches feelings so fast, she basically views this handsome pointy-eared guy as a spiritual awakening. Rune smoothly states he was waiting for Professor Harlan, making it obvious this little snowy rendezvous was totally planned. Looking ragged and profoundly apathetic, Harlan notes Rune has not aged a day, heavily implying they go way back. The fiery-haired girl's infatuation skyrockets at such an alarming pace that she is already picking out wedding cake flavors in her head. Attempting to calculate mystical lifespans, she tactlessly interrogates him about whether age gaps are a deal-breaker. A pragmatic class leader ignores her weird romantic hostility, sensibly reminding everyone that elven aging moves slower than a snail in molasses. This logical fact only fuels her nosiness, prompting her to boldly demand Rune's exact birth year. Completely unbothered by the gossiping teenagers, Rune stands next to Harlan, amusedly watching the peanut gallery lose their minds. Rune compliments Harlan for hauling such an energetic yet orderly bunch, though Harlan deadpans that they are merely annoying freshmen. Refusing to be ignored, the crimson-haired girl boldly steps up to extract Rune's personal details directly from the source. Deciding to play nice, he gracefully introduces himself as Rune Ursar, finally addressing the tiny humans rather than just his old buddy. He breezily admits to being 97 years old, utterly breaking the teenager's brains since that makes him practically a toddler in elf years. Some clueless kid assumes Rune is nothing more than a fancy tour guide, severely lowballing the guy's actual importance. Rune politely destroys that assumption, dropping his massive titles as the big boss of House Ursar and the official speaker for Olzarbekia. The foolish pupil violently pivots into intense groveling, but Harlan smartly shuts him up before the second-hand embarrassment becomes lethal. Once the sun dips out, the exhausted squad crashes at a remarkably sketchy field trip cabin. Nestled within the groan-inducing shack, literally just a rodent scurrying past is enough to crank the creepy atmosphere to maximum. Half the class instantly has a meltdown regarding sleeping inside what is obviously a haunted wooden box. The crimson-haired girl ruthlessly teases her class representative for acting stoic while looking equally disgusted by their new bedroom. He snarks right back that he fully intended to pitch a tent outdoors, until everyone reminds him that the lethal blizzard ruins that brilliant plan. Endless whining echoes through the cabin, though the consensus remains that a creepy shack firmly beats freezing to death outside. Using the noisy chaos as cover, a couple of sneaky dudes tiptoe up the steps on a highly suspicious mission. They creep further into the shadows, double-checking their stealth mode is fully engaged before doing anything stupid. One idiot whispers the grand strategy, a daring midnight raid into the ladies' quarters for pure adrenaline. This genius plot crashes and burns the second they realize an angry female is already blocking the hallway. She stands there sporting pajamas, hair rollers, and dental hygiene gear, yet her icy glare makes her deeply terrifying instead of funny. Deploying a nasty trick dubbed Wind Circle, she launches the trespassing goons into full panic mode and violently ends their little adventure. Miles away from that drama, the class representative sarcastically observes that the whole gang is having a wonderfully catastrophic vacation. Opting to do some solo snooping, he smoothly ditches his noisy companions. Somebody suddenly barks out Leo Plov in its entirety, freezing him right in his tracks. An incredibly strict elven lady materializes from the blizzard to boldly block his path. She tosses him an invitation from her boss, leaving zero doubt that refusing is not a valid option. Dragged to a ridiculously massive mansion, Leo quickly realizes this late-night chat is a massively big deal. Stepping inside with immense caution, he knows he was cherry-picked for this little gathering, but has absolutely no clue why. Rune greets his guest while radiating bizarrely high stress levels, implying some massive emergency completely derailed his schedule. Offering a quick apology, Rune tells his visitor to sit tight and completely abandons Leo inside a museum of dusty paperwork and antique junk. Taking full advantage of being left unsupervised, Leo happily browses the fancy clutter instead of feeling nervous. He quickly deduces that these items are legitimately magical historical treasures, not just overpriced decorative garbage. A very specific shiny object aggressively hooks his interest, effectively gluing his boots to the floorboards. He correctly labels the fancy blade on the wall as urgent, accidentally showing off obscure trivia no random teenager should know. Rune instantly panics upon hearing this, since the backstory of Urgent is strictly classified top-secret boss knowledge within House Ursar. Playing it cool, Leo claims he skimmed it from some dusty books over at Lommery's massive archive, which sounds totally believable but remains slightly terrifying. Squinting hard at the lethal exhibit, he figures out this shiny sword is actually just a magical knockoff, not the authentic legendary Urgent. Tossing us back to a cozy fireside chat from before, a buddy questions Luna about whether a specific tiny blade is actually lethal enough to use for self-defense. Kyle gets summoned to play weapons inspector, staring at the little knife like it is the most fascinating thing he has ever seen. Luna shows off her pointy treasure with immense pride, totally waiting for a round of applause regarding her scavenging skills. Initially, Kyle pegs it as hot merchandise, until Luna swears it was hers before she handed it down to her starry-eyed student Velkian. Wrapping up the boring lore drop, she casually notes Velkian completely misplaced the knife while fighting Tartarus right before their ultimate road trip. A wrinkled elf steps in to brag that Urgent is essentially the grand prize for beating up the mythical realm of Velkian Ursar. He helpfully points out that legendary gear only works for the person who actually won it, rendering this particular trophy into a fancy paperweight. Leo completely gets that the magical item is fundamentally broken, allowing the elder to pivot the awkward chat by offering him a chair. After parking his rear, the grandpa double-checks Harlan's intel, verifying Leo is indeed a Lumen freshman juggling annoying class rep duties. With the resume verified, the elder openly confesses he needs a massively weird favor from a total stranger. He boldly requests that Leo go hang out with his granddaughter. The old man mentions the girl is currently suffering through her freshman year over at Siren Academy. Despite crushing her entrance exams and dripping with natural talent, her motivation mysteriously evaporated the second classes started. Apparently, reality smacked her incredibly hard, causing her to crash into a massive mental roadblock on day one. Hoping a similarly aged human might jolt her out of her slump, Grandpa forcefully assigns Leo to go be her cheerleader. Heavily weirded out by receiving the literal room key to a teenage girl's bedroom, Leo awkwardly agrees to the bizarre mission. He marches up to the designated chamber and politely taps on the wood. Receiving absolute silence as a reply, he shrugs and just uses his shiny new key. Stepping inside, he walks straight into a chaotic disaster zone drowning in grime, random literature, and obnoxious fan club merchandise. The absolute biohazard level of the carpet strongly suggests she has not seen the sun or touched grass in several months. Scanning the mess, Leo quickly deduces this entire space functions as a weird shrine dedicated entirely to legendary figures. He immediately realizes the girl does not just like historical warriors, she is completely and utterly unhinged about them. Noticing a discarded Siren Academy outfit, Leo loudly clears his throat, which finally causes the local hermit to flinch. The blanket-burrowing gremlin, Aaron Ursa, bolts upright in total mortification, immediately yelling at her grandpa for throwing a stranger into her den. Upon spotting Leo just standing there like a lemon, the The pure horror of a strange human instantly snaps her brain to full attention. Her frantic flailing makes it painfully obvious she lacks the basic social skills required to handle unexpected houseguests. Leo's brain briefly stalls out over just how violently she is freaking out over his polite hello. Erin loudly stammers her total shock at finding a human in her habitat, prompting Leo to just chill out and drop his name. He dryly clarifies he only invaded her space because her elderly relative literally handed him the keys. Aggressively embarrassed, Iron decides to just turtle up beneath her heavy comforter rather than have an actual conversation. Tempting to salvage the awkwardness, Leo grabs a random novel and casually remarks that her absurd Kyle obsession rivals his own. The moment he throws a compliment at her ridiculously neat filing system, her ears perk up from under the safety quilt. Spotting a tactical advantage, Leo lightly probes to see if her fangirl behavior stems from true passion instead of boring schoolwork. Erin finally pops her head out like a cautious prairie dog to demand if Leo is also a certified Kyle fanboy. That single nerdy question completely flips the horrible trespassing incident into an aggressively enthusiastic Comic-Con panel. The foundation of their new friendship crystallizes instantly. They are both massive geeks for the mythical icon, Kyle, the hero of the beginning. Throwing down his nerd cred, Leo drops a casual reference to the epic brawl at Darno's, a massive milestone in their idol's career. Erin violently counters with an even more insanely obscure historical skirmish, and suddenly, they are aggressively debating lore like two unhinged professors. Absolutely thrilled that Leo can actually keep up, Iron brags about possessing dusty trivia that standard history teachers do not even know exists. Suddenly, Leo magically transforms from a terrifying home invader into her absolute best friend, who fundamentally gets her hobbies. Belatedly realizing she just info-dumped for 10 minutes straight, Iron awkwardly stammers a proper greeting and says sorry for being incredibly loud. Leo smoothly waves off the apology, stating the ancient legends would probably be hyped to know some kid is still obsessing over their glory days. Deeply validated, Erin whispers her highly controversial personal theory that the textbooks completely forgot about a mysterious fifth champion. She fiercely insists Kyle was a real dude and plots to infiltrate a history club to track down his literal footprints whenever she goes back to class. Tragically, just mentioning the concept of attending lectures instantly crushes her cheerful vibe. Catching the sudden depressive spiral, Leo bluntly questions why she is dodging Siren Academy like the plague. Erin mumbles out a sad confession that Siren completely feels like the wrong planet for her. She whines that every single student there is grinding hardcore to be a legend, whereas she prefers drooling over old myths and feels like a massive loser standing next to them. Taking one glance at her perfectly ironed school clothes, Leo figures out she secretly desperately wants to rejoin society. Putting his master plan into action, he casually mentions there is a whole mob of clumsy humans currently wrecking Velkia on a school vacation. This juicy piece of gossip aggressively hooks Iron's curiosity. Leo helpfully points out that several academies casually mix average folks with humans, shamelessly plugging Lumen as a prime example. He tosses out a chill invite for her to come spy on the Lemurn kids if she wants some cheap entertainment. Successfully tricking her brain into believing that exiting her bedroom is a solid idea, Leo smoothly exits the stage. The second he hits the corridor, Grandpa jumpscare spawns out of the shadows, making Leo practically jump out of his own skin. The old elf looks profoundly shook upon discovering the boy actually maintained a conversation with Arian for more than 5 seconds, which the kid casually shrugs off as true. Registering that Erin finally ended her hermit strike after practically a century, the grandpa instantly promotes the boy to most valuable person status. Overjoyed by this miracle therapy session, the geezer offers the human free run of the family's magical vault as a thank you present, an offer nobody sane would refuse. Dragging his new favorite person into the Ursar stash room, Grandpa tells him to grab literally anything that looks shiny. Rather than drooling over the massive pile of gold, our clever hero critically squints at every single knickknack. He rapidly zeroes in on a seemingly random trinket, behaving suspiciously like he already read the wiki entry for it. Grandpa helpfully warns that the weird rock is just an ancient gemstone with a tiny fairy scrawled inside, heavily implying it is completely useless junk. Refusing to be deterred, the kid claims this useless rock is his ultimate prize, so the old man just shrugs and lets him bag it. Peering super closely at his new loot, our guy bets his life that the tiny dude trapped inside is absolutely not a decorative doodle. He quickly deduces the gemstone is actually a magical containment vessel currently holding a living fairy hostage. Pivoting back to the miserable classmates, the gang is currently huddled up while their grumpy teacher reads off their incoming nightmare itinerary. The coach gleefully declares that starting tomorrow, everyone gets to freeze at dawn doing magical push-ups in the fairy forest before running awful errands all afternoon. A highly annoyed kid loudly whines that their normal semester is torture enough, deeply offended that a vacation involves actual manual labor. The teacher brutally reminds them this field trip is an educational boot camp designed to exploit their flaws, not a fancy spa retreat. Tired of the groaning, the instructor violently throws Leo under the bus by announcing their beloved class rep personally designed this torture session. Completely unfazed by the sudden death glares, Leo pitches a fantastic defense. The local woods are extremely lethal, so these awful drills will technically keep everyone breathing. The pleasant little meeting wraps up with a grim promise that fun is officially cancelled, and tomorrow will be utter hell. Later that evening, the sneaky human parks himself in his bedroom, staring intensely at his newly acquired mystical rock. Double-checking the magical resonance, he correctly guesses that the little winged hostage was trapped by the legendary fairy king himself. It suddenly makes sense why the elves thought it was just cheap art, considering this flavor of ancient spellcraft went permanently out of style after the Calamity era. However, this specific energy signature rings a massive bell in his head, immediately identifying the caster as Silver. Recalling a dusty debt from that exact magical monarch, he grins and figures it is officially time to cash the check. Radiating absolute smugness, he casually starts picking the mystical lock. The fancy pebble immediately explodes with blinding light as the ancient superglue finally shatters. Popping the lid launches a massive magical shockwave that violently rattles the furniture and blasts right out the window. A miniature winged fellow shakes off the magical hangover in his rescuer's palms, instantly recognizing his dad's weird magic jail is broken. Naturally, instead of saying thank you, the bite-sized jerk is profoundly disgusted to be staring at a boring human face. Our hero bluntly demands a name, causing the tiny snob to absolutely seethe over the lack of proper manners. Puffing out his tiny chest, the arrogant bug proclaims himself as Jiren, the shiny offspring and literal firstborn heir of King Silver. He proceeds to monologue endlessly about how important he is, right up until the boy literally flicks him in the forehead. That utterly disrespectful thwack sends the royal pipsqueak tumbling backward, completely destroying his majestic aura. Deeply humiliated and violently angry, Kerwin short-circuits over the fact that a lowly peasant just assaulted his royal face. The human brutally points out that bad manners earn you a free smack, effectively reminding the tiny prince who is actually running this show. Kerwin screeches that tapping his royal forehead is basically declaring war on the entire magical monarchy. He desperately attempts to maintain his furious tantrum, though his tiny squeaks are remarkably unthreatening. Following a pathetic wrestling match, they both calm down enough to use their indoor voices. A terrifying thought suddenly hits Kerwin. This annoying human might actually be the legendary contractor his dad always whined about. The kid smugly nods yes, hilariously suggesting that getting stuck with a random peasant is looking like a pretty sweet deal right about now. While Kerwin quietly seethes, the boy remembers exactly how this brat got grounded. Silrith violently revoked all 6 wings and shoved him into a rock for being a menace. Dodging the whole contractual destiny thing, the pint-sized prince angrily orders a direct taxi back to his hometown so he can snitch to his dad. Shooting that down instantly, our guy cheerfully notes Kerwin cannot cross the mystical border without retrieving his missing body parts first. Defeated by logic, Kerwin grudgingly mumbles that the first set of missing limbs is probably dumped somewhere out in the local magical woods. Treating this scavenger hunt like destiny, the human plots to use this grumpy little hostage as a VIP pass to finally contact Silrit. Fast forward to sunrise, the miserable classmates officially kick off their freezing doom hike into the mythical Timberland. Marching straight into a blizzard, the sadistic coach drags the shivering teenagers deep into the icy wasteland. The deeply unsettling vibes radiating from the trees clearly scream that this is a premium death trap, not a beginner's playground. A handful of kids openly panic upon seeing the catastrophic aftermath of their very first drill. The sheer level of destruction actually leaves the grumpy teacher staring in absolute, horrified silence. A smurf-haired kid, currently eating snow on the ground, mentally short-circuits over the fact that he just got wrecked by a basic breeze spell. While he blankly stares at the sky, his triumphant rival politely extends a hand to officially stamp "loser" on his forehead. Leo casually informs the class representative that if she ever hopes to land a scratch on him, she urgently requires some serious tutoring. Naturally, the crimson-haired teen takes immense offense, completely convinced he is calling her famous spellsword fighting style hot garbage. Her blood pressure skyrockets, absolutely positive this impromptu private lesson is just an elaborate scheme to publicly humiliate her. Preferring to avoid a shouting match, Leo just stands there looking bored until her angry ranting eventually runs out of steam. He loudly reminds the peanut gallery that he routinely admits his creature-taming skills are terrible, while constantly bragging that his true genius lies in mixing potions. He literally quotes his own entrance exam speech, practically demanding they check the historical records to verify his blatant honesty. His old confession was completely straightforward. He basically sucked at throwing air around. Chelsea views this humble brag as a declaration of war, loudly daring him to put his money where his mouth is. Leo instantly says yes, without even blinking. Chelsea deeply plants her feet, fully aware that Leo constantly pulls lethal surprises out of his sleeves when nobody is looking. Opting for the cheap shot approach, she aggressively lunges forward before he can even tie his shoes. Screaming windbreak, she violently hurls a literal tornado directly at his face. Leo immediately mirrors her exact spell, except his version practically drips with terrifying, villainous energy. His spooky breeze smashes into hers, violently mutating the collision into a massively catastrophic hurricane. The terrified audience collectively gasps, utterly shocked that he casually deflected Chelsea's signature move without breaking a sweat. Panicking slightly, Chelsea upgrades to a wind chain spell, desperately attempting to hogtie him before he blows up the entire forest. The breezy handcuffs quickly surround him, yet Leo just stands in the center looking mildly inconvenienced. He cheerfully throws his very first insult back in her face, kindly reminding Chelsea that her entire magical philosophy is just mathematically incorrect. Proving his arrogant point, he effortlessly hijacks her spellcasting rhythm and weaponizes her own personal hurricane. Showing off ridiculous fine motor skills, he casually squishes all that raging air into a tiny sniper shot balanced on one finger. The explosive impact hits like a freight train, completely flattening Chelsea before she can even blink. His absolute nuke of a spell totally bulldozes the frozen battlefield, firmly concluding their little disagreement. Trapped under a pile of snow and regrets, Chelsea contemplates her life choices after suffering such a spectacularly embarrassing beatdown. Gazing at the sky, the horrific realization finally hits her. She literally just got crushed using her absolute best parlor trick. Leo casually looms over her crater with a deeply smug aura, effectively silencing any possible excuses she might invent. Chelsea simply gapes like a fish, vehemently refusing to categorize whatever demonic witchcraft he just cast as standard elemental sorcery. The rest of the peanut gallery starts sweating profusely, painfully aware their class leader is likely an actual supervillain in disguise. Their grumpy instructor chimes in to clarify that Chelsea is not mathematically weaker. Leo just genuinely understands the physics of blowing stuff up better than she does. Turning this public humiliation into a teachable moment, the coach barks that everyone needs to stop spamming fancy ultimate moves and learn basic magical math first. Leo gracefully dismisses the torture session, sending his bruised peers limping away while they bitterly wish him good luck on his incoming chores. Finally unsupervised, Leo happily strolls deeper into the terrifyingly cold woods. His mandatory afternoon chore is hilariously basic: pretend to train while secretly doing some light botanical grocery shopping. Back at camp, his classmates are practically dead on their feet from all the intense spell dodging. Leo internally pats himself on the back, highly amused that they are actually becoming slightly less pathetic. Kerwin, the grumpy bite-sized fairy, surprisingly assists the operation by violently ripping up massive handfuls of the required weeds. Leo tosses him a completely fake compliment, which Kerwin eagerly catches before loudly bragging about his incredibly elite bloodline. After shoving enough fancy grass into his pockets, Leo packs up his grocery bags and readies for phase 2 of the hike. He figures there is no better time than the present to go play detective and dig up the fairy's confiscated flying apparatus. Armed with this sneaky agenda, he aggressively stomps forward into the deeper snowdrifts. Abruptly hitting the brakes, he senses a sketchy anomaly lurking just ahead. He casually interrogates Kerwin regarding the exact date of his royal eviction, discovering the grounding occurred basically 100 years prior. Squinting closely at the scenery, Leo spots a hardcore hologram shield stitched with Fairy King magic, but notes the magical handwriting completely clashes with Kerwin's dad's usual font. Doing some quick mental genealogy, he remembers Kerwin's dad is Groin, Silver's kid from the Calamity era, rendering this mysterious shield insanely sketchy. The timeline is what really bothers Leo's inner detective. This incredibly ancient security system mysteriously booted up merely a century ago. Kerwin bitterly theorizes that his missing limbs are probably acting as the battery for this massive shield, easily mixing old-school sorcery with his premium DNA. Putting 2 and 2 together, Leo bets his entire wallet that something insanely valuable is currently locked inside this magical vault. Before they can break out the lockpicks, a deeply horrifying villain aura crashes the party, instantly ruining Leo's good mood. A crusty walking skeleton stomps up, aggressively demanding why a soft human is trespassing, so Leo sarcastically replies that an animated fossil taking a walk is significantly weirder. The bony freak proudly announces its employment at Tartarus, boldly claiming this entire zip code belongs to their creepy organization. Kerwin immediately throws a screaming fit, viciously arguing that this dirt is sacred fairy real estate and not some gothic parking lot. Standing in the frost, the oversized calcium warrior ruthlessly cyberbullies the tiny prince, declaring him way too pathetic to even count as magical wildlife. This brutal trash talk successfully triggers a meltdown, causing the bite-sized royal to literally glow with pure, unfiltered rage. Packing all his furious energy into one tiny, glowing fist, he violently catapults himself directly at the monster. Hurtling right toward the bony giant, the angry little bug converts his temper tantrum into a highly lethal headbutt. The hulking Death Knight finally spots the sparkly missile screaming toward its skull at the literal final millisecond. Kerwin's sparkly rage bomb detonates spectacularly, scoring a direct, blinding hit against the overgrown skeleton. The explosive collision actually rattles the entire forest floor like a miniature earthquake. Aggressively keeping the pressure up, the tiny prince mocks the knight for talking a big game while simultaneously brawling like an absolute caveman. He smugly insists that his chaotic tactic is mathematically flawless, simply because sparkly fairy magic violently eats dark zombie energy for breakfast. Observing from the sidelines, Leo's internal danger alarm starts violently screaming that this fairy logic is profoundly flawed. The Death Knight tanks the shiny laser beam completely upright, effectively demonstrating that getting hit by a demoted fairy still stings only a bit. Kerwin proudly notes his spell is definitely causing property damage, though the horrible graveyard smell and slow progress deeply offend his royal nostrils. Completely ignoring the sparkly burns, the massive skeleton aggressively throttles its giant sword, plotting a highly violent rebuttal. Leaking pure villain smoke from its eye sockets, the beast openly promises to turn the tiny annoyance into permanent paste. Noticing the imminent execution, Leo frantically yells at Kerwin to immediately evacuate the blast zone. Sadly, the Titan swings his ridiculously huge sword way before the cocky bug can hit the eject button. A horrific crimson glow suddenly vomits out of the Death Knight, cranking the local death probability meter straight into the red zone. Kerwin completely freezes like a deer in headlights as the monster's spooky true strength explodes right in his face. Rather than retreating, the idiot throws himself into a second kamikaze dive, blindly hoping to interrupt the boss's ultimate move. Predictably failing to dent the giant, Kerwin immediately finds himself violently pancaked against the broad side of that massive blade. Effortlessly snatching the deflected bug midair, Leo sighs deeply and dryly asks his flying paperweight to explain the catastrophic failure. Coughing up sparkles, Kerwin squeaks out that this particular bad guy is a premium, vintage-tier nightmare originally manufactured by Tartarus. He officially labels the very angry pile of bones for Leo, introducing him as a terrifying Death Knight. Striking a dramatic pose, the walking calcium deposit introduces himself as Karger, loudly bragging that he is the loyal employee of the legendary Lich King. Gripping his heavy blade, Karja prepares to strike them down without a shred of mercy. Stepping directly into the path of danger, Leo intercepts the brutal swing using his personal steel. Bearing down on his opponent, the Dark Warrior smugly regards Leo as merely one more corpse waiting to happen. Rather than succumbing to panic, the young swordsman keeps a cool head, analyzing the incoming onslaught. The moment a devastating strike descends, Leo conjures a shimmering barrier to absorb the impact. Nevertheless, the sheer momentum slams him into the dirt, proving that Karja possesses truly monstrous physical power. Noticing the instantaneous aura defense, the undead foe offers a remarkably reluctant nod of respect. Wasting no time, the Death Knight lunges forward again, now completely engulfed by a swirling, malicious energy. The resulting point-blank collision drags the two combatants into a vicious, grinding struggle. Struggling is a terrible waste of breath, Karja taunts, hoping to shatter his opponent's spirit alongside his physical defenses. Unwilling to remain safely on the sidelines, Kerwin valiantly charges into the fray to assist Leo. This sudden interference ruins Kardas's stance, generously providing a much-needed tactical gap. Panting heavily, Kerwin mutters, "I really miss the stamina those wings gave me," before desperately invoking the Pact Breaker. Finishing the rhythmic chant, he aggressively demands customer service from the magical entity he just called. A sudden, overwhelming aura arrives, causing Karja to pause mid-swing. Searing energy erupts at Leo's back, taking the shape of glowing wings and entirely flipping the momentum of their duel. Kerwin claps gleefully, thrilled to discover that Leo is an overachiever who already holds an active, high-tier magical agreement. "Come on out, Phoenix," Leo shouts, prompting a spectacularly ablaze entity to crash the party. Ribbons of searing fire immediately wrap around Karja, simultaneously restricting his movements and giving him a severe sunburn. Taking a cozy perch on Leo's shoulder, the tiny avian entity puffs its chest as if to say, "Yeah, I did that." Jaw practically hitting the floor, Kerwin gapes at the legendary bird, casually treating Leo like a favorite tree branch. Insulted by the intense staring, the fiery creature sharply pecks Kerwin on the head, establishing its rather prickly boundaries. Refusing to be bested by a glowing pigeon and a tiny woodland sprite, Karja stubbornly winds up a massively lethal incantation. Plunging his blade deep into the soil, he awakens a terrifying legion of corpses meant to devour everything drawing breath. Dark magic infects the surrounding woods, prompting countless skeletal warriors to drag themselves out of the earth. Identifying the spell as an infinite necromantic loop, Leo frowns, whereas Kerwin simply sighs from his shoulder, deeply regretting his life choices. Miles away, a subtle smirk crosses Kyle's face, projecting the absolute arrogance of a man who knows he is about to ruin someone's day. Treating the apocalyptic horde like a minor inconvenience, he sprints through the frosted trees, weapon drawn and ready. Channeling his internal energy reserves while he runs, he begrudgingly decides it might be time to put in a little actual effort. A devastating seismic blast erupts from Kyle, violently bulldozing the rotting attackers away from his path. While the Bone Squad crumbles into confused heaps, the Death Knight stands tall in the rear, serving as the actual formidable obstacle. Charging ahead like a runaway train, Kyle shatters the frozen terrain with every step toward his imposing target. He then unleashes a swirling spatial trap, dramatically cranking up the atmospheric gravity crushing down on his foe. Effortlessly shrugging off the oppressive magic, the massive knight towers above the chaos, proving it is leagues above the fragile skeletons. "Targeting unarmed folks, truly chivalrous," Kyle remarks dryly, daring the armored beast to face him in a proper, honorable duel. Responding to the mockery, the creature slams its greatsword into the rock, violently turning the battle's momentum backward. A pillar of shadowy force detonates, providing enough cover for Kyle to smoothly slip right out of the shambling horde's trap. Retreating to higher alpine ground, he finally finds a quiet rocky outcrop where he can gather his thoughts without being chewed on. Pondering why a high-tier rotting warrior would bother visiting a whimsical fairy woodland, he strongly suspects Tartarus is the actual goal. Sadly, his brilliant deduction is rudely interrupted when the relentless enemy stomps right back into view. Noticing the towering threat left its skeletal cheerleaders behind, Kyle figures this one-on-one might actually be a fair fight. Seizing the initiative, the undead warrior lunges forward, delivering a brutal and straightforward horizontal slash. Kyle readies a devastating counter, yet a bizarre interruption ruins the dramatic climax. Some random academic from Lumen leaps into the clearing, aiming a rapier at Kyle while loudly declaring him the evil mastermind behind the zombies. The tension hilariously escalates once the elf spots Kyle's school colors, instantly deciding anyone from Siren must naturally practice dark magic. Utterly certain he has caught a villain, the foolish scholar throws logic out the window and charges in for a lethal strike. Wild aggression fuels his clumsy swing, transforming a simple case of mistaken identity into an incredibly annoying secondary skirmish. Easily parrying the pathetic attempt, Kyle firmly demonstrates that he is neither a dark sorcerer nor someone to be trifled with. The aspiring hero instantly finds himself eating dirt, his grand assault crumbling into an embarrassing pile of failure. Another voice echoes through the trees, halting the scuffle and politely asking forgiveness for her classmates' overwhelming stupidity. Gracefully presenting herself as Lunia Alunda, she politely requests that Kyle spare the reputation of Siren students despite the recent display of idiocy. Waving off the incident, Kyle smoothly replies, "Apology accepted, though I have to ask, why is a Siren representative wandering out here?" She cheerfully notes her presence in Burkina involves rigorous fieldwork, prompting Kyle to admit he is merely enjoying a casual academic vacation. Excusing herself to update her instructor, she grants him an elegant woodland benediction before vanishing into the trees. Repeating her moniker in his head, Kyle feels a nagging itch of familiarity that refuses to crystallize. Staring blankly at the frost-covered peaks, he digs through his mental archives but comes up completely empty. Suddenly, it clicks. He remembers Lunia ruthlessly hauling away a manic, wolf-haired peer who tried way too hard to look cool. Meanwhile, the narrative moves to an imposing council chamber, preparing to debate the day's chaotic events in a highly bureaucratic fashion. Inside these hallowed walls, the sudden cameo of a high-tier rotting menace sparks intense and deeply concerned chatter. Clearing his throat, an elven academic concedes that beasts are trespassing, but firmly denies that their precious environment is significantly corrupted. Defending the student, Kyle's advocate points out the boy's honest track record, stressing that ignoring his warning is a terrible idea. Strolling in with a scowl, Herdian Wintel scoffs at the absurd notion of a mere freshman surviving a brawl with legendary undead. The official inquiry kicks off smoothly as both the skeptical faculty member and the young eyewitness state their names for the record. Desperate to downplay the crisis, Herdian insists the kid probably saw a regular skeleton and ran crying, doubting any solitary escape from real danger. Leaning heavily on the boy's youth and lowly rank, the instructor does everything possible to make him look like an unreliable toddler. When asked to weigh in, Kyle's mentor simply shrugs and declares absolute, unshakable faith in his student's story. Driving the point home, he proudly reminds the room that this supposed child is actually the top representative of his entire peer group. This glowing review forces Herdian to pause, quietly realizing this disaster might just serve as a fantastic learning opportunity for his own class. Narrowing his eyes, he challenges Kyle, asking, "So, does your actual magical skill live up to all this endless flattery?" Sufficiently intrigued, Herdian pitches a grand collaborative lesson, forcing his seasoned prodigies to mingle with Lumen's visiting rookies. That evening, a luxurious dinner party buzzes with thrilled whispers as pupils eagerly dissect the upcoming shared curriculum. The visiting freshmen stare wide-eyed at the absurd opulence around them, suddenly feeling deeply underdressed for such a massive gala. Meanwhile, the chaperones clink glasses and share warm laughter, genuinely thrilled to witness their host's legendary educational methods. Observing from a quiet corner, Kyle deduces that the skeptical teacher arranged this whole affair simply to poke and prod the students himself. His analytical musing snaps when a familiar presence strides up to him, exuding a distinct aura of déjà vu. Clad in a stunning evening gown, Lunia brazenly demands a dance, instantly elevating their previous woodland skirmish to a wildly intimate level. Beneath towering crystal chandeliers, the festivities officially launch with an elegant waltz. A fiery-haired elven maiden and a striking pale-haired youth glide across the marble, quietly probing each other's motives. Effortlessly hijacking the rhythm, she smugly mentions her flawless grasp of ancient, highly complex elven choreography. Mid-spin, it dawns on her that they are completely anonymous to one another, so she casually demands his title. "The name is Leo Plov," he replies pleasantly, a moniker that instantly triggers alarm bells in her head. Recognizing him as the infamous scoundrel who poached another mage's spirit, her polite smile morphs into a furious glare. Forcefully yanking his necktie, she whispers delightfully aggressively, "I am going to completely end your existence." Piecing the puzzle together, Leo remembers the whole messy incident involving Rivnas stealing Fiora's magical partner, immediately understanding her homicidal rage. Keeping her iron grip on his collar, she angrily labels him a disgraceful crook complicit in ruining her friend's life. "Hey, Fiora seems to be thriving now," Leo chuckles, a terribly timed observation that only throws gasoline on the fire. Losing the very last shred of her patience, she actively channels mana for a genuine physical assault. Diving forward like a rabid tiger, she single-handedly transforms the dignified Gala into a screaming, chaotic mess. Luckily, before anyone loses a limb, faculty members intervene and publicly mandate a highly humiliating apology session. Closely monitored by a severely disappointed upperclassman, she grinds her teeth, bows deeply, and recites a scripted plea for pardon. Flashing a breezy grin, Leo accepts, internally chuckling at the massive effort it took for her not to bite him, and drops the grudge. Once the professors wander off, the older elf coldly halts the furious girl, referring to her strictly by her academic title. He sharply advises Lunia against future public brawls, drilling into her skull that she currently represents the entire school's dignity. She immediately nods in submission, allowing him to expertly funnel her rage into crushing their guests during tomorrow's collaborative lesson. Framing the upcoming event as a bitter turf war, he demands she make absolute fools out of the visiting institution. Dissatisfied with her surprisingly humble reply, he loudly reminds her that their glorious academy is inherently superior to every other training ground. Having basically ordered her to academically execute the foreigners, he pauses, quietly wondering if maybe he dialed the pressure a bit too high. Regardless, the motivational speech succeeds wonderfully, setting her eyes ablaze with the burning need to emotionally destroy her rivals. Morning arrives, and Professor Harriet cheerfully opens the highly anticipated shared lecture, offering a warm greeting to the fresh faces. He excitedly announces that today's curriculum will feature an immersive, hands-on demonstration of a completely foreign teaching philosophy. Randomly picking names out of thin air, he forces Kyle and Ileana Thade up front, sending both pupils into mild shock. Building them up as hardened battlefield veterans, the instructor cheerfully orders them to show off their most lethal tricks. Though visibly panicking at the sudden spotlight, the doomed duo reluctantly steps forward to perform. Observing from the bleachers, a local snarks about Lumen's bizarre isolationist structure, whereas Leo just stares ahead, profoundly bored. Kicking off the show, Lunia casually unsheathes a wildly burning blade, leaving absolutely no doubt regarding her destructive capabilities. Right after, a peer elegantly floats a swarm of projectiles through the air, proving that hitting things with your mind is equally terrifying. Wrapping up the trio, a final participant drops a massive magical creature onto the floor, heavily diversifying their combat portfolio. The home crowd whispers in genuine awe, slightly intimidated by the impressive variety of specialized talents on stage. An older local quietly admits that watching weird, hyper-focused foreigners actually does provide some decent educational value. Despite the fireworks, he crosses his arms, deeply suspicious that they are compensating for some glaring structural weakness. Noticing Lumen's class representative is awkwardly avoiding the stage, he starts wondering what massive secret the kid is desperate to conceal. Finishing their routines, the visiting trio takes a sweaty bow, basking in polite clapping and faint murmurs of approval. Seizing the spotlight, the haughty upperclassman stands tall, dropping a highly condescending compliment to snatch back the room's attention. He eloquently applauds their strange obsession with niche skills, perfectly laying the groundwork to explain why his own school is vastly superior. Strutting toward the chalkboard, he grabs a piece of chalk, deeply eager to preach the gospel of his own academy. "Our approach," he brags, "is entirely opposite to yours. We forge beautifully rounded mages, not one-trick ponies." He lectures that everyone here absorbs an incredibly broad spectrum of spells, eliminating the pathetic risk of relying on a single tactic. Rolling his eyes, Leo spots the massive logical holes in this speech, internally labeling the entire curriculum a pretentious fraud. As far as he can tell, the methodology is purely cosmetic, just a bunch of arrogant historical snobbery wearing a fancy academic coat. While the speaker drones on toward a dramatic finale, Leo practically slides out of his chair in a coma of sheer boredom. Suddenly ditching the friendly act, the speaker viciously insults the guests as uncultured gossips, tired of wasting breath on mere theoretical debate. Aiming to physically showcase true superiority, he casually ignites a blinding, celestial-themed casting tool. Leo merely blinks as the boastful student vows to unleash the ultimate secret behind their academy's fame. Our very blood is made of mana, the senior crows, pinning the institution's entire success on pure biological elitism. A magnificent pillar of light blasts toward the ceiling, flooding the lecture hall with suffocatingly dense energy. Glowing, astrological shapes rain down on the audience, transforming a boring monologue into a spectacular, indoor meteor shower. One of the locals gleefully shouts that this specific sorcery is an incredibly rare, homegrown technique tethered directly to the cosmos. For generations, every pupil has been brainwashed to view this stellar spellcraft as the glowing, glorious soul of their entire race. An instructor chimes in, noting that Lady Luna herself codified the original blueprint, which serves as the bedrock of contemporary spellcasting. Staring at the floating equations, the teacher weeps quiet tears of pride over how absolutely flawless and historically rich the math is. Suddenly, a lone arm shoots into the air, completely derailing the majestic atmosphere with a bold question. Clearing his throat loudly, the pale-haired prodigy politely requests the floor, causing every single head to snap in his direction. "I found this topic super fascinating," he starts slowly, "right up until I realized your foundational math is hilariously broken." Dropping the polite facade, he firmly informs the teacher that his translation is total garbage, plunging the room into stunned silence. This massive insult nearly gives the hot-headed redhead an aneurysm, while the visiting blue-haired chaperone just looks profoundly terrified. Deeply insulted by the audacity, the local academic furiously demands the brat explain exactly what he means. Perfectly unfazed, the youth states clearly, "If you cast it exactly like that, literally nothing will happen." The collective jaw of the student body hits the floor, absolutely horrified that someone just slapped their sacred traditions in the face. Scoffing loudly, the instructor brushes off the critique, firmly claiming that the ancestral texts are totally infallible. "Our forefathers meticulously rebuilt this masterpiece," he argues aggressively. "Not a single comma is out of place." "Sorry to burst your bubble, but what you have here is basically a chewed-up rough draft," the boy retorts smoothly. Turning dangerously red, the faculty member sarcastically offers him the chalk, sneering, "Oh, please enlighten us, genius." Sweating profusely, the foreign chaperone starts inching toward the exit, correctly guessing that this debate is about to explode. His mild panic turns into genuine dread upon realizing his pupil isn't just trolling the locals, but actually means every word. Strolling to the front, the brazen kid loudly announces that their deeply revered mystical heritage is just a cheap knockoff. He casually drops the bomb that he literally learned the original version straight from Lady Luna herself, but unfortunately perished before sharing his notes. Staring at the flawed diagrams, he dramatically sighs, treating the whole thing like a long-overdue reunion with an old friend. Clutching his chest, the chaperone hyperventilates, knowing full well that proving this claim could plunge the entire elven society into a raging civil war. Completely oblivious to the looming political crisis, the boy picks up a marker and starts aggressively editing the sacred equations. Gently tapping the glowing sigils, he violently rearranges the magical geometry, forcing the sluggish energy to violently awaken. Staring in open-mouthed terror, the locals realize they are bearing witness to a wildly foreign variant of their signature sorcery. Stepping back to admire his handiwork, he dusts off his hands and happily proclaims, "They're much better." Instantly, the newly drawn circle erupts in blinding brilliance, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is entirely correct. Completely devastated by the sheer perfection of the display, the once arrogant instructor begins openly weeping in the middle of class. Choking on his sobs, the defeated academic manages to whimper, "What exactly is this, and has anyone ever cast it successfully?" The desperate inquiry immediately drags the youth into a nostalgic flashback, vividly recalling the day someone named Kyle saw this exact glow. Deep within his mental archives, the younger, paler version of himself stares in absolute wonder at the fully realized technique. The original inventor, gently clarifies that this incredibly flashy ritual is entirely designed for extreme gardening, not blowing up enemies. The flashback ends with the tiny prodigy joyfully producing an impossibly radiant, glowing blossom out of thin air. Returning to reality, luminous, starry petals begin snowing down upon the completely baffled audience. His fellow students simply sit in stunned silence, finally grasping just how ridiculously overpowered their peer actually is. Even his most violent, crimson-haired detractor has to pause and seriously ask herself if this irritating boy is secretly a historical genius. Wiping his eyes, the teacher finally identifies the phenomenon from dusty old books, realizing it was never a weapon, just a really intense floristry trick. Our hero casually mentions that back during the apocalypse, plants were somewhat scarce, prompting the spell's creator to preserve their beauty artificially. He chuckles, admitting he used to think the spell was complete garbage for a proper fight, totally missing the beautiful point. Supposedly, the genius behind it claimed that these glowing petals would eventually help a broken world find its color once more. Deeply moved by the wholesome backstory, the crying faculty member fully surrenders to the emotional weight of this miraculous restoration. Watching a glowing blossom rest softly on the kid's shoulder, the teacher desperately wonders if this teenager is secretly an ancient god in disguise. "I am Leo Plov, by the way," the boy announces, totally ruining the profound, mystical silence. Brushing off the miracle, he claims he just read a lot of really old books and happens to be ridiculously gifted, firmly denying any pointy-eared heritage. Panicking, the foreign teacher immediately jumps in to apologize for the heart attacks, desperately attempting to cancel the lecture before a religious cult forms. "Let us just pretend this never happened and make absolutely zero official statements," he begs frantically. Unfortunately, the local academic violently seizes his counterpart's wrists, utterly refusing to let the golden goose walk away. Completely discarding all previous arrogance, the crying man desperately begs to arrange an immediate, highly irregular transfer for Leo. The blue-haired chaperone simply stares at the pathetic display, his brain completely short-circuiting at the wildly unexpected poaching attempt. An incredibly awkward hush falls over the room as the period concludes, the academic rivalry permanently shifted by a magical flower trick. Later, Leo cheerfully presents a horrifying, bubbling stew crafted from ancient elven bread, instantly transforming a simple meal into a terrifying survival scenario. Staring into the toxic sludge, one student groans that this is the worst day of their academic career, while another openly weeps over their wasted luxury rations. Entirely unsympathetic, the fiery redhead violently shoves a spoon into a peer's mouth, forcefully demanding a culinary review of the radioactive soup. Chewing the dreadful concoction, the unfortunate guinea pig simply stares into the middle distance, accepting his bleak fate. The chaotic screaming eventually attracts a group of older students, who chuckle at the freshman disaster and request a word with their leader. Stepping away from the toxic kitchen, Leo smoothly cuts them off, correctly guessing their news is vastly more important than the soup incident. The messengers solemnly announce that the Grand Assembly of Al-Sobikia has finally handed down a ruling concerning the rogue skeletal champion. Abandoning the biohazard pot, the rest of the gang snaps to attention, realizing playtime is officially over. A diplomatic official clarifies that shambling corpses and massive armored zombies are currently throwing a massive, unwanted party in the woods. Thanks to this terrifying surge in local pest control issues, both academies are formally drafted to go poke around the haunted trees. Fully endorsed by top brass on both sides, this little field trip is a mandatory, highly dangerous cross-school alliance. Though the official strongly hints that freshmen might die horribly, the kids lean in closer, a chaotic mix of terror and absolute thrill on their faces. He quickly adds that the older kids will do the actual fighting, whereas the rookies are basically just tagging along for moral support. Narrowing his eyes, Leo asks if the guy really walked all this way just to play postman, prompting the man to awkwardly admit he actually came to find Leo. Waving a hand, he suddenly produces his incredibly shy granddaughter, claiming she was utterly desperate for an introduction. Fidgeting intensely, Erin squeaks out her name, confessing she completely hijacked her grandfather's diplomatic mission just to peek at the famous boy. Immediately, the entire class swarms the poor girl, aggressively demanding to know how their weird leader managed to attract such an adorable fan. Bombarded by a dozen loud strangers, Erin's social battery instantly detonates, leaving her in a state of total panic. Screeching a highly panicked apology, she aggressively pivots and sprints into the night at top speed. Blinking at the empty doorway, the group collectively cringes, wondering if they just severely traumatized a painfully introverted child. Sighing heavily, the grandfather takes his leave, shooting Leo a very distinct look that basically screams, "Fix this, please." Rather than joining the soup cleanup, Leo remains in the hallway, staring thoughtfully into the shadows. He spends an awfully long minute, standing in total quiet, dissecting the incredibly weird social interaction that just occurred. Out in the freezing dark, Erin curls up into a miserable little ball, actively drowning in a puddle of her own insecurities. Quietly tracking her down, Leo nearly gives her a heart attack by abruptly tossing his heavy jacket over her shivering frame. Panicking that he might catch a cold, she tries to hand it back, but he firmly refuses, preferring to dive right into the emotional trauma. So, he begins in a remarkably soft tone, "Care to explain why you bolted from your own academy like a scared rabbit?" Sniffing pitifully, she confesses that she packed her bags after firmly deciding she possesses exactly zero heroic qualities. Rambling a bit, she explains that during her darkest, most stressful academic hours, she bumped into a ridiculously radiant upperclassman. "It was Miss Lunia," she suddenly shouts, her voice dripping with extreme, borderline embarrassing levels of fangirl devotion. Describing her idol as an impossibly perfect, endlessly generous saint, Erin admits she essentially placed the girl on a massive pedestal. Completely insecure next to such flawless brilliance, the timid junior desperately resolved to copy her idol's every move. Fueled entirely by blind admiration, she somehow brute-forced her way into the highest-ranked course available. Unfortunately, during a highly stressful combat exam against a terrifying opponent, she fumbled spectacularly. Ever since that humiliating defeat, she has been absolutely positive that Lunia now harbors a deep, burning hatred for her existence. Raising an eyebrow, Leo finds that incredibly hard to believe, figuring nobody could possibly hate this trembling cinnamon roll over a bad test score. Watching her mope, he gets a sudden, incredibly strong feeling of nostalgia, comparing her pure, goofy sincerity to an old friend named Velkia. Acting on the impulse, he casually asks, "Hey, are you a fan of those ancient legends about Velkia?" Her gloomy face instantly lights up like a Christmas tree, nodding enthusiastically since the hero is a deeply respected historical icon. Leo leans back and recites a very specific piece of ancient advice. Stop obsessing over everyone else's footprints and just carve your own ridiculous path. Those ancient words strike her directly in the heart, clearly demanding she stop playing backup dancer to somebody else's dreams. Extending a remarkably friendly hand, he invites her to rejoin the chaotic dinner party, promising his eccentric classmates are entirely harmless. Fast-forwarding to the highly anticipated field trip, the combined student body huddles miserably at the edge of a massive, freezing ravine. Shivering aggressively, the fiery-haired prefect violently demands to know what dark magic Leo used to cure the timid girl's social anxiety overnight. "I literally just told her I wasn't going to bite," Leo replies casually, an answer that somehow leaves the redhead vastly more bewildered. It turns out Erin was utterly terrified because he fought her like a raging demon during their sparring match, heavily implying absolute hatred. Sighing loudly, the prefect explains he only looked scary because he actually respected her skills, finally ordering him to babysit Erin properly. Thankfully, the awkward therapy session is cut short when a confident older student swaggers over to begin the official briefing. A heavy, distinctly unsettling aura drifts in from the peripheral vision, instantly forcing heads to turn. The menacing arrival is swiftly identified as Rada Algra, an elite junior tasked with keeping the bumbling freshman from dying in the snow. Shaking hands with Professor Harriet Edmond, the newcomer flashes a highly professional smile, completely fooling the faculty into thinking he is a wonderful, upstanding youth. Catching a glimpse of a deeply suspicious obsidian band on the guy's finger, Kyle's internal threat radar immediately screams loudly. Nudging Lunia, Kyle whispers, "Who is the creepy guy?" desperately trying to run a background check on their new babysitter. She quietly reveals that the senior was utterly mediocre until a bizarre, overnight explosion of talent, perfectly solidifying Kyle's worst theories. Oblivious to the espionage, the teacher joyfully divides them into diverse squads, forcing a veteran to chaperone every cluster of rookies. The absolute worst possible lottery outcome is announced. Kyle and Lunia are forcefully tethered to the highly suspicious third year. Both freshmen actively wince, deeply miserable at being shackled to the one guy they actively want to avoid. Trudging through the knee-deep drifts, Kyle glares openly at the sky, while his red-haired companion dragging her feet makes her extreme displeasure incredibly obvious. Complaining bitterly to the wind, she moans about being forced onto a team with a known magical pickpocket, proving her grudge is entirely alive and well. Rolling his eyes so hard it hurts, Kyle ignores the whining, treating her dramatic accusations like last week's boring gossip. "I will never accept you holding that contract," she snaps, but he completely ignores the bait, preferring to just walk faster. Checking the tactical charts, it becomes clear the other squads are safely exploring the edges, whereas this profoundly unlucky trio is marching straight into the most dangerous zone. The wider search grids indicate a massive, methodical sweep of the woodlands, entirely lacking any specific target coordinates. Poking at some strange tracks, Kyle half listens as Lunia loudly wonders why their brilliant senior chaperone just mysteriously vanished into the brush alone. Miles away, the missing veteran is gleefully wandering the darkest part of the woods entirely solo, proving his disappearance is 100% calculated. Narrowing his eyes, the young detective correctly guesses the older student is running a highly illegal side quest right under their noses. Sending a pulse of sensory mana into the dirt, Kyle vigorously searches for any buried magical tripwires. "It's weirdly quiet," Lunia observes, nervously pointing out the complete lack of flesh-eating zombies despite their dangerously deep position. Gazing at the perfectly picturesque trees, Kyle shudders, realizing the absolute serenity of the landscape feels incredibly artificial. Stripping away the visual lies, he identifies a massive holographic barrier, tasting faint remnants of royal fairy energy that wildly differs from his own family's brand. Connecting the dots, he realizes a terrifyingly ancient necrotic hex is suffocating the terrain, a technique so old only a dinosaur from the apocalyptic era could identify it. His brain immediately jumps to one very specific, very awful suspect, a fanatically devoted lackey of Erebus and a legendary warlord of Tartarus. Sweating slightly, he fully grasps that whoever is pulling the strings here is vastly above the pay grade of a few squabbling academy professors. Mentally tagging the culprit as the infamous Hell Kaiser, he recalls that this specific rotten monarch possesses a deeply malicious, highly functioning intellect. Crouching dramatically in a snowbank, he finally opens his mouth to brief his teammate on the invisible nightmare surrounding them. "Something native is desperately holding the line," he mutters, assuming the local spirits are fiercely maintaining the camouflage to delay the inevitable. Catching his sudden, terrifying intensity, the redhead demands to know if he just stepped on a mystical landmine. His ears twitch, instantly locking onto a distinctly terrible noise crunching through the distant frost. "Heads up, we've got company," he hisses, instantly elevating their status from casual hikers to severely threatened prey. Right on cue, their missing chaperone strolls out of the bushes, smiling pleasantly and loudly asking if they found any interesting twigs. Oozing an intensely fake warmth, he playfully calls them the star freshmen, expertly dictating the entire mood of the conversation. He casually checks if they tripped over any skeletons, and while they shake their heads, his remarkably well-timed arrival leaves them profoundly spooked. Smoothly pivoting the topic, he aggressively interrogates the boy regarding his miraculous ability to sniff out that giant armored zombie earlier. Accepting a horribly tense handshake, Kyle feels the chilling resonance from the black jewelry, completely validating every single paranoid theory he holds. Smiling like a shark, the senior warmly insists Kyle must have been hallucinating, firmly declaring the woods completely devoid of monsters. He heavily implies the boy is just a jumpy rookie trying to play hero, desperately hoping to convince him he is simply seeing things. Playing the helpful tutor, he notes that elite zombies physically require a dark battery to function, meaning a sinister warlock or fiend would have to be standing incredibly close. Utterly terrified by the logic, the redhead loudly panics. "Wait, does that mean there's an actual demon hiding in these trees?" Chuckling softly, he immediately plays the geography card, happily reminding them that Velkia is a highly secured magical capital, making it virtually impenetrable. Pointing proudly at the sky, he details the massive celestial shield guarding the borders, using basic structural facts to make her demon theory look completely ridiculous. "You don't need horns to raise the dead, pal," Kyle interrupts dryly, expertly ruining the man's smug deflection. He clarifies that plenty of completely normal-looking mortals are perfectly capable of throwing highly illegal shadow curses around. When Kyle very pointedly suggests even an elf could be the culprit, a deeply sinister smirk crosses Rada Algra's face, fully aware he just got called out. "We pointiers are incredibly proud," the senior whispers with a terrifying grin, casually transforming a basic denial into a deeply threatening promise. Before someone throws a punch, the veteran claps his hands cheerfully, suggesting they wrap up the hike and rendezvous back at camp. Glaring at the retreating back, Kyle knows with absolute certainty that this guy is desperately hunting for a hidden prize out here. Beside him, Lunia shivers, finally grasping that their so-called protector is neck-deep in whatever nightmare is currently unfolding. That evening, the survey groups gather inside to share their forest discoveries. One squad mentions they missed seeing even a solitary walking corpse, turning the total lack of foes into a rather bizarre puzzle. This glaring inconsistency becomes their central mystery. If walking corpses were definitely spotted prior to the expedition, someone swept them away right as the search commenced. When a student tries to excuse himself for some rest, the white-haired boy suddenly blocks his quiet exit. Leo darts forward with undeniable focus, refusing to let the sneaky departure slip by. His sudden chase shatters the tranquil nighttime atmosphere of the Siren Academy dorms. He barges into the room before anyone can cover up the suspicious activity. Leo shows up already convinced that a certain someone snuck out of the building. Spotting a textbook belonging to Rada Algra proves his theory that Rada Algra vanished exactly as predicted. Scanning the area, Leo uncovers an annotated chart stashed nearby. This parchment displays a direct path toward Fairyland, complete with a boldly circled gateway. Before he can dig any deeper, Lunia ambushes him in the quarters, demanding a perfectly good reason for his trespassing. Leo shushes her instantly, signaling that staying quiet easily trumps offering an explanation. He hastily whispers that he is hunting down Rada Algra, who already vanished into the woods. Leo watches her face closely, debating whether she is part of the conspiracy or just a handy sidekick. When Lunia notes he should be in bed and questions why he supposedly ordered Senior Rada outside, Leo realizes she was spying on him, too. Rather than wasting time bickering, he seizes control of the dilemma before she can scream for help. Leo effortlessly sweeps Lunia off her feet, ignoring her outraged sputtering because haste easily outweighs her permission. He hauls her right through the open window, plunging directly into the dark. Somewhere else, another pupil remains wide awake, blissfully ignorant of the escalating drama outdoors. Aaron enjoys a good book in bed, only to catch strange noises and shifting shadows outside his door. His nosiness wins out, prompting him to roll out of the blankets for a peek. He wanders over to the glass and peers into the frosty, snow-covered landscape. Looking down, he catches Leo carrying Lunia away, transforming a stealthy tailing mission into something that looks incredibly scandalous. Utterly floored, Iron struggles to comprehend the bizarre sight unfolding below him. His overactive brain instantly spins the scenario into a passionate, moonlit elopement starring Leo and Lunia. Blushing furiously and bubbling with excitement, he decides he just stumbled upon a clandestine lover's retreat. In reality, the earnest pursuit ventures deep into the shadowy, moonlit timberland. Leo spots their unwanted shadow and bluntly orders the stalker to march right back to bed. Lunia interrogates Leo regarding Rada Algra, highly skeptical that the new kid could already be entangled with a death knight. Mid-sentence, she discovers they truly picked up an uninvited guest. Aaron pops out of the brush, determined to halt what he assumes is a highly inappropriate midnight tryst. When Lunia asks how long he has been lurking there, Aaron proudly admits he stalked them the whole way. He nervously launches into a frantic sermon about how scholars must strictly avoid the temptations of romance. Lunia just stares at him, absolutely bewildered by the astronomical proportions of his misunderstanding. Leo looks equally perplexed, utterly failing to track Iron's bizarre leap in logic. Aaron firmly declares he witnessed their little window escape, declaring it absolute evidence of an illicit love affair. He even awkwardly blurts out that they make an incredibly handsome couple, making his delusion 10 times more mortifying. Leo nudges Lunia to clear the air, but she remains too dumbfounded to string a sentence together. Lunia clumsily stammers out a denial of the romantic accusations, though her brain fails to form a complete thought. Leo suddenly snaps his focus elsewhere as his instincts scream of imminent, genuine danger. A skeletal hand erupts from the soil, confirming that restless corpses were patiently waiting in ambush. A small army of bony warriors clatters out of the earth, boxing the three scholars inside the gloomy thicket. Leo yanks his blade free and takes the vanguard, smoothly swapping his romantic bewilderment for lethal focus. He recognizes the ambushers as top-tier skeletal elites, while Iron begins channeling magical energy behind his back. Leo asks Lunia if she feels warmed up, addressing her as a dependable comrade in this brawl. Lunia shoots back a fearless response and unleashes her heavy artillery. She boldly summons a roaring fire storm without a shred of hesitation. A massive deluge of flames shreds across the soil, completely swallowing the macabre assailants. Lunia crosses her arms with a smug grin, fully anticipating that her inferno just ended the problem. Leo realizes a second too late that their foes are happily strolling right through the bonfire. One charred skeleton leaps forward to strike, but Iron perfectly blocks the lethal blow with a glowing blue ward. As the defense holds firm, Leo identifies the sorcery as the legendary Velkia lineage, realizing Iron harbors a surprisingly massive talent. Eren summons the armor of Animus, cloaking himself in a radiant blue defensive aura as he gears up to brawl. The collision sparks a massive shockwave that violently rips up the forest floor. Eren throws his whole weight into the assault, charging aggressively with blade and buckler instead of holding back. His heavy blow slams into a bony adversary, shoving the walking corpse backward under the sheer weight of the hit. The monster retaliates with a piercing dark drill attack that gouges across the terrain with terrifying intensity. After the dust settles, Eren chuckles it off, while Lunia openly cheers that he performed brilliantly, exactly as she hoped. She confesses he gave off Major Velkia vibes, and Eren turns crimson, happily absorbing the historical comparison as top-tier flattery. When Leo demands to know why these two are wandering around together in the dark, the resulting embarrassment quickly morphs the rescue mission into fresh gossip. Lunia frantically insists that she and Leo simply visited the upperclassmen dorm for an investigation, emphatically denying any secret rendezvous. She pushes the excuse further, joking that dating would ruin Iron's grades, and she prefers keeping him single so she can crush him academically. Eren stubbornly denies that this is just about eliminating academic competition. He earnestly admits he wants Lunia to stay at the top because she is the one idol he desperately wants to beat. That raw honesty completely blindsides Lunia, forcing her to see just how deeply he respects her. Eren quickly turns bashful, realizing he just confessed his profound admiration out loud. The flashback shifts to the actual melee, highlighting Iron standing like a brick wall behind his mystical barrier. Lunia, energized by his sheer bravery, concludes that if Iron is pushing limits, she needs to blast the enemy with everything she possesses. Even as she pumps herself up, the gravity of her upcoming spell settles heavily on her shoulders. She releases a drastically more violent incantation, completely committed to matching his competitive spirit. Eren flinches at the sudden power spike, grasping that she just tossed her safety limiters out the window. Lunia also stumbles for a heartbeat when she catches his terrified expression. The explosive magic erupts, and Iron barks at her to quit staring at him and focus on the monsters trying to murder them. Lunia clarifies that this exact clash marked the moment she abandoned attending her classes. In that nostalgic memory, she begged Iron to keep going to lectures since she valued him as a genuine pal. She had flashed a warm grin, stating firmly that despite the academic rivalry, she honestly viewed them as close comrades. Eren replied that he gladly embraced both titles, best buddy and ultimate nemesis. Yet even back then, he felt a lingering, unspoken tension buried beneath her cheerful goodbye. Snapping back to reality, Leo asks the burning question of whether they are secretly dating, which both loudly and instantly reject. Leo simply sighs, deciding that youths truly mature through relentless, endless bickering. Their banter dies instantly when a creepy crow with one glowing eye caws a nearby warning. A towering, horned, skeletal figure steps forward, declaring the spellcaster is already trapped. The macabre captain coldly observes that some uninvited pests just ruined his evening. A hooded young man strides into view, flatly demanding, "Why wasn't this mess cleaned up by the Night Order?" He points out the grim adversary as the notorious Death Knight, Karger. Carger immediately clocks the newcomer's identity and snarls at him with pure disgust. The youth responds by throwing around the absolute authority belonging to the Grand King's Knight Order. Carger fumes at being treated like some lowly errand boy. The arrogant newcomer casually reminds him that the Great Death King handpicked him, elevating his status far above a standard minion. He then spills his grand scheme. Once the magical array finishes, he plans to completely ditch Tartarus's assistance. Until that glorious second, though, he fully demands that Carger continue doing the heavy lifting. Carger swallows the massive disrespect in silence, his simmering hatred growing much darker. Eventually, he begrudgingly accepts the terms. Pivoting back to his peers, Leo mentions Senior Rada Algra might be linked to the fairy forest chaos, though he presents it as a sketchy rumor. While trekking further into the freezing woods, Iron feels the chill biting way too hard and guesses this is no standard environmental glitch. Leo insists they gear up before charging blindly, weaving complex magical arrays to call in some backup. His first companion drops in with incredible flair, a bite-sized crimson bird named Fiora. Lunia's irritation immediately skyrockets at the utterly dramatic, silly introduction. Leo brags about his magical partners, while Aaron and Lunia lean in, perfectly split between profound skepticism and starry-eyed wonder. He shows off Fiora as an infant firebird, and her sheer adorableness instantly melts the other's annoyance. He next introduces Curwin, royal heir to the fairies, casually flexing that he holds pacts with both a legendary bird and a royal sprite. Aaron shuts down the distraction, ordering maximum focus since they are stepping into the most dangerous sector of the woods. The party pushes into the gloomy depths, fully understanding that whatever lurks ahead will not play nice. Leo charges the threat headfirst, slicing a hostile apart before it gets the chance to swarm them. Simultaneously, the red-haired girl blasts a fiery barrage to melt down the incoming backup. However, the danger abruptly shifts gears as murky shadows swirl around a freshly slain corpse. The dead jerk back to their feet as skeletons, highlighting that the woods are actively recycling bodies into foot soldiers. The blue-haired boy deduces this goes beyond random monster spawns, betting heavily that a dark summoner is lurking close by. Leo answers with brute strength, slashing a blazing arc straight into the bony vanguard. His massive swing obliterates a whole cluster of walking bones, temporarily seizing dominance over the skirmish. The red-haired girl's inferno roasts a separate flank, preventing the creeping horde from boxing them in. Leo shoots down the summoner hypothesis, loudly noting they just saw a perfectly alive orc turn into a skeleton on the spot. That grim detail wins the others over. These monsters aren't being puppeted, some massive, freaky area effect is doing the work. Leo diagnoses the nightmare as the curse of the dead, a legendary affliction his friends have never even read about. He warns that this plague automatically revives nearby casualties, slowly mutating the very soil into a graveyard. Even scarier, he notes that weaving a hex this massive requires an unimaginably monstrous villain. He drops the ominous title of Hell Kaiser, absolute ruler of death and the Grand Marshal commanding Tartarus. The red-haired girl instantly catches the drift. This could be Tartarus staging a colossal invasion on Al-Sobikia, meaning they must sound the alarm immediately. Before they can run away, a suffocating gravity pins them down, signaling a much nastier boss just entered the fray. A dripping, hateful voice greets the aspiring saviors, turning the quiet woods into an intentional slaughterhouse. Their fresh nightmare manifests as a skeletal gladiator, proudly announcing they walked into a graveyard and will become permanent residents. Leo parries the first skull-crushing swing, but the villain's swagger proves this is merely the warm-up round of his hunt. Leo strikes back using his phoenix flames, hoping to melt the undead champion's defenses and weapon alike. The fiery impact connects violently enough to chip the monster, confirming Leo's attacks actually carry lethal weight. The skeleton identifies the scorching heat as phoenix magic, swiftly upgrading Leo from annoying kid to legitimate hazard. Nevertheless, the macabre general plants his feet, ready to trade blows without surrendering an inch of ground. Leo notices the foe's aura isn't just regular necrotic sludge. It is spiked with Zerdinger's Inferno or some other toxic booster. That unnatural blend begins liquefying Leo's blade, revealing the general's tainted magic can eat his gear right in the middle of a clash. The skeleton chains that into another ruthless combo, forcing Leo completely onto his back foot. Leo recognizes raw muscle isn't the problem here. He is simply getting outplayed by centuries of lethal combat veteran experience. The undead boss marches forward with fresh backup, riding his momentum while the haunted timberland constantly supplies fresh meat. Still, the skeletal captain is internally rattled that a random freshman is actually parrying his lethal strikes. What really creeps him out is Leo's piercing stare, which projects an intimidating aura the monster simply cannot decipher. That tiny flinch of doubt creates a split-second window as the boss reflexively guards himself. High above, a gigantic fiery hurricane swirls into existence, drastically altering the brawl with a fresh dose of massive destruction. The red-haired girl smirks, revealing she patiently camped for this exact opening and seizes the spotlight with supreme arrogance. She drops the apocalyptic inferno squarely onto the skeletons, planning to vaporize the bony jerk in a single hit. With the primary danger seemingly reduced to ash, she gloats that the forest just learned a very painful lesson about testing her temper. A pocket-sized elf watching the fiery overkill simply marvels at how such an elegant girl can be this terrifyingly explosive. Sitting comfortably on Leo's crown, the tiny sprite refuses to call it a day, loudly demanding they hunt down the fleeing survivors. Leo immediately nods, concluding the skirmish is far from finished and they need to chase the retreating squad. As they venture deeper, bizarre violet eyeballs and magical rivers pop up across the terrain, visually exposing the curse's hideous roots. The blue-haired boy agrees they are practically swimming inside the death curse now, while the red-haired girl shivers at its suffocating density. Leo flinches when a voice specifically addresses them as first years, implying a very well-informed stalker is hovering nearby. That stalker casually strolls out as Senior Rada, immediately scolding them for breaking curfew and dragging the academy's good name through the mud. The red-haired girl stares in utter disbelief at finding him here, realizing his involvement means this crisis is drastically worse than imagined. Rada Algra casually lies that he has been heroically investigating the walking bones to pinpoint their origin. The kids politely inform him they already know the origin is an ancient, incredibly lethal death hex. Rada Algra acts shocked that a spell this catastrophic is currently devouring the local real estate. The red-haired girl gets even more panicked that he seemingly cannot feel the magical pressure, meaning either his senses are broken or he is playing dumb. Rada Algra then offers a highly convenient excuse. Some clueless freshman probably fiddled with cursed trinkets leaking out of Tartarus. He wraps up his theory by claiming those clumsy kids accidentally triggered the sinister magic locked inside, vomiting the curse all over the woods. A first year suddenly blasts a glowing spell into the dark, violently dragging the conversation from quiet suspicion to an outright brawl. The red-haired girl and her white-haired buddy grasp that things just went horribly wrong and physically brace for the fallout. The upperclassman is bluntly called out for gleefully tossing black magic around with Tartarus, standing amidst glaring proof of gore and sacrifice. Bruised but cocky, he laughs off the allegations, treating the younger kids like morons for failing to see his genius. He brags that the first years are standing right on top of Lady Luna's buried, mythical legacy. That revelation hits them hard, considering even the highest ruling academics never found a shred of proof that record existed. He passionately defends allying with Tartarus if it means unearthing a glorious heritage that the useless authorities let rot away. Leo easily spots the pathetic rationalization and blasts him for trying to hijack a legendary hero's artifacts for his own ego. Lunia decides the debate is over and lunges into combat, while Leo guards her flank and flags the rest to join. Before swords cross, Leo firmly instructs his friends to aim for the kill instead of treating this like a playground scuffle. He instantly fires off a crackling thunderbolt to land the first punch and hijack the duel's pacing. Even engulfed in flying spells, Leo maintains a chillingly composed and accurate demeanor. His explosive strike blasts the villain with enough concussive force to rattle the very earth. Leo casually glances back at his horrified friends and notes that this is the harsh reality of fighting Tartarus. The upperclassman gapes in shock upon seeing a normal human wielding genuine constellation magic, an impossible feat for a lowly first year. Realizing Leo considers him a mortal threat, the upperclassman casts and aborts a counterspell with terrifying speed, displaying phenomenal battle reflexes. Observing Leo and Lunia pairing up, he quickly concludes that letting this duo gang up on him is a fatal mistake. He opts to dial up the violence, drawing putrid energy from the cursed jewelry on his finger. Reading the massive incoming spike, Leo dives in front of his friends and screams at them to hit the dirt. A fundamental Tartarus spell obliterates the terrain with apocalyptic, crushing weight. Leo tackles Lunia to the floor, soaking the brutal shockwave with his own flesh and mystical shield to ensure her survival. As the dust clears, they realize their enemy just weaponized a supposedly basic trick to a devastating degree. Lunia's awe swiftly morphs into pure panic as she calculates exactly how outmatched they are. When the upperclassman starts winding up another barrage, the younger duo realizes they must jump in to rescue Leo right now. A bony minion of Tartarus lumbers into the fray, tossing another deadly obstacle onto the bloody stage. The villain laughs at the kids, mocking their supposed heroic destinies, but the students fiercely ignore his bullying. Leo commands Iron to stall the villain while he tackles the giant problem, and Iron swallows his fear to embrace the job. The upperclassman traps Leo with dual shadowy missiles and gleefully promises him a painful grave. Leo replies with an icy grin, making it brilliantly clear he fully intends to wipe the floor with him. He violently explodes forward, closing the gap way too fast for the older student to comfortably track his movements. The shadowy darts launch, but the strategy wildly misfires, leaving the upperclassman stumbling in surprise. Leo looms above him like a grim reaper, and the enemy notices a second too late that his own leg is completely immobilized. With his pupils flashing ominously, Leo stops resembling a schoolboy entirely and looks remarkably like an apex predator. The upperclassman starts sweating bullets, terrified by the creeping suspicion that Leo is tapping into something significantly darker than pure talent. Leo unleashes a ferocious tidal wave of crimson and black energy, bullying the older mage without a shred of mercy. Assuming Leo is doomed, the younger boy pivots to face the skeletal thug, only for the momentum to completely flip again. The child brilliantly mimics Leo's thunderbolt, proving he has been taking excellent notes during the chaos. His copied spell works perfectly, roasting the skeleton and rescuing the squad from getting trampled. Despite bleeding out, the upperclassman identifies the kid as a half-fairy named Leo Plov, applauding his freakish magical capacity. Drunk on necrotic juice, he gleefully anticipates the sheer thrill of murdering such a spectacular prodigy himself. The child listens to him brag about how handy the Death King's juice is, fully cementing just how far he has fallen into darkness. Leo loudly declares that, by combining founder Lady Luna's gifts with his own, he will flatten any pathetic faker relying on borrowed cheats. The upperclassman spots Leo's mutated eye and cackles, warning that the demonic machine is already eating the boy alive. He drops another gigantic dark bomb from the sky, hoping to vaporize the kid before Leo unleashes his full arsenal. Leo charges directly into the blast, blade hoisted high, dripping with chaotic magic instead of dodging away. He completely ignores the ominous warning, bluntly deciding his only real flaw was keeping the demonic machine on a leash. Gorging on the forbidden juice, Leo shreds right through the bombardment and closes the final gap in one terrifying sprint. The enchanted ring powering the upperclassman's dark art slides right off his finger, loudly broadcasting that his dominance is over. Leo's sword violently impales the traitor, instantly resolving the dispute before he can even blink. Towering over the bleeding traitor, Leo coldly lectures him on the pathetic nature of unearned power, while the dying boy spitefully curses the dark entity fueling Leo's victory. Leo brutally pressures the bleeding sorcerer, fully committed to draining his magical reserves until he cannot possibly heal. The magician fights to keep a straight face as a wicked voice in his head laughs at his failure, nudging him that Leo is merely a pesky detour. The spectral voice commands him to ignore the scary boy, complete the bloody ritual, and steal the legendary power buried beneath their boots. Hooked on that intoxicating promise, the magician bites his tongue and decides to stubbornly finish the chanting despite his massive stab wounds. Leo catches a subtle shift in his prey's posture and immediately knows the script is about to flip. Meanwhile, Leo's comrades stubbornly hold the line, stalling while the enemy weighs which annoying student to slaughter first. The magician clutches his mangled arm, severely panicking when he realizes his trusty healing factor has flatlined. Kerwin suddenly shouts at Leo, desperately trying to snap his focus elsewhere before the grand spell wraps up. He frantically gestures at the blinding crimson array expanding across the dirt around the limp sacrifice in the middle. The poor soul trapped in the center twitches, signaling that the dark magic just passed the point of no return. The enemy flashes a bloody, unhinged smile, gloating that they missed their window to peacefully unplug his project. Leo's crew staggers back as the finished array vomits hostile, suffocating pressure across the clearing. A colossal demonic circle bursts into violent flames, verifying that the madman successfully dragged an apocalyptic nightmare onto the field. The skeletal knight loyally reacts to the massive magical spike as the monster begins pulling itself into reality. Foul energy plummets into the array, fattening up the spell and physically yanking the abomination into the living world. The atmosphere hums with dreadful vibrations as the massive arrival rattles the entire forest. The earth cracks open violently, heralding the emergence of something ludicrously gigantic from the dirt. An impossibly huge bony fist punches through the soil, instantly upgrading their school scuffle into a boss fight against a towering calamity. Kerwin stammers in absolute horror, totally unable to process the sheer size of the monstrosity they now face. Leo instantly recognizes the nightmare as a legendary skeleton king. He deadpans that it happens to be one of the most lethal walking corpses ever documented, perfectly summarizing how screwed they might be. Sitting pretty in the circle, the magician howls in triumph as the finished spell injects him with ridiculous amounts of mana. He realizes he just hijacked the founder's personal stash and gleefully bathes in the stolen might coursing through his veins. The Skeleton King casts a massive shadow over the arena, while the magician brags that finishing the math puzzle finally let him master forbidden arts. Drunk on his new upgrades, the villain instantly chucks another spell, aiming to squash Leo before the boy can formulate a plan. Leo easily slices the magic apart and mocks the crazy senior, arguing that this putrid energy definitely cannot belong to the legendary Luna. The magician just smirks, highly entertained that Leo thinks moral purity actually wins fights. The Skeleton King brings a massive hand crashing down, forcing Leo to stop playing with the wizard and focus on surviving getting flattened. Leo blocks the catastrophic slam directly, proudly showing off that he can still wrestle with a literal giant. He sticks the landing and falls into a combat stance, bracing for an agonizingly long tag team battle. The magician arrogantly wears the Death King's aura like a custom suit, proudly declaring his intent to pilot the colossal undead using his pirated administrator privileges. Kerwin screams at them to run away because the giant is mathematically unbeatable, but Leo spots a critical bug in the summoning code. As the oversized weapon plummets again, Leo intently analyzes its clunky mechanics instead of panicking. He deduces the magician rushed the download via a sketchy pact with a Hell Kaiser, meaning the Skeleton King bypassed all the proper safety protocols. Since the monster barely meets the physical requirements to exist, Leo cheerfully decides they don't have to kill it. They just have to dodge until the glitchy giant uninstalls itself. Armed with this beautifully lazy strategy, Leo demands Kerwin's magical buffs. Kerwin eagerly agrees, ready to throw whatever support he can muster at the problem. He fires off a blinding tactical beam straight into the Skeleton King, hoping to confuse and trip the oversized lumberjack. The blast smacks the monster right in the chest, but the giant barely flinches, proving that glitter magic won't solve this crisis. One of the giant's massive eye sockets flares a furious crimson as it zeroes in on the annoying gnats and winds up a counterattack. The colossal brute swings with world-ending momentum, threatening to pulverize Leo's squad before the clock can expire. Leo sidesteps the apocalyptic crater and mentally notes that the beast is, in fact, terrifyingly strong, firmly cementing that running away in circles is their greatest tactic. Watching them scramble like bugs, the magician swells with arrogance and starts genuinely enjoying their desperate dance. He conjures another wave of oppressive gravity, aiming to stick Leo to the floor so the giant can finally squish him. Lunia recklessly dives into the crossfire and shatters the magical lock before it can paralyze Leo. She barks at Leo to keep the giant distracted while she personally disciplines the lunatic senior holding the leash. When Leo nervously points out that leaves Iron alone against the deadly Death Knight, Lunia demands to know why he doubts their armored buddy. She aggressively reminds him that Iron specifically called dibs on the scary knight, insisting that true friends respect a proper claim. To highlight her own blazing confidence, Lunia rockets straight toward the bony villain with a scorching right hook. Simultaneously, Kerwin throws up a hard light buckler to block the horned skeleton's slash, proving that while Leo plays matador with the giant, everyone else is fiercely locking down their own brawls. A junior paladin plants her boots in the dirt and boldly roasts Karger for relying on a pathetic numbers advantage. She demands a one-on-one duel, bravely marching forward even though her knees are practically knocking together. Karger responds with a savagely quick slash, making it brutally obvious he isn't going to play nice or fight fair. As the terrifying blade descends, crippling panic floods her brain, making her question if she is actually built for this hero nonsense. She aggressively swings anyway, fueled by the terrifying realization that if she folds, her friends will die. Her heavy overhead chop lands beautifully, and for one glorious second, she believes she cracked his guard. That naive optimism evaporates when Karger brutally shoulder checks her at point-blank range, sending her flying before she can even blink. Skidding across the dirt, she admits she never pictured herself on a heroic poster, but she absolutely refuses to be dead weight. Even as Karger laughs at her pathetic swordsmanship, she stubbornly clings to her desperate goal of simply acting as a human shield. She forces herself back up, screaming that the real champions will keep marching forward, and she intends to hold the line for them. Karger rolls his eye sockets at the cheesy speech, vowing to butcher her and skip back to his boss because he finds the students laughably weak. In defiance, she recalls a dusty history lesson about how legendary saviors always had incredibly stubborn sidekicks keeping them alive. She remembers her great ancestor, Lord Velkia, dedicated his entire life to backing up the chosen ones with unbreakable loyalty. Channeling that ancient stubbornness, she pulls on her magical bloodline and swears to blindly trust her friends' heroic destinies. This abrupt power spike seriously creeps Karger out, as he suddenly realizes she is pumping out authentic fairy magic. She fully embraces that unshakable trust, while Karger angrily swings his sword, absolutely furious at her sudden burst of sparkly confidence. Engulfed in a brilliant azure glow, she unsheathes a hidden ultimate move passed down exclusively among the fairy vanguard. Karger lunges in for the fatal stab, but she intercepts him with infinite life force, a mystical energy explicitly designed to tell death to go away. She triggers Evergreen, converting all that raw vitality into one spectacularly flashy execution. The brilliant slash obliterates Karger so thoroughly that even his fading skull can only mumble in disbelief about getting styled on by a literal toddler. With the duel concluded, her weapon clatters to the ground as her adrenaline tank officially hits zero. Gasping for air, she mentally slaps herself awake, knowing a nap is out of the question while her buddies are still dodging explosions. Somewhere nearby, another skirmish is rapidly drowning in flashy purple explosions, and she realizes she needs to sprint over there immediately. A silver-haired mage, Lunia, sneers over the smoldering crater, mocking the party while casually checking if the annoying freshman delegate is still breathing. Bored of the game, he decides to wrap it up and charges an absurdly massive spell in his palm. He yells out Flame Turtle, dropping a ridiculous payload of destructive violet energy onto their heads. His smug grin shatters when the payload completely fails to penetrate the target, and he realizes his attack got bounced right back. The ricocheting blast squarely hits him in the chest, violently launching him off his feet. The red-haired elf happily explains the magic trick. Her summoned flame turtle is actually a fiery bouncy castle that eats damage and spits it back. Without allowing him a single second to stand up, she winds up another huge incantation and cheekily dares him to eat this one too. Sensing the threat creeping up behind him, Lunia spins around right on cue. A massive fiery eruption catches him off guard, swallowing him completely. Sent flying as a human torch, he crashes hard while the elf and her summoned beast casually command the battlefield. Brushing off the explosive display as no big deal, her smug composure proves she completely dominates the match. However, that cocky attitude shatters the moment she realizes things are going sideways. Lunia steps out of the smoke with a terrifying grin, his body coated in dark purple energy that screams he is far from finished. Dropping a fresh assault from the sky, he forces the frantic elf onto the defensive. Watching her get cornered, Leo yells her name in absolute panic. Ignoring his own injuries, he charges forward with a drawn weapon, too stubborn to quit. Before Leo can play the hero, Lunia's magic blasts him mercilessly into the dirt. Crushed against a boulder in terrible shape, he listens to his tiny companion shrieking his name. A frantic ally sprints over to check his pulse, genuinely terrified he might be a goner. Shrugging off a crippled arm, Leo practically drags himself upright and stubbornly demands to keep fighting. Lunia decides to escalate things by casting Scream of the Dead, summoning a dreadfully red, lethal curse. Spotting the absolute worst spell for their current mess, Leo realizes they need a magical band-aid immediately. Calling upon Fiora, he pulls the tiny fire spirit through a blazing hoop. Following his cue, Fiora unleashes a squeaky roar that blasts the area with cozy, healing warmth instead of fiery doom. The red-haired elf experiences the relief first, watching the nasty curse literally melt away from her body. That soothing energy washes over the drained, white-haired knight, giving her just enough juice to stand. Seeing his squad patch up, Leo locks in his next strategy and winds up a spicy fire technique to flip the script. A gargantuan skeleton king drops right on Leo's head, proving that angry bones are a much bigger headache than a simple necromancer. Right before Leo can unleash hell, a nasty geyser of purple energy erupts and wrecks the combat zone. Balancing himself within his own inferno, a bystander notes he fights with the exact same suicidal boldness as the legendary ancients. Lunia finally grasps that Leo's iron grit is not stupid bravery, but the exact mythical stubbornness that creates legends. Meanwhile, she subtly summons Flame Turtle, secretly cooking up a tricky new counterattack. Deep in the trashed woods, she unsummons her pet and gently advises her completely wiped-out opponent to maybe take a dirt nap and chill. Stubbornly, the bruised elf conjures a pathetic little spark in his palm, desperately trying to scrape together some combat juice. Not giving him a single second to breathe, Leo chucks a fireball right at him to keep the pressure dialed up to 11. Mocking her family's allegedly mighty fire as a glorified candle, the elf Moxrunia sarcastically asks what she plans to barbecue with that tiny spark. Lunia counters with a dramatic history lesson about being Phoenix Oathbearers, basically bragging that her ancestors happily deep-fried themselves for the greater good. The elf tries to chuckle at the threat, but he internally panics because the flames stuck to him are ignoring all the basic laws of physics. Slapping at the blaze with his bare hand, he horrifically realizes this fire refuses to quit. Lunia cheerfully clarifies that an Oathbearer's fire runs on pure ancestral spite, guaranteed to keep roasting until the target is completely extra crispy. Giving him a dead-eyed stare, she spells out his doom and bluntly labels her magic as straight-up demonic. Lunia exposes her trump card as the Sacred Flame, a highly illegal Manhwa family trick that double-bakes both the attacker and the victim. The elf stares in absolute terror, utterly appalled that she is crazy enough to press the self-destruct button. Gladly paying the ultimate price, Lunia promises he is absolutely not wiggling out of this barbecue. With the inferno tightening the trap, the elf spots a tiny loophole and jumps on it like a lifeline. Watching her slump, he joyfully concludes her magical gas tank has finally hit empty. He immediately pivots to a hidden backup, twisting a sneaky magic ring on his finger for a dirty counterplay. A thick, gooey orb of dark purple malice swells up between them, completely blindsiding Lunia. Suddenly sweating bullets, the elf tries to hit the undo button, realizing he just accidentally armed a magical nuke. His panic shouting arrives entirely too late, as the wonky black hole violently detonates. Blasted backward, Lunia watches the ring vacuum up the energy in total disbelief, since killing the necromancer really should have unplugged that creepy battery. Her brain short-circuits further when the massive skeleton king just keeps stomping forward, totally ignoring the fact that its boss is dead. The jewelry starts glowing with extreme evil, proving the ring was actually pulling the strings the whole time. Answering the spooky accessories call, the skeleton king flares up with an intensely villainous scarlet aura. Leo instantly sniffs out the new vibe, realizing this monster is way out of the previous chump's league. What hits him is the oppressive stench of Hell Kaiser, haunting the battlefield like a terribly grumpy shadow dictator. That faraway tyrant mentally orders the bony giant to keep on trucking. Raw evil floods the twisted machinery the skeleton king hauls around, transforming it into Hell Kaiser's personal megaphone. The directive is crystal clear. The giant bag of bones must finish its incredibly lethal chores. Leo figures out that Hell Kaiser is remote controlling the chaos, proving the villain is still enthusiastically micromanaging from the sofa. Even worse, Leo notices the giant death ray is pointing straight at the front door of Fairyland. Screaming for backup, he sprints like a madman to body block the incoming disaster. Leo hurls himself headfirst into the skeleton king, frantically trying to wrestle the doomsday device into submission. The bony brute bulldozes forward anyway, forcing Leo to eat the devastating blast at point-blank range. Gritting his teeth against the ridiculous pressure, Leo stubbornly plays the world's most painful game of tug-of-war. He can literally feel the front door's magical security system crumbling under the sheer weight of the strike. While the shields shatter into confetti, Leo uses his own squishy body as a speed bump to buy a few extra seconds. The epic shoving match concludes with a massive detonation that completely reorganizes the local geography. Once the smoke blows away, the starry sky stares down at a newly created parking lot of silent rubble. Leo somehow survives the fireworks, looking like heavily chewed gum and barely awake as the cinders die out. Floating above the disaster zone, little blue and orange fairy lights buzz around like curious glowing bugs inspecting the new crater. Leo blinks in panic as the floaty lights start forming very obvious, glowing neon signs all around him. He attempts to stand, but his muscles and magic both hit the snooze button simultaneously. Accepting that his magical gas tank is completely dry, he elegantly flops back onto the dirt for a timeout. Then he finally spots it, the highly secretive gateway to fairyland now completely exposed to the elements. Limping up to the empty doorstep, he gloomily notes that fairyland really let its landscaping go to ruin. A spooky noise makes him freeze, instantly warning him that this messy adventure is absolutely not over yet. A sudden flashback smacks Leo in the brain, making him realize a previously ignored conversation is suddenly super relevant. In that mental rerun, Kyle cheerfully yoinks a dagger Leo was trying to trash, acting like Leo was tossing perfectly good garbage. Looking wonderfully confused, Kyle asks why Leo is tossing a perfectly good stabbing stick. Leo dismisses the blade as incredibly tacky junk, while Kyle whines that Leo is completely ignoring how hard the ugly knife worked to save his life. The daydream shifts when a loud voice demands Kyle's presence, popping open a flashy red magical doorway for his exit. Kyle gets the universal prompt to leave and surprisingly shuts up to follow orders. Right before the exit, Leo reaches out and gives Kala an aggressively fond goodbye head pat. Kyle vanishes into the shiny doorway, leaving Leo holding onto a farewell that suddenly feels unnecessarily heavy and dramatic. That fuzzy memory suddenly morphs into an apocalyptic nightmare, linking Kyle's casual exit to an absolutely spectacular cosmic disaster. Leo vividly imagines Kyle posing in front of a burning dimensional tear, proving that awkward goodbye is entirely responsible for today's giant mess. Snapping back to reality, Leo glares at the ugly dagger and crankily remembers Kyle as a monumentally cocky little punk. Remembering how Kyle once bragged about not needing the pointy stick, Leo starts wondering if the rusty blade is actually a secret superweapon. The moment Leo wraps his fingers around the hilt, an ancient magical battery violently buzzes to life. He quickly realizes the knife is practically purring at his touch, unleashing a shockwave that completely startles him. An absolutely ridiculous tsunami of blue energy explodes out of Leo, way too big for such a puny little butter knife. The locked-away magic violently stretches its legs, transforming Leo into a glowing disco ball of terrifying raw power. Leo finally pieces together that this grumpy old dagger has been hoarding premium mana for millennia. He smugly deduces that the incredibly picky blade has finally accepted him as its one true master. Loaded with enough magical ammo to blow up a moon, Leo casually browses his mental menu for the perfect spell. While the giant skeleton king dives in for the squish, Leo peacefully window shops for the ideal curse to ruin its day. His final choice manifests as a brutal kinetic slap that hilariously derails the bony monster's grand assault. Keeping the fragile freshman in mind, Leo picks a hyperlethal defense spell to instantly mop the floor with the villain. Somewhere else, Lunia and her buddy are still sweating bullets, juggling a chaotic pile of angry ribs while trying to locate the giant magical earthquake. Lunia feels the monstrous shockwave and nearly drops her jaw over how ridiculously beefed up Leo has suddenly gotten. Shiny golden ninja stars made of pure magic start pouring from the sky, aggressively shredding the undead giant. Lunia clocks the attacker as a fancy Phoenix contractor, deciding this flashy fireworks show is totally normal for a ridiculous overachiever. Leo funnels the orbital strike through the ugly knife, internally complaining that this diet version of the spell still hits like a freight train. Even as a cheap knockoff, the starry barrage crashes down hard enough to completely renovate the entire landscape. Lunyan nervously matches the light show to old textbooks, identifying it as a mythical dawn star spell famous for accidentally deep-frying planets. She quickly grasps that Leo just casually tossed out one of the most absurdly overpowered spells in existence. The glowing bombardment turns the mighty skeleton king into high-quality bone dust. Leo officially wraps up his performance, letting the apocalyptic light show slowly fizzle out. In the smoky quiet, a dramatically cloaked weirdo chills near a pale doorway, proving someone brought popcorn to watch the entire fight. The demolition zone goes dead silent, letting Leo casually stroll through the freshly baked rubble of his own making. A weird magical hologram talks to some guy named Kerwin while a glowing hand stretches out, offering a very suspicious high five from the past. A pint-sized winged kid suddenly sprints onto the scene, aggressively screaming that he alone will assassinate the already pulverized skeleton boss. Leo deadpans that the epic boss battle ended 5 minutes ago, leaving the tiny warrior looking wonderfully stupid. Instead of entertaining the toddler's bloodlust, Leo orders him to fetch his missing feathers, sending the kid scrambling like a well-trained puppy. Leo then pivots to his battered squad, casually asking if anyone accidentally died during the chaos. Lunia sassily replies that he looks like roasted roadkill, though she begrudgingly admits she knew they were too stubborn to perish. Once her heart rate drops, she accuses him of acting like a mythical god, while Leo sheepishly blames the incredibly loaded butter knife for the fireworks. They instantly agree the rusty shiv must belong to an ancient demigod, thoroughly confused as to why Tartarus would stash such premium loot in the trash. The tiny winged kid bounces back, excitedly bragging about digging up the special wings his dad hid for him. He awkwardly asks for help unsticking them, and Leo obliges, though Lunia immediately spots something ridiculously shady about the feathers. She figures out those aren't basic bird parts, but an incredibly rare, shiny piece of a mythical hero record. The historical chunk boots up instantly, blinding everyone and violently vacuuming them straight into a cinematic flashback. The ancient hard drive opens up, tossing the whole gang into a perfectly preserved historical rerun. Union nearly gets whiplash when the depressing crater suddenly transforms into an obnoxiously sunny, peaceful meadow. Then a spooky disembodied voice randomly announces that one of them is fated to punch Erebus in the face, completely freezing the trio in shock. Leo instantly pegs the mysterious speaker, realizing this incredibly weird hologram features his old personal baggage. Leo instantly agrees to the stupidly dangerous mission, looking wonderfully pumped up rather than appropriately terrified. He happily volunteers for the Erebus hunting party, completely freaking out the others by how much he loves terrible ideas. Double-checking the crazy itinerary, his hardcore glaring proves he is already mentally packing his bags for the assassination. A massive lightbulb goes off in his head. The shady goons from Tartarus were desperately hunting down some chick named Luna. Luna introduces herself as an intensely greedy elf desperate for worldwide stardom, aggressively demanding that Leo never forget her flawless face. Leo easily pieces together that this shiny elf is somehow the missing puzzle piece to his massive conspiracy board. He accurately flags the shiny trinket as a broken piece of Kyle's extremely dramatic personal diary. Snapping back to the frosty woods, panicked teachers come sprinting through the snow, screaming attendance rolls like it is the apocalypse. Senior Lauder also stomps into view, looking intensely paranoid while the shivering squad slowly clumps together. Leo casually poses away from the group with his rescued fans, making the adults instantly suspect he just pocketed epic loot. He dramatically whips out the glowing rock and casually drops the bomb that it is the legendary founder's holy mixtape. Professor Harriet Edmund practically hyperventilates at the sight, reaching for the shiny artifact like it is made of pure gold. After giving Leo a golden star for bravery, the professor nervously counts heads to ensure nobody was permanently misplaced. Leo loudly interrupts the roll call to point out they are absolutely short one human. The absentee turns out to be Senior Lauder, violently shoving the group's mood from happy relief straight into panicked dread. While the grown-ups form a worried huddle, Leo smoothly ghosts the conversation, his brain completely focused on juicier secrets. His brain is entirely obsessed with Luna, and why her sudden cameo is making everything 10 times more complicated. On the very last morning of their traumatizing field trip, the survivors huddle around the glowing exit door to go home. The teachers awkwardly pat each other on the back, pretending the near-death experiences were actually just really hardcore educational moments. Right before leaving, the spicy red-haired kid promises to completely crush Leo next time, while Leo just smiles like an arrogant grandmaster. Right as he steps toward the exit, another desperate classmate sprints over to block his path. She loudly declares her triumphant return to Siren Academy, practically screaming it just so Leo pays attention. Leo responds with a tiny, incredibly smug nod of approval. He tosses her a friendly goodbye and ruins her tough guy act with a highly patronizing pat on the head. The rest of the peanut gallery waves frantically as Leo officially steps into the magic elevator. Safely back at school, a tiny fairy throws a massive party over his newly glued-on wings, instantly reverting to a shrieking little menace. He immediately picks another fight with the giant red bird, completely desperate to show off his imaginary muscles. The bird casually steps sideways, letting the tiny idiot faceplant into yet another hilarious failure. Instead of accepting defeat, the fairy pretends the dodge was part of his master plan and continues aggressively flexing. The giant bird mercilessly roasts his fake confidence, helpfully pointing out that the pint-sized loser still cannot actually fly. Massively offended by the truth, the fairy screeches that he is about to unleash extremely deadly fairy sorcery. Leo violently cancels the circus act by snatching the flying toddler out of the air before he blows something up. He yells at the squirming pest for acting like a chaotic gremlin, cheerfully threatening to rip his wings right back off. The tiny nuisance finally introduces himself as Leo Plov, trying to sound majestic while dangling helplessly like a wet kitten. Suddenly, a tiny flaming child pops into existence and very politely introduces herself as Phoenix Fiora. Leo instantly squints at the glowing toddler, deeply suspicious that she is a secret shapeshifter working for Curwen. Fiora hilariously waives the fancy etiquette, stating her mom just hardwired her to be nice to ancient people. The tiny fairy cowardly tries to use the little girl as a meat shield, assuming the angry bird will not torch a toddler. His brilliant strategy completely implodes when Fiora casually snatches him mid-flight, turning his majestic assault into a pathetic squeak. Fiora asks Leo for a magical taxi ride to her mom to show off her cute new body, and Leo happily agrees, demanding she take the noisy fairy as luggage. She skips merrily into the flaming doorway, dragging the loudly protesting bug right along with her. The second she vanishes, Leo is finally left alone in his suddenly, beautifully silent bedroom. He dramatically slumps into his chair, thanking the heavens that the chaotic kindergarten has finally adjourned. Enjoying the peace, he mentally reviews the scorecard. Velkian's shiny hero record and the grumpy dagger are officially locked up in Siren's vault. He starts stringing the crazy conspiracy together, remembering Lumen Horde's Sultana the Monster Queen, while Siren was secretly hosting Kelkir, the incredibly dead king. All the shiny clues clearly prove Tartarus has been aggressively deleting history's greatest heroes from the global server. That terrifying realization makes Leo's face turn to stone, knowing this evil plot is way too massive to just sweep under the rug. He vividly recalls the bad guy bragging about Tartarus hiding sneaky moles in every country, heavily implying Lemurin still has undiscovered rats. That same warning totally snitched on the Siren traitors, dropping Lauder's name and basically guaranteeing Lumen Academy is hiding a backstabber too. Leo reaches a brutally simple conclusion. He needs to play exterminator and dig out these Tartarus spies immediately. The new semester kicks off with the totally comforting realization that a deadly spy is currently roaming the school halls. Inside Lumen Academy's gigantic auditorium, the terrified freshmen are herded into their major departments for a highly suspicious meeting. A grumpy voice over the loudspeaker orders the rookies to form neat little lines, threatening that the big boss headmaster is incoming. The slightly smarter kids instantly panic, realizing that organizing by combat major instead of homeroom means something terrible is brewing. As the freshmen awkwardly shuffle into place, the room stinks of pure anxiety, with everyone dreading the post-field trip punishment. The excessively cheerful teachers announce they gathered everyone to forcibly prepare them for a massive interdepartmental smackdown. The grand surprise turns out to be the notoriously brutal department tournament. The students collectively groan, finally understanding why the school rigidly segregated them into rival gangs. The faculty hypes up the brawl as a highly prestigious, year-long gladiator match to crown the absolute best academic major. To prep the cannon fodder, the professors promise slightly less terrible guidance, tossing in some terrifying special instructors to whip them into shape. Hearing the words special instructors makes the tryhards squeal with joy, while the already exhausted kids mentally draft their resignation letters. Before the boring speeches finish, someone loudly roasts Kyle Thomas in front of everyone for illegally smuggling qualification magic into his basic alchemy homework. Toro Yen, an absolutely terrifying fifth-year magic senior, loudly declares she stalked all their homework and refuses to tolerate lazy excuses. She delightfully crushes the rookies' dreams by bluntly stating that most of them are just wearing pointy hats and faking it. By gleefully announcing she read their horribly generic essays, she absolutely shatters their self-esteem and permanently claims the title of scariest grader. One incredibly foolish kid tries to flirt with danger by loudly bringing up his own essay, begging for a gold star. He loudly brags about his super nerdy paper on turning fire mana into shiny light, desperately trying to look like a boy genius. Toro brutally recites his essay from memory and aggressively calls it completely unoriginal trash, leaving the poor kid mentally destroyed. Her incredibly mean takedown serves as a painful warning that real wizards invent cool stuff instead of plagiarizing old textbooks. Up next, Lizamua flexes his way onto the stage, proudly announcing himself as the fifth-year torture coach for the Knight Department. He poetically defines being a knight as solving all your emotional trauma through aggressive physical violence and relentless squats. He cheerfully threatens to train them until they puke during the tournament, and the meathead knights loudly cheer in terrifying unison. Ulta from the summoning department tries to be mysterious, randomly quizzing the terrified freshmen on the absolute most important trait for a summoner. One nerd loudly guesses that bossing the monsters around is the secret, but Ulta shoots him down with extreme prejudice. Another kid yells out raw destructive power, which gets immediately tossed in the garbage bin of bad answers. Ulta milks the dramatic silence for way too long before finally dropping his incredibly cheesy secret to monster taming. His big reveal is literally love, turning a hardcore combat lecture into a sappy speech about heavily cuddling your attack dogs. Having paraded the absolute weirdos of the top 3 majors across the stage, the Academy proudly officially stamps them as the freshman tour guides. The wrinkly headmaster takes a long, agonizing pause, seriously questioning his life choices and this entire assembly. His internal crisis ends the moment he spots Leo Plov comfortably chilling totally outside of any organized departmental line. The nearby students nervously back away, realizing this madman is about to openly declare war on the school's seating chart. Leo loudly announces that he proudly belongs to the all-class zone, completely refusing to pick a single major like a normal person. His aggressive refusal to stand in a stupid box instantly makes him the most beautifully isolated weirdo in the room. Toro glares in utter disgust, treating his all-class nonsense like an incredibly tacky fashion choice at a funeral. Despite the murderous stares, Leo just stands there looking completely zen and dangerously stubborn. The crowd starts whining, arguing that he cannot just ignore the Academy's sacred sorting system just because he feels special. Desperate students from various squads practically try to physically drag him into their groups, shouting about where his true loyalties should lie. Instead of throwing Leo in detention, the old headmaster surprisingly strokes his beard and treats the ridiculous rebellion as a valid life choice. Leo brilliantly argues that cramming kids into single majors is a massive scam, and that freshmen absolutely shouldn't need permission from stuck-up seniors to learn. Doubling down, he aggressively promises to crash every single class and casually master all of them unless someone physically stops him. The headmaster shockingly rubber stamps his greedy ambition, officially giving Leo a hall pass to become the ultimate academic hoarder. Quick, intense staring contest between Leo and the boss ends with a subtle nod, meaning the crazy kid just beat the system without getting expelled. The entire auditorium sits in deeply uncomfortable silence, completely horrified that the sacred school rules just got twisted for one cocky freshman. While some grumpy seniors still whine that Leo needs to stick to wizards, the slightly smarter ones admit his crazy resume makes picking one major utterly impossible. Leo continues to chill completely by himself, accidentally looking incredibly mysterious and drawing way too much stalkerish attention. One deeply observant nerd decides that Leo's rebellious attitude absolutely makes him a hardcore knight rather than a boring library mage. That random thought sparks a massive turf war in the night section, as the muscleheads aggressively decide they must kidnap Leo for their team. Cutting through the shouting match, the headmaster loudly finalizes the absolute worst possible format for the freshman event. He gleefully announces the school-sponsored tournament will just be a totally lawless battle royale. The student body collectively wets their pants, realizing their cute, friendly sports day just turned into a highly violent free-for-all deathmatch. Even the snobby school board nearly chokes on their tea, whining that a solo battle royale is a horrifically disrespectful slap to ancient traditions. One wrinkly board member points out they already let a completely insane mutant into the school, meaning the rules went out the window months ago. That specific problem child is obviously Leo Plov, who started the drama by aggressively refusing to pick a single major. Instead of shutting up and failing out, the annoying genius actually backed up his trash talk by flawlessly acing every single ridiculous subject. The panicked teachers quickly realized the mega-rich founding families might be actively funding Leo's quest to become a legendary all-class god. That horrifying theory gives them massive stress ulcers, implying the shadowy billionaires who own Lumen Academy are playing favorites. The juicy gossip immediately pivots to the ridiculously wealthy noble houses, the exact people who could buy Leo a private island. Smack in the middle of this invisible rich kid war stands Leo, the heavily sponsored golden boy completely ignoring the drama. One greedy official starts drooling over the idea that a victorious Leo would essentially become a walking infinity stone of magic and money. A deeply boring administrator tries to calm everyone down by swearing Leo will eventually pick a single major, which literally nobody believes. Somewhere on the training grounds, the terrified students realize they are suddenly freezing to death because a massive frozen monument just magically spawned. The culprit loudly announces his presence with an obnoxiously sharp whistle that completely shatters their eardrums. Professor Ein cheerfully explains he built the giant popsicle to force them into learning aura control for both the upcoming school brawl and the totally casual hero world conquest. He ruthlessly singles out Celia, forcing her to whip out her sword for a live demo while Leo happily watches her squirm. Einstein cruelly dares her to literally melt the giant ice block using only her fiery sword skills. Celia smugly ignites her sword, absolutely positive this test is basically just a very aggressive ice sculpting lesson. She violently swings her flaming stick directly into the frozen barricade with a ridiculously loud crunch. The fiery explosion looks completely amazing, but it totally fails to actually scratch the incredibly stubborn ice. Leo smirks from the back row, instantly realizing this is a sneaky trick question rather than a basic arm wrestling contest. Celia dramatically glares at her sword, horribly aware that this fake ice is basically painted concrete. Einstein finally drops the punchline, announcing today's torturous lesson is a fancy trick called Breath of the Hero. He lectures that he basically stole the technique from asthmatic beastkin and hot-wired it to work inside squishy human lungs. Celia blinks in total confusion, realizing her basic gym class just turned into a ridiculously high-level magical physics lecture. And then smugly shows off by turning himself into a perfectly controlled human campfire, flexing a much spicier version of the same trick. With one insanely dramatic punch, he completely disintegrates the reinforced ice block like it was made of wet paper. The entire class physically drops their jaws, utterly horrified by the ridiculous amount of property damage he just casually inflicted. They instantly understand that breathing like an angry badger somehow makes magic punches hit like literal cannonballs. The biggest nerds recall Ein's glory days as a hardcore dungeon diver, guessing his fancy fire magic is completely faked using this weird lung trick. Einstein cheerfully claps his hands, completely admitting he is a massive fraud and accepting the compliment. He clarifies that since his fire is completely artificial, it theoretically should be way more pathetic than Celia's organic flames. But he drops the massive plot twist. Breath of the Hero basically acts like magical steroids, boosting aura way past the legal limit. Having thoroughly terrified the children, Ein gleefully blows the whistle to start the actual torture session. Leo suddenly gets massive goosebumps, totally recognizing the fancy breathing trick from his encounters with Arian. The snowy courtyard devolves into a massive chorus of heavy panting as the kids try to magically hyperventilate on command. One by one, the sweaty students start squeezing out tiny sparks, looking exactly like they are trying to pass a kidney stone. The massive overachievers actually manage to glow slightly without bursting blood vessels, proving the stupid trick is physically possible. Surprisingly, half the class manages to keep their glow sticks running, proving Lumen students aren't entirely useless. Watching the sweaty mess, Ein mentally hands out gold stars and decides they actually aren't totally hopeless. Even the incredibly dizzy kids desperately cling to their fading sparks, treating basic survival as a heroic triumph. A random moment of sweet teamwork makes the freezing misery slightly less terrible, proving these jerks might actually be learning the power of friendship. That disgustingly cute bonding moment completely throws a loner off guard, proving the highly toxic school environment is secretly thawing out. Leo, meanwhile, starts violently sweating as everyone slowly turns to stare at the one guy currently failing to glow. The peanut gallery finally realizes their famously overpowered class rep is just standing there looking like a totally basic human. Einstein honestly admits he fully expected the golden boy to accidentally blow up the courtyard by now. He loudly points out that Leo is literally the only person failing the test, casually wondering if the genius should just switch entirely to sword fighting. But then Ein squints and realizes the sneaky brat is actually using a highly suspicious hidden breathing rhythm. He marches right up to Leo and aggressively demands to know which shady street wizard taught him that illegal breathing technique. Leo casually drops the trivia that Breath of the Hero was shamelessly stolen from the furry kids over at Isonia Academy. Celia loudly snitches that while Einstein admitted to heavily pirating the spell, Leo's version looks incredibly weird. Einstein does the mental math and hilariously realizes Leo is just accidentally imitating a literal animal instead of the human version. Leo awkwardly nods, completely admitting that his fancy new lungs are running on premium beast mode. His grumpy senior verbally smacks him, ordering the kid to move the spark to his mouth and literally breathe fire like a normal person. Leo instantly follows the terrible advice, vomiting a completely massive stream of fire that proves he learns way too fast. A random bystander practically has a heart attack over how violently fast Leo just leveled up. The rest of the class stares at the giant flaming tornado, aggressively shouting questions about how he just hacked the magic system. Leo's senior coach, actively sweating from the ridiculous heat, openly admits the kid is an absolutely terrifying monster. Leo just flashes an infuriatingly polite smile, happily thanking him while demonstrating his new favorite lethal party trick. Spotting Leo struggling under a towering stack of textbooks, Chloe genuinely wonders if the poor guy is about to collapse under the weight. Strolling alongside him through the academy halls, she realizes his destination is a magic practicum and politely expresses her gratitude for his assistance. Chloe grows increasingly flustered by his inscrutable demeanor, yet Leo stays blissfully immune to the thick, awkward tension lingering in the air. Their quiet stroll halts when a formal upperclassman, Miss Chloe Mueller, steps in to address the younger Chloe. The older girl admits she recognizes the junior by reputation alone, offering high praise for her brilliant take on Northern magic, which leaves Chloe glowing with pride. Pivoting her intense focus straight toward Leo, she bluntly inquires when he intends to finally ditch his current path and join the magic department. Leo politely deflects the heavy-handed recruitment pitch, dryly noting, "I'm pretty sure strong-arming a student into switching departments violates at least 3 school policies." Before this delightful interrogation goes any further, a massive crowd bustling around a professor outside steals everyone's attention. Spotting a highly significant figure in the distance, the confident senior suddenly loses her composure. Recognizing Professor Albi, she hastily scrambles over, demanding to know why someone of his elite caliber is slumming it down at a first-year lecture hall. Albi calmly clarifies that, thanks to Professor Len begging for a favor, he has agreed to personally endure teaching the first-year magic students. The freshmen absolutely lose their minds in shock, since the man practically never descends from his lofty tower to teach anything below advanced coursework. Their wild enthusiasm makes perfect sense. Albi is that incredibly rare mage capable of channeling fairy magic through a frail human vessel, making him the ultimate idol for aspiring spellcasters. Another upperclassman rushes in to kiss up to the famous instructor, though Albi merely stares back with chilling indifference. This new arrival loudly proclaims that Albi received a highly exclusive invitation to instruct them, instantly inflating the freshmen's egos. Miss Mueller violently ruins the festive vibe, by loudly declaring that a filthy, unwanted contaminant has polluted their pristine classroom. Using tournament preparations as a flimsy excuse, she hauls Chloe away, completely ignoring the poor girl whining that she just wanted to watch Albai teach. Paying exactly zero attention to the dramatic exit, Albai seizes command of the training yard and kicks off his lecture. Bypassing polite formalities, he introduces himself strictly by his terrifying moniker, Demonic Eye, proving he cares way more about combat than pleasantries. Leaning on his brutal history as the Tartarus Slayer, he quizzes the bright-eyed youths on what actually keeps a person alive during magical warfare. Some eager kid guesses sheer mana volume, which Albai instantly shoots down as a tragically flawed mindset. A second hopeful tries suggesting casting speed, but Albai crushes their dreams without blinking. A third chimes in with spell versatility, only to earn yet another disappointing rejection. Tired of the guessing game, Albai points straight at Leo, dragging the quiet outcast onto the proverbial stage. Leo casually states that mobility is the absolute king of magical throwdowns. Miss Mueller snipes at him from the peanut gallery, but her catty jeers barely even register on his radar. A classmate voices an objection, whining that movement cannot possibly be the deciding factor when simple spells exist to carry them around. Albai challenges the boy to cough up an example, prompting the kid to confidently cite wing magic as his ultimate proof. Several peers murmur in agreement, convinced that slapping magical wings on a problem fixes everything forever. Diving into a history lesson, the professor explains how modern hoverboards utilize a newer levitation charm, mostly because it is vastly easier for lazy students to master than traditional flight, while still offering decent speed. Its primary selling point lies in lifting heavy cargo, easily outcompeting ancient aerial techniques in terms of sheer practicality. Deciding to settle this via physical trauma rather than words, Albai summons both the complaining skeptic, Emil Luchin, and Leo to the front. Emil aggressively whines, he isn't even in the magic department. The guy's just standing here breathing our air and ticking everyone off. Deaf to the boy's temper tantrum, Albai mildly asks if Leo actually buys into Emil's flawed logic. Leo delivers a beautifully deadpan refusal, leaving Emil sputtering in absolute shock. Thrilled by the tension, Albai declares they will settle their philosophical differences through a high-speed obstacle race. He checks if the boys brought their own wing magic toys. Predictably, Emil flaunts his while Leo admits he is empty-handed. Instead of handing over a spare, Albai ruthlessly suggests, "Figure it out yourself, kid," a hurdle Leo accepts with an indifferent shrug. The professor establishes one simple rule. The first guy to set foot on the island of summons wins the ultimate bragging rights regarding combat theory. Stepping up to the plate, Leo casually bypasses the need for shiny trinkets and summons pure magical wings right under his boots. The moment the whistle blows, he blasts off on a customized platform of raw energy, proving fancy gear is entirely optional. Emil tears after him, blissfully certain a gearless peasant cannot match his pace, and hurls a cheap lightning bolt to guarantee an early victory. The electrical blast explodes mere inches from Leo's trajectory, instantly upgrading their friendly foot race into a lethal dogfight. In retaliation, Leo viciously hijacks his opponent's propulsion charm, sending a collective gasp through the spectating crowd. Facing outraged shrieks, Leo smoothly retorts, "If we're testing who moves better, breaking the other guy's legs, magically speaking, is just good strategy." Emil realizes entirely too late that a terrifying blaze is already roaring to life around Leo's boots. Channeling Phoenix Step, Leo transforms a fierce burst of fiery aura into pure, unadulterated velocity. Some hall monitor in the audience whines about using physical aura during a spellcasting seminar, but Leo is already busy winning. Capitalizing on the chaos, Albai cheerfully reminds his naive pupils that the upcoming tournament will hurl them against equally vicious rule breakers from every academic branch. That grim reality check violently slaps Kyle Thomas awake, forcing him to realize this isn't just a fun field trip anymore. Meanwhile, the thoroughly rattled Emil desperately attempts a clumsy recovery, fleeing across the water on his fancy hoverboard. Hauling his soaking wet pride away, Emil wildly curses, "You sneaky cheat, I am going to make you pay for that cheap shot." While frantically scanning the horizon for retaliation, the arrogant boy suddenly feels impending doom breathing down his neck. Leo has already erased the gap between them, plunging from the clouds like a hawk before Emil can even blink. Entirely engulfed in flames, Leo turns himself into a living missile, relying on sheer, terrifying speed to deny the mage any casting window. Emil stammers out the syllables for a freezing hex, but his clumsy tongue is painfully sluggish. Shattering the flimsy frost barrier, Leo violently rams into the boy, sending him spiraling wildly through the sky. Emil's precious flying toy snaps in half, immediately converting him into a screaming, uncoordinated brick plunging toward the lake. Maintaining absolute dominance over the airspace, Leo gracefully plummets right behind his flailing victim. He firmly snatches Emil by the collar, thoroughly crushing any lingering fantasies of a dramatic mid-air comeback. Touching down upon solid ground, Leo stands victorious over a dripping, miserable loser, officially concluding the violent debate. Albi breaks down the educational beating simply. The moment Emil's expensive toy broke, he morphed into a helpless sitting duck. Conversely, Leo traversed the hazardous water relying purely on fundamental levitation, proving that true skill never snaps in half during a fight. The terrified freshman finally absorbed the truth. Commercial wing gear is merely a lazy shortcut, completely worthless if you ignore basic magical foundations. Suddenly stepping in, Professor Yura drills the lesson home, aggressively demanding the class realize that genuine agility stems exclusively from mastering raw flight. Thoroughly intimidated and deeply inspired, the wide-eyed students hastily agree that hardcore fundamentals actually win battles. The surrounding campus rapidly devolves into a hilarious circus of crashing bodies, as dozens of freshmen miserably attempt to practice airborne propulsion. Once the dust settles, Leo corners Professor Yura with a significantly heavier request, boldly demanding access to Lumen's highly restricted underground library. Yura frowns, reminding the boy that faculty badges cannot unlock those doors, prompting Leo to smoothly pivot and appeal to Yura's connections within the Jaren noble household. Asked to justify his trespassing desires, Leo casually mentions he needs to dig up a highly classified manuscript concerning ancient hero records. Intrigued by the ambition, Yura sighs, caves in, and drafts a formal letter of recommendation to grease the wheels. The professor carefully points out that getting past the guards still mandates a signed permission slip from the reigning Jaren patriarch, Leo's eldest sibling, Altek Jaren. It is a sobering reminder that Altek is no garden-variety aristocrat, but the absolute pinnacle of imperial spellcasting, legendary for his absurd magical depth. However, since the almighty brother is currently busy waging war on the southern borders, Yura notes that Leo must charm his designated proxy. Leo arches an eyebrow, deadpanning, and who exactly is sitting in my brother's incredibly oversized chair these days? The unfortunate answer is Alina Jaren, an arrogant third-year student and Altek's beloved niece. Meanwhile, the narrative hops over to the ominous island of Phantom Beasts, where the Academy's torturous boot camp is moments away from kicking off. Gossiping youths mutter that the bruisers and the spellslingers are already sweating through their drills, guided by the notoriously strict Professor Harrod. Leo tunes out the background chatter, solely zeroing in on the name Alina while mentally sifting through his archives to place her face. During a cafeteria break, his peers look at him like he grew a second head, utterly baffled that he failed to recognize a campus celebrity. When Leo asks what makes her so terribly important, his fanboy classmates eagerly explain that labeling her famous is a massive insult to the official representative of the third-year hierarchy. They passionately paint Alina Jaren as an 18-year-old magical juggernaut, boasting terrifying talent and a school-wide reputation that commands absolute worship. Naturally, her drooling admirers instantly chime in to assert that her blinding good looks only supercharge her untouchable status. They unironically refer to her as the Queen, a ludicrously dramatic title reflecting both her political clout and the pathetic loyalty of her minions. Absorbing this fan club trivia, Leo swiftly disregards her shining social standing and strictly plots how to leverage her for archive access. As he patiently loiters, rumors fly that the mystery guest slated to arrive is intimately tied to their upcoming survival curriculum. The milling freshmen are officially informed that, prior to the bloodbath of the interdepartment clash, they will suffer under the tutelage of Senior Ulta, the esteemed oath-bearer of Pegasus. Right as the crowd starts whispering about the mysterious veteran's identity, a bizarre figure finally wanders onto the turf. Professor Yura gracefully welcomes the tardy newcomer, prompting one wide-eyed junior to audibly gasp in recognition. The colorful senior cheerfully introduces herself as Ulta from the support track, proudly claiming the ridiculously long title of Seedling Oathbearer of Pegasus. Her incredibly wild fashion sense violently derails the freshmen's expectations, leaving the poor kids staring at what resembles a walking carnival. Ulta marches straight up to Leo while violently waving massive, comical butterfly catchers, officially pushing the interaction into pure absurdity. Skipping past sanity, she shrieks that a rogue fairy has been spotted on the island, instantly mutating their grueling syllabus into a ridiculous magical bug hunt. A deeply uncomfortable white-haired boy is ruthlessly dragged into the spotlight as the sole eyewitness, completely ruining his desire to blend in. A dazzlingly obnoxious upperclassman vigorously backs up the fairy folklore, loudly demanding the rookies capture the myth, much to the visible disgust of his much gloomier companion. The strict silver-haired lady violently snaps, viciously reminding him they are hosting a lethal survival course and loudly regretting letting him hold the microphone. Completely ignoring her fiery glare, he strikes a dramatic pose and spins wildly romanticized tales of legendary beasts just to make the freshmen drool. He successfully whips the naive crowd into a frantic fairy-hunting frenzy, even as logic dictates they are chasing completely unsubstantiated campus gossip. Snatching the reins away, the silver-haired disciplinarian mercifully executes the hype train before anyone gets too inspired. She aggressively commands Ulta to drop the comedy act and harshly demands the rookies define the fundamental philosophy of a true summoner. The syllabus jerks violently from chasing pixie dust to heavy philosophical introspection, forcing the kids to actually ponder their career choices. One brave soul timidly guesses tolerance, only to get swiftly graded with a giant verbal fail. Ulta violently throws his arms open and theatrically screams the supposedly correct answer himself: love. He launches into a sappy monologue about how true tamers don't just pet their favorite monsters, but deeply hug every single magical beast and practically French kiss Mother Nature. His ridiculously cheesy sermon induces severe eye rolls from the cynics, despite his desperate insistence that this emotional mush is the absolute core of summoning. Despite cringing hard enough to pull a muscle, the white-haired eyewitness realizes that buried beneath the theatrical garbage, Ulta actually grasps a profound truth. The pragmatic instructor mercifully translates the hippie poetry into strict academia. A competent summoner must forge enough spiritual empathy to chat up entirely wild monsters. Grinning sadistically, the teachers announce a grueling 3-day wilderness survival exam, while Ulta openly brags that he successfully bribed his way out of participating. Absolute sheer terror ripples through the freshman ranks, especially among the preppy kids who severely regret leaving their comfortable beds. Attempting a terribly unconvincing smile, the silver-haired woman claims that camping alongside giant, man-eating ghost monsters is basically a relaxing vacation. Her sharp gaze locks onto a moron clutching a butterfly net, clearly indicating some absolute fool still plans to play catch instead of surviving. She violently crushes their hopes by establishing the ultimate law for the weekend: absolutely zero summoning allowed. To make the nightmare perfect, she happily outlaws aura and offensive spells, demanding they survive solely on pure, unadulterated human grit. Waving goodbye with malicious cheer, the faculty abandons the helpless babies deep in the haunted woods, casually demanding they try not to die. When a terrified kid shrieks in protest, the instructors cheerfully shout back, "We literally promised you this would be torture. Read the syllabus next time." Their twisted logic dictates that since tamers constantly negotiate with literal forces of nature, they need to know what dirt tastes like. Therefore, mastering their volatile craft strictly requires learning how to politely freeze in the rain before attempting to command the wilderness. The shivering teens finally comprehend Ulta's bizarre rant about tolerance, suddenly feeling profoundly guilty over how fundamentally lazy their magical shortcuts have been. The philosophical slap stings worse once they realize their entire careers consist of leeching off inherited spirits and borrowing docile campus pets without ever truly understanding a monster's soul. Catching the silver-haired tyrant's faint, evil smirk, it becomes horrifyingly clear that psychological devastation was always the primary objective. The teachers officially cut the cord, abandoning the panicked herd to wrestle the unforgiving wilds entirely unsupervised for 72 hours. Once the sun vanishes, the formerly arrogant blonde boy is found hugging his knees near a pathetic campfire, utterly stripped of his ego and just trying to stay warm. A miserable downpour rapidly escalates the torture, while the silver-haired sadist happily watches them suffer from beneath a dry, luxurious umbrella miles away. Hidden deeper in the woods, some muscle-brained overachiever happily meditates beneath a freezing waterfall, bizarrely treating the nightmare as an exciting gym session. Meanwhile, a remarkably chill, dark-haired girl quietly embraces the primitive lifestyle, efficiently harvesting rainwater and demonstrating shocking competence in the dirt. Effortlessly spotting non-poisonous snacks, she brilliantly proves that knowing your botany beats having a shiny magical pedigree when starving in the mud. Shivering miserably, the white-haired witness finally digests exactly how unhinged the Tamer department's curriculum genuinely operates. Suddenly catching sight of a twinkling, fairy-like silhouette, his bubbling enthusiasm violently murders his remaining brain cells. Flagrantly violating the survival pact, he recklessly rips open a spiritual gateway, desperate to stuff the mythical bug into a jar. Blinded by greed, he charges straight into the brush, totally fixated on his shiny, fluttering trophy. Naturally, instead of a cute pixie, a colossal botanical nightmare violently bursts from the soil, aggressively punishing him for rushing an unidentified threat. His fellow survivors flinch in horror as the giant weed screams, instantly mocking his suicidal sprint as the peak of amateur stupidity. Staring at the leafy jaws of death, he silently concedes that running headfirst into an unknown monster was incredibly idiotic. Perched safely in the canopy, the actual tiny fairy giggles sadistically at the carnage, utterly thrilled its malicious bait actually worked. The minuscule prankster zooms through the branches with blistering velocity, treating the entire terrifying island like its personal amusement park. Zipping around like a caffeinated firework, the tiny menace transforms the deadly jungle into a theater of pure, chaotic mischief. Absolutely ecstatic over the screaming humans below, the wicked little sprite eagerly scans the treetops for a fresh victim. Sadly for the pest, a mundane mesh net violently clamps shut, instantly terminating its reign of terror in one humiliating swoop. The mythical entity is absolutely paralyzed by pure embarrassment, realizing a cheap piece of camping equipment just defeated its supreme agility. Casting a menacing shadow, the white-haired boy fiercely scowls down at his captive, utterly drained of wonder and officially out of patience for childish pranks. Accused of being a sociopathic gremlin, the panicked sprite frantically squeaks, "I wasn't trying to murder you, I swear. I'm just playing detective over the weird vibes here." Despite being thoroughly squished, the tiny prisoner fiercely doubles down on its conspiracy theory, swearing that genuine dark magic is poisoning the woods. The bug's frantic warning instantly proves accurate as the camera pans to a shadowy bonfire, where wild phantoms are being ruthlessly butchered by an extremely evil presence. Interrogating the squirming pest about its amateur espionage, Leo watches the sprite frantically nod, confirming his bleakest suspicions are dead on the money. The babbling spirit whines that after some villain blew up a tree and mocked his size, he accidentally became a legend, desperately struggling to prove this turf strictly belongs to Verena. Leo violently shoots down the fairy's logic, calmly pointing out that if Verena were actually stomping around, the local wildlife would be experiencing total, hysterical panic. The young mage suddenly remembers stumbling upon a scorched note, heavily implying that greedy treasure hunters really needed to stop aggressively stalking the elusive oath-bearer. Stepping gracefully out of a spatial tier, a pint-sized fiery girl instantly pouts, tragically let down that the trespasser isn't the majestic, giant bird she was hoping to meet. Sniffing the contaminated air, she feels the local monsters throwing a collective panic attack, forcing her to accept that things have gone terribly wrong. Embracing her inner detective, she boldly marches into the shadows, casually hauling the screaming fairy along by its collar. The battered little pest frantically flails its tiny limbs, begging her to slow down as she completely ignores its whining. Leo quickly identifies the kid as Fiora, Verena's fiery offspring and arguably the scariest monster on campus, noting she is definitely onto the villain's scent. His paranoia instantly spikes. The fact that this chaos erupted the exact minute her terrifying mother left town smells exactly like a carefully plotted ambush. Stalking Fiora toward a bizarrely radiant riverbank, he distinctly hears distant, panicked voices wailing about the rebellious princess wandering off unsupervised yet again. Mid-tantrum, the fairy stops screaming and abruptly realizes it is securely wedged inside a stranger's merciless fist. Trusting his gut, Leo heads straight for the fiery royal, heavily tracking the disgusting, tainted energy aggressively bleeding from the western shores. His hunt concludes at a mesmerizing creek, heavily decorated with floating bioluminescence and ridiculously massive crystal formations. The streambed is absolutely choked with premium mana stones, the outrageously valuable rocky byproducts naturally spawned wherever top-tier spirits decide to build a nest. Perfectly content at the water's edge, Fiora sits completely hypnotized, her massive fiery eyes glued exclusively to the sparkly rocks. Carefully scooping up a radiant gem, the dangerous spirit marvels at its shine with innocent, toddler-like glee. The aesthetic perfection of the river fuels her absolute joy, prompting her to babble happily about how incredibly pretty her shiny hoard looks. Unfortunately, her innocent appreciation crosses a severe line the exact second she tries shoving the raw crystal straight into her mouth. Violently stepping out of the bushes, Leo crosses his arms and barks, "Exactly how many shiny rocks are you planning to eat today, kid?" Fiora violently flinches, absolutely mortified to be caught treating precious minerals like a midday snack. Studying her guilty posture, Leo deadpans that she has obviously been treating the sacred crystal deposits like a personal buffet yet again. He dryly reminds her that adolescent elementals are strictly banned from these naturally formed treasuries, purely to stop greedy babies from aggressively devouring the landscape. Fiora fiercely pouts, whining that her mommy told her eating big meals makes you grow strong, though Leo logically shoots back that apex phantoms absolutely do not need rocks to hit puberty. Sighing heavily, Leo admits the crystals probably taste like premium candy, but strictly demands to know why she violently chased away the locals just to hoard the cookie jar. The captive fairy maliciously mocks her chubby appetite, prompting Fiora to scream back defensive insults, though their childish bickering perfectly proves how ridiculously greedy she acted. Violently dragging the topic back to their impending doom, Leo finally gets Fiora to confess she felt a sickeningly foul vibration trembling through the dirt. Right as she begins describing the foul stench, the surrounding atmosphere violently twists, ruthlessly slaughtering their peaceful interrogation. Smelling the disgusting rot, Leo instantly matches the horrific energy signature to the very same deranged beast tamer he fought previously. Instantly shifting gears into lethal violence, he barks orders at Kerwin and Fiora to brace for impact, igniting his blade with blistering flames. Sliding into a fierce combat stance by the glowing shoreline, he completely expects the coward to attempt a subterranean ambush. Validating his paranoia, a gargantuan set of jagged jaws explosively ruptures the soil beneath them. Smoothly sidestepping the muddy teeth of death, Leo drops low, perfectly coiling his muscles for a brutal reprisal. The cloaked psychopath finally steps out of the shadows, cheerfully admitting he followed the vanishing crystal trail, thereby proving his direct link to the fake phoenix Leo previously slaughtered. Offering a deeply villainous sneer, the freak cackles, "Well, if it isn't my favorite pesky freshman, it seems destiny just loves throwing you directly into my meat grinder." Glaring with pure, unadulterated hatred, Leo firmly grips his blade, profoundly eager to permanently close their outstanding accounts. The lunatic immediately launches massive, slimy appendages, hopelessly determined to squish the teenager before any magical interference can happen. Smoothly dicing through the wet flesh, Leo detonates the incoming assault behind his back, barely even blinking at the gore. Absolutely furious, the sorcerer screams bloody murder, summoning a monstrous, towering wood demon to violently squash the boy flat. Rather than completely losing his mind like a normal kid, Leo coldly analyzes the incoming leafy limbs with robotic precision. Unexpectedly, a horrific secondary monster violently bursts from the dirt right beneath his soles, exposing the villain's cowardice in burying backup threats. Frantically popping a hasty shield, Leo experiences a cold spike of dread, realizing his radar totally missed the subterranean nightmare until it was gnawing on his ankles. Exploiting the sudden blind spot, the cloaked bastard instantly drops a massive, lethal strike from the clouds, praying the split focus guarantees a bloody pancake. Hunkering down inside his groaning shield, Leo sharpens his chaotic thoughts into a fiercely calculated, murderous retaliation. Catastrophic eruption of pure inferno violently shreds the descending assault, utterly incinerating the cowardly trap to ash. Throwing a giant, disposable tentacle in front of his face, the robed psycho barely absorbs the roaring heatwave just inches from his nose. Horrifically, the charred slabs of roasted monster meat immediately begin knitting themselves back together. Observing the ridiculously fast healing factor, Leo grimly calculates that he is definitely brawling with a freak significantly worse than your average dark summoner. Surrounded by a writhing forest of slimy arms, the confident freshman begins casually narrating his terrifying diagnosis aloud. He clinically points out that dodging stealthy tentacles heavily mimics surviving a gorgon snake, calmly accusing his ugly opponent of being a horrific, patchwork chimera. Entirely unbothered, the corrupted summoner laughs. "You've got an awfully big mouth for a toddler. Exactly what makes a puny first-year hero candidate so cocky." Completely embracing the cocky hero stereotype, Leo fiercely summons his feathery royal sidekick, Fiora, to validate his massive ego. Fiora shrieks in magnificent agreement, fiercely proving that their spiritual partnership is lethally authentic. The tiny firebird viciously dive-bombs the villain, violently forcing the deranged beast sorcerer to block an apocalyptic strike he totally underestimated from a student. Colliding with the slime barrier, Fiora's impact generates a staggering explosion, violently bulldozing the creep's fortified stance. Leo coldly praises his bird for the lovely fireworks, but expertly senses that the screaming meatball is not fully cooked yet. Rather than dropping dead, the villain's incredibly putrid aura violently churns to life once more. Absolutely throwing a tantrum over his incinerated pets, the madman frantically prepares a much crueler form of retaliation. Screaming violent threats, he ruthlessly tears open yet another gigantic magical portal. Plunging his foul magic deep into the polluted waters, he aggressively yanks a fresh atrocity onto the shore. Out plops a horrifically toxic death slime. Leo frantically erects a gale barrier to protect his screaming, choking fairy friend from the lethal stink. Producing such a catastrophically poisonous ooze mathematically proves the villain's extreme hazard rating, given only top-tier maniacs can control that level of filth. While the ugly villain arrogantly monologues about his unavoidable execution strike, a sharp female voice viciously interrupts the gloating to bail out her favorite freshman. Right as the lethal sludge drops from the sky, Leo happily notes that the cavalry has officially crashed the party. A dazzling, apocalyptic beam of pure energy violently bisects the clearing, completely obliterating everything in its path. Professor Yura gracefully touches down atop a majestic Pegasus, instantly clocking the ugly trespasser as a deeply illegal beast sorcerer. Staring in abject horror at his violently amputated slime armor, the terrorist nervously identifies Yura as Lumen's uncontested champion of summoning. Chanting the lethal command Alter Rediction, Yura brutally unlocks the absolute maximum potential resting inside her winged horse. Leo calmly leans over to his terrified sidekicks, efficiently explaining that the majestic steed is a Pegasus, heavily classifying it as an apex monster in their weight class. Glaring at the toxic puddle, Yura dryly commands, "Arya, please wipe this utterly disgusting smear off my grass immediately." Panicking intensely, the hooded villain calculates that he desperately needs 3 solid minutes for his squid arms to regrow before he is violently murdered. Praying for a brief distraction, he violently hurls the lethal sludge blob directly at Yura and Arya. Arya simply opens her jaws and fires a horrifying laser beam, evaporating the toxic puddle into useless steam before it even gets close. Leo analytically notes that a base Pegasus doesn't naturally hit that hard. It is purely Yura's monstrous domain violently supercharging the beast's stats. The professor's terrifying personal mana pool, not just the summon, is strictly what converts a fancy horse into a literal weapon of mass destruction. Utterly crushed by that radiant pressure, the villain's shadowy flesh is violently scrubbed away, leaving Leo totally awestruck by the massive power gap. Bizarrely, despite bleeding heavily and clearly losing, the psychopathic tamer giggles like a manic child and eagerly prepares to double down. Violently expanding a gigantic, bloody rune beneath his boots, he desperately attempts to drag yet another horror into reality. Yura casually teleports in front of Leo, calmly warning the cackling villain, "I guarantee this little comedy routine ends the exact second I blow your head off." She aggressively lectures him for butchering innocent elementals to stitch together his hideous Frankenstein monsters, publicly exposing his deeply sick hobby. A catastrophic array of dark symbols aggressively bursts across the night sky as the cornered rat bets his entire life on one last roll. Completely blind to the lethal consequences, the screaming idiot yanks an entirely new abomination onto the field. A titanic, single-eyed brute stomps into reality, offering the cowardly summoner a very thick wall of meat to cower behind. He cruelly mocks the tiny professor, fully convinced his mountainous cyclops will easily smash whatever she brought into glue. Instead of pulling out a gigantic dragon, Yura simply drops a singular, fluffy white mouse into the grass, thoroughly short-circuiting Leo's fairy companion's brain. Maintaining his cool, Leo actually encourages the little rodent to go eat the giant, profoundly hinting that fuzzy things are incredibly deadly here. Suddenly, thousands of squeaking fuzzballs erupt from the soil, horrifyingly proving that her single cute mouse is actually an apocalyptic swarm. The vicious vermin rapidly carpet the entire battlefield, absolutely burying the titanic Cyclops beneath a writhing tide before the beast sorcerer understands the trap. Displaying absolutely zero mercy, Yura cheerfully commands, "Bon appetit, my darlings, don't leave a single bone for the janitors to clean up." The squeaking tsunami violently crashes into the giant, aggressively chewing with such horrific speed that even Yura briefly remarks on their vicious manners. The massive brute instantly collapses into a screaming, thrashing mountain of agony as millions of tiny teeth rapidly convert him into a skeletal blueprint. Watching his ultimate trump card get violently turned into rat food, the coward hastily calculates that tactically sprinting away is his only remaining strategy. Violently shutting down his exit strategy with a terrifying energy blast, Yura firmly establishes that nobody gets to simply walk away alive. The laser violently snipes him mid-chant, forcefully canceling whatever cowardly teleportation trick he was desperately attempting to cast. Consuming a secondary explosion straight to the chest, the broken villain entirely forfeits his remaining grip on reality. His shattered corpse rapidly dissolves into a highly suspicious puddle of black tar, strongly implying the coward merely sacrificed a decoy shell to escape justice. Narrowing her eyes at the disgusting stain, Yura grimly suspects the genuine psychopath successfully slithered through the cracks. Devoid of screaming monsters and exploding magic, the devastated clearing finally sinks back into a tense, eerie nocturnal silence. The heavy atmosphere shatters instantly as Yura viciously thwacks the back of Leo's head, fiercely demanding to know why he was trespassing in a lethal hazard zone. When the boy sheepishly confesses he only trespassed to stop Fiora from snacking on glowing rocks, both hardcore veterans immediately dissolve into pathetic, cooing puddles over his adorable dedication. Viciously snapping back to absolute professionalism, Yura deduces that the deranged lunatic was actively attempting to poison the local crystal supply. She severely notes that such massive security breaches strictly require Headmaster Kalyan's immediate, furious attention. Right before blasting off, Yura aggressively commands Ulta to resume the survival bootcamp safely, casually dismissing the violent terrorist attack as a minor scheduling hiccup. Blinking blankly, Ulta suddenly connects the dots, finally realizing the scrawny freshman is actually the legendary Phoenix contractor responsible for those insane campus rumors. Spotting the grumpy fairy hovering near his shoulder only further fuels the senior's rapidly turning gears. Internally, Ulta completely forgives the kid's terrifying combat potential. Given his outrageously overpowered spirit posse makes perfect sense now. Gesturing toward the majestic winged horse loitering nearby, Leo politely inquires if the beast belongs to the weird upperclassman. Puffing out his chest, Ulta proudly introduces the beautiful animal as Arya. Arya politely bows her head in deep respect to a fellow Apex contractor, prompting Leo to return the dignified greeting. Completely defying species logic, Arya gracefully leans into the freshman's gentle pat, despite Pegasi famously violently despising unfamiliar humans. Genuinely flabbergasted, Ulta stammers, "How are you not missing fingers? Have you secretly handled a magical flying horse before?" Leo quickly lies through his teeth, quietly reminiscing about his former life as Kyle when he literally rode one daily, while Yura sternly releases him to finish his training without dying. The freshman obediently nods, though his chaotic brain is already aggressively tearing apart the terrifying new data points he just collected. Fiercely analyzing the psycho's advanced dark magic, Leo strictly narrows down his private hit list of potential campus traitors. He terrifyingly concludes that pulling off complex chimera witchcraft mandates a faculty-level brain, completely ruling out the bumbling student body. Fast forward a few days, and the entire student population is violently herded back to the massive drill grounds, prompting Leo to deeply sigh over the profound lack of quiet time at this insane academy. His fellow survivors ruthlessly whine about how the recent survival camping trip entirely destroyed their delicate muscles and fragile sanity. The complaining instantly halts when the crowd notices the designated year representatives getting aggressively corralled into an extremely exclusive command tent. Acting as the official freshman sacrifice for Lumen, Leo pushes through the heavy canvas flaps. He is sarcastically applauded as the final straggler required to kick off their super-important strategy session. Having safely secured the youngest delegate, the extremely intimidating round table is formally complete. Lil Rouge, the summoning department's bubbly sophomore representative, violently fangirls over meeting the incredibly violent freshman star everyone keeps whispering about. Hark Liggard, the massive senior representing the Night Division, is briefly acknowledged while practically snoring while standing upright. Spotting a highly suspicious blonde lounging nearby, Leo points a thumb and asks, "And who exactly is the shiny distraction in the corner?" The radiant upperclassman instantly locks onto him, treating the dangerous kid like an extremely amusing zoo exhibit. She cheerfully identifies Leo as the terrifying little prodigy supposedly granted clearance to the Academy's most heavily guarded archives. Boldly revealing herself as Elena Jarin, the magical third-year boss, she aggressively attempts to bribe the freshman into becoming her personal attack dog. Leo violently rejects the employment offer before she even finishes her sentence. Doubling down, Elena purrs about endless political favors, deeply corrupt privileges, and sweet indulgences if he simply bends the knee. Firmly shutting the door on her ego, Leo deadpans, "Hard pass, lady. You're way too old for my taste." Surprisingly, instead of hurling a fireball at his face, Elena genuinely giggles at his sheer, suicidal audacity. Poor Lil practically hyperventilates in pure awe, thoroughly stunned that a mere freshman just openly insulted the terrifying Elena without getting instantly vaporized. The exhausted student leader gently interrupts, politely asking Elena how her latest highly classified assignment ended up. Checking her nails, Elena entirely dismisses the lethal task as completely boring, a deeply arrogant response everyone in the room sadly accepts as normal. Sighing heavily, the leader proceeds to violently kick Hark awake so they can actually review the agenda. The muscular brute snaps into furious consciousness, intensely ready to punch somebody before his eyes even open. Loudly cracking his knuckles, Hark demands, "Are we brawling right now?" To which the tired leader sighs, "Sit down, meathead, save it for the arena." Lena sneers elegantly at the giant's barbaric morning routine, loudly diagnosing him as an uncultured, rabies-infected ape. Hark violently barks back, challenging if the pampered princess, constantly surrounded by drooling admirers, has ever actually thrown a real punch in her life. Deeply offended, Elena's eyes narrow as she snarls, "Are you heavily implying I'm just a pretty, useless fraud, you overgrown gorilla?" Unable to help himself, the tired student leader strictly confirms that the giant meant that exactly as disrespectfully as it sounded. As magical pressure floods the tent, Lil hysterically shrieks, begging the deeply unhinged seniors not to violently detonate the command center before the meeting even starts. Leo and the student leader silently observe how the delegates somehow function together despite their absolute messiness. Turning to the gathered envoys, the principal expresses his delight at seeing everyone finally gathered in one room. Skipping the boring pleasantries, he dives right into the main agenda. He reveals a shocking twist. Until the freshman tournament concludes, this entire school goes under a strict communications blackout. No one leaves or sends messages until the games are officially over. Kalyan officially places Lumen under absolute quarantine. Leo instantly connects the dots, grasping the unspoken motive behind this extreme measure. The principal's subtle hints suggest the administration knows a turncoat remains on campus, plotting an imminent strike. Running through a mental checklist, Leo evaluates every shady character nearby who might be the mole. Nobody escapes his scrutiny. Teachers and peers alike are prime suspects, since a spy could wear any disguise. He deduces that school officials designed this quarantine specifically as a giant mousetrap to expose the saboteur. Returning to his peers, he finds them whining heavily about missing out on town privileges rather than sweating the actual threat. Their griping abruptly halts when an update drops regarding the newly selected tournament venue. The highly anticipated battleground is none other than Nagrin. Just hearing that title sends shivers down the scholars' spines, well aware of its dark reputation. Rumor has it that this desolate southeastern metropolis was annihilated instantly following a catastrophic hero dungeon breach. Even after heroes eventually purged the threat, a lingering hex left the region completely uninhabitable. Are the teachers actually trying to murder us by tossing us into a cursed wasteland? A panicked classmate asks. Hey, it's probably just a few mild hexes and tiny beasts, somebody else awkwardly argues, which comforts absolutely nobody. Scanning the official documents, Leo feels a distant, nostalgic spark ignite within his mind. This devastated urban wasteland gives him an uncanny sense of déjà vu. It dawns on him that during a previous incarnation, he and Racina's crushed a prominent demonic general right here. This epiphany pushes Leo into an intense midnight study session, ignoring his exhausted peers snoozing nearby. His investigation zeroes in on a single geographic mystery, out of 5 massive bodies of water, which one hides Lake Erdiana. Cartographic charts suggest his prize is undoubtedly concealed within that aquatic network. Tracing an obscure clue everyone else ignored, Leo links this watery site to Lassina's long-lost sworn companion. He pinpoints this elusive entity as the legendary, glowing celestial spirit. Deducing that Luminous might currently slumber inside Nagrin, Leo establishes a secret personal mission entirely separate from winning the games. When tournament day dawns, administrators pack the stadium, loudly bragging about how incredibly buff the current freshman roster looks. Scattered through the bleachers, anxious mothers and fathers bite their nails, desperately hoping their little girl survives the mayhem. On the flip side, Yura frets that letting in massive crowds hands a disguised assassin the ultimate VIP pass. She pitches keeping the gates welded shut, yet the principal smoothly dismisses her, insisting their defensive wards are juicy and ready. Since magical flaming birds currently patrol the grounds, leadership feels highly confident they will not suffer another chaotic bloodbath. Yura cares zero about school rules. She is just stressing because Badley is desperate for a chat with the nearby Phoenix. The event coordinator steps up to the mic, cheerfully greeting the audience and dubbing himself the supreme referee of this academic warfare. Welcome to an all-out brawl to the bitter end, he gleefully declares. Whichever faction boasts the final standing student takes the crown, meaning brains, brawn, and pure stubbornness are vital. The guidelines explicitly state that personal longevity dictates whether your entire team gets to brag or cry. Every fighter slaps on a magical wristband designed to stalk their vital signs relentlessly. Should a kid face imminent squishing, the flashy accessory violently yanks them into a secure medical ward. Oh, and by the way, your survival rate here is your final grade. The referees chime in with a sadistic smirk. Jaws hit the floor as the scholars grasp they are not just playing for a shiny trophy anymore. The staff warns, don't even think about camping in a bush. We are grading your style and cowards get a failing mark. Technically, going down swinging in 5-minute scores significantly higher than cowering in a ditch for 2 hours. Leo smirks, instantly appreciating how this sneaky rubric penalizes dumb heroism while rewarding strategic genius. The speech wraps up, and the brutal games kick off immediately. A painfully bright flash swallows the competitors, violently chucking them straight into the war zone. Before anyone can even blink or complain, the solid floor vanishes from under their boots. Plummeting out of the clouds above Nagrin, the kids scream in absolute, free-falling panic. While his peers furiously try to invent flying magic on the way down, Leo chills out, recalling this municipality is essentially a giant booby trap. Eyeing the twisted terrain, he totally gets why they nicknamed it a wasteland, mentally noting that the local hexes act like explosive temper tantrums. Noticing some hovering debris that looks magically clean, he figures every desperate student will stampede that way immediately. Skipping the obvious mosh pit, Leo opts for a solo expedition to hunt down Lake Erdiana. Meanwhile, a rival student casually surfs a griffin through the aerial mayhem, aggressively flexing his dominance. Moira, the royal poster boy for the Blade Kids, crashes the party wreathed in lightning, fully planning to wreck everyone's day. A spectator points out, "Hey, that's the bronze medal Blade guy," while a buddy replies, "Yeah, and the silver medal monster tamer is right next door." Rather than joining the chorus of terrified screaming, Leo calmly adjusts his jacket, plotting his upcoming itinerary. Far away, a different combatant white-knuckles her mount's bridle, steeling herself to dive headfirst into the meat grinder. In a split second, Leo and a stealthy rival pull the trigger simultaneously. He blasts a scorching inferno without blinking. His blazing projectile violently smacks an airborne monster, sending it tumbling away with an undignified squawk. The pilot of the downed beast spots Leo and practically chokes on her own spit, horrified by this dreadful reunion. Honestly, Leo feels just as mildly disturbed by stumbling into her so soon. Touching down safely amidst the rubble, he immediately stares westward, calculating a brief hike to his real prize. Recalling how Leshna locked up Lumen's magic right before kicking the bucket, he ponders if that hidden battery pack is still juiced up. While poking around the wreckage, his radar pings with an incoming headache. Cinzia struts onto the scene, and Leo groans inwardly, knowing she crossed the map just to bother him. The popular hangout spot is that way in case you're lost, he points out, trying to politely shoo her away. Chen Xiang completely ignores the detour sign, openly bragging about stalking him because he is her sole target today. Skipping the standard villain monologue, she simply starts charging up magical violence. "Less talking, more punching. I want to fight," she states with brutal clarity. Leo asks if she checked her watch, but she is already throwing magical hands. She confesses that measuring her power level against his has been her obsessive hobby since day one. Without waiting for a proper response, she hurls a vicious attack, ensuring he cannot just walk away. Processing her technique in a microsecond, he stifles a yawn and stands his ground. She lunges forward, hoping to drown him with a massive, point-blank aquatic slap. Brushing the assault aside like an annoying mosquito, he shows zero signs of sweating. She gives him a begrudging nod, impressed that he effortlessly vaporized her wet attack using a fiery shield. Realizing basic tricks are useless, she cranks the dial up to 11. Leo finally stops slouching, acknowledging that things are about to get uncomfortably spicy. He quickly diagnoses her sudden power spike. A top-tier aquatic ghost is cheering her on. Empowered by her spectral buddy, she vomits a colossal tsunami directly at his face. In response, Leo packs a condensed miniature sun into his hand. He casually erects a blazing barricade, boiling her mighty flood before it ruins his outfit. However, his tactical brain pings. The huge wave was just a flashy magic trick hiding her actual sucker punch. Popping up in his blind spot, she winds up to deliver a fatal close-quarters smackdown. Waiting until the absolute final millisecond, he explodes a fiery countermeasure right into her strike. She tanks the explosion, realizing he just beautifully flipped her sneaky ambush into his own offensive maneuver. "Nice try, but peekaboo doesn't work on me twice," he chuckles warningly. Molding his fire with surgical precision, he compliments her grit while mentally outlining her biggest blind spots. "Liquid is supposed to flow, but you're fighting like a frozen puddle," he critiques, roasting her predictable choreography. Backing up his lecture with violence, he smashes through her guard, loudly reminding her to loosen up. A millisecond too late, she grasps that eating this fiery hook might require actual hospitalization. His blazing fist easily shatters her aquatic dome like cheap glass. Desperately bracing herself, it dawns on her that this boy hits like an absolute freight train. The sheer shock of his power leaves her gaping like a confused fish. Stepping into her personal space, he delivers the verbal knockout. "I told you, being stiff means you lose." A concluding surge of magical heat firmly wraps up their squabble. Hovering a literal fire sword against her neck, he pleasantly announces his victory. Okay, you're way beefier than you look," she laughs, casually accepting defeat before telling him to go play in the dirt like he originally planned. When he questions her sudden chill attitude, she merely shrugs. "Losers can't be choosers, just watch your back for the next weirdo stalking you." Her advice instantly pays off, as an aggressive new energy signature crash lands from the sky. Eliza, sporting vibrant purple hair and surfing a massive pale wolf, drops in, her opening blast loudly smashing into an airborne inferno. "Back off, Duran, this prey is mine," Eliza screeches, though a rival voice snaps back that Leo isn't a collectible toy. Duran dramatically enters the chat, turning the situation into a chaotic three-way standoff, while Leo's actual mission sits totally ignored. Recognizing this guy as another obsessive hunter, Leo deadpans. "So, where did your previous victim run off to after you failed?" Groaning about his recent beating, Duran pivots completely, awkwardly asking if anyone has seen Miss Nella wandering around. Flashing a sweet smile, Chen Xiao cheerfully interrupts. "Hey, this is a school game, no dragging personal beefs into the curriculum, okay?" Nearby, a blonde kid visually sweats buckets, clearly regretting his life choices as the tension spikes. "Get your own taxi," Je snarks, refusing Eliza a lift because tournament rules officially make them sworn foes. Eliza gasps dramatically, deeply offended by such a frosty rejection. "I practically did your homework and let you steal my notes all year, and you never even said thanks," Je retorts, airing out all their academic dirty laundry. Panicking under the guilt trip, Eliza stammers, "I'll buy you lunch eventually, just help me win today." Quietly observing this petty drama, a crafty bystander starts calculating how to exploit their bickering. Out of nowhere, she pitches a temporary truce and a carpool arrangement. Je accepts, but with harsh conditions. "We share a ride to the courtyard, and the moment we arrive, I'm trying to kill you again." Zooming off together, the reluctant squad prioritizes storming the fortress, secretly stressing over whether they can catch Leo in time. On a different battlefield, a crimson-haired scholar sprints towards the rubble, fueled by a deeply personal deadline. Introducing himself as Juren Luzon from the Monster Tamer squad, he is absolutely convinced that breaching the citadel will cure his nasty, magical affliction. His optimistic sprint abruptly halts when a furious wall of flame violently detonates across his path. A female combatant steps up, essentially planting a "Do Not Enter" sign on his face. This fiery bouncer is Celia Zerdinger, defending the northern entrance with a terrifyingly smug grin. Quickly doing the math and realizing he'd get toasted, Juren smartly pivots, shouting at his posse to try a different door. Over at the western entrance, a frosty defender is already busy burying attackers under a blizzard of frozen shrapnel. Chloe Mueller calmly directs this icy traffic, managing the chaos with surgical grace. A bird's-eye view reveals that just the southern and eastern doors are vulnerable. Meanwhile, Eliza is busy chasing Leo Plov across the map. The spectators realize one squad has successfully touched down at the glowing wreckage, prompting panic that someone better move before the local hex gets significantly deadlier. Elsewhere, kids lose their minds when a massive dark reptile, straight out of their worst midterm nightmare, suddenly blackens the sky. Seeing the flying lizard proves that the bizarre rumor about a loose apex predator wasn't just a prank. Of course, its terrifying entrance leaves everyone wondering who invited a literal dragon to a student sparring match. Safely nestled in the stadium, the crowd gasps while watching this disaster live-streamed on glowing screens. A staff member proudly points out Celia's sturdy defense, then nervously asks if Leo has successfully breached the target zone. A different monitor broadcasts Chelsea throwing magical hands, sparking whispers about her unexpected cameo. A snobby aristocrat puffs out his chest, bragging that he is Chelsea's uncle and loudly crowning her the ultimate combat wizard of Rewallen. He and his rich buddy spend a solid minute patting themselves on the back, entirely confident her flashy magic will earn royal applause. Their smug chuckles die instantly when the camera feeds display something deeply horrific. A Titan-sized abomination rips onto the screen, instantly upgrading the school event from challenging to apocalyptic. Casting a colossal shadow over the kids, it officially transforms the final exam into a horrifying bloodbath. Teachers scramble like kicked ants as their carefully planned curriculum spectacularly collapses. A panicking professor screams at Seddon to pull the emergency ripcord and beam the kids out immediately. Seddon vigorously chants a massive extraction incantation to yank everyone back to safety. Glowing rescue circles flare up as he pours every ounce of his mana into the emergency transport. Tragically, the fancy magical machinery sputters and dies exactly when they need it most. Sejun turns pale, realizing their escape route is jammed, and dreads the terrifying truth that a saboteur has successfully hacked the school's mainframe. While the boss commands them to keep smashing the reboot button, the faculty quietly accepts that their scholars are royally stranded. Back in the dirt, the rookies furiously throw spells, clinging to life as the monster waves multiply. A bloody cadet groans that these beasts did not skip gym day, highlighting how terribly their odds have plummeted. Defending the southern wall, a pale-haired teen concludes he needs to round up the wand wavers before this behemoth flattens the neighborhood. His brilliant tactical retreat is abruptly ruined by an agonizing shriek. He discovers a classmate getting aggressively bullied by a glowing, crimson optical laser. The sinister eyeball energy bears down for the kill, demanding an impromptu superhero landing. Tossing a handful of spiritual flames, the pale-haired rescuer easily deflects the deadly beam. Rather than giving a polite introduction, he barks at the survivors to kick the doors wide and drag the wounded indoors. The snobby magic kids push back, whining about taking orders from a rival major. "We can argue after we survive," he growls, physically shoving them into motion to shut down the useless debate. Forcefully swatting away the loudest complainers, he completely hijacks their leadership structure. "Open the damn door right now," he commands, projecting absolute terrifying dominance. Meanwhile, poking through different rubble yields zero clues, implying their elusive target is playing an excellent game of hide-and-seek. The pale-haired leader deduces that the nearby pond is the only rock they haven't flipped over yet. Jogging toward the shore, he nervously chews his lip, debating whether he should abandon the scavenger hunt and save his probably dying friends. His internal debate vanishes when a nasty chill crawls up his spine, throwing him into combat mode. Glaring upwards, he watches a deeply unnatural ripple warp the clouds. He recognizes the infamous isolation hex, meaning some jerk intentionally dropped a massive magical dome over their heads. Remembering that Tartarus spammed this exact trick during ancient wars, he realizes they are knee-deep in a legitimate catastrophe. As the creepy energy settles, he notes it isn't lethal on its own, but it utterly weaponizes the environment against them. The true horror dawns on him as static blasts his eardrums, completely snapping their lifeline to the teachers. Staring at the shimmering cage locking them in, he guesses the campus mole finally pushed the big red button. Ditching his solo side quest, he sprints furiously backward to reunite with his stranded classmates. Inside the fortress, Kyle is bleeding terribly, prompting his frantic buddies to slap him awake amidst the unending chaos. A panicking teen shakes his wristband, realizing the magical eject seat is broken and nobody is coming to save them. Fighting viciously at the eastern wall, a sapphire-haired wizard chucks an incredibly potent magical bomb into the horde. The detonation rocks the earth, forcing allies and enemies alike to hunker down against the shockwave. When the smoke clears, the enemy line is completely flattened, giving the exhausted students a microsecond to breathe. A tiny freshman gapes at the wizard, utterly shocked to see his big brother casually dropping banned, high-tier combos in a school game. Even the badass sibling looks slightly bewildered, finally connecting the dots that this bloody brawl isn't on the official syllabus. A horrific skyquake confirms that they have definitely strayed past standard extracurricular activities. Stepping up as the new boss, the blue-haired mage screams, "Game over, idiots! Huddle up before we all die for real." He blasts a glowing flare into the stratosphere, hoping to herd the lost sheep. Laying down the law, he dictates that the heavy hitters will storm the central keep, leaving the squishy ones to barricade the gates. Forget scoring points, build a wall and survive. His strategy is brutally practical. The luminous beacon paints a giant, "Come here" sign across the gloomy clouds. A mounted squad glimpses the flare and instantly translates it as a desperate cry for backup. Having absolutely zero context for the panic, they still spur their rides toward the citadel, smelling a genuine catastrophe. A golden-haired brawler decides the best strategy is acting like a bowling ball, screaming for covering fire as he dives in. Utilizing pure, unadulterated muscle, he plows an incredibly messy hallway right through the monster meatball. Spotting the cavalry limping toward them, the castle guards furiously crank the heavy doors open. The massive hinges groan apart merely seconds before a wave of fangs snaps shut behind them. Tumbling onto the safe cobblestones, the newcomers collectively kiss the floor, ecstatic to not be eaten. Dusting themselves off, they quickly do a headcount, realize Leo is mysteriously absent, and here he sprinted off to play solo hero. Why did he ditch us? Someone complains, but the consensus is simply, it's Leo. He probably has a crazy scheme, and there's no way he's dead yet. Agreeing that Leo is basically indestructible, the kids circle up to trade intel and figure out how doomed they truly are. They exchange two horrifying facts. The magical panic buttons are completely bricked, and nobody is getting medevaced. To make matters worse, horrific creatures are spawning directly inside their supposedly secure living room. Connecting the horrifying dots, they guess an unseen enemy slapped a nasty jamming frequency right on top of the local mirage. Officially marooned in Monster Central, half the room wisely suggests locking the doors and hiding under the furniture. Emil loudly scoffs at this boring survival tactic, stubbornly claiming this is just a super-secret extra-credit pop quiz requiring aggressive violence. If we hunker down, the teachers will give us a failing grade, We need to go out there and flex, he argues obnoxiously. An exasperated raven-haired student violently disagrees, screaming that people are literally missing limbs, which definitely violates the school's safety code. Currently bleeding out on a table, Kyle croaks, "She's right, I'm dying here," earning a sharp slap from his frustrated medic to stay quiet. Emil's fragile ego cracks under the criticism, yet he stubbornly doubles down on his idiotic theory. He loudly insists the faculty wants them to perform a total massacre, and hiding will ruin their academic standing. A sensible peer points out that abandoning their literal castle walls is strategically brain-dead, but Emil just interprets this as a personal insult to his manhood. "Fine, I'll secure the top score myself," Emil pouts, dramatically stomping toward the exit while everyone tells him to write his will. He takes about 3 steps before a terrifying shockwave obliterates the courtyard, sending him tumbling like a frightened bowling pin. The dust settles to reveal an absolutely jacked minotaur, casually dwarfing the puny monsters they were previously whining about. Before the kids can start screaming again, a pale-haired warrior smoothly slides in, catching the bull's massive fist with his own. "Shut up and hide, idiot," the newcomer snaps at Emil, instantly establishing who the actual alpha in the room is. Abandoning the extra credit debate entirely, the raven-haired tactician rapidly divides the survivors into 5 squads, frantically barricading every conceivable entryway. Down at the front door, the situation goes belly up instantly when a gargantuan ogre smashes its way through the wood. Coated in a brilliant golden aura, the pale-haired defender rockets forward to plug the catastrophic hole. His bravery snaps the others out of their stupor, prompting a furious barrage of synchronized laser beams and fireballs. "Focus the fat one before he breaks the hinges," someone screeches from the parapet. A sapphire-haired witch cheerfully responds by conjuring a dozen frozen javelins to skewer the intruders. Her frosty artillery solidly impales a beast, giving the terrified kids a glimmer of hope that these things can actually bleed. Unfortunately, a dozen more heavyweights lumber forward, making the solitary wall guard sweat profusely. An antlered female student angrily chucks a scorching vertical firewall, hoping to cook the stampede. Sprouting wings of literal fire, she recklessly dive-bombs a giant, turning the encounter into a nasty fistfight. With colorful explosions illuminating the courtyard, the skirmish officially devolves into a desperate, bloody siege. Chilling in the cozy viewing box, a spectator claps politely. Well, at least the kids aren't entirely useless today. A golden-haired woman violently shuts him down, growling that a terrorist attack during a sacred Lumiere festival usually ends in massive political executions. Her dark logic ruins the mood completely, forcing the aristocrats to realize this isn't a fun show. These children might actually become fertilizer. Even as the screen shows a monster eating dirt, she grimly gestures to the monitor, "Don't clap yet, the main boss is just booting up." The entire arena shudders as an incomprehensibly massive, shadowy nightmare crash lands, instantly making the giants look like toddlers. A pastel-haired girl stares upwards, her jaw dropping as she identifies this horrific new guest. This terrifying moment perfectly mirrors a boring history lecture they all slept through, which insisted that surviving a battle beast was a mandatory hero milestone. That old textbook famously described a legendary warrior soloing these exact monstrosities, proving they have somehow wandered into a mythical boss fight. History violently repeats itself as a heavily horned, mythological nightmare steps right out of the syllabus and into their faces. A pair of freshmen practically soil their pants, praying the demon is just looking for the bathroom and will ignore them. Naturally, the creature locks eyes with them, licking its chops in a distinctly unfriendly manner. Throwing its massive weight forward, the beast upgrades their bad day into a highly probable funeral. A sudden glacial slick coats the cobblestones, desperately trying to buy the screaming boys 3 seconds to run. Sharp frost clamps around the monster's ankles, temporarily pausing its murder spree. A golden-haired commander barks at her weeping squad, "Stop crying and start casting, or you'll die looking pathetic." Her peers wail about scattering like roaches until the teachers show up, visibly half a second away from a total mental collapse. Despite her own knees violently knocking together, the blonde forcibly glues her boots to the floor, refusing to let cowardice win. The monster glares down at them with deeply unsettling smarts, visibly calculating the crunchiest way to eat them. Shattering the frosty shackles like dry twigs, it zeroes in entirely on the brave little posse. It rockets forward, casually ignoring the pathetic magical pebbles bouncing off its hide. To add insult to impending death, its minor scratches zip closed instantly, proving their basic spells are absolutely useless. While half her team officially bolts for the hills, the blonde commander recalls a cheesy but vital lesson on bravery. The textbook claimed true legends never run, even when they are statistically guaranteed to be eaten. Swallowing her terror, she commits to an agonizingly low probability stand, encasing herself in a spiky frozen bunker. She aggressively chucks a dozen sub-zero javelins right into the beast's stupid face, blowing her entire mana pool in one go. Panting and terrified, she absolutely refuses to go out quietly. Predictably, the tanky monster smashes right through the frost wall, prompting someone to scream Chloe's name as the jaws snap shut. Out of nowhere, a crimson-haired friend desperately dives into the danger zone, playing human meat shield. "Get out of here," she shrieks, willingly volunteering for the monster's chew toy position. Chloe wipes a tear and stubbornly steps up, declaring her pants are officially unsoiled, and she is ready to brawl. Right before they become a shared appetizer, a monstrously heavy sword swing brutally rearranges the beast's face. The devastating blow throws the monster off balance, leaving the girls blinking at their mysterious, violently effective savior. Clutching her buddy, Chloe recognizes the specific flavor of that overpowered energy trail. Of course, it's Leo, perched majestically on the rubble, brandishing his blade and instantly stealing the spotlight. Completely ignoring his friends screaming that he's a suicidal idiot, Leo aggressively inhales fairy mana, deeply stressing his own body. A ghostly reminder rings in his ear. His magical health regeneration turns off the second he gets too tired, meaning this stunt could literally kill him. Leo mentally swipes left on the warning and casually tells Chloe to step back. "You might want to scoot, I'm about to make a massive mess." Planting his boots firmly in the dirt, he forms a heavily armed barricade between the battered girls and the apocalyptic horde. Flashing a confident smirk, Leo gives Chloe a solid thumbs up. "Not a bad effort down there, you almost looked cool." Chloe stares at him like he's a glowing deity, though he humbly shrugs, claiming he merely copied this swagger from a cooler mentor. Showing up alongside two heavily armed buddies, the crowd collectively exhales, thrilled the main protagonist has finally logged in. A twitchy cadet awkwardly summarizes their status. "Nobody's dead yet, but we are extremely close to it." He frantically explains that this boss has ridiculous cheat codes, regenerating completely even after eating their strongest spells. Slicing through the panicked babble, Leo claps his hands. "All right, new agenda, we're going to gang up and beat this ugly thing into paste." When a skeptic calls the plan suicidal, Leo casually points out that standing around whining guarantees they get eaten anyway. Running face first into that blender is objectively stupid, a crimson-haired student loudly protests. Leo just smiles, confidently claiming he fully intends to carry the team and snap the beast's neck himself. His absolute refusal to panic is infectious. Even the cynical snobs slowly nod, preferring his crazy confidence over certain death. The room reaches a quiet consensus. If somebody has to slay the dragon, they might as well back the guy who looks excited about it. Suddenly unified, the disorganized mob naturally falls into formation behind their new, highly reckless commander. A few kids drag their feet, but their petty complaints die quickly as Leo's undeniable charisma steamrolls their doubts. A sharp-eyed veteran watches this play out, chuckling as he realizes Leo has effortlessly hijacked another catastrophic event. Leo corners a nervous blonde kid, cheerfully demanding, "You're either hitting it with me or it hits you. Pick." Without waiting for a reply, Leo slaps him on the back. "Great, you're doing the finishing move," leaving the kid sighing in reluctant agreement. Back in the viewing booth, the rich folks are visibly stunned at how quickly one scrawny kid cured an entire army's depression. A tiny freshman watches her upperclassmen sweat nervously, deeply confused by the sheer gravitas Leo suddenly projects. She finally gets it. The absolute second his boots hit the pavement, the air stopped smelling like fear and started smelling like victory. At this exact second, Leo transcends the label of a mere skilled warrior, presenting himself as a figure standing head and shoulders above standard champions. It becomes undeniably clear that his strength operates on a completely different tier. Onlookers view him as the ultimate savior, the exact type of icon who manifests to rescue a doomed scenario. Leo wholeheartedly embraces this identity, exuding the bold swagger of a genuine savior. Throwing itself back into the fray, the beast transforms their tactical chatter into immediate violence. A pair of airborne comrades dive headfirst, bridging the gap to confront the abomination up close. Rather than attempting a solo execution, they dart just outside its grasp to forge a crucial vulnerability. One winged fighter cheerfully applauds their stunt, though her partner dryly notes, "Hold your applause, the actual beatdown hasn't even started." Their coordinated blow hits with sufficient force to stagger the fiend, leaving it wide open for the subsequent volley. A focused surge of energy crashes next, burrowing into the monster while anchoring it securely to the spot. Instead of delivering a lethal finish, the assault expands into a massive incantation, steadily cranking up the pressure. Yet the monstrosity weathers the relentless bombardment, firmly justifying its terrifying reputation. Witnessing the creature's stubborn refusal to die, one assailant freaks out over this seemingly immortal nuisance. A shout echoes from above, demanding everyone scatter because an exceedingly lethal strike is currently loading. Another companion brightly chimes in with assistance, arriving right on cue when the squad desperately requires backup. Plucking a plummeting comrade from peril, she playfully groans, "So sorry I'm tardy, my ride had a terrible sense of direction." Simultaneously, Leo issues a rallying cry, dragging additional combatants into the beautifully synchronized chaos. The group hastily assigns duties, figuring out who handles fancy footwork and who drops the next wave of artillery. The shadowy outline of a horn emerges nearby, accompanied by a sudden accumulation of freezing aura across the war zone. Taking her stance, the crimson-haired girl funnels frost magic into her wand with laser-sharp concentration. The beast bellows angrily, fully aware that a frosty snare is closing in. Colossal glacial spikes burst from the earth, transforming the terrain into a highly regulated execution chamber. Seeing the stage perfectly arranged, the flaxen-haired youth and his azure-haired comrade announce they are primed for action. He dashes forward to carve out a route, while she surfs the resulting slipstream of raw magical current. A deluge of kinetic fury plummets toward the abomination, paving a brutal corridor directly into its mass. Catching a stray appendage, the impact effectively paralyses the beast's mobility. The blond guy braces his nerves, entirely aware this is his destined time to shine. Throwing caution to the wind, he hurls himself into the gap with an all-or-nothing sprint. His trajectory collides smoothly with the swirling tide of friendly spells, forging a catastrophically powerful unified strike. Azure and golden energies smash together in the shape of a tidal dragon, completely obliterating the fiend's guard. The monstrous shockwave pins its arm deep into the dirt, stripping away its protection. Preventing any retaliation, radiant shackles clasp tightly around its throat and torso, successfully binding the terror. Gripping those luminous tethers, a silver-haired combatant unveils himself as the anchor securing their grand trap. Reaching the fight's climax, Chelsea and her squad unleash their own barrage upon the shackled target. Jumping in simultaneously, they perfectly synchronize their offense, just as the beast readies a vicious reprisal. Inside its maw, the horror condenses a compact orb of pure ruin, preparing a point-blank execution. A violet flash eviscerates both the projectile and the creature's flesh, instantly halting its lethal ambition before it takes charge. Concurrently, a different warrior strides firmly onto the scene, tilting the scales of combat once more. An expansive cyclone of azure energy twists across the arena, totally boxing the space in. A frantic voice hollers for Leo just as the offensive net tightens around their foe. Leo plunges through the available gap, descending brutally onto the beast while the vortex holds it motionless. Channeling absurd destruction, he detonates his ultimate maneuver, Kilo Vortex, Phoenix Breath, crafting a catastrophic finisher. A scarlet and ivory explosion slices clean through the monstrosity, abruptly concluding the brawl. Threat neutralized, Chloe touches down gracefully upon the chilled earth. Activating Ice World, she encases the resulting wreckage in an absolute blizzard. The vanquished Colossus remains buried within colossal glaciers, perfectly immobilized. Fractures web across the icy casing, while the trapped corpse rapidly disintegrates. Splintering violently, the frost gives way to nothing but the quiet debris of triumph. Recognizing that a genuine calamity-level menace is dead, Chloe finally allows herself a sigh of relief. However, realizing Leo has vanished into thin air, she yelps his name in sheer panic. An ecstatic peer gushes over Chloe, cheering that she looks identical to a legendary textbook champion. Politely acknowledging the flattery, Chloe remains entirely fixated on her missing teammate. Miles away from reality, Leo discovers he is stranded in an endless, surreal ocean of shimmering illumination. Tentatively tapping the liquid surface with bare feet, he verifies that this weird ocean actually supports his weight. A disembodied tone welcomes him like an old buddy, prompting Leo to respond to this bizarre invitation. The invisible host quietly scrutinizes him for a moment before stepping into view. She introduces herself as Luminous, a tranquil entity tethered directly to the spiritual plane. Registering her identity, Leo realizes this little reunion proves he just stumbled into a wholly mental dimension. Freshly roused from slumber, Luminous demands, "Who on earth are you, and what kind of loud noise did you use to wake me?" Giving his name, Leo clarifies that this phantom zone is weirdly tangible, cheerfully adding, "Honestly, I have zero clue why I was invited." He then casually drops the bombshell that Raisinaz has kicked the bucket, leaving Luminous utterly speechless. Struggling to process this reality check, Luminous questions, "Exactly what century is this, and how long was my nap?" Leo casually informs her she hit snooze for 5 millennia, meaning her era is ancient history. Luminous breathes a sigh of relief, thrilled she slept right through the chaotic dark ages. Looking back on Raisinaz fondly, she salutes the kid who dreamed of illuminating the globe using Kyle. Yet feeling a lingering malice polluting the atmosphere, she wonders if Kyle intends to throw down with evil once more. Leo swears he will defend this fiercely won tranquility, refusing to let things go sideways. In return, a brilliantly glowing yellow gemstone materializes, serving as a farewell souvenir from Luminous. She elaborates that the trinket holds a sliver of her radiance, less like a nuclear weapon and more like a cozy spiritual bodyguard. Delicately pocketing the present, Leo watches Luminous casually pivot the conversation toward a different subject. She urges him to gaze upward, pointing out the breathtaking heavens that definitely justify saving the world. The narrative pops back to the school campus, nestled beneath a blissfully normal afternoon canopy. Shortly thereafter, university administrators sift through files to trim down their roster of potential troublemakers. Currently, they suspect the real offenders are hiding among the committee's hand-picked nominees. Boardroom chatter shifts toward the approaching autumn term and the absolute necessity of keeping the campus from exploding. Management ultimately opts to bring the deputy headmaster back from exile. Lurking behind this bureaucratic shuffle, a murky silhouette implies that covert agendas are still pulling strings. Elsewhere, the campus vibrates with energy as pupils throw parties for the upcoming semester. A random kid cheers just for still breathing, viewing basic survival as a major academic achievement. Professor dryly quips that tossing Kyle Thomas out of school is practically a scheduled weekly event at this point. Panic-stricken, Kyle frantically pleads, "Have a heart. I really can't afford another eviction notice on my record." Granted a temporary pardon, he receives strict orders to remain invisible until next term, leaving his peers chuckling at the sheer ridiculousness. Wrapping up the half-year on this hilarious beat, classmates whine about vacation arriving too soon, jokingly blaming their teachers' chaotic teaching methods. Mid-lecture, peers discover their class rep is vacationing in the Rorden Empire, whereas Leo originates from the incredibly remote Dalan Kingdom. When one student cluelessly asks where Dalan is, it gets described as an isolated Western monarchy, upgrading Leo to peak exotic mystery status. Thrilled by this exotic trivia, a buddy instantly proposes hijacking the holidays to crash Leo's native country. Absorbing their hype with cool poise, Leo realizes his obscure origins are suddenly the hottest gossip. The classroom vibe turns festive as everyone hypes him up, gleefully flocking to their beloved student leader. Thoroughly bewildered by the impromptu worship session, Leo awkwardly nods along to the compliments. Stepping into Dalad, a grandiose reception formally announces him as a scion of the prestigious Flip lineage, cementing his aristocratic clout. Soaking up the respect, Leo finds the applause deeply satisfying, scratching an itch he has harbored for years. Round the supper table, family chatter pivots to academics. His mom nearly drops her fork upon discovering he achieved top-tier scholar status. Chuckling in utter denial, his dad quips, "A genius. There must be a mix-up. That kind of brainpower definitely didn't come from my side of the family." Passing the potatoes, Leo reassures his mother that Professor Harriet remains employed, satisfying her curiosity. His mother immediately plots to ambush Harlan during the upcoming parent-teacher conferences, while miles away, Harlan probably feels a sudden chill of impending doom. The pleasant meal halts as a servant nervously reports a visitor, requesting an audience with the matriarch and her boy. Mentally exhausted by local snobs, Leo's mom groans, assuming another stuck-up lordling is here to ruin her evening. She waves a hand to bounce the intruder, but the housekeeper freezes awkwardly rather than complying. The hesitation makes sense when the servant whispers the caller hails from Isonia Academy, instantly short-circuiting Leo's brain. A shrouded messenger steps into the foyer, politely introducing himself as a magical postal ghost sent by Isonia. Skipping the pleasantries, the apparition shoves a luminescent envelope at a thoroughly bewildered Leo, acting like this is just standard mail. His mom gestures for him to open it, signaling that this bizarre correspondence is entirely his problem to solve. Scanning the parchment, he spots a cheerful "congrats" right at the top, proving this is a golden ticket rather than an expulsion threat. The contents declare him a fast-tracked applicant for Isonia, dropping his jaw straight to the floor. The perspective jumps to Aspect, a beastkin metropolis where Isonia's traditions basically dictate the local lifestyle. A local resident ponders the school's title with fond nostalgia, suggesting a deeply rooted history with the institution. Heralded as the premier educational hub for animalfolk, Isonia worships raw power, feral intuition, and ancient pedigree. The household discovers this VIP pass is actually compensation for an old debt Isonia owed his mother, essentially giving him a free ride. Cursing her past leniency, his mom regrets the shady deal, while Leo smirks. Well, what did you expect when you signed a blank magical check? Nevertheless, she gives him the green light, figuring that since ditching Lumiere isn't an option, he might as well treat this like a wild summer camp. En route, Leo catches rumors that the admission test is a sadistic sprint across a wasteland, cementing the Academy's fetish for absolute stamina. Instead of sweating bullets, his curiosity peeks over what these hardcore furry students actually bring to a fight. Checking the itinerary, he sees the welcome bash is hosted at Azrek's Coliseum, preparing himself for a massive culture shock. Upon arriving, a specific detail snags his gaze long before the festivities kick off. A colossal statue praising Eren as a titan of fearless bravery stops him dead, the familiar moniker sparking total disbelief. Gazing at the majestic carving brings back memories of the actual guy, making this epic memorial seem completely hilarious to Leo. Recalling how his old pal spent most battles shaking like a leaf, he nonetheless admits this exaggerated glory is rather heartwarming. Stepping into the arena proper, Leo mentally prepares for the incoming initiation rituals. Before he can even grab a seat, a taloned fist invades his personal space, proving drama always locates him instantly. A menacing smirk accompanies the claws, broadcasting a crystal-clear invitation to brawl. Glancing around, Leo swiftly notices the rival hopefuls are thoroughly measuring him up for dinner. A random loudmouth publicly labels him a stray dog, cementing his status as the unwelcome foreigner. The clique loudly guffaws at the notion of him attending their elite school, viciously advising him to cover up his muddy bloodline. Leo stares back with absolute boredom, but when they push the envelope by calling him a half-breed bunny, the conversation turns violent. The hecklers angrily argue he shouldn't act superior before earning a badge, acting like his breathing offends their ancestors. Cranking up the tension, one brute accuses him of spitting on Isonia's honor, flexing violently to spark some fear. That pathetic attempt at bullying flips a switch inside Leo, crystallizing his annoyance into icy precision. A singular, devastating blow folds the tough guy like a lawn chair, canceling the skirmish before anyone else can blink. The pulverized brawler hits the dirt hard, leaving his cheerleaders stumbling backward in pure terror. While spectators lose their minds over the quick knockout, Leo dusts his hands off, cheerfully adding, "Catch you losers at orientation," before strolling away. The recently humbled thugs just gape at his retreating back, rapidly updating their opinions on the mutt's actual threat level. He continues his walk, fully embracing the fundamental animalfolk law. A solid right hook speaks louder than a polished resume. Venturing further onto campus, he concludes this joint might be savage and chaotic, but at least he won't fall asleep in class. Nearby, a snowy-haired beast girl perks up, sensing the real entertainment is finally booting up. The spotlight returns to the Coliseum floor as administrators prep the upcoming phase of the gauntlet. Scanning the current scores, An examiner grumbles that the last batch merely hit average or slightly above, a profoundly disappointing statistic. His aide defends the mediocre grades, pointing out that Lumiere's freshmen are just freakishly overpowered this cycle. Professor Bergathon firmly retorts that Isonia desperately requires its own crop of monstrously gifted rookies to compete. Sighing, the helper admits Lumiere won the genetic lottery this year, yet stubbornly claims their own recruits still pack a punch. Gesturing toward the tunnel, he highlights that the upcoming squad looks especially promising as they march onto the dirt. Marching in their ranks is Thun, the examiner's own kid and a VIP nominee representing the prestigious Thun clan. Papa Bergathon internally beams, entirely certain his offspring will effortlessly snatch the top student crown. However, his parental pride stutters when a different figure on the pitch snags his radar. Loitering near the boundaries, an intense animal boy gives the professor a severe case of déjà vu. Demanding the kid's file, Bergathon learns from his aide that this unknown factor completely skipped their scouting reports. Flipping through the paperwork, the helper notes the stranger is actually a sponsored entry named Kyle. A chill crawls up Bergathon's spine. Those specific eyes vividly drag up a face he tried hard to remember. The resemblance to Renee smacks him, unearthing a bittersweet flashback involving her and a crimson-haired toddler. When Bracket D kicks off, the judges circle R's name as the undeniable star player. Swaggering onto the pitch, R thoroughly embraces the heavy expectations riding on the Thun heir's shoulders. Observing from afar, Kyle casually ponders if this rising prodigy could be the next successor of Aaron's legendary moveset. Simultaneously, he scratches his head at the ridiculous setup, mumbling, "Why does a welcome party require surviving a wasteland expedition?" Noticing his complete bewilderment, R scoffs, "Seriously, you don't even know what the Beast Carnival is. How clueless can you be?" Shrugging, Kyle confesses his half-blood status means he basically missed all the cultural orientation classes. Playing tour guide, R Thun clarifies this isn't just boring paperwork, but rather the wildest, most celebrated bash on campus. To the audience, this chaotic exam doubles as premium popcorn entertainment. To the freshmeat, though, it stands as a brutal coming-of-age crucible. R passionately quotes the ancient creed, "If Tartarus comes knocking, our bloodlines unite to punch back." That dramatic speech gets instantly fact-checked when a horrifying shriek rattles the stadium. Smirking at the timing, Kyle casually cracks his knuckles, interpreting the roar as the official starting bell. A rabid monstrosity explodes onto the sands, upgrading the peaceful orientation into a lethal deathmatch. Blinded by rage, the nightmare launches itself aggressively toward the clustered teens. The sprint turns increasingly ferocious the closer it gets to tasting flesh. The panicked rookies dive away, firing back chaotic spells to dodge a quick, messy death. Ignoring the counterfire, the creature tramples forward, operating entirely on homicidal autopilot. It steamrolls directly into R's path, guaranteeing a messy head-on collision. Bounding into the sky, she seeks higher ground to unleash a lethal countermeasure. While she charges her spell, a bizarre crimson aura suddenly floods the dirt below. Those scarlet energies explode into razor-sharp arcs, dicing the fiend before R Thun can even pull the trigger. Touching down in utter bewilderment, R figures out a third party just stole her kill. A quick glance at her own, untouched mana confirms she wasn't the sniper. The bleeding beast glares past her shoulder, locking eyes with the actual culprit, the Black Rabbit. Kyle silently tightens his grip, fully locking into combat mode. He stares down the enraged juggernaut, firmly refusing to yield an inch of dirt. Massive stamina floods his veins as he finally unchains the strength he was trying to hide. An apocalyptic shockwave rips across the stadium floor, instantly atomizing the threat. When the dust settles, Kyle looks decidedly wilder, sporting a glowing crimson iris and aggressively feral traits. The crowd goes absolutely bananas, while Bergathon mentally bumps the Black Rabbit straight to valedictorian status. Unable to blink, R Thun knows that absurd display of violence wasn't standard magic. Putting the pieces together, she deduces he just fully weaponized his beastly genetics. An ancient proverb bubbles up. Beneath moonlight, animalfolk awaken monstrous strength, yet historically, mastering this feral shift was basically impossible. There was literally only one guy who managed to pull it off flawlessly. That sole outlier was a mythic, snowy-haired savior, instantly tying Kyle's spontaneous power-up to a monumentally epic lineage. The festival concludes, successfully wrapping up the chaotic introductory exam for the freshmen. While the dust settles, our Thun eagerly marches toward the newly dubbed Black Rabbit, absolutely demanding an audience. Cutting her off, Dion slides in with a slick greeting, smoothly indicating he considers Kyle a rival worth acknowledging. Dion laughs, confessing he assumed everyone here would be trash, but Kyle's little stunt suddenly made things interesting. Annoyed by the interruption, our Thun shoves Dion aside, scoffing at his hot air while forcefully monopolizing Kyle. Leaning in close, R demands a totally confidential chat, telegraphing that this is serious business. Dion loudly complains, refusing to let her casually hijack his conversation. The brewing teenage drama gets brutally squashed as an authority figure demands absolute silence. A booming command rattles the chamber, reminding the bickering brats this is an academy, not a playground. Stepping to the podium, Examiner Bergathun offers a gruff nod of approval for their survival skills. His sheer intimidating aura shuts everyone up, cementing the extreme gravity of the situation. Clearing his throat, Bergathun announces tomorrow's gauntlet, a marathon straight through the lethal Azrek Great Desert. The mission briefing sounds hilariously simple, yet completely suicidal. Walk across the sand until you hit Azania. He dryly notes that this particular wasteland enjoys a nasty reputation for happily murdering tourists. Pivoting from the geography lesson, he drops his golden rule for actually staying alive. Don't confuse being an idiot with being brave, he grunts, promising that stupid heroics will guarantee a shallow, sandy grave. After the doom and gloom speech, the cocky kids who skipped the tutorial workshops are forced to stand up and state their names. Apparently, attending those prep classes was entirely voluntary for VIPs, mostly because sponsored kids are supposedly elite out of the box. When our Thun quizzes Kyle on his truancy, he casually shrugs, figured I could punch my way through the test without needing a study guide. The line of VIPs start listing their credentials, kicking off with Steve Lewell, an alleged arcane prodigy. Ray T. Vega steps up next, proudly declaring his mastery over phantom summons. R politely states her name and offers a cheesy motivational quote, whereas Kyle just grunts his identity without the extra fluff. While the roll call drags on, Bergathun glares at Kyle, his brain aggressively connecting old dots. Dion dramatically announces himself, practically dripping with the arrogance of a spoiled heir who has never lost a fight. Flexing his ego, Dion loudly advises the squishy kids to avoid becoming useless baggage tomorrow. Wrapping up the meet and greet, the administration shoo the applicants away to hunt down their assigned bunk beds. Trying to slip out with the crowd, Kyle freezes when the professor slaps a massive hand onto his shoulder. Bergathun requests the boy stick around for an impromptu one-on-one parent-teacher style chat. After the room empties, the examiner double-checks Kyle's identity before unleashing the burning question driving him crazy. Staring intensely, he demands to know if Renee is the kid's mother, implying a deep historical connection with the woman. Completely blindsided, Kyle mentally scrambles as he realizes this beefy instructor actually knows his mom. The older man presses the issue, frantically matching Kyle's facial features against the legendary lady in his head. Nodding slowly, Kyle confirms the bloodline, instantly firing back, "Okay, but how exactly do you know my mom?" The vague hunch solidifies, prompting the giant man to gleefully shout that his gut feeling was absolutely correct. He joyfully explains he used to run with Renee, reminiscing about the time she and another female classmate famously tag-teamed a major tournament. Kyle bluntly admits his mother literally never dropped that name once, brutally shattering Bergathun's illusion of their tight friendship. Recovering from the emotional damage, the professor sighs, guessing Renee probably kept her entire academic history locked in a vault anyway. The wave of nostalgia strikes so forcefully that the massive guy actually leans on a desk for support. He fondly credits Renee as the catalyst who fixed his terrible attitude, swearing he'd be a complete bum without her intervention. Softening his tone, Kyle kindly reiterates that his mom simply wasn't the type to dwell on ancient history. However, he throws the guy a bone, promising she loved her life choices, which instantly mends Bergathun's wounded pride. The heartwarming trivia melts the examiner's tough exterior, shifting his vibe into pure, fuzzy reminiscing. Waxing poetic, he likens Renee to an immortal blossom in his brain, showcasing an almost embarrassing level of enduring respect. Snapping back to reality, the examiner applauds Kyle's earlier beatdown and winks, Can't wait to see you try not to die in the sand tomorrow." Hours later, while swapping out sweaty clothes, Kyle mutters about how these fancy quarters completely ruin his low expectations. The peaceful solitude abruptly shatters when his instincts detect a lurker near the doorway. R dramatically kicks the door open, yelling for the black rabbit while claiming she finally figured out his massive conspiracy. Her epic detective reveal instantly deflates into a blushing mess upon catching him standing there shirtless. Deadpan Kyle grabs a shirt and asks, "So, did you break in just to watch me change, or was there an actual secret you wanted to yell about?" Beat red but sticking to the script, R Thun stammers out that she analyzed his combat style and successfully connected the dots to the arena massacre. Pushing the topic, a shadowy companion reminds R that she also possesses the rare ability to morph. Startled by the sudden logic leap, R realizes the creepy voice is drawing a parallel straight back to his own powers. Laying the cards on the table, the mystery guest cites R's personal feral form as concrete evidence. R nervously admits that, after borrowing the Savior's magic to go full monster, the fuzzy side effects stubbornly refuse to wear off. This ridiculous glitch deeply rattles his buddy, mostly because Aaron was historically the lone guy capable of shape-shifting on command. Spotting a golden coaching moment, the pale-haired girl excitedly volunteers as his personal transformation guru, leaving him entirely skeptical of her credentials. The narrative heavily hints that R might basically be Aaron too, allegedly respawned to recruit a squad for the incoming apocalyptic brawl with Tarquis. Poking his pride, the girl dares him to actually demonstrate this mythic potential rather than just coasting on rumors. Smirking coolly, R accepts the dare, recognizing her final exam boils down to proving he isn't a total fraud. Unfortunately, the ultimatum still rattles his nerves, primarily because he senses her heavily judging his every breath. The sheer anxiety makes her sweat too, proving they both fully comprehend the terrifying stakes of this cosmic audition. Somewhere off-screen, an arrogant deity-like spectator keeps tabs, verifying R is currently under universal surveillance. This invisible referee heaps an absurd amount of pressure onto R Thun's shoulders, forcing him to carry the weight of an entire legacy. Panning back to the school's opening rally, the top-tier prodigies huddle up before their mandatory Sandy death march. The roster of VIPs proudly highlights R Thun alongside a handful of other pretentious names. Up in the VIP box, veteran administrators gossip over the scary talent pool, whining that someone missed out on the previous stadium brawl. An elder teacher obsesses over Kyle's resume, debating if the kid is just blowing smoke or genuinely the next messiah. This optimistic debate triggers memories of Leo, effortlessly comparing the fresh meat to legendary benchmarks. Spying R Thun on the dirt, he connects the boy to the earlier locker room scuffle, noting the kid looks incredibly anxious to throw hands again. The pale-haired weirdo stomps right up to R Thun, aggressively reminding him of their bet while vowing to win his respect by sunset. Bouncing like a sugar-rush toddler, she yells, "I was too hyped to sleep, watch me dominate," while R simply yawns in response. The spying teacher suddenly leans closer upon discovering her designated punching bag is none other than Kyle. The guy next to him narrows his eyes, his gut screaming that this peaceful ceremony is about to go spectacularly wrong. The first teacher finally connects the dots, nearly choking on his own spit as panic sets in. The creeping dread proves entirely accurate when Leo magically spawns next to R Thun, dropping jaws across the bleachers. Refusing to pause for logic, the event marches forward, commanding the sponsored rookies to loudly recite their boring pledges. An ancient tome gets rolled onto stage, requiring the miserable volunteers to physically touch Lord Aaron's mystical diary. R glares at the legendary prop, mildly offended that the legendary icon's entire life story is now just a shiny paperweight. Faculty barks orders, demanding the teenagers recite the corny oath in a single-file line. Kicking things off, the pale-haired girl swears up and down she won't ever run away screaming, invoking the dead champion's honor. Patiently waiting in the queue, R just crosses his arms and spectates the circus. Uttering Aaron's name directly above the textbook accidentally triggers a massive mystical glitch. Right in the middle of the next sentence, the stadium air pressure drops violently as the book visibly powers up. Luminous yellow text erupts from the parchment, firmly announcing the diary is officially off sleep mode. A blinding tsunami of photons explodes out of the cover, completely washing over the screaming crowd. The elderly VIPs instantly identify the flashy nuke, collectively losing their minds over the disastrous implications. Even the usually unflappable instructor just stands there slack-jawed, unable to compute the absolute nonsense happening on his stage. The radiant laser beam inflates drastically, greedily swallowing the candidates and a large chunk of the stadium. Floating inside the blinding flash, a holographic prompt politely informs everyone the hero record is currently unlocked. The glitching interface lists their incoming drop zone as Arthun's World Chapter Prologue beginning. The teleportation sequence violently resolves, aggressively sucking the unfortunate victims straight into Aaron's personal pocket dimension. A terrified classmate shrieks for an adult, absolutely convinced the apocalypse just started early. Nodding grimly, the teacher verifies that Lord Aaron's danger room is wide open, prompting the kids to expect a bloodbath. A calmer adult rationalizes that the magical lock finally snapped after 4 years, casually adding, "If the kids survive this death trap, they might actually inherit his moves." The episode abruptly cuts to black, leaving the audience loudly betting on whether these rookies can avoid getting instantly vaporized inside Lord Aaron's sandbox. Trembling but hyper-focused, the white-haired girl readies her weapons as the nightmare officially commences. The squad spawns into a devastated, pitch-black wasteland where apocalyptic clouds violently swirl above shattered skyscrapers. Totally nauseous from the trip, the duo figures out they got kidnapped by the shiny book, struggling to process the sudden change of scenery. Spotting a massive contextual hint, the girl frantically slaps Arthun's arm and points toward the clouds. Gazing into the depressing, colorless atmosphere, they realize this dimension is practically screaming for a bright, optimistic savior to fix its weather. It clicks for R that they are literally standing inside Aaron's old playground, which is seemingly broadcasting a gigantic distress signal. A disembodied alarm ripples across the ruins, weeping for help while helpfully noting a local monster named Jabberwock is currently looking for a snack. Once the bizarre dimension settles, Arthun verifies this domain truly belongs to Aaron. Recognizing the devastated sanctuary, as Razar gives their hunt a definite starting point. Triggering this environment leaves them flabbergasted, since millennia have passed without anyone accessing a single folio belonging to Aaron. Arthun recalls how brushing against an affiliated parchment during Hero's education in Velkia forced this plane wide open. This epiphany disturbs him greatly. Any manuscript he touched was supposed to be his exclusive property, entirely unrelated to Aaron. Before he can untangle that logical knot, the environment issues a fresh objective undeniably linked to Aaron. The prompt is perfectly clear. Locating Aaron and Razar is mandatory. Arthun quickly deduces that having an actual goal implies this zone operates differently than a typical hero dungeon. Taking that thought a step further, he questions why external communication remains blocked despite the realm being fully accessible. His obvious stress prompts Black Rabbit to monitor his condition as he struggles to regain his composure. Focusing on the bright side, Black Rabbit bubbles with enthusiasm at the prospect of finally crossing paths with the legendary Lord Aaron. Trusting the glorified historical accounts, she figures tracking down such a monumental celebrity will be a total breeze. Bolstered by this optimism, she enthusiastically suggests they start interrogating the locals. R trails behind, silently noting that textbooks have a funny habit of twisting a person's true nature. His skepticism multiplies when picturing the historical Aaron of this specific epoch, rather than the heavily romanticized myth. Their initial inquiry flops hilariously when a resident swears he has never heard of any guy named Aaron in his entire life. Such blatant ignorance leaves them completely dumbfounded. Somehow, the very metropolis associated with Aaron is utterly oblivious to his existence. Black Rabbit tries her luck with a different pedestrian, only to receive an equally blunt, "Never heard of him." The townspeople react with utter disdain, brushing off the duo as mere beast-skin peasants instead of rolling out the red carpet. A wary local provides temporary lodging, though his intensely cautious demeanor only amplifies the area's hostile vibe. With the mood getting increasingly bizarre, they prioritize staying alive and resolve to secure a roof before nightfall. R pinpoints their temporal location, year 1462 of the Altegerian timeline, precisely 2 decades deep into the Calamity era. This specific time frame reassures him that wandering aimlessly for Aaron is unnecessary, since another crucial figure from this epoch requires their immediate attention. An urban hint validates his suspicion that their intended target or destination is practically right around the corner. Black Rabbit marches forward, convinced victory is close, until Arthun abruptly halts her progress. An imposing silhouette emerges, making Black Rabbit painfully aware she just confidently marched them into a giant trap. The unknown man effortlessly outs them as trespassers, wryly pointing out that this neighborhood completely lacks decent hospitality. Opting for diplomacy by fist, Black Rabbit launches a preemptive physical assault to smash through the obstacle. R desperately attempts to intervene, realizing a second too slow that picking a fight here is a monumental blunder. He prepares for impact as the situation escalates into a full-blown brawl within a heartbeat. The hooded figure clobbers Arthun with ruthless efficiency before he can even join the fray. Dangling Black Rabbit like a helpless kitten, the aggressor dryly requests their motives, suggesting that dodging the question might be fatally hazardous to her health. R recalls a narrative fragment involving a guy interrogating a bunny while warning about a nearby Jabberwock, suspecting this is exactly that bizarre canonical encounter. Hoping to rescue Black Rabbit, Arthun babbles that they were basically mailed here against their will, completely lacking a return address. Highly skeptical, their captor notes this zone is entirely off-limits, meaning their accidental tourist excuse holds absolutely zero water. Arthun risks a cheeky bluff, declaring they are on a mission for a certain coward, praying that specific label triggers a useful response. The lethal staring contest shatters when newcomers suddenly barge in, instantly rearranging the hooded man's to-do list. With Black Rabbit incapacitated and the immediate peril paused, the stranger commands Arthun to tag along. Providing temporary sleeping quarters, he instructs Arthun to check back at dawn, demonstrating cautious pity rather than actual faith. Stranded beneath a foreign canopy, R remains deeply creeped out by this dimension's artificial vibe, despite being a seasoned dimension hopper. Perched on the roof, Rizar's suffocating aura relentlessly grates on his nerves. Peering past the town's borders, he spots everything fading into a blurry fog, hinting that Rizar is the only fully rendered playground here. This geographic boundary forces him to seriously analyze the underlying mechanics and invisible laws governing this quirky simulation. He remembers previous hero dimensions shifting goals post-boss fight, proving these constructs often run on pure plot convenience rather than authentic physics. This recollection highlights the core puzzle. If this system successfully assigns tasks, why has external moderation completely flatlined? He mentally recites the standard protocol. Hero spheres only unlock via personal artifacts or intimately tied relics. Building upon that, he hypothesizes a living passkey could exist, maybe a human carrying an intensely profound bond to Eren. Acknowledging it is purely a wild guess, Arthun embraces the theory as his premier strategy for cracking the dimension's code and pinpointing Eren. Kyle concludes that if he accidentally spawned Eren's reality, it perfectly explains the complete lack of external admin privileges. Lingering in this weird landscape, he continues unraveling the massive headache caused by his spiritual tether to Eren. He ponders if keeping his past life memories was a deliberate cosmic setup rather than just a lucky administrative glitch. He guesses the inherited archive was essentially a cheat sheet, prepping him to eventually raid this future timeline for abandoned superpowers. Such a scenario threads his very life into a sprawling historical disaster involving a crumbling universe and leftover champions. His deep philosophical musings are rudely interrupted when somebody shakes him awake, cheerfully referring to him as Black Rabbit. He awakens nestled in a cot, as his overly energetic, pale-haired partner gleefully announces he did not actually die during their recent brawl. Connecting the dots, they deduce the stranger wrongly pegged them as burglars, and the Beastkin girl survived purely by being stubbornly durable. Before they can fully debrief, the assailant waltzes in, expressing mild surprise at Kyle's absurdly fast healing speed. He formally announces himself as Agon, guardian of the azure sky, casually dropping his status as a legendary Calamity-era savior. Agon nods approvingly at Kyle's sturdiness before subjecting the duo to a much more intense visual inspection. Noticing their undeniable youth, Agon delivers a painfully awkward apology for attempting to pulverize them yesterday. Attempting a peace treaty via food, he offers morning rations, instantly melting the Beastkin girl's lingering hostility. The pair trail Agan across the crumbling rubble, completely bewildered by his sudden shift in hospitality. Though the girl suspects poisoned pancakes, Kyle senses Agan is genuinely lacking any homicidal intent. Kyle remembers Agan's historical resume, a celebrated defender, a disaster-era combatant, and essentially Aaron's adoptive dad. He also recollects that Aaron's party originally tried headhunting Agan, only to find the poor guy's sanity completely shattered. Witnessing this well-adjusted version of Agan completely rattles Kyle, contrasting sharply with the psychological wreck from his memories. His bewilderment hits a new peak when mundane, domestic activities unexpectedly pop up amidst the apocalyptic wreckage. A flock of hungry kids swarms Agan for their morning meal, proving he secretly moonlights as an orphanage director. Agan casually instructs a youngster to toss some grub to the fresh arrivals, fully upgrading their status from targets to honored visitors. The Beastkin girl blinks at the bizarre display of charity, rapidly recalibrating her entire opinion of the man. She loudly confesses her previous misjudgment, officially declaring him a certified nice guy. Kyle, conversely, spots an anomaly nearby and completely ignores the impending breakfast. The visual impact strikes him like a brick wall, freezing him entirely. A recognizable tone drifts to his ears, proving a ghost from his past has just materialized. He identifies the newcomer as a shadow entity explicitly linked to a former acquaintance. This ethereal being is Elsie, the formidable great spirit of shadow. Seeing her hurls Kyle backward into a dusty recollection of how she originally became Aaron's loyal shadow. 5 millennia prior, amidst an epidemic ravaging a youth sector, utter hopelessness had thoroughly blanketed the metropolis. During that flashback, a tiny kid waddled up to Shogun, innocently verifying if he was indeed the famed guardian of the azure sky. Agan, thoroughly exhausted and swimming in grief, could only manage a raspy demand for the stranger's identity. A duo from the extermination crew declared they were talent scouts, desperately needing a hero of his exact pedigree. Agan instantly vetoed the draft, firmly stating his retirement, completely ignoring their guilt trip about his fancy title. A silver-haired gentleman interjected, smoothly arguing that Agan's will was fractured but fixable, and tossing away such premium muscle was frankly tragic. He debated that psychological damage could heal, heavily leveraging the innocent youths Agan previously championed. Luna, however, pessimistically clapped back, claiming a dimension utterly drained of champions was already beyond salvation. Perfectly willing to ditch Agan, she aggressively recommended shopping for a different candidate entirely. Agan suddenly dropped a lone referral. He flatly ordered them to track down Aaron. The team immediately scoffed, wondering how they were supposed to play hide-and-seek with a single dude across an enormous planet. Their irritation skyrocketed when Agan provided absolutely zero helpful breadcrumbs aside from a first name. Nevertheless, the group agreed that Agan's rare endorsement warranted a manhunt, pausing only to scold Luna for being ridiculously snappy. Luna stood there flabbergasted, entirely baffled by their willingness to bet the farm on a total stranger. Snapping to the current timeline, Kyle properly catalogs Elsa as a being woven from darkness. The Beastkin girl practically vibrates with excitement upon realizing the creepy little kid is genuinely an ethereal entity. While breakfast is distributed, Kyle quietly admits bumping into Elsie in this timeline was absolutely not on his bingo card. He recalls his original history, where Elsie only showed up much later during the subjugation squad's messy startup phase. Taking the bowl from Agan's crew, he mutters a polite thanks, acutely aware of how drastically this scenario deviates from canonical lore. The orphans eagerly drag Agan and the fresh faces into their circle, magically transforming a hostile standoff into a wholesome apocalyptic brunch. A bruised fellow swallows the idea that Aaron dispatched these kids, promptly asking if they have any clue regarding his runaway disciple's location. The two overwhelmed pupils helplessly confess they are equally clueless about Aaron's current zip code. The pale-haired girl stubbornly refuses to believe Aaron would just ghost everyone for no good reason. Connecting the dots, she practically squeals, demanding to know if this guy is actually Aaron's legendary master, especially following months of zero contact. He validates her guess, though his tone drips with acidic disdain instead of any paternal affection. Such venom violently contradicts the kid's fantasy of Aaron as a flawless, brave champion meticulously sculpted by this exact instructor. The girl playfully chides the master, teasing him for being way too humble to brag about Aaron's undeniable awesomeness. He ruthlessly slaughters her misconception, stating flatly that his former disciple was never majestic, spectacular, or even remotely brave. He concedes Aaron hoarded an absurd amount of firepower for a literal teenager. However, to him, those talents were flushed down the drain by a spineless coward who sprinted away from Rizar just to dodge a fight. This stinging indictment triggers a flashback of Aaron trudging off in heavy armor, visibly crushed by that exact condemnation. The girl completely explodes, her brain utterly failing to process anyone slapping the coward label on Sir Aaron. Her blind fandom instantly transforms into pure rage, prompting the boy to calmly note she basically fabricated a superhero version of Aaron in her head. The master finds it incredibly disturbing that anyone could worship Aaron with such fanatical zeal. The raven-haired boy intervenes, casually pointing out that regardless of his chicken-hearted tendencies, Aaron still belayed their butts out of trouble. He launches into a tale detailing how Aaron stealthily shielded countless folks across locations the master completely overlooked. Within those flashbacks, Aaron looks less like a deserter and more like a clandestine lifesaver, handing his teacher a massive reason to boast. The master visibly shudders, suddenly grasping just how drastically the boy he wrote off had evolved. He discovers Aaron underwent a massive character development arc in merely half a year. Meanwhile, the girl practically short-circuits, completely unable to mix her hero's image with the concept of a coward. The boy happily declares that Aaron accidentally served as his personal battery for bravery. Back in his youth, he was a massive crybaby eager to quit, right until his dad forcefully shoved him forward. Even his literal name, Hero, was slapped on him purely out of relentless fanboying over Sir Aaron. Fueled by that second-hand legacy, he swore he would mature into a ridiculously confident adult who absolutely refuses to retreat. Therefore, Hero playfully argues, if Aaron was genuinely terrified, it just amplifies his achievements, because the shaking man still managed to save the world. He vehemently defends that Aaron showcased ultimate courage when everyone else was whining in despair, earning him a divine hero badge from the gods themselves. Following that logic, Aaron undeniably merits a bigger parade, not less respect. The girl instantly adopts this fresh interpretation, doubling her fangirl intensity, while Hero dryly observes how hilariously gullible she is. Hero's internal monologue suddenly nosedives into grim territory, realizing every laughing kid nearby is canonically scheduled to die. He remembers the depressing trivia. Barely 30 days after his squad's arrival, a plague completely wiped this district off the map. The sheer scale of that death makes his stomach churn, even factoring in poor medieval hygiene. Scanning the undeniably filthy city, he detects the distinct, obnoxious aura of the true mastermind. The villain casually struts in as Levitin, right-hand aide to the Lord of Twilight, cheerfully referring to the victims as mere vermin. Hero recalls the Calamity's golden rule. Humanity was horribly fractured, and the absolute cruelest enemies usually paid human taxes. Levitin had previously slithered up to Aaron dripping with fake politeness, dramatically employing his fancy Guardian of the Azure Sky title. Masking his venom, he accused Aaron's group of stealing glory from the official subjugation forces, prompting Aaron to impatiently demand his actual agenda. Levitin sneered at the heroes as decaying nobodies, smugly suggesting Aaron enlist in the Hero Legion before his public reputation totally collapsed. Aaron clapped back, asserting he would only cooperate if the Lord formally ensured the lives of his adopted children. Levitin offered a plastic smile and accepted that condition outwardly, masterfully concealing a warehouse full of ulterior motives. The trembling children hovering nearby perfectly illustrated why Aaron dragged such specific demands to the bargaining table. A tiny kid practically glued himself to a friend, while Aaron firmly announced he possessed zero desire to abandon them just yet. Levitin then cheerily unboxed the actual mission with a profoundly punchable smile. His real chore was to fetch Chaitin, the fabled darkness-swallowing sword, fully anticipating Aaron would trip and fail spectacularly. The master finally gets it. If Aaron actually owned that divine weapon, he probably would have anchored himself in Rizar rather than fleeing in a depressive spiral. Levitin smugly claimed Aaron misplaced Chaitin ages ago, scoffing that ignoring the Lord's decree was just selfish greed. Upon being challenged, the lackey smoothly swore he lacked any motivation to lie, essentially double-dog daring Eren to oppose him. He underscored this threat by flexing overwhelming magical pressure, loudly broadcasting that Eren could do absolutely nothing against him. Surprisingly, Levitin's own cockiness actually made himself tense up a little, realizing Eren's resistance gauge was flashing dangerously red. Opting for a tactical retreat, he promised the Lord would inevitably drop by to collect Eren, provided he stubbornly loitered in Rizar. Snapping to the present, the master groans an apology for exposing the kids to such ugliness, though they cynically dismiss it, cheerfully remarking they already know guys like him are cowards. After the man clarifies that joining the Hero Legion involves bashing skulls with Erebus's forces, the bearded guardian raises an eyebrow, asking what that truly entails. The pale-haired beastkin girl ruthlessly translates. It means becoming cannon fodder in a war, leaving zero illusions about the offer's cost. The guardian instantly hits the reject button, fully aware that accepting would force him to abandon the children currently enjoying his care. Picturing the orphans relying entirely on him, he quickly does the math. If he packs his bags, nobody will remain to protect them. The girl fiercely debates that a functional nation should ideally shelter kids like them, rather than dumping that massive burden onto one man. She escalates her rant, fiercely predicting Rizar will not coddle these youths, but chuck them in the dumpster the second they become inconvenient. From her perspective, the kingdom easily justifies that cruelty by sacrificing a tiny fraction of lives for the majority. Entirely repulsed by that logic, she loudly trash-talks the whole concept of throwing children away. Instead of getting defensive, the Guardian just chuckles at how ridiculously idealistic these two teens are, given they literally spawned during the Age of Calamity. Their stubborn optimism accidentally jogs his memory, reminding him that goofy dreams somehow survive even in a ruined world. He nostalgically reviews a gentler era when kids used to gather around him with pure trust and affection. That pleasant flashback stretches into a peaceful past, hinting he previously escorted children beneath significantly brighter skies. This recollection carries the depressing footnote that beauty and innocence inevitably expire thanks to harsh time and circumstance. However, the dark-haired boy stubbornly pitches that if something is truly right, people must walk that path, firmly classifying caring for abandoned children as mandatory duty. Their youthful selves feel permanently archived in the Guardian's mind, as if that lost season never entirely evaporated. Observing them bicker, he suddenly clocks they are merely 15 or 16, making their hardcore philosophical convictions seem hilariously profound. The massive contrast makes him seriously wonder what kind of intense life granted children this much depth and resolve. Staring at them from a distance, he finds himself awkwardly sandwiched between the warmth of memory and the objective harshness of the present future. He finally demands identification. The pale-haired girl proudly introduces herself as Ari before casually labeling her companion as Kyle. Hearing the name Kyle drops his jaw straight to the floor, considering it perfectly matches the legendary surviving hero from the bedtime stories. Ari flinches in surprise when he reacts so aggressively to hearing that moniker attached to a rabbit-eared boy. The theoretical concept of a real surviving hero abruptly stops feeling like a myth and starts looking exactly like the person standing right before him. The moment stretches uncomfortably, loaded with the crazy sense that something from the distant past genuinely endured into the present. This wild possibility rapidly solidifies into absolute certainty as he carefully studies the boy's features. He accidentally blurts out that this cow might genuinely be the surviving hero, effectively jump-scaring both children. Ari absolutely loses her cool, wildly latching onto Kyle in a flustered, clumsy bid to control the situation. The dramatic tension instantly crumbles into awkward embarrassment as she practically tackles him way too suddenly. Fumbling to recover, Ari loudly insists it was nothing, though her frantic panic basically screams guilty suspicion. The Guardian surrenders to the boy's moral argument, sighing that he had misplaced an obvious truth for way too long. Kyle finally drops their primary reason for visiting Rizar at all. They are aggressively looking for Eren. The Guardian advises them to just camp out there until Eren returns, respectfully treating the dump as still belonging to his absent disciple. He whispers with quiet faith that Eren will inevitably wander back one day, proudly broadcasting how deeply he still believes in him. The millisecond he leaves them with that promise, a glowing system window unceremoniously pops up in front of the pair. The fresh objective is painfully clear: Meet Aaron when he supposedly strolls home in exactly 3 days. Ari practically does a backflip celebrating that their quest has finally advanced, ecstatic that Lord Aaron is essentially within reach. She sprints off to interrogate the Guardian further regarding Aaron, tossing a stern warning for Kyle to not say anything careless. Abandoned in the dust, Kyle spots another change and realizes a secondary message has spawned strictly for his eyes alone. This hidden objective demands he actively save Agan, the so-called guardian of the azure sky. Kyle rapidly connects the dots. Agan definitely died during his own era, meaning playing bodyguard requires preventing whatever traumatic event breaks his spirit over the next 3 days. He logically assumes a massive, decisive event is scheduled to detonate right before Aaron returns. Squinting at Agan, Kyle senses an annoying itch that a massive piece of this mystery is still missing. That literal missing piece abruptly manifests as the spirit Elsie, smugly reminding him that her ghostly eyeballs perceive things his mortal retinas completely cannot. Elsie validates Kyle's historical status as a truly exceptional summoner, adopting an unusually cuddly and warm tone. She gossips that he was not merely talented, but an all-class utility belt capable of hijacking absolutely every tactical role. Using that bizarre math, she definitively crowns him the mythical surviving hero, Kyle. When Kyle desperately attempts to deny it, Elsie simply giggles and refuses to be misled by his terrible acting. She lectures him that only a multi-talented all-class summoner could possibly stash the light jewel, an absurdly rare treasure screaming, extraordinary. Kyle groans inwardly, realizing this phantom totally mistook him for the ancient hero purely because he carries that sparkling jewel. Elsie chirps that she already eavesdropped on local rumors, claiming Lassina's ditched Gardelson with his posse to aggressively defeat Erebus's forces. Thanks to those juicy rumors, she actively plotted to seek out Kyle and the others, prompting him to ask exactly why she wanted them. The weirdly cheerful ghost drops her motivation like it is painfully obvious. She just wants to enthusiastically help save the world. Her bubbly cheerleader routine is so drastically opposed to the brooding shadow spirit Elsie he once contracted with. The boy severely doubts they share the same source code. When he probes why she cares about planetary defense, she actually freezes to seriously consider the philosophical question. She casually explains that being born inside an age of disaster means she just really wants to stare at a night sky packed with beautiful stars. That specific dream heavily hinges on a reality beyond ruin, a gorgeous tourist destination she has only ever mentally sketched from afar. She caught rumors that an unruined ecosystem is utterly breathtaking, and that sheer hope fuels her entire existence. The boy awkwardly changes the topic to Racina's, quickly discovering the guy is currently road-tripping straight toward Rizar. Breathing a sigh of relief over avoiding a traffic collision for now, the spirit playfully asks why he is so eager to ink a contract with Racina's, slyly hinting she is already aware of rumors detailing his victory over a Legion commander. The boy bluntly states that surviving an era like this demands hiring muscle capable of suplexing Legion commanders and bosses like Erebus, then awkwardly confesses she is way too different from his expectations. He tacks on that Elsie originally chose him as her contractor for obscure reasons that remain a complete cosmic mystery to him. That minor complaint suddenly jogs the spirit's memory, making her realize she forgot to deliver a highly important lore dump. She dramatically lowers her volume to whisper a massive secret directly linked to Agan. The whispered bombshell unmasks the actual true identity of Chaitin, the fabled sword that devours darkness. The camera abruptly pans to Rizar's fortress, where a considerably darker scheme is currently baking in the oven. During the royal assembly, the Lord receives the annoying update that Agha has completely refused his request. Lord Rodian throws a tantrum, whining that Rizar desperately requires more power for protection, childishly resenting Agan for prioritizing grimy cursed lands, orphans over his majestic ambitions. Levitin dryly observes that Agan continues to aggressively prioritize those abandoned children. Rodian practically blows a gasket in anger over Agan's stubborn refusal. He fiercely condemns Agon for ditching a glorious national cause, just to babysit humans he calculates as totally insignificant lives. Levitin shamelessly exploits this moment, expertly fanning public fear by pointing to whispers of a spicy new plague leaking from the cursed land. The mere suggestion of urban danger instantly upgrades the casual panic from simple rumor into terrifying, actionable policy. Levitin helpfully suggests squashing the problem before it multiplies, heavily implying a swift, mandatory elimination of the orphans immediately. Rodion weakly taps the brakes solely because Agon might oppose it, but Levitin smoothly assures him the contagious plague rumor has already gone fully viral throughout the city. He sleazily argues that sanitizing the threat is exactly what the public wants, wrapping a mass execution in a blanket of political convenience. Levitin twists the knife further, cheerfully proposing that Agon's legendary heroism would totally prevent him from endangering the whole city just for the sake of those children. Boxed in by cowardice and slick persuasion, Rodion caves completely, handing Levitin his absolute trust. He officially grants Levitin supreme authority over Rizar's local security. Levitin accepts with sickeningly false humility, internally promising to exploit the Lord's favor while finally pocketing Chait. Meanwhile, the fake plague news drops like a bomb at the shelter, leaving the terrified kids hopelessly confused as to why Agon has not commenced emergency drills yet. As the panic severely escalates, several voices frantically urge everyone to ditch the premises before they all get infected too. The boy suddenly connects the suspicious timeline. The rumors conveniently skyrocketed roughly 5 seconds after Levitin's sketchy visit to Agon's shelter. His brain rewinds to the spirit's glowing review of Regina's, remembering her aggressive insistence that he hurry to sign a contract with him. He also recalls Vashna's casually dropping the heavy philosophical bomb. Does this dumpster fire world actually deserve a rescue operation? The spirit had replied with creepy honesty, admitting she meant the question literally and genuinely did not know whether this globe deserved to exist. Rashna's had coolly suggested they postpone that existential audit until only after they successfully save it. That philosophical memory aggressively snaps into a grim realization as the underlying truth of the current crisis becomes glaringly obvious. Flashing back to the tiny corpses in the shelter, he suddenly realizes a biological virus was never the actual murder weapon. The dreadful punchline hits. These kids absolutely did not die of any plague. A mildly panicked cantered girl trots over demanding kitchen assistance, but he brutally interrupts, demanding Agon's exact coordinates immediately. When she blankly repeats her culinary request in total confusion, the ticking time bomb in his head grows significantly louder and more immediate. He discovers Agon was dragged to the Lord's office earlier, shortly before the mayor broadcasted a highly suspicious executive order. That exact paperwork triggers a massive plate control sweep at the daycare, magically transforming city gossip into a government-funded purge. A second child corroborates Agon's departure to the castle a while ago, firmly cementing the fact that the perimeter is currently completely defenseless. A heavily armored knight steps up to casually delete the girl on the spot, treating her breathing like a hazardous contamination spill. A fraction of a second before the blade connects, an unexpected blur violently crashes the party, rudely pausing the execution. The trembling cantered girl glues herself to her rescuer, while he glares at the heavily armed squad, utterly appalled by their casual madness. The goon robotically recites that mayoral decrees outrank protecting children, prompting the boy to loudly diagnose them all as morally bankrupt. Pompous Rizar operative named Jaren swaggers in, smugly declaring blind obedience trumps basic mercy, entirely eager to micromanage the slaughter herself. The kid instantly calls garbage on her speech, loudly accusing her of basically being Levitin's personal attack dog rather than acting on the Lord's will. He mercilessly spoils the villain's plot. The pseudo-pandemic is just a fancy pretext to butcher the orphans, letting Levitin conveniently seize Chait. A furious accuser venomously roasts the so-called hero corps as pathetic imposters, leeching off the actual legends, risking their lives to keep the planet spinning. A deeply offended rookie blindly charges forward anyway, hilariously attempting to disprove the insult via blunt force trauma. The red-haired boy effortlessly swats him aside, aggressively highlighting the massive skill gap and turning their heroic claim into a total joke. The narration helpfully interjects that this squad is absolutely not a verified hero corps, merely a fraternity of armored bullies pretending to be one. His insanely rare combustion aura immediately alerts the room, instantly upgrading his threat level from annoying kid to walking tactical nuke. He tosses a scorching haymaker before his hapless opponent can properly recover or even remember how to block. The fiery hook absolutely shreds the knight's defense, mathematically proving standard-issue metal cannot withstand his high-tier flame aura. The goon realizes roughly 3 seconds too late that his shiny shield is basically made of wet cardboard and going to break. The explosive collision violently shatters the room, completely deleting the fantasy that this was ever an even fight. Lounging in the smoking crater, the boy casually dismisses his enemies as an absolute zero in both combat skill and basic judgment. Simultaneously, a second combatant tags into the chaotic ring, coated in aggressively pink mana and moving with terrifying, sudden speed. The pale-haired beastkin executes a flawless aerial somersault, plummeting into the battlefield with the grace of a falling grand piano. A localized armored knight is hilariously bewildered by the sudden, colorful skydiving maneuver. The freshly arrived brawler seamlessly transitions into a jaw-dislocating, close-range uppercut. The metal-clad unfortunate is instantly launched into low orbit, vastly outclassed by sheer kinetic impact. Sticking the superhero landing low and steady, the beastkin flashes luminous pupils, radiating an aura of total battlefield dominance. Floating overhead, a sinister crimson vortex aggressively messes with the ambience, adding a heavily ominous filter to the skirmish. She violently boots the downed target, physically stamping her absolute dominance over the fallen enemy. A secondary, bone-crunching slam practically guarantees these armored fools are merely serving as her warm-up exercise. She loudly ridicules their pathetic durability, sighing that this level of resistance is basically putting her to sleep. The fiery-haired kid and the beastkin casually trade combat appraisals, accurately diagnosing each other's resilience and pyromancy specs. Instead of throwing territorial glares, she practically squeals with delight, mentally promoting him to an acceptable sparring partner worth fighting seriously. A third, obnoxiously arrogant voice interrupts, dramatically labeling both teenagers as absolute fools. A bruised loyalist to Lord Leviton throws a monumental tantrum, screeching that the Red Corps broke jurisdiction and promising painful vengeance for ruining an easy execution. The beastkin eagerly interprets his pathetic outrage as an engraved invitation to punch his teeth out. Before she can begin the dental surgery, the red-haired boy requests Arthun to promptly evacuate the toddlers from the splash zone. He heavily emphasizes the extraction, citing a highly personal and rapidly approaching appointment involving extreme violence with this specific idiot. Detecting the sheer density of incoming murder intent, R quietly herds the whimpering minors toward the nearest exit. The bleeding guard smugly giggles that hiding the kids is classic cowardice, earning an icy stare of total disagreement from the boy. The teen calmly clarifies that clearing the room was strictly necessary, given the upcoming R-rated brutality is definitely not appropriate for a younger audience. That chilling response successfully shorts out the knight's bravery, prompting a frantic, clumsy scramble to retreat. The kid confidently ids him as the March Hare, the very same thug canonically responsible for unaliving Black Rabbit. With the target locked, the scenario permanently upgrades from a random brawl into the gleeful execution of delayed karma. Driving his weapon into the dirt, the kid gleefully announces his mercy gauge is currently sitting at absolute zero. He casually admits with a smirk that recycling garbage traitors like him is basically his favorite weekend hobby. Nearby, a frail Elsie rests on the ground, utterly baffled that her companions almost got themselves killed over a lone bullet and a piece of fruit. The narrative shifts backward to a time when Elsa enjoyed a peaceful, naive existence, radiating an incredible inner fire. Sadly, her destiny remained cruel, as she ultimately perished in a valiant effort to rescue the globe. Back then, a glowing entity materialized in front of Kyle, providing a heavenly beacon within his bleak reality. This entity informed him that he required one more crucial element before he could genuinely advance. Frantic and unsettled, Kyle demanded to know what exactly this mysteriously absent item might be. The response proved both straightforward and crushing. He desperately lacked a motive to rescue humanity. Elsa harbored a heartbreakingly simple desire. She merely wished to gaze at a starry canopy before the apocalyptic era hit. Kyle responds to her modest dream with a solemn vow, linking Elsie directly to his determination to preserve reality. Gazing upward, he suddenly grasps that the breathtaking night sky offers plenty of justification to keep their universe intact. Within this recollection, he softly places a hand upon Elsie as she rests against him under the painted cosmos. Her radiant, trusting delight serves as the heartfelt evidence he needs to validate his newfound mission. This memory fades away like a bittersweet goodbye, carrying the quiet optimism of a future sunrise. Returning to the current moment, a system prompt pops up amidst the blazing inferno, cheekily noting that their job isn't quite done. The concealed goal comes to light. Agon, the sky's protector, still requires rescuing, which means the actual threat looms large. The storyteller ponders how Agon departed for the noble's fortress while Elsie remained. Theoretically, even without his full might, the immediate foes shouldn't have overwhelmed her. He deducts that if the sanctuary still faces ruin, the menace has mutated into a force too massive for a solo great spirit to handle. Assessing their current capabilities, he understands they cannot promise the youth safety if this disaster drags on. A youngster frantically yells for Black Rabbit, snapping his attention back to the pressing peril. Black Rabbit cautions that beefier adversaries are en route, playfully adding that the goons they just thrashed were merely the opening act. The battered feline youth grasps that foiling the bad guy's initial scheme just poked the hornet's nest. Black Rabbit reasons that combining their might could buy them some time, though keeping the tykes completely secure is a whole different headache. He figures the only practical solution involves tracking down Aaron, no matter how sketchy the guy's current location might be. A mission update states Aaron shouldn't be back for another 3 days, but Black Rabbit casually drops the bomb that the guy is already chilling in Rizar. He clarifies that the assigned hero zone was strictly limited to Rizar, basically guaranteeing Aaron is wandering around there somewhere. Nevertheless, the injured feline lady insists they've checked off their task boxes and shouldn't gamble with their lives any further. Black Rabbit meets her hesitation with a calm, unyielding determination rather than tucking his tail and running. When she interrogates his stubborn refusal to flee the danger, he firmly anchors his feet in his decision. He openly confesses that hero Aaron served as the original inspiration behind his own grand heroic ambitions. This deep-seated respect solidifies into a fierce inner belief that he absolutely refuses to sweep under the rug. He stubbornly declares he won't sprint away like a scaredy cat, pointing out that the specific guy who can assist Lord Aaron might later roast him for being a wimp. After verifying he actually has a method to pinpoint Lord Aaron, she somewhat reluctantly greenlights his strategy. They divide the chores. She'll play bouncer at the sanctuary while he fetches Aaron. As Black Rabbit heads out, the tale slips into a flashback heavily featuring Aaron. Inside this retrospective, somebody questions Aaron's might, teasingly asking if a phobia of monsters is his true excuse for avoiding the Rizar conflict. Aaron candidly confesses he has genuinely toyed with the idea of dodging the draft entirely. He shares a secret fantasy of ditching Rizar for good, retreating to a lofty perch far removed from the city's misery. Ironically, this urge to sprint away remained deeply tangled with a bizarre need to guard Raysar from a comfortable distance. He pictured a cozy vantage point high above the metropolis, where he could casually keep tabs on everybody. Listening to this, the juvenile Black Rabbit suddenly clues in that a wildly unexpected individual is chatting him up from the rafters. The lofty speaker pegs Aaron as the sole legendary champion birthed during the disastrous epoch. He paints Aaron as a ridiculously timid fellow who somehow harbors a bravery so massive it borders on the absurd. Then he drops the punchline: his sole mission here is to kidnap Aaron. When Black Rabbit questions how a random dude knows his identity, the mysterious guy smirks and confirms he knows exactly who he's dealing with. He rattles Black Rabbit by casually mentioning that his adopted siblings over at Agam's refuge are currently flirting with death. The stranger turns up the heat, remarking they might all kick the bucket tonight unless Black Rabbit decides to flex his mystical muscles. Black Rabbit fires back instantly, letting his abilities erupt without a second thought. His energy ripples through the urban sprawl in shadowy surges as he goes all in on the rescue operation. A sudden clue in the current timeline sparks a flash of recognition in his gaze. A blindingly golden entity drops from the sky, crashing the gloomy party with ridiculous intensity. The glowing newcomer scrutinizes him, sensing a weirdly intense déjà vu, as if they've shared a coffee in a past life. Black Rabbit quips that they'll do formal introductions later, stressing that they don't have the luxury to reminisce right now. The Golden Champion leaps into action, fully validating the high-stakes panic of the moment. Watching this knee-jerk instinct to shield others, Black Rabbit spots the exact same stubborn personality he always remembered. He playfully tells the champion that, against all odds, he hasn't evolved one bit. Their mutual stubbornness morphs into a solemn oath to shepherd the clueless and illuminate the road ahead as a team. Returning to the orphanage, the youngsters huddle near the glass as the chaotic brawl outside inches uncomfortably close. A pale-haired combatant slices through the opposition using surgical mystic blasts, channeling all his juice into one spectacularly brutal punch. His rival waves him off as a magical scam artist, relying on raw muscle while playing dress-up as a knight. The fight cranks up to 11 when a colossal azure barrage slams down, packing enough punch to rattle the very earth. Touching down, the pale-haired brawler snarks right back, labeling his foe a spellcaster doing a terrible warrior impression. Observing the mayhem, the hostile captain completely loses his cool, realizing a mere Brad just casually trashed his entire platoon, effectively sinking his stealthy plot to capture Agon. Furious, he tosses strategy out the window and dives headfirst into the brawl. He strikes while scoffing that leaning on borrowed artifacts means zilch if you lack actual talent. The violent volley concludes with a nasty crunch, as the pale-haired scrapper takes a brutal hit from the captain and goes flying. The ivory-haired feline lass stubbornly peels herself off the dirt, while a hidden voyeur quietly grades her stubbornness as a solid passing score. A fiendish lady named Talitonia steps into the spotlight, thoroughly thrilled that the scary gossip about the ferocious divine beast wasn't just hot air. Noticing one resilient target still breathing, Talitonia cheerfully pivots her radar toward the feline lass for round 2. She lunges to wrap things up, treating her victory as the most obvious thing in the universe. However, Talitonia hits the brakes in delightful shock, suddenly curious to see what kind of wild stunt the kid might pull. She mockingly calls the feline youth a tiny furball, daring her to demonstrate even a sliver of survival skill. Simultaneously, Talitonia casually mentions that living through this would require divine intervention, seeing as she fully plans to eat her for dinner. The feline lass finally clicks that she's staring down a monster, entirely spooked by her own failure to sniff out the danger earlier. Talitonia gloats that she couldn't care less about basic animal folk, boldly announcing she crashed this party purely to snag the Fairy King's luminary. She tosses the feline youth into the garbage snack category and gears up for the fatal blow. Having made her snobby culinary choice, Talitonia rockets a lethal barrage straight at the poor kid. The feline lass scrambles to flee, but a fresh, chaotic energy crashes the scene before the Grim Reaper can collect. A stranger dubbed Shaitan bursts in on a tidal wave of golden flare, and Talitonia instantly clocks the dramatic entrance. A fresh face introduces the Jabberwock and playfully announces that their lethal tango is officially kicking off. Shaitan helpfully points out this isn't a given name, but rather the catchy title of the Blade's entity she's currently crashing with. Talitonia brushes off the trivia, arguing that fancy labels mean squat next to raw firepower. She boldly claims that as long as this phantom's essence is delicious, she's happy and instantly strikes. Shatnans fires back with cheeky bravado, gesturing forward like she's calling her next home run. Shadowy energy spirals up her limb, acting as a neon sign that she's sapping the sword phantom's mojo. Her physique warps beneath that surging force as she leans 100% into the extreme makeover. The rush hijacks her system so thoroughly, she notes her limbs are basically throwing punches on autopilot. Despite hacking up blood, Shaitan gleefully reminds Talitonia about the time she and Agon kicked her but a decade ago, insisting the scoreboard remains identical. The feline lass, totally starstruck by Shaitan's flashy moves, blurts out some serious fangirling, which Shaitan swats away as no big deal. Before anyone can enjoy the banter, lethal trouble swoops in from Talitonia's corner once more. An abrupt ambush shreds into Shaitan, totally catching her napping and spilling actual blood. The resulting shockwave launches the feline lass into orbit, while the combat zone is practically chewed to pieces. Talitonia eats up the pandemonium, cackling that this skirmish is surprisingly fun and daring them to swing harder. Shaitan retaliates by erecting a massive barrier of murky gold, forcing Talitonia to finally respect her defense. The feline youth sprints over to Shaitan in a panic, terrified that her spectral savior just took a fatal beating. Talitonia sneers, asking if this current scuffle feels even slightly better than their humiliating rematch 10 years back. She twists the knife further, openly doubting whether an unbonded super phantom can actually solo her, the proud spawn of the monster monarch. Then Talatonia casts a massive shadow over Shaitan, making the immense power disparity incredibly awkward and intimate. She unhinges her grotesque jaws, gearing up to inhale Satan's essence like a cheap snack. The feline lass refuses to grab popcorn for this execution, hurling herself into the crossfire to mess up the demon's meal. Her reckless stunt shoves the collision slightly to the left, yanking Chaitin right out of the jaws of doom. Talatonia snaps back in utter outrage, clocking that this irritating kitten just ruined her exquisite dinner. The feline lass turns to ice as the monster's homicidal glare zeroes in on her entirely. Absolute panic swamps her system, leaving her glued to the spot like a deer in headlights for a long second. Stuck in that terrifying pause, a random lesson echoes in her head. It was a certified scaredy-cat who actually salvaged the universe. That little nugget of wisdom forces her into gear. If she genuinely wants to play champion, freezing up isn't on the menu. Tossing panic out the window, she catapults herself ahead, adopting the firm mindset that playing a statue is officially banned. She throws every ounce of her being into the sprint, fully aware her odds of winning sit squarely at 0. All her mystical juice and stubbornness condense into one wildly reckless haymaker. The strike rockets diagonally toward Talatonia, translating the youngster's sheer panic into a legitimate knuckle sandwich. The collision shreds the immediate atmosphere in a spectacularly chaotic boom. When the dust settles, the feline youth smacks the dirt hard, floating on the edge of a blackout and wheezing for air. Regardless, she stubbornly refuses to clock out, mentally barking at her own limbs to get back up. Her anatomy completely ignores her commands, prompting a silent, desperate plea for just one more twitch. Suddenly, a toasty, brilliant aura wraps around her, and a smooth voice queries if she is still breathing down there. A dude materializes from the glow, congratulating her for surviving and cheekily announcing the cavalry is finally here. A fiend traps a petrified youngster, mockingly suggesting she just throw in the towel. An unfamiliar voice interrupts the bullying, snapping at the fiend to drop the kid and hijacking the spotlight. The youngster instantly clocks the vibe of her rescuer and stares upward, completely floored. The fiend notes the interloper is currently rocking an animalistic makeover and laughs right in his face. She sarcastically points out he shouldn't even be able to shape-shift this evening, hinting he's breaking some serious biological rules. Still acting as a furry shield for the kid, the canine-like teen reiterates his threat with zero trace of humor. He hovers, draped in blinding golden energy, immediately making the fiend realize she severely miscalculated his weight class. Before anyone's brain can buffer the scene, he torpedoes forward at a speed that breaks physics. His punch connects with enough juice to plow the monster backward in a solitary, brutal shove. The smack literally wipes the smug grin off her face as she registers she just brought a knife to a nuke fight. Squashed by his immense aura, she's left scratching her head over what ridiculous cheat code he activated. He strings it together with a ruinous slam that shatters the pavement and essentially remodeling the landscape. The blast blossoms like a fiery flower at his back, while he keeps his eyes glued to the prize of exterminating the menace. Staring at him now, the youngster realizes he resembles absolutely nothing like the dorky kid she hung out with. Soaked in brilliance, he looks practically mythical, sealing her creeping suspicion that this absolute powerhouse is his authentic self. Once the spicy stuff calms down, his primary panic is whether the kid caught any stray hits. Battered and rattling, she can barely form a coherent syllable while struggling to stay vertical. He pivots back to the fiend with visible irritation, orders the youngster to play hide-and-seek behind his legs, and fully claims the burden of trashing this enemy. The monster flails wildly in a total tantrum, vehemently rejecting the concept of losing ground. Mutating into maximum ugliness, she swears she'll slaughter the whole squad instead of taking a loss. He replies by hoarding an absurd amount of golden mojo, deciding he's definitely not sticking around for her magic trick to finish loading. From inside his fresh crater, he launches a wide-angle beam that hauls across the dirt straight at her. The dazzling strike easily shreds right through the monster's violet spooky energy, drowning it out completely. As the flashy fireworks fade, he stands there panting, thoroughly annoyed that this detour got so incredibly lethal. A brutal epiphany whacks him in the face. If the public finds out he tag-teamed with a fiend lady, he's getting branded a massive sellout. He's perfectly aware that little piece of gossip is a one-way ticket to the guillotine, no questions asked. This sheer panic sends his brain spiraling into the gruesome penalties reserved for the locally disloyal.
You're
The
watching a
anxiety,
comic
mixed
recap
with
on
the
Light
alien
Reading.
energy bubbling inside him, makes his anatomy feel totally weird, like someone else is driving his meat suit. He gawks at his own palm in a mild panic, detecting a highly sketchy mutation brewing in his veins. The sheer exhaustion finally kicks his legs out from under him, sending him crashing into the dirt while he sucks wind. In that pathetic slump, a flashback hits him about that one time he already handled a backstabber. That grim reminiscence crystallizes into raw grit, totally steamrolling his anxiety. He resolves that, push comes to shove, he'll permanently mute anyone who tries to spill his secrets, regardless of their status. Fueled by that dark promise, he grabs a sharp object, mentally strapping in for a worst-case scenario. However, a purer truth cuts through his freakout. If the globe is actively burning, social clout and rumors are absolutely worthless. The surrounding war zone rages on, helpfully illustrating that this personal crisis is just a tiny hiccup in a much grander disaster. Shifting to a funnier mood, the ivory-haired teen gets buried in compliments and awkwardly protests that he's a terrible role model. The youngster trots over to the messy-haired canine boy, who immediately nags her to go slap some bandages on her scrapes. She brushes off his fussing, swearing she's completely peachy and trying to act tough about her bruises. He waves away her fake bravado, bluntly stating the mystical entity squatting in her soul is way too valuable to get scratched up. He gently reminds her the specific fiend they just clobbered has a hobby of toppling empires, emphasizing they didn't just fight a low-level threat. That terrifying trivia triggers a lightbulb moment for the kid regarding who genuinely deserves the universe savior gig. She enthusiastically pitches the idea that a guy packing his kind of heat would be 1,000,000 times handier than the guy currently holding the job. He nods along absent-mindedly at first, completely oblivious to the sneaky trap she's setting up. Then she pulls a massive pivot, announcing a rather selfish personal request. Rather than begging him to play backup for some other hero, she bluntly demands to forge a magical partnership with him directly. She drops the romantic bomb with zero hesitation, flat out stating she's totally into him. He replies with an awkward, gentle letdown, claiming he is highly flattered but currently too weak to sign any mystical documents. Unaffected, she shrugs off his excuse, cheekily pointing out his so-called power looks pretty underwhelming right now anyway. Undeterred by his terrible sales pitch, she doubles down, demanding they ink this contract immediately. A glowing entity places all her chips on the lad, gambling on his potential to finally wipe the floor with Erebus. Embracing her ridiculous confidence, he grabs onto the offered magic, shrugging and accepting her chaotic game plan. The deal gets an official title, revealing her real moniker is Elsie, the Twilight Phantom, as she magically superglues herself to his soul. The binding locks in, sinking her glowing trademarks and energy deep into his spiritual plumbing. With the paperwork sorted, Elsie proudly announces she'll happily play the role of his personal armory for the duration of the lease. The lad, still marveling over breathing air in a universe that supposedly expired, chuckles and looks forward to their bizarre partnership. The heavy atmosphere shatters completely when a rabid fanboy latches onto him, screaming compliments even as he gets violently shoved away. The ivory-haired teen, drops the comedy routine the second he spots the main characters. They lock gazes, and the central hero quickly deduces has some heavy exposition to deliver. The camera pans to the rubble, where the legendary Agon is mythologized as the dude who officially hit the kill switch on Raysar and the globe. Vouches he was hanging out in Rizar, allowing the grown-ups to connect the dots regarding his part in the local apocalypse. Lord Aaron barks at with gritty affection, roasting the kid for showing up late instead of bringing his boss a greeting sooner. A few feet away, a little girl trembling from the wreckage mumbles apologies as the surviving herd congregates in the debris. The battered crowd swarms toward Agon, shouting his name the second they realize the big guy didn't turn to ash. Agon's primary reaction is a massive sigh of relief that his fan club didn't get squashed. Observing this teary reunion, the central hero muses that minus today's catastrophe, Agon would have just been a generic poster boy. His brain takes a dark detour, wondering if tampering with history's timeline is actually worth throwing a party over. Lord Aaron tosses all the credit to the main hero for dodging a much uglier bloodbath, while the lad guesses Elsie has already pulled a disappearing act. Finding his cheeky streak, asks if Lord Aaron already handed out verbal spankings to the rest of the crew. Aaron's grumpy demeanor is brushed off as his default factory setting, especially since he literally just yelled at a bleeding toddler. Eager to settle his tab, Aaron aggressively hands the main hero a dusty, ancient tome. He confesses it is his personal energy training manual, the exact same foundation Aaron used to sharpen his skills. Aaron brags that Agon took these basic scribbles and evolved them into a custom pyromaniac fighting style. The main hero pockets the loot, thoroughly stoked by the gesture. Inspecting the binding, he has a mind-blowing epiphany. This dusty paperback is the alpha version of Breath of the Hero. R is completely gobsmacked, realizing his buddy just got handed the holy grail of textbooks. When the clock runs out for R, he briefly glues himself to Aaron's leg before the universe drags him away. The central hero intercepts him, poking to see if the kid has any last dramatic words. R scrapes together his remaining guts and talks straight to Lord Aaron. His grand demand is hilariously basic. He just wants the big guy to pat his head and say something nice. Aaron is completely derailed by the toddler-level request and freezes like a broken robot. Regardless, he delivers the awkward head pats R begged for, grumbling some tough love advice about surviving the incoming misery. That tiny scrap of affection works like magic on R Thun, who treats the grumpy head rub like winning the lottery. The narrative drifts into a whimsical fairy tale mode, referencing a classic cosmic road trip. Take a right at the second star and keep driving till dawn. A disembodied voice helpfully points out that the upcoming highway is only going to get rockier. It predicts weirdly heavy chores in his future, like babysitting a cardboard box that secretly contains a farm animal. The voice also drops the depressing spoiler that he'll fail to rescue certain folks, leading to lonely nights where watching the sunset on repeat is his only entertainment. The incoming hurdles are hyped up as an infinite treadmill of doom, guaranteed to break the spirit of any stubborn hiker. Yet he receives strict orders never to forget that his favorite precious thing is still floating out there in the cosmic soup. Even when he's hopelessly turned around, clinging to that naive belief will act as his spiritual jumper cables. The moral of the story slaps him in the face. The best stuff is invisible, and the sloppy emotional fingerprints left by his pals will act as his compass. From that same spooky void comes a parting compliment, insisting he's way more macho than he gives himself credit for. He aggressively rejects the flattery, demanding to know what crazy person would ever label him a brave guy. The comeback cleanly pierces his insecurity. Sure, he might cry in the corner, but he still accidentally saved the universe. That heavy dose of reality leaves him awkwardly standing in the spotlight, totally unable to dodge his own heroic rap sheet. He just stares back with his jaw on the floor, absolutely convinced they handed this glowing review to the wrong address. But he swallows the praise anyway, swearing he'll keep fumbling forward with maximum effort. The final goodbye loops back to that starry navigation tip, pushing him into the dark like a buddy shoving him out of a taxi. A digital pop-up officially declares the tutorial complete, showering him with Emeren's breath, Agon's dusty manual, and the premium shadow companion Elsie. Before he can even grab a snack, a fresh headache spawns. The champion's dimension forgot to log out, meaning the trial is far from cured. Urgathon has a minor panic attack over the magical dungeon popping up, but his buddy forcefully tells him to chill out since freaking out won't fix the glitches. A newcomer questions why Lemur's faculty crashed the party, and the logic is that this mess involves the legendary dimension, so their geeky expertise is mandatory. The Lumen delegates smugly point out their own campus has been dodging similar magical bullets all semester. They vaguely wave at a recent parade of bad luck, painting this current meltdown as just another day in a long trend. The juicy gossip finally drops. One of Lemur's pupils was caught red-handed in the incident, leaving everyone else completely shocked. Berger clues in that the smoking gun is the shiny tablet hooked up to the legendary logs. The gizmo's blinking lights heavily suggest the mythological realm got aggressively beaten, rather than just peacefully timing out. They whittle it down to two depressing theories. Either a conqueror took the zone, or the simulation shut down because said conqueror later caught a fatal case of death. Right on cue, two scholars get violently ejected from the shiny history book and dumped back onto campus grounds. Their ungraceful faceplant serves as undeniable proof they just teleported out of the active simulation. Kyle loudly declares he's back while scanning the schoolyard, anchoring the panicking crowd with the reality that the exam is toast. Urgathon sprints toward his kid R Thun like a maniac, throwing all dignified professor vibes out the window in sheer parental terror. Our Thun brags with absolute swagger that she steamrolled Lord Aaron's realm, but her dad is purely scanning her for missing limbs. While Bergathun loudly chews her out for shaving years off his life, Kyle loiters in the background, mentally taking notes. A random phrase in their bickering hits Kyle like a freight train, sparking a massive brain blast. He flashbacks to the cryptic Dark Bunny and the stuck lady linked to that simulation, wondering what on earth her deal was. R loudly advertises that the Black Rabbit is the real reason behind her victory, dragging Kyle's secret identity straight into the spotlight. Kyle recalls the rabbit's praise, confirming he was the secret sauce that cracked the simulation. Bergathun totally blows the lid off it, loudly announcing Kyle is the actual boss who speedran Lord Aaron's history. He takes it a step further, aggressively proclaiming that by some weird miracle, Kyle and R Thun tag-teamed the whole dimension. Using that shaky logic, Bergathun slaps a gold star on Kyle and declares him prime material for Hero Academy. Before anyone can pop the champagne, a shiny delegate from Izonia totally crashes the welcome party. Kyle nearly chokes, realizing he actually knows the party crasher, who casually waves and calls him class president. Lumen's squad immediately gets defensive over the rude entrance, but Kyle's friendly nod confirms this isn't just a random brawl waiting to happen. The Izonia crew tries to desperately de-escalate, while Lumen's teachers mutter that their own kids have been bratty enough for one day. One professor scratches his head, completely baffled as to how Izonia managed to sneak into their own heavily guarded orientation. Kyle steps up to play referee, volunteering to give the mysterious guest a proper introduction. He gestures to the crasher and announces the guy as Leo Plov. Leo hits the auditorium with a piercing, cocky glare that instantly drops the room's temperature. Kyle officially brands him as the freshman head honcho for the Lumen side. Meanwhile, in a much quieter setting, a butler sneaks up on a fancy lady while she is peacefully sipping her tea. The servant politely coughs to mention a random visitor is knocking on the front door. When she asks for a name, he relays that the stranger claims to be her son's study buddy. She opts to roll out the welcome mat instantly, guessing that any girl showing up without throwing around a fancy surname probably wants an off-the-record chat. The mystery guest bows and names herself Chelsea, one of Leo's desk mates. The hostess immediately clocks her as the sweet girl from Lulin who bandaged Leo during the brutal tryouts, radiating instant warm approval. Chelsea nervously shoves a box of pastries forward as a polite bribe for intruding. The lady of the house beams at the local baked goods, immediately dropping her stiff, aristocratic posture for a cozier vibe. Urged to ditch the fancy manners, Chelsea visibly deflates and agrees to stop acting like she is meeting royalty. The hostess feels bad, mentioning Leo has been ghosting the family for days, and frets that Chelsea just wasted a trip. Chelsea waves it off, swearing she's camping out in Dillard for the whole season anyway, so it's no biggie. Speak of the devil, Leo casually strolls in, completely thrown to find Chelsea drinking his mom's tea. A bit later, Chelsea awkwardly shuffles into his bedroom after he offers a tour. She is totally red in the face, overly hyped about finally snooping through Leo's super-secret space. Her brain briefly hyped it up as some kind of magical headquarters. Tragically, the bedroom is painfully basic, and Leo playfully mocks her obvious disappointment. Once she grabs a seat, Leo volunteers to spill the tea regarding the Izonia orientation chaos, and Chelsea practically begs for the unabridged version. She frantically scoots her chair closer, going full detective mode for story time. Leo kicks off with the wildest plot twist. Out of nowhere, Aaron's domain just booted up during the speeches. This spoiler is so absurd that her jaw literally drops, entirely blown away that a mythical warrior's locked vault just randomly rebooted. Elsie blinks awake, feeling like she got hit by a truck, but the sight of Leo standing close by flips her grogginess into pure excitement. She pokes him, pointing out the Ajinako orphans are absolute Leo fanatics, and aggressively demands he run a special boot camp for them today. The moment he caves with a sigh, she immediately milks the situation and asks for a sleepover ticket. Later that evening, Elsie is dead to the world in Leo's house, totally comfortable after securing her silly demands. While she slumbers, Leo pulls an all-nighter by the hearth, staring at a book and wrestling with a massive brain teaser. He mentally recaps that he supposedly got hit by a truck on modern Earth, but unlike cheap comic books, his respawn mechanics were wildly different. He finally pieces it together. The bizarre bleeding between realities is happening purely because he is actually Kyle, the sole surviving champion of the ancient apocalypse. Before going totally crazy with conspiracies, he figures he had better run a diagnostic on Elsie first. Whipping out a mystic gadget, he fires up a scan that pokes around in her spiritual code to check her condition. As the magic dust settles, he squints at the data readout, completely in the zone. The spell rudely wakes Elsie up, leaving her blinking in confusion as she realizes she's totally immobilized in Leo's weird laboratory. She instantly flags a major glitch in her physical form, panicking that a few of her signature magical limbs are nowhere to be found. Leo casually assures her the lag she is experiencing is because this server restricts her output, which officially proves she is the exact same Elsie who somehow hopped dimensions. He breaks out the whiteboard, explaining that because she signed his magical terms of service, she got yanked out of antiquity straight into his current zip code, confirming his wild theory about this universe's hidden wiring. When she glances out the window and completely misidentifies the celestial bodies, Leo grimaces, realizing how violently outdated her cosmic map is. He orders her to listen up, warning her that the upcoming history lesson is going to sound like absolute lunacy. Leo drops the bomb. She is currently sitting exactly 5 millennia past her original expiration date. He extends a hand, formally reintroducing himself as Leo Plov to anchor her in his shiny new alias. Then he confesses the real kicker. 50 centuries ago, back when the sky was falling, folks used to call him Kyle, the guy who survived the end of the world. Hearing that her beloved dorky hero actually respawned in this shiny era after defeating Erebus sends Elsie into a total emotional meltdown. Observing her breakdown, Leo gives a satisfied nod, trusting she fully bought his insane biography. When she excitedly asks if humanity finally unlocked the peaceful ending, he gives a sarcastic half-smile and mutters that it is only a partial yes. Leo clarifies that while Erebus fell, its destruction remains incomplete, leaving Tartarus as a looming danger. He vows to complete this unfinished task, prompting Elsie to instantly volunteer her assistance. Standing with fresh resolve, she sheds her role as a bewildered visitor to stand proudly by his side once more. Elsie cheerfully chalks their reunion up to destiny, expressing eager desire to team up with Kyle again, though Leo swiftly interrupts. "I go by Leo Plov now," he insists, establishing a rigid boundary between his former existence and his current identity. Come daylight, discussions pivot to Leo's lineage, revealing that the Empress of Basterks is actually Reincarnated, his mother. A domestic servant disrupts their peaceful morning, announcing the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Learning the caller hails from Mern Academy, Leo deduces this ties directly into his upcoming academic affairs. The mystery caller reveals herself as Chelsea Lulin, whose unannounced drop-in leaves Leo thoroughly bewildered. Accompanied by Professor Harriet, her arrival transforms from a friendly pop-in to serious institutional business. "I just popped by to see my favorite student," Chelsea chirps, before turning to ask why the professor tagged along. Harriet dryly replies that he is conducting a formal home visit, shooing Chelsea away so he can discuss grave matters with the household. Leo's father offers a polite, dignified welcome, fully grasping the weight an academy envoy carries. Mid-handshake, a new shadow falls across the room, prompting Harlan to ask, "And who might this latecomer be?" When Leo's father presents his wife, Harlan undergoes the shocking realization that he is staring at an old acquaintance. Reincarnated smirks with wicked delight, wasting no time roasting him about how terribly the years have treated his face. Harlan threatens a scolding if she continues, but she fiercely snaps back. "That is Mrs. Plov to you, old man," demanding proper respect. The atmosphere transitions to an official academic review, painting Leo as a mythic inheritor and a crown jewel of Lumen. Harlan dives into the appraisal without sugarcoating, setting a frank tone regarding the boy's trajectory. He informs the proud parents that their child possesses astronomical heroic capabilities, easily leaving his classmates in the dust. The flattery lays it on so thick that both parents instinctively brace for a massive catch hiding around the corner. Rather than vocalizing his concerns, Harlan slides the exhaustive dossier toward Reincarnated, urging her to peruse the terrifying details. Scanning the parchment, she discovers her son dominates fundamental disciplines like arcane theory and conjuration. The paperwork additionally highlights his peak academic rankings and his brilliant knack for bossing his peers around effectively. Nevertheless, Harlan halts, drawing a distinct line between glowing grades and his own grim diagnosis of the boy's missing traits. His chief worry revolves around Leo's disturbing eagerness to swan dive into lethal situations with zero regard for personal safety. What exactly does that entail? Leo's father questions, detecting a fatal flaw that might eclipse every gold star. Harlan frames this recklessness against Lumen's sprawling legacy, suggesting the boy's daredevil antics are completely off the historical charts. The dialogue begins by emphasizing the boy's freakish anomaly status, a pupil whose sheer power terrifies even the instructors. Barely 15, he wields the kind of prowess normally reserved for grizzled, veteran saviors. The truly frightening part is his habit of casually transforming absolute miracles into everyday occurrences. An observer naively assumes this is fabulous news, yet a heavy, skeptical silence hangs over the room. An elder lady chimes in, clarifying that outshining the sun is not necessarily a comforting trait. His file documents a nasty habit of bulldozing into apocalyptic brawls, scraping by solely through raw, unadulterated force. Thanks to this suicidal trend, she confesses to harboring quiet, ulcer-inducing anxiety on his behalf. "Why on earth do you sprint toward the meat grinder so enthusiastically?" she asks Leo point-blank. Her inquiry stems from the terrifying realization that he behaves less like a fanboy student and more like a doomed martyr. Leo responds with chilling lucidity, "I am going to wipe Erebus off the map. It is my singular, inescapable chore." Fast forward to opening day in Lemuria City, where the fresh academic semester kicks off. The metropolis hums with vibrant energy, yet Leo stalks through the streets, completely consumed by his grim mission. Spotting the institution's designated eatery, Hero's Rest, he debates grabbing a quick bite. Before crossing the threshold, he catches a couple of youths loudly bickering with a barista over denied entry. A tired worker demands identification, while one brat throws a tantrum, insisting his brief absence should not void his exclusive status. Leo deduces these are washed-up hero hopefuls, freshly booted from the trials but desperately trying to crash the campus perks. Just as the spat edges toward physical violence, one reject rolls up his sleeves to forcefully invite himself inside. A strange gentleman materializes beside Leo, waving off the juvenile tantrum with profound annoyance. He coldly announces that Lumen's reject pile does not feature a revolving door for second chances. "Drop the obsession," he warns dryly. "You do not need a fancy diploma here to play hero out in the mud." Rattled, the boys demand his name, whining that their official expulsion paperwork has not even cleared yet. Skipping the debate entirely, the stranger unleashes a suffocating, shadowy pressure that squashes their defiance like bugs. Radiating icy disdain, he treats the entire squabble like a speck of dirt on his shoe. He mutters about how the freshman class was hyped up, yet this pathetic display heavily suggests otherwise. When the barista stammers about what just happened, he nonchalantly replies, "I merely took out the trash. Why was I even called here?" Leo stares at the departing figure, deeply rattled by the casual display of terrifying magic. The sheer gravity, rolling off the stranger, screams that he belongs to a completely different stratosphere of existence. The horrifying truth clicks into place: that grumpy pedestrian is an actual dragon. The afternoon pushes forward at the docks, where the student body swarms for the inaugural festivities. Izawa beams broadly, declaring that the smell of impending homework finally makes the semester feel real. Chloe waves them down with a warm smile, interrogating the group about their vacation escapades. Izawa sighs about boring family obligations before aggressively passing the interrogation spotlight onto Leo. Leo mumbles a non-answer, and when Izawa teases him that attending ceremonies is not exactly a beach trip, she promises to spill her own secrets later. Their banter derails when a familiar face trudges over, hauling a massive sack clinking with spherical gadgets. The ever-noisy Kyle loudly embraces Chloe and Celia, while the peanut gallery chuckles that his survival into semester 2 is a certified miracle. "Pure, unadulterated talent kept me breathing," Kyle brags, though the crowd remains highly skeptical of his claims. As the circle widens, random peers keep shouting greetings at Leo, proving the quiet boy has accidentally achieved campus celebrity status. Perched above, the grumpy dragon observes the vibrant crowd, internally groaning that these kids are full of fire while he is just collecting gray hairs. Leo spots the lurking predator instantly, confirming his scaly stalker has crashed the welcoming party. The imposing figure clears his throat and dryly introduces himself as Professor Riven, Lumen's illustrious vice principal. Kyle's jaw drops, utterly flabbergasted that this terrifying powerhouse is the one grading their exams. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Riven has been a ghost for half a decade, making his dramatic comeback the ultimate gossip fodder. The administration cheerfully announces the morbid statistics. 440 walked in, and a solid 346 managed not to perish before semester 2. Despite those decent odds, students mutter about the media dubbing them the Golden Quintet, a title nobody here feels remotely qualified to hold. Riven smirks, declaring it is time to test their mettle, and orders an immediate march directly toward Lumen's main gates. "I'll catch you stragglers at the entrance," he notes, promptly melting into a puddle of ominous black sludge and disappearing. Kyle shrieks at the puddle, while the rest of the cohort accepts that melting administrators are just their new normal. Reality sets in quickly. Traversing the massive lake will be an absolute nightmare, especially with Kyle dragging an entire department store's worth of bags. Yet this ridiculous predicament perfectly solidifies that their chaotic journey at Lemurn is officially underway. Leo torpedoes across the water's surface, hurtling headfirst into whatever sadistic exam the Academy cooked up next. A pale-haired boy reflects on the lake's oceanic ridiculousness, theorizing it actually was a sea before historical disasters reshaped the map. He links this trivia to ancient texts detailing Erebus's initial rampage, implying this campus has basically been cursed since dawn. Despite his historical deep dive, he keeps his eyes glued to the aquatic skirmish erupting nearby. His focus shatters when a stray, high-speed projectile nearly takes his head off. A radiant challenger swoops down, cheerfully announcing she spent her entire vacation plotting his spectacular downfall. Simultaneously, a neighboring brawl kicks off, sending violent tidal waves crashing across their watery arena. Rory surfs in on a magical beast, shouting at Leo Plov that it is time to conclude their unfinished grudge match. Up in the viewing boxes, spectators gleefully eat popcorn while watching the freshmen try to drown each other. A raven-haired spectator points out the kids' sloppy magic control, though she admits one specific boy is zooming around impressively fast. Rory unleashes a frigid tidal blast, boxing Bai in as the aquatic pressure climbs dangerously. Bai flashes a cocky grin. If dodging is off the table, turning her tsunami into a giant block of ice works just fine. Frost explodes from his fingertips, solidifying the lethal wave into a harmless ice sculpture inches from his face. But Rory smirks. She saw that parlor trick coming miles away and had purely baited his frosty reflex. She instantly triggers a secondary assault, ruthlessly denying him a single second to catch his breath. A blinding magenta laser punches straight through the ice block, hurtling directly at Bai's chest. The impact staggers him, and he mentally kicks himself for falling face-first into her trap. Observing from the sidelines, Rory's partner offers polite applause for a flawlessly executed ambush. This ally then politely claims Eliza Herring for himself, effectively drafting the battlefield into assigned one-on-one brawls. Bai, dusting himself off, casually asks the peanut gallery who wants to get their teeth kicked in first. Both rivals immediately shout, "Me," sparking a ridiculous mid-battle debate over who gets fighting rights. They brilliantly decide to beat each other senseless first, granting the victor the ultimate prize of fighting Bai. "That is very considerate of you," Bai chuckles, thrilled he gets to nap while they do his dirty work. Agreeing on the logic, Duran Moira aggressively waves his competitor forward. The dispute ignites with a mountainous liquid wall, showcasing some terrifying hydro-manipulation. Eliza responds by deploying aquagorgos, hurling gigantic, watery beasts straight at Duran's skull. Duran, having clearly read her playbook, braces for that exact maneuver with a nasty counterspell ready. He rockets forward coated in blazing yellow aura, dragging the magical shootout into a messy fistfight. Bai floats away from the carnage, musing that everyone drank too much espresso this morning, though he hopes they will still survive till homeroom. Watching nearby sprinters, he admits his classmates definitely hit the gym over the holidays. However, his gut screams that the ancient, cranky dragon will not let this scenic boat ride end peacefully. A weird vapor rolls in. While some naive kid writes it off as morning dew, the air pressure drops alarmingly. The crimson-haired girl gets engulfed by shadows, belatedly realizing this weather pattern is completely hostile. A silhouette saunters out of the murky void, proving they definitely have an uninvited guest. She instantly pegs the inky smog as a catastrophic, never-before-seen hazard. Stubborn to a fault, she screams at the shadow to show its face and hurls an attack into the gloom. The second the figure steps into the light, her fierce bravado shrivels into absolute horror. The trespasser is Professor Harriet, pivoting the vibe from a creepy prank to a genuine nightmare. Bai sniffs the sudden mist, recognizing the heavy stench of draconic incantations rather than standard precipitation. Suddenly, a booming voice calls out to Lijah's from a glowing hallucination, dragging Bai into a bizarre historical flashback. The spectral history lesson reveals that a mighty entity of Tartarus engineered a draconic hex specifically to fight Tartarus's own venom. A dizzying graphic of an eyeball and twirling vortex implies this jinx messes heavily with mind control and eyesight. The ghost narrator elaborates, this fun little spell forces you to obsess over your worst phobia until you become best friends with terror. Bai turns pale as the dreadful symptoms sound obnoxiously familiar. A repressed flashback proves his recent anxiety attacks fit the diagnosis perfectly, meaning he is already infected. Racina's abruptly cameos in the dream, cheerfully warning that if he keeps having panic attacks, he will never find the shiny castle. Snapping back to reality, half the freshman class is floating face down in the lake, proving the prank was actually a massacre. The judges clicked their tongues, deciding the rookies were massively outgunned by some heavy-duty mind games. The VIP seating section aggressively roasts the performance, calling the bloodbath sloppy instead of awe-inspiring. One grumpy veteran decides to roll up his sleeves, hinting the babysitters are finally clocking in. He murmurs Leo Plov's name, pinpointing his next shiny target for interrogation. Somewhere in a glowing tunnel, a disembodied voice pesters Kyle to keep marching toward the light. A hand literally reaches out of the glare and aggressively shoves him forward while he drags his feet. Kyle glances over his shoulder, instantly spotting the familiar face playing crossing guard. The stranger fully anticipated Kyle throwing a tantrum, yet awkwardly trails behind him anyway. Before departing, the pale-haired lad hugs a brunette lady, whispering a heartfelt, "Thanks for putting up with me." He abandons her in the glow, trudging solo toward his impending doom. The woman waves goodbye, tossing out a final cheerful prayer that he does not die immediately. Meanwhile, Vice Principal Riven twitches, detecting a weird magical hiccup, and goes snooping. He remembers assigning an unwinnable pop quiz as a joke, and panics when he realizes someone actually passed it. Cornering the silver-haired culprit, the kid just shrugs and says he kicked the illusion down, leaving Riven deeply disturbed. Riven barks at him to take a seat, launching a highly aggressive interrogation. He grandly lists his credentials as Lumen's ancient vice principal, bragging about how many legends he has personally babysat. Yet Riven begrudgingly admits that, despite centuries of dealing with prodigies, this kid is a total blank wall. "Sorry for being nosy," he gruffly states, "but you are driving me absolutely insane." So he drops the big interview question, "What exactly gets you out of bed in the morning?" The response nearly gives him a heart attack. The boy casually wants to erase Erebus from existence. The lad smirks, noting that after rotting at Lemurn for so long, Riven should not be shocked by a little homicidal ambition. He then pushes the envelope, heavily hinting that the old dragon is playing dumb. Dropping the title King of Wisdom, the boy quips that genuine heirs to that throne do not just roll over and quit. With that loaded statement, he directly calls out Riven's secret royal genealogy and roasts his lazy retirement. Riven freezes like a deer in headlights, his icy administrative mask violently cracking. "Figured out who I am yet?" the boy teases, chatting like they are already plotting a coup together. He formally drops Vice Principal Riven, officially ending the polite masquerade. Riven's brain short-circuits, desperately trying to calculate how a teenager knows classified royal secrets. He obsesses over the kid's real name, deeply bothered by how obnoxiously familiar the brat feels. Shuffling down the hall, Riven nurses a massive headache, consumed by the walking enigma he just interviewed. He sighs, muttering a joke about how he is cosmically cursed to babysit dramatic problem children forever. Fast forward to the grand assembly at Lamern Academy, where the survivors gather to suffer another semester. Leo is painfully dragged back into the noisy socializing he actively tries to dodge. Two peers excitedly tackle him with pleasantries, demanding a full review of his holiday break. Random extras swarm him to gush over his tournament highlights, fawning over him like a pop star. One fangirl hyperventilates so loudly that a buddy harshly suggests she stop acting like a lunatic in front of the freshmen. Their loud squabbling bleeds into the lounge, where Leo hides near a half-comatose senior grumbling about the racket. Catching the sleepy grump's complaint, Leo zeroes in on the guy. Despite his legendary status, the napping upperclassman radiates extreme lazy cat energy, making him weirdly fascinating. Meanwhile, the flustered fangirl whines that the horrific nickname Monster Girl was bullied onto her by mean seniors. "I am the spirit master of the gale," she cries, utterly ignoring that nobody respects her self-assigned dramatic title. Lena, a mischievous upperclassman, puts her in a loving headlock and decrees that Monster Girl is undeniably more accurate. Leo rudely interrupts to remind Elena she owes him a massive solid. "I might help you," Elena purrs, "but it will cost you your soul in IOUs later." Before Leo can sign a literal deal with the devil, the snoozing senior cracks an eye open. He brutally tells Elena to stop scamming freshmen and go bother someone her own age. The younger girl practically cries, begging the elders not to start a cage match in the lobby. A raven-haired prefect swoops in to herd the flock to the auditorium, effectively canceling the impending brawl. Elena and her entourage march off, leaving Leo alone to process the madness. Just as he relaxes, a voice barks Leo Plov, snapping his head around. The lethargic senior issues a grim public service announcement: stay miles away from Elena Zeron. He clarifies that Elena treats fascinating humans like shiny collectibles, violently hoarding them for her personal amusement. When Leo shrugs off her crazy behavior, the upperclassman sternly replies that this is not cute teasing, it is highly problematic. "The minute she labels you her favorite plaything, your life ends," he warns, "and buddy, she is already staring at you." The silver-haired boy nods politely, pasting on a pleasant smile while internally groaning. As the speeches wrap up, the dean congratulates the juniors for surviving multiple apocalypses and dumps even heavier expectations on their shoulders. The overly dramatic monologue spins their traumatizing survival as evidence they are emotionally stable enough for Term 2. Learning that Tartarus's dark forces now have a file on him, the boy realizes his life insurance premium just skyrocketed. He mentally connects these dots to Lumen's resident backstabber, guessing the mole will definitely try ruining his days soon. Vowing to sleep with one eye open, he recalls the grim campus lore. Anyone wanting to be a hero here usually ends up permanently scarred. Back in homeroom, the kids complain that Lumen effectively ruined syllabus week by tossing in a surprise death curse. The professor prances in, aggressively cheerful, and hijacks the lecture before a mutiny could form. "Welcome to Hero Studies," she chirps. "Today, we are dissecting a massive historical bombshell dropped over vacation." The class perks up, frantically whispering bets on whether a new cursed dungeon or ancient artifact spawned. She pops their bubble, revealing that Isonia's orientation week somehow unlocked a sealed chapter regarding the fabled hero of the beginning. Even juicier, the lucky student who unlocked this prologue blabbed a specific name directly linked to the myth. For the first time ever, historians actually had a verifiable identity to pin on the prehistoric fairy tales. The legendary moniker was Kyle, dubbed history's ultimate survivor. The silver-haired boy nearly chokes. That is his actual name, one he has not been called in ages. The instructor immediately sprays water on their excitement, noting that the archives still categorize Kyle as an unconfirmed rumor. Currently, the name is just a neat mystery. They are not even sure if Kyle and the hero of the beginning are the same guy. A nerd in the front row vigorously raises his hand, demanding to know the cultural impact if Kyle actually breathed oxygen. This inquiry elevates the vibe from a fun trivia game to a complete crisis of academic textbooks. "It would shatter our entire curriculum," she beams, pointing out how many mystery pages currently sit blank in the records. The logical math implies that Kyle probably owns one of those extremely shiny, classified blank pages. The room erupts. If Kyle is legitimate, humanity finally gets a top-tier mascot to brag about at interspecies mixers. The boy maintains an incredible poker face, while internally wincing that his secret identity leaked through a terrible plot twist. He ponders the brutal global hierarchy, where humanity has spent centuries firmly cemented at the bottom rung. For millennia, mankind suffered severe middle child syndrome simply because they lacked a flashy historical savior. He fully grasps that validating Kyle would finally give humans a poster boy to passionately rally behind. Another kid asks if this mythic dude would have broken the ceiling by ranking as an all-class hero. The professor enthusiastically agrees, which causes a super awkward silence since an actual all-class student is currently sitting right there. His buddies immediately start elbowing him and whistling, while he stubbornly stares at the ceiling, refusing the spotlight. The syllabus veers back to general theories about the hero of the beginning and exposing how completely ignorant the class is on the subject. Later, while hitting the gym, his workout buddy inevitably loops back to the Kyle gossip, cracking jokes while our protagonist stays aggressively stone-faced. When asked how Kyle scored the surviving hero title, he deadpans, because he did not die. His pal romantically assumes Kyle was a one-man army who carved through legions of foes to earn the impressive moniker. The boy silently shoots down that superhero fantasy, knowing the actual lore is significantly more depressing. In his nightmares, everybody else got slaughtered while he inconveniently kept breathing. It was not an award, just a massive pile of survivor's guilt. Finally returning to his dorm, he barricades himself inside and approaches a hidden desk, ready to handle highly classified business. Pulling out a necklace, spooky vibes flood the bedroom as he forcefully pumps mana into the jewelry. The trinket pops with magical feedback, tearing open a portal right next to his furniture. A bewildered raven-haired ghost stumbles out, and he casually greets her as Elsie. "Time to meet the roommates," he announces, merging her into his very crowded, very secret summoning roster. "Also, do not ever tell them my name is Kyle," he begs, terrified his magical companions will riot if they find out. His pyromaniac spirit, Fiora, materializes with dramatic flair, practically doing cartwheels over his return. Fiora instantly zeroes in on Elsie, aggressively demanding to see the new girl's credentials. He nervously plays mediator, formally pitching Elsie as the newest member of their paranormal club. Kerwin the fairy flutters into the frame, pompously declaring himself the executive of Leo's summoning department. When Elsie raises a skeptical eyebrow, Fiora yells that Kerwin is only in charge because he signed his lease first. Fiora tries to deliver an inspiring speech about hierarchy and elegance, but just sounds hopelessly petty. The majestic spirits rapidly deteriorate into flinging playground insults, entirely forgetting to throw Elsie a welcome party. Elsie just watches the screaming match, utterly astounded by the sheer lack of professionalism. Leo sighs that his crew is lively, but Elsie correctly translates that to mean a chaotic daycare center. Out in the antimagic courtyard, Professor Wren greets a mob of freshmen, all sweating nervously over his shiny new syllabus. He smirks that he spent his entire vacation plotting their curriculum, causing Kyle Thomas to immediately panic. Wren cheerfully reminds the rookies that the entire faculty is stalking their progress because they carry immense expectations. "Why do you think we are staring at you so intensely?" he taunts the crowd. He randomly points at Kyle, who stammers out a miserable, panicked guess. Some knowledgeable student successfully answers. The loose war, the brutal upperclassmen rivalry that turned the magic department into a battlefield. The peanut gallery pieces it together, recognizing this is about the petty, endless blood feud between Siren and Lemurn. "Bingo," Wren claps, swiftly pivoting the lecture to how terribly the seniors are performing. He drops a humiliating statistic. The magic kids have gotten stomped by the night department for 3 consecutive years. That massive blow to their ego perfectly sets up his horrific next announcement. Wren firmly declares that the faculty refuses to endure another year of getting shoved into lockers. The freshmen collectively pale as they realize they have just been drafted into a magical turf war. "You are all getting weaponized," he beams, to act as elite replacements for the finale. Their boot camp will strictly focus on hero magic, a wildly expensive tier of spells invented by dead legends. Wren drops this information with profound smugness, deeply enjoying the absolute terror washing over the bleachers. He notes that historical icons invented bizarre, personalized spells, making them practically impossible to teach without a manual. Yet he dangles a hint about a magical cheat code, turning the lesson into a pop quiz. He stares down the rows, demanding someone supply the correct loophole. Chloe Mueller nervously pipes up, guessing it is the hero's skill. Wren happily confirms. Hero skill is basically a downloaded perk from the archives that forcefully injects ancient spells into your brain. He tosses Chloe a compliment, explaining that researchers spent decades reverse engineering those insane skills into foolproof textbooks. This brilliant academic translation is the only reason we can teach you anything, he stresses. Simply put, the exclusive spells of untouchable legends got streamlined enough for regular teenagers to cast. Some kids whine that you still need the right genetic mana lottery to use it, while the optimists argue that getting the syllabus at all is a Lumen-exclusive privilege. Ren claps his hands to kill the murmurs, forcefully dragging the class from boring theory into evaluation. Before we hand out advanced spells, I need to see your current abilities, he cheerfully announces. Time for duels. The crowd gulps, knowing a live firefight will violently expose everyone's actual combat readiness. He cruelly adds that this will painfully highlight who can actually juggle hero magic without blowing themselves up. He asks for a volunteer, and someone steps out without hesitation. The enthusiastic sacrifice is Ileana, practically vibrating with dangerous levels of self-esteem. Ren hypes her up as a spicy multiclasser who cross-trains with the Knight Department, making her a premium test subject. My incredibly unique spell-sword combinations make me special, Ileana brags to the audience. When asked to pick a victim, Ren cruelly pairs her against the guest lecturer instead, instantly nuking the fun vibe. As the substitute teacher swaggers onto the field, the kids realize this guy is not here to play gently. The smirking adult tells Ileana to breathe, effortlessly asserting utter psychological dominance before the bell rings. He flashes a blinding smile, introducing himself as Professor Albai, and mockingly asks if she truly believes she can defeat a faculty favorite. Albai graciously invites her to throw her absolute worst at him without holding back. The peanut gallery scrambles for front row seats, hyped to watch an intense magical beatdown and betting on what terrifying spell Albai will deploy. The second Ren signals, Ileana goes completely aggressive. Banking on the first hit wins rule, she sprints forward and casts a blinding storm of glowing daggers. Her overpowered hero spells saturate the arena with radiant blades, all locked onto Albai. Albai just stands there looking terribly calm, completely ignoring the onslaught flying toward him. The glowing cutlery completely buries him, heavily implying Ileana just overwhelmed her target. But when the dust settles, she is panting heavily, while Albai casually stands there completely untouched. The crowd initially assumes her magic is malfunctioning, watching her desperately spam attacks that fail to land a hit. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed kid points out that her casting is fine. It is the weird atmospheric anomaly protecting the target. The shattered energy blades are not fizzling out. They are frozen midair, utterly refusing to disperse back into ambient mana. Albai finally displays genuine interest, grasping the true weight of the unfolding spectacle. He recognizes Ileana's method as an exclusive incantation honed over break, proving she has evolved past simply copying generic hero spells. Suddenly, this clash transforms from a basic academic exam into a rigorous appraisal of Ileana's raw, unfiltered genius. Earlier exposition notes that throughout her initial term, sheer destructive might compensated for her poor analytical skills. This immense devastation bursts forth once more, heralding yet another brutal exhibition of her capabilities. A fair-haired senior observes the violent show and mentally applauds the astonishing performance. Liana dives headfirst into the fray, pushing herself to the absolute limit to maintain the offensive. Her sheer determination propels her across the arena while the brutal, intimate skirmish rages on. Leo observes nervously, suddenly noticing that this mirrored spell possesses a physical living form. The underlying lore reveals the foe is actually a sprite-based doppelganger, perfectly replicating Ileana's appearance. Witnessing twin Ileanas battling it out, Leo initially questions if it is a mere mirage, though the intense impact proves it is vastly more real. The duplicate responds to his internal skepticism by flashing an arrogant smirk, blatantly demonstrating its independent consciousness. Such eerie autonomy startles the audience, while the counterfeit casually ridicules its creator. The faker continuously taunts her, cementing the fact that it is far from an empty shell. An immense flash of radiant energy blankets the stadium, blinding the spectators as they scramble to identify the genuine Ileana. Ileana quickly notices the phantom is weaving identical incantations, remarkably achieving vastly superior devastation. Feeling the heat, she begins to fear that Professor Albai engineered an upgraded, flawless iteration of herself. From the perimeter, the professor cheerfully advises her to keep her head in the game unless she prefers losing to a funhouse mirror. He addresses the fake as Ileana-laden, cementing its status as an entity rather than some nameless doll. The imposter eagerly replies by casting Shining Ball, proving its capacity to mirror even signature abilities perfectly. The resulting explosion blasts outward with undeniable power, verifying that exclusive enchantments are also flawlessly duplicated. As the dust settles, the authentic student lies sprawled across the dirt, leaving the professor looming over the decisive aftermath. He extends a hand with cheerful compliments for her struggle, which she takes while blushing profusely. Concluding the brutal exhibition, the instructor faces the nervous audience and happily demands fresh meat. He specifically singles out Leo Plov, prompting the blonde youth to march into the arena. Leo silently centers his breathing, projecting absolute serenity without a single tremor of fear. Questioned about his preparedness, he cheekily assures them that he was born ready. Underlying lore discloses that his designated trial relies on mirror force, an illusionary art designed strictly to replicate its target. An emerald rune ignites upon activation, instantly manifesting a twin of Leo into existence. The mechanics indicate that mirror force reconstructs the subject perfectly from their intrinsic statistics, serving as an exceptional tool for martial examinations. Leo's duplicate wastes zero time, instantly projecting a massive, celestial array high above the battleground. An onlooker gasps upon identifying the celestial sorcery, utterly shocked that Leo commands such profound, high-tier arts. Leo calmly lifts his arm to retaliate, effortlessly mirroring the exact incantations his mimic attempts to execute. The heavens choke under dense astronomical patterns, and colliding runes as a chaotic storm of cosmic energy erupts simultaneously. Witnessing this absurd magnitude, a peer watches in sheer disbelief that anyone could juggle such a dizzying volume of magical arrays. Leo responds to their gaping jaws with a serene smirk, silently telegraphing that this spectacular fireworks show is basically his morning routine. The orbital bombardment widens exponentially, yet he stands utterly unbothered inside the hurricane's eye. Despite the torrential rain of lethal energy, he dictates the tempo of the skirmish rather than buckling under the pressure. The proctor casually notes that since mirror force mimics the victim, the fake is merely slapping Leo with his personal repertoire. Leo extends a finger, casually deciding to tamper with the architectural integrity of the descending assault. His deft interference completely unravels the bombardment, shattering the duplicate's offensive rhythm into sparkling confetti. The instructor points out that such a structural flaw allows any adequately talented individual to dismantle the doppelganger with zero sweat. He cheerfully adds that any semi-competent wizard could pull it off, though around this ridiculous academy, competent basically implies tenured faculty status. The background text hypes Leo as a generational prodigy, destined to carve his legacy directly into the institution's bedrock. The skirmish violently intensifies, transforming the airspace into a blinding demolition derby of celestial energy. Even the usually smug blonde senior mentally throws in the towel, completely failing to gauge Leo's terrifying ceiling. He firmly decides that this supposed freshman has permanently abandoned the realm of rational logic. Adapting quickly, the faculty member channels an entirely distinct enchantment through the counterfeit body. A blazing monsoon of flaming spheres streaks toward Leo from every conceivable angle. This blazing volley is noted as being massively enhanced by exponential scaling, yet fundamentally remains a basic pyromantic trick. Lounging amidst the inferno, the proctor chuckles, noting that such a pedestrian firecracker show would hardly singe someone like Leo. Leo charges through the roaring blaze, playfully shouting that the middleman is fired, and it is now a direct brawl against his teacher. The instructor smirks behind shimmering spectacles, thoroughly delighted that his pupil sniffed out the trap and gleefully accepted the gauntlet. A pale-haired youth sprints headlong into a hurricane of rebounded artillery, rapidly shrinking the distance to the actual puppet master. He intuitively understands the core principle of mirror force. Knocking out the manager is far more productive than wrestling his unpaid interns. Swiftly analyzing the chaos, he concludes that popping every single balloon animal is a tragic waste of energy. Rather than cowering from the explosive shower, he plunges straight into the meat grinder to enthusiastically greet his real adversary. The summoner hastily attempts to block the rush, erecting a towering wall of flames to scorch the entire arena. He presses forward fearlessly, ruthlessly exploiting the very blind spot birthed by the roaring inferno. While the burning tide crashes downward, he bides his time with icy patience instead of frantically flailing. The aggressor doubles down with a secondary detonation, desperately attempting to vaporize the kid before he breaches the perimeter. Anticipating this exact cheap shot, the pale-haired youth unveils a perfectly timed gale incantation. His summoned cyclone warps the blaze into a chaotic smokescreen, weaponizing the opponent's firepower to cloak his rapid advance. Taking advantage of the fiery blindfold, he glides through the turbulent ashes completely undetected. The maestro figures out far too late that his own defensive barricade was delightfully hijacked. The snowy-haired boy closes in on the adjacent counterfeit, delivering a crushing blow before the teacher can even blink. The strike connects flawlessly, abruptly terminating the brawl while blatantly highlighting the fatal flaw of the mirror force gambit. The bout concludes so abruptly that the audience is left entirely speechless by the sheer disrespect of his swift victory. Following the chaotic victory, a blonde academic curiously asks if he dabbles in pixie tricks, to which the boy cheerfully confirms he does indeed play with fairies. The instructor breaks down the play, noting that rather than politely erasing the flames, the student sneakily utilized wind to blind his attacker. Continuing the breakdown, he details how the kid immediately blitzed the dummy, popping it like a balloon to systematically shatter the strategy. Thoroughly amused, the teacher concedes that polite society might accurately label the brat an absolute prodigy. He takes the praise a step further, jokingly gambling that the kid will probably steal his job before earning a diploma. The narrative transitions away from the arena, focusing on the institution's elite brass while twilight blankets the towering spire. Within the shadowy halls, a mysterious figure monitors the freshmen from a balcony with an almost obsessive level of fascination. An elderly commander spots the creeping and dryly inquires, "What exactly is gluing your eyeballs to those children so thoroughly?" The stalker explains he has been running a deep analysis on the new meat, prompting his boss to request an official scorecard. He confidently ranks them as a terrifyingly spectacular batch, easily the greatest roster Lumen has cultivated in recent history. He dramatically slides over a thick dossier, detailing a 4-year scavenger hunt regarding mythical labyrinths mysteriously spawning globally. Despite the murky evidence verifying these ruins, he pitches the idea that tossing a few students into the wild to poke around could prove highly educational. The bundled documents emphasize that this bizarre enigma has been quietly fermenting in the background for nearly half a decade. The aged leader expresses polite gratitude toward his underling, Riven, for the incredibly disturbing briefing. Riven bows his head and formally refers to the seasoned veteran as Kalian. Kalyan unveils a much darker anxiety superseding simple curriculum. Persistent whispers suggest a rat is actively hiding inside Siren. Riven aggressively nods, cautioning that Tartarus is stirring up trouble in a blatantly obnoxious manner that demands immediate action. Kalyan wistfully mutters about his aching joints, acknowledging that the legendary epic of the Snow Saint is rapidly approaching the finish line. Resigning himself to the inevitable power shift, he flatly asks Riven how they should mop up this impending disaster. Riven gracefully dodges the responsibility, tossing the question back and wondering if Kalyan is genuinely prepared to dump the apocalyptic mess onto a bunch of teenagers. Kalyan smirks without a shred of hesitation, cheerfully admitting he packed his bags for retirement ages ago. Riven solemnly absorbs the immense gravity of his boss's terrifyingly casual abdication. He bows to Kalyan's bizarre wisdom, and the duo march onward, mentally bracing for tomorrow's headaches. The following morning brutally kicks off inside the walls of Class 1 to 5. An instructor gleefully declares an instant launch of field exercises, thoroughly terrifying the unsuspecting pupil roster. He passionately lectures that any wannabe savior must eventually crawl out of the sandbox and start fixing actual societal disasters. Since this involves literal manual labor, the academy will happily fund their travel budgets while bribing them with precious graduation credits. He cheerfully advises everyone to pick bounties that match their extremely limited survival skills, unless they enjoy being monster food. The room is bluntly informed that these assignments involve fatal consequences, just before the deadly job listings are casually pinned to the corkboard. Absolute pandemonium erupts as the academic hopefuls trample one another, desperately clawing to snatch the safest chores available. Observing the violent stampede, the pale-haired lad strolls in at a leisurely pace, mildly amused by the absolute chaos. An azure-haired peer enthusiastically shoves a dusty farm town bounty into his face, though she admits it basically reeks of terrible manual labor. Glaringly obvious keywords detailing a neutral southwestern territory and a pesky thief extermination instantly hook his curiosity. Suddenly, the blonde upperclassman Elena's son manifests, bluntly criticizing his analytical skills for being comically superficial. She mockingly reminds him that his brain is only as big as his tiny bookshelf, heavily implying this tedious bounty hides a massive secret. The narrative suddenly pans to an ancient territory, utterly scrubbed from all reliable geographical records. This erased speck of dirt is recognized as the holy foundation of an extinct, mythical metropolis. Roughly 5 millennia prior, society dubbed it Gadzrin, the cradle of Genesis and the planet's ultimate barricade against total annihilation. Ironically, it happens to be the exact dirt patch where Regina initially bumped into our storyteller, tethering today's mess to a deeply nostalgic background. Meanwhile at the institution, scholars frantically wrestle each other for prime fieldwork slots before the buzzer completely shuts them out. Amidst the mosh pit, a clumsy freshman trips, prompting a grumpy senior to aggressively recommend he purchase some functional eyeballs. The veteran blatantly flexes his academic dominance by threatening the rookies, causing the terrified child to frantically beg for forgiveness. After the bully struts away, a pair of ladies help the victim up, shivering slightly at the heavy aura radiating from the older crowd. They quickly identify the looming duo as bizarrely high-ranking titans of the upper campus. Specifically, the notorious third-year delegate Elena Tyrant is stalking the halls alongside her lackey Blue Moon, turning their casual stroll near freshman territory highly questionable. Blue Moon mentally deduces that a phenomenally spicy drama must be unfolding among the babies to actively lure the Queen of Lumens out of her lair. The mystery instantly unravels when Leo, the pale-haired rookie, gets cornered and aggressively interrogated regarding his presence. Lena skips the pleasantries, cheerfully announcing her plan to demolish a mythical labyrinth and demanding Leo tag along as her newest loot monkey. Leo shoots down the incredibly generous proposal without blinking an eye. As Elaine stubbornly badgers him, he bluntly clarifies that playing sidekick to her elite squad is simply not happening. His icy rejection paralyses the bystanders, completely shattering their brains that a mere peasant would dare deny Elena. Instead of throwing a royal tantrum, Elena tilts her head in sheer fascination, playfully asking what exactly fuels his suicidal bravery. Leo casually sighs, pointing out that his academic dance card is fully booked with another tedious field exercise. He naturally guesses that someone of her majestic status would rather die than wade through cow manure hunting petty thieves. Having dropped that logic, he briskly walks away, effectively slamming the door on the conversation like an absolute boss. Once he vanishes, her rabid fan club volunteers to break his kneecaps, yet she waves them off, opting to heavily analyze the bizarre interaction. She pieces together that the sneaky kid likely leveraged a subjugation privilege to snatch the muddy bounty before anyone else could blink. Glaring at his retreating spine, Elena mutters his title, drastically upgrading his threat level in her mental filing cabinet. An outright rejection suddenly blossoms into a borderline obsessive curiosity. Meanwhile, spicy rumors detailing the monarch's brutal denial swiftly connect Leo's thief-hunting chore, escalating the embarrassment into top-tier cafeteria gossip. This scandalous scoop wildly infects the student body, delighting the bored teenagers who treat the absolute disrespect as premium comedy. Inside the lecture hall, Leo isolates himself quietly while the relentless dramatic whispers aggressively circulate his desk. Upon being asked if publicly dunking on the royal upperclassmen was thrilling, Leo casually swats the concept away, claiming petty schoolyard drama bores him to tears. His brain happily wanders off, primarily obsessing over how he still requires Elena's royal signature to bypass the restricted archive security. Currently, he opts against pushing his luck, acknowledging his primary objective revolves entirely around digging up Lumen's deeply buried skeletons. Shortly afterward, an educator loudly demands to know if everyone finally bothered reading yesterday's mandatory syllabus. Upon receiving lethargic nods, Leo sneaks out and heads straight for the magical transit hub bound for the middle of nowhere, Garin province. A dizzying warp later, he boots onto foreign dirt, inhaling the remarkably unfamiliar scent of extreme rural isolation. Scanning the remarkably desolate scenery, he sarcastically admires the overwhelming aesthetic of pure agricultural nothingness. A wrinkled resident awkwardly waves hello, completely baffled as to why a shiny, elite lumen's prodigy would voluntarily visit a mud puddle. Leo politely explains he came to answer a local bounty, prompting the grandpa to sigh heavily and confirm they have a nasty thug infestation. The peasants collectively exhale in sheer relief, whining about how the criminals have been making their miserable lives infinitely worse. Truthfully, the geography fascinates Leo far more than stabbing robbers, especially upon recognizing this dusty terrain as former Gadsden real estate. This massive epiphany directly bridges the sleepy farming village to the blood-soaked wreckage of an ancient military stronghold. Approaching the regional aristocrat's mansion, beefy sentries violently block the teenager because his face lacks a VIP pass. Crossing their spears, they aggressively bark at him to declare his business before they allow any filthy strays near the lord. Leo completely ignores the attitude, shoving his stamped bounty documents forward while dryly noting he is here to take out their trash. The bouncer gears up to laugh the arrogant child away, until his eyeballs catch the terrifyingly official glowing watermark, causing his tough guy act to shatter. Reading the heavy weight of Marin's Academy instantly flips the script, and Leo peacefully suggests they move out of his path. Stepping indoors, the staff basically rolls out the red carpet, treating the arrival of a shiny protagonist prospect like a literal religious event. They shower him with pillows and snacks, yet the pragmatic youth aggressively declines, heavily preferring to stab things immediately. He waves away the expensive tea and simply asks for the coordinates of the target practice. Eager to please, the noble drastically unfurls a heavily creased parchment detailing the local geography. His stubby finger jabs at the eastern borders, indicating the thugs are squatting inside some mysterious, decrepit stone fortress nobody remembers building. Leo instantly mentally flags the architecture. Those collapsed walls perfectly match the legendary outer fortifications of Gadsden. Suddenly, a panicked maid completely kicks down the parlor doors to scream about a massive emergency, brutally derailing the quiet strategy session. Despite catching a vicious verbal lashing for ruining the mood, the servant hysterically announces that another clown car of elite students just crashed the front lawn. Leo violently squints in utter confusion, fully aware he rode solo and absolutely never invited any backup dancers. Watching the uninvited squad stroll up the driveway, intense paranoia floods his brain regarding their extremely suspicious, unscheduled arrival. The gatecrashers arrogantly present themselves as Siren Academy scholars, dragging along the notorious junior delegate Haddon Dershan as their fearless leader. Haddon tips his hat with nauseating politeness, leaving Leo mentally screaming over why rival university seniors are stalking a literal dirt patch. Suddenly spotting Lunia grinning in the mob completely confirms his worst fears. This horrific reunion is 0% coincidental. Lunia happily skips over to aggressively interrogate his life choices, forcing him to plaster on a fake smile and pretend he is not dying inside. Leo mutters a painfully generic excuse, which only deeply amuses the girl who lives to watch his brain short-circuit. The snooty rival scholars whisper aggressively, rapidly piecing together that this awkward kid is the exact freak famously linked to the ancient creator's sorcery. Haddon quietly observes the gossip, mentally upgrading the pale-haired boy from annoying obstacle to massive strategic asset. Under heavy cross-examination from Lunia, Leo finally confesses he strictly came to this dump to beat up muggers for school credit. Runya eagerly treats this bloody chore as a brilliant loophole to ditch her suffocating chaperones, finding the lethal violence incredibly appealing. She brightly volunteers her lethal services to his cause, basically hijacking the assignment just to aggressively hang out with him. The snooty peers stare in utter bewilderment, while Lunia dramatically places a hand on her chest, spouting a heroic monologue about her solemn Syrian duty to protect innocent farmers from thugs. Completely bulldozing through all objections, she hooks Leo by the collar and forcefully glues herself to his extermination roster. Sweating profusely, the poor noble desperately scrambles to pull up extra chairs and fetch more snacks to soothe the chaotic tension. Harriet aggressively reigns in his circus, demanding his lackeys stand outside in the dirt so he can handle the adult negotiations solo. Clearing his throat, he delivers a heavily rehearsed corporate pitch detailing exactly why Serene bothered visiting this agricultural wasteland. He blatantly lies through his teeth, claiming their elite magical institution is here merely to count squirrels, hug trees, and measure dirt. The aristocrat furiously raises an eyebrow at such a hilariously mundane excuse, yet Harriet stubbornly plows forward with a straight face. Haddon politely yet firmly demands a blank check to roam the entire county, practically shoving a blank permission slip into the noble's face for a signature. Desperate to make the terrifying kids leave, the ruler hastily scribbles his approval, handing the siren delegates total legal immunity. Loitering in the courtyard, the snooty teenagers loudly gossip about the elephant in the room. Lumen's shiny, new freshman prodigy is actively breathing their air. They rapidly theorize that the massive secret regarding a legendary, unplundered mythical labyrinth has somehow leaked to both rival campuses. One girl reluctantly nods, though she viciously mocks the idea of blindly charging into a mud pit over a flimsy whisper as sheer idiotic arrogance. The gossip horribly devolves into catty trash talk, actively roasting the MERN's population by calling their seniors painfully average and labeling their sophomore delegate completely irrelevant. They specifically drag Alina Geron through the mud, branding her a vastly overhyped diva who merely looks terrifying because she plays in the shallow end of the gene pool. Like a literal horror movie villain, Alina manifests directly behind the gossiping squad, projecting an icy aura that loudly promises absolute destruction. Instead of gracefully ignoring the slander, she cheerfully offers them exactly 3 seconds to deeply regret insulting her academy before she breaks their bones. Sensing their foolish hesitation, Alina ramps up the tyranny, barking at them to plant their foreheads in the dirt and worship her boots. The arrogant Syrian brats violently flinch, completely flabbergasted that this blonde psychopath is perfectly willing to initiate a diplomatic incident. A particularly suicidal kid doubles down, screeching that Lemurin sophomores are objectively garbage and that Alina should probably train harder instead of throwing petty tantrums. A secondary idiot aggressively steps up, daring the blonde menace to settle the verbal dispute with actual magical violence. Alina happily accepts the duel with a terrifyingly bright grin, radiating the distinct energy of a predator who finally cornered its lunch. Instantly seizing the initiative, she silently concludes that unrepentant brats strictly require aggressive physical education. Her fist connects with blinding, terrifying velocity, instantly folding the cocky teenagers like cheap lawn chairs before their brains even register the pain. Back indoors, the catastrophic shockwave of magical energy aggressively rattles the teacups, interrupting Haddon and the nobles' boring political chat. Abandoning the snacks, the entire VIP roster practically kicks down the front door to investigate the sudden localized earthquake. They stumble onto a heavily cratered courtyard littered with unconscious Syrian academics, painfully highlighting that an utter massacre just occurred. A trembling bystander, wordlessly, aims a shaky finger straight at the smug culprit. Lena casually loiters among the groaning bodies, brushing dust off her skirt as if she merely stomped on some mildly annoying cockroaches. She dryly remarks that fragile little glass cannons probably shouldn't throw stones at the glorious Lumen Academy. Hannon instantly spots the obnoxiously violent signature and groans, knowing perfectly well which chaotic blonde demon is responsible. He mentally curses Alina Geron's existence, glaring at her as she playfully taps her foot next to his battered classmates. Lena flashes Haddon a cheerful wave, practically screaming that this incredibly vicious ambush was perfectly orchestrated. Haddon angrily sighs, grumbling loudly that since his upperclassmen are literal floor mats, he has to scrape them up and clean the mess. Concurrently, in a completely separate zone, Lunia joyfully unleashes a volcanic eruption of sheer fury upon the terrified criminal camp. The uneducated thugs scream in utter panic, hurling the word witch like a curse while frantically dodging her blazing artillery. Lunia deeply resents the slur, viciously shouting that she is actually an avenging angel destined to permanently toast scumbags who steal from farmers. A terrifying inferno violently sentences a screaming goon to the afterlife, beautifully setting the tone for absolute chaos. Leo observes the burning skyline, noting the pyrotechnics closely mimic Luna's aggressive hobby, ultimately deciding Lunia can easily solo the garbage while he sneaks off to snoop. Navigating the decrepit graveyard of Guardian, he stands completely awestruck at the terrifying thoroughness of the legendary metropolis's absolute erasure. intensely scrutinizing the rubble. His instincts angrily scream that the architectural decay feels incredibly, dangerously artificial. An abrupt wave of highly toxic mana loudly validates his paranoia, guaranteeing that malevolent magic is actively rotting beneath his boots. Leo sniffs out the familiar stench of corrupted sorcery, instantly pointing the massive finger of blame directly at the notorious Tartarus faction. His brain rapidly connects the brutal puzzle pieces. Tartarus utterly nuked Guardian's perimeter and somehow aggressively shoved the entire central district into the Earth's crust. Meanwhile, deep inside the stony graveyard, Rinny huddles next to a crackling blaze, patiently counting the stars to pass the terrifying midnight hours. Staring into the embers, she obsessively ponders Leo's homework assignment, severely doubting he will just politely trot back to Lumen after stabbing some muggers. This boring daydream quickly spirals into a delusional romantic fantasy, where she bravely invites him on a deeply dangerous mythical labyrinth date. A ridiculous fantasy abruptly implodes when Leo randomly spawns beside her, casually muttering that he was just giving the spooky rocks a physical examination. Taking a seat, Leo abruptly transitions into a massive history lecture detailing the gruesome aftermath of the apocalyptic era. He dictates how terrified refugees permanently ditched Guardian to find fresh dirt, abandoning the ghost town right before Tartarus showed up to violently bury it alive. Completely out of historical trivia, Leo yawns and proposes they simply sleep in the dirt, prompting Lunia to proudly gesture toward her exceptionally cozy campfire. Moving toward the warmth, Lunia suddenly freezes, her spine tingling as she detects uninvited parasites breathing their air. The elite duo of Harriet and Alina are already comfortably stealing the heat, cheerfully offering the actual owners permission to sit by their own flames. The veteran scholars ruthlessly mock the juniors, aggressively implying they are on a terribly unromantic camping date, which instantly turns Lunia into a stuttering tomato. Desperately wrestling to reclaim her shredded dignity, Rinny formally introduces herself and politely demands to know who exactly crashed her campsite. The smug, golden-haired titan brightly introduces herself as Alina Geron, prompting Lunia to fiercely recite her entire birth certificate in retaliation. Leo drops the trivia that Alina supposedly skipped town for mythical spelunking, which deeply baffles Lunia since a Lumen apex predator shouldn't be slumming it here. Lena casually chuckles, admitting she literally fired her entire elite squad because she found Leo and Rainia's secret dirt pile infinitely more entertaining. Lunia aggressively squints at the obvious logistical nightmare, bluntly asking where she buried the rest of her teammates. Alina smiles poisonously, declaring she punted them straight back to Syrian since a couple of incredibly rude underclassmen tragically fumbled their invitation. Lunia completely ignores the incredibly petty shade, pivoting to interrogate Harriet on his agenda, to which the stone-faced senior dryly states they are plowing forward regardless. Alina sadistically needles him, playfully asking if his tiny two-man circus can actually handle the job, and he grumpily retorts that quality violently outranks quantity. She reflects on the incredibly juicy cafeteria gossip concerning an untouched magical labyrinth, effectively proving Lumen spies had already stolen the intel. Alina flashes a venomous grin, cheerfully advising Harriet to buy a stronger leash for his gossiping babies, seeing as the massive secret is already public knowledge. Without taking a breath, she dictates that beginning at sunrise, she and Leo are officially raiding the ruins together, aggressively canceling his tedious homework. As Leo weakly protests that he still needs to legally beat up some muggers, Alina smugly announces she already permanently folded them into pretzels during her commute. An incredibly mundane camping trip violently rapidly escalates into a heavily toxic, high-stakes sprint to conquer the buried labyrinth. Lunia grinds her teeth, fiercely swearing a silent blood oath that her faction will absolutely plunder the mythical vault before the obnoxious blonde does. The very second the sun peeks out, Leo blasts into overdrive, instantly earning a highly appreciative whistle from Alina. She claps her hands in sheer delight, loudly complimenting the fact that his lethal footwork completely lacks the usual pathetic clumsiness of a rookie. His frightening efficiency violently contradicts an instructor's previous rumor that the kid strictly studied textbook dungeon mechanics, rendering his real-world violence highly suspicious. Violently bewildered by his sudden personality upgrade, Alina tilts her head and wonders aloud why he suddenly reeks of absolute competence. Leo sarcastically retorts that she probably hallucinated him as some deeply majestic, untouchable diva perched on a glamorous pedestal. Gleefully taking the bait, Alina asks for his updated diagnostic, and Leo flatly informs her that he currently resembles a massively overworked garbage collector. Alina completely loses her composure, cackling wildly at the deadpan joke, while Lunia aggressively glares at their sickening chemistry. Hannon brutally ruins the fun, barking at Lunia to stop pouting and scan the dirt, threatening that a single missed magical hiccup means they lose the prize. Lunia viciously snaps out of her jealous trance, stiffening her spine and nodding furiously at the sharp scolding. Seconds afterward, Alina casually strolls out of the brush, loudly declaring her designated search grid is completely devoid of magical trinkets. She brutally pokes Harriet directly in the ego, teasingly wondering if he moves this agonizingly slow because of old age or simple incompetence. Haddon completely ignores the childish bait, pompously disguising his turtle-like speed as highly elite, microscopic attention to detail. Turning up absolutely zero clues, the awkward quartet circles the wagons and mentally prepares for more incredibly boring hiking. Haddon trudges to the front, guiding the miserable party deeper into the incredibly muddy, dilapidated rubble. Amidst the sludge, Alina leans over to whisper that Harriet merely cosplays as a grumpy statue, but is actually ridiculously fun to bully, a fact Leo quietly files away. Suddenly, a deeply unnatural vibration in the topsoil violently announces a massive jackpot. Lunia practically jumps out of her boots, instantly recognizing the violently twisting magical frequencies beneath the mud. Alina brutally steals her thunder, aggressively planting her foot and cheerfully shouting that she officially claimed the buried treasure. This dramatic revelation immediately accidentally boots up a catastrophic arcane sequence, violently forcing the buried labyrinth to tear reality apart. The terrified scholars collectively stare at the glowing architecture, rapidly identifying the monolithic doorway as Gadzrin's mythical transit hub. Seeing the ancient machinery actively hum, the terrifying realization dawns that the subterranean express highway survived the apocalypse completely intact. Leo stares at the blinking lights, mentally concluding that a functional front door heavily implies a perfectly preserved basement. The sheer gravity of this logic crushes the group. If the doorbell still rings, then the extinct capital of Gadzrin might actually still be breathing underground. A severely panicked teammate aggressively tugs Leo's sleeve, whining about scary prehistoric sorcery and demanding a deeply simplified breakdown of the situation. Leo casually explains that the archaic blueprints reeked of teleportation, so he recklessly hotwired a bootleg portal just to see what would explode. Since the mystical glowing doorway is already wide open, the squad collectively agrees that enthusiastically jumping into the deadly void is the only logical next step. They excitedly shove Leo toward the front line, but his boots suddenly cement to the floor as the terrifying implications finally punch him in the gut. Witnessing Luna casually poke the lethal anomaly, Leo actively sweats bullets over the insane notion that the dead metropolis is merely taking a really long nap. The absolute second flesh meets magic. The ancient machinery violently roars to life. The aggressive feedback completely horrifies Luna and Arrow, violently waking them up to the fact that this is not a gentle laboratory drill. Eren completely loses his mind, as the catastrophic mana tsunami aggressively shatters every single safety metric they previously calculated. An obnoxiously massive holographic prompt materializes out of thin air, loudly declaring the unsealing of a legendary combat archive. The shimmering text violently glitches, blatantly designating the destination as a world intro, Chapter 0, Barhilan. Utter panic infects the squad as their brains finally process that they are being aggressively vacuumed into a literal historical simulation. The glowing letters violently stutter and warp, painfully telegraphing that the ancient server architecture is drastically melting down. Leo accurately diagnoses the catastrophic failure, realizing this chaotic nightmare is a genuine, unfiltered mythical labyrinth. The geographical coordinates aggressively spasm, yet the brutal chapter heading stubbornly locks onto the dreaded name of Barhilan. Reading that specific noun violently electrocutes Leo's nervous system, causing him to immediately grasp the absolute apocalyptic threat level. The exact millisecond he realizes the true hellscape, the portal aggressively yanks him headfirst into the digital past. Leo frantically wrestles his nausea, desperately trying to find his footing inside the completely alien dimension. The blurry textures rapidly render into a massive indoor corridor, illuminated by giant stained glass and reeking of a deeply fake, fairy-tale aesthetic. He spawns completely isolated inside a heavily decorated ballroom, frantically spinning around only to confirm his entire squad got lost in the loading screen. A floating holographic menu blatantly validates his worst fears. Absolutely lacking any polite tutorial, this broken instance lacks a primary victory condition. Leo severely sighs, deciding that an utterly directionless sandbox is the standard operating procedure for heavily corrupted ancient software. He mentally gears up to aggressively hunt down his missing babysitters until a random projectile violently headbutts his spine. A massive stack of textbooks explodes across the marble while the clumsy attacker pitifully moans in pain. A tiny, pointy-eared child frantically bows, hysterically screaming apologies while obviously mistaking his back for a grumpy faculty member. Leo violently short-circuits upon seeing her facial features, staring deeply into an absolutely impossible paradox. The terrified child is undeniably Luna, except aggressively downgraded into a helpless student NPC inside this historical diorama. The background lore finally snaps into focus as a temporal singularity, absolutely guaranteeing that Leo just faceplanted into a highly corrupted memory file. Luna completely loses her mind upon glancing up, horrified to discover the victim is drastically different from the dusty professor she intended to tackle. She hastily begs for mercy from someone named Teacher Akint, accidentally handing Leo his incredibly confusing new fake ID. Leo figures it out. This reality casts him into the role of Akint, the spell instructor whom Luna ditched to poke around in books. He identifies the setup as a possession-based hero dimension, shoving his consciousness into an actual historical person. The persona clicks into place. He currently occupies the body of Akint Rubsha. He also remembers Akint's significance, acting as a devoted guardian to Luna once Agon passed away. As Luna questions his departure, Leo flawlessly plays his part, smoothly snatching the volumes out of her hands. She frantically begs him not to get the wrong idea, jokingly confessing that skipping class is practically her favorite hobby. Leo coolly takes the reading material, using the casual exchange to keep her relaxed while he evaluates their bizarre predicament. Witnessing her bubbly, trusting demeanor reminds him exactly how crucial Akint was to Luna's happiness. Luna guides him toward her secret stash, revealing the specific spellbook she desperately wants to examine. Once inside a quiet reading area, Leo playfully orders her to drop the massive tome and stay put while he does the heavy lifting. Luna happily takes a seat, thoroughly convinced she is entirely safe under her instructor's watchful eye. Suddenly, a massive force brutally slams into their sanctuary. The shockwave rattles them both, prompting Leo to instantly pivot toward the chaos. Gathering his wits near the exit, he gets ready to sprint into action. Despite wishing he could babysit Luna a bit more, he realizes he absolutely must investigate this hero dungeon. He decides that tracking down his 3 lost comrades takes top priority over everything else. Simultaneously, he remembers how these catastrophes work. A rogue hero record spirals out of control, partially bleeding into reality to spawn a dungeon gate. An ominous realization hits him. If the corruption expands, this domain will completely detach from the physical world. Should that barrier shatter, the resident monsters will flood the actual world and cause an absolute apocalypse. Identifying this realm as Luna's original domain, the onlooker understands that this specific memory rewinds all the way back to her youth. The environment transitions to yesteryear, revealing a tiny Luna bumping into her instructor Akint within a massive corridor. Akint's associate waves off the distraction, humorously stating they simply do not have the schedule for comedic detours right now. Akint suddenly recalls his teaching gig, realizing he is wildly tardy for a lecture packed with complaining pupils. He also notes that this reality is far messier than his previous adventures, meaning he desperately needs to rescue the very guy he is currently impersonating. Shaking off his bewilderment, Akint rushes further into the facility under his guide's swift direction. The location turns out to be Barhilan, a historic elven metropolis existing long before the catastrophic era. The context becomes crystal clear the moment Akint strolls directly into the core of the compound. Barhilan operates as a gargantuan university, exclusively designed for elite pointy-eared students. Upon Akint's arrival, an angry mob instantly roasts his terrible punctuality, calling it incredibly embarrassing for a faculty member. Scholars justify their temper tantrums with sheer arrogance, proudly announcing they are all next in line for the elven throne and the ultimate defenders of their species' dignity. A single pupil struts forward, harshly blaming Akint for totally flunking his job as a mentor to tomorrow's monarchs. The feisty instigator, Herkian Bishran, dramatically questions how any sane person could possibly take directions from such a disorganized slacker. Akint rapidly deduces that a monarch still reigns during this timeline, cheekily asking Herkian what sort of prize he is actually fishing for. The mob screams back on his behalf, demanding a total administrative overhaul. He mocks their ultimatum, chuckling as he wonders if they seriously plan to fire a professor just for missing the morning bell, before casually asking the loudmouth's name. The student announces himself as Herkian Bishran, looking at the inquiry like it was the most absurd thing he had ever heard. That specific moniker jolts Akint, since it rings a massive, highly unpleasant bell. He remembers Herkian as the notorious kinslaughterer, a pioneering attacker for Tartarus, and one of the only elves possessing actual threatening power. The flashback also highlights that Herkian was the exact traitor who handed Barhilan over to the enemy. Despite holding onto that juicy piece of history, Akint strongly wills his blood pressure to stay low. He playfully interrogates Herkian, asking for the real, unvarnished excuse behind this grand mutiny. Herkian finally drops the dramatic flair and spits it out. Akint is simply too inept to educate the fabulous elite of Barhilan. When Akint laughingly asks for the actual reason, Herkian snarls that the professor keeps shielding a literal walking embarrassment to their entire species. He points the finger straight at Luna Rubinance, proving this whole tantrum is entirely about Akint playing bodyguard for her. Another classmate completely loses his mind over such blatant disrespect toward Luna, angrily shouting to defend her honor. Herkian violently swivels toward the defender, Jira, ready to verbally bite his head off. He ruthlessly roasts Jira for standing up for Luna, acting like any pushback from him is basically a cosmic crime. Then Herkian sneers, sarcastically asking if Jira is secretly related to the so-called peasant, dragging things into deeply personal territory. Akint quietly observes the drama, highly amused, but also realizing Herkian's extreme hostility is incredibly suspicious. Jira absolutely blows his top and almost throws hands, utterly enraged by the nasty comments about Luna. Before punches fly, Akint smoothly steps in and officially sanctions a magical brawl, given that pupils require faculty approval to legally beat each other up. The audience scatters, forming a ring as the legally approved beatdown gets underway. Akint dryly points out that since both meatheads are dying to fight, it would be downright rude to stop them. A nearby bystander catches his weird vibe, whispering that Akint is acting severely out of character by greenlighting a brawl so effortlessly. Akint's unsettling smirk hints he has a terribly clever ulterior motive for letting them duke it out. Meanwhile, the focus briefly pivots to Barhilan's exterior divine spire, implying some mysterious observer is enjoying the show. That invisible spectator considers the unfolding teenage drama wonderfully entertaining. A green-haired adolescent, supposedly touched by divinity, panics intensely, clearly realizing how monumental this fistfight actually is. Returning to the university, the combatants square off, while the cheering section aggressively begs Herkian to punt his rival into the stratosphere. The rival scholars stare daggers at one another, both stubbornly eager to prove who has the larger magical ego. Akint casually nudges his spectacles up his nose, cheerfully settling in for the fireworks. Herkian immediately flexes a nasty explosion of emerald energy, showing off his ridiculously oversized mana pool right out of the gate. The crowd swoons in awe, acting like Herkian's flashy showboating is standard practice for a supposed genius. Jira, on the other hand, barely blinks, sarcastically asking if that sparkly light show is really the best his opponent can do. The bystanders figure Jira's cockiness stems from his elite upperclassman ranking, entirely unable to picture him losing to a pampered brat. Hiding beneath this petty squabble is a brutal reality. Endless centuries of lazy peace have turned the high elves stagnant, rotting their society from the inside out. Swimming in his own mystic aura, Herkian gears up to escalate the violence, dramatically concluding it is time to take out the trash. A fierce pulse of sapphire power pools into the white-haired boy's palm as he gets ready to completely ruin his attacker's day. He strolls forward and unleashes the energy with flawless precision, proving this physical vessel can actually manipulate aura. Jira is spectacularly blindsided, figuring out way too late that his rival is wielding an ability he absolutely should not possess. The gawking students totally lose their minds, since utilizing aura is miles above anything they thought possible in this matchup. The white-haired boy figures out that his new body's previous tenant probably never tapped into aura, making this shiny new trick a massive anomaly. He remembers that back in the ancient days, elves barely touched spellcraft, totally contrasting with today's obsession where it acts as their basic lifestyle choice. That cultural shift points straight back to Luna, the stellar pioneer, hailing from an era before magic became a mandatory elven trait. Jira stubbornly refuses to back down and starts mumbling incantations, foolishly betting that brute force magic will easily secure his victory. He totally laughs off the aura as a cheap parlor trick, gambling his entire reputation on a tidal wave of sheer mana. A gigantic emerald hex violently bursts from him, proving his internal energy tank is honestly pretty massive. Regardless, the white-haired boy instantly spots the embarrassing flaw: lots of juice, but the actual skill level is pathetically low. He shrinks his counterattack into one devastatingly precise blow, refusing to play along with Jira's ridiculous spectacle. Mockingly labeling the barrage as aggressively mediocre, he slices straight through Jira's spells with terrifying accuracy. The collision wraps up with a brilliant Azure detonation that effortlessly shatters Jira's entire offensive strategy. As the smoke clears, Jira is eating dirt, leaving the white-haired boy standing tall as the undisputed winner of their little scuffle. He ruthlessly criticizes Jira for trash-talking their pioneer when his own combat abilities are thoroughly embarrassing. Jira flashes back to the ridiculous rumor that Luna was the actual innovator, historically treating that gossip as absolute nonsense. Before he can even scrape himself off the floor, he feels a nasty beatdown approaching and desperately begs for a timeout. The white-haired boy totally ignores the whimpering, stepping up to violently invoice Jira for his rude commentary. He wrestles Jira back into the dirt and starts delivering a wonderfully public pummeling. His temper flares even hotter as he keeps Jira pinned, viciously deciding that a simple duel victory is nowhere near enough payback. Jira can do absolutely nothing except groan pitifully while the merciless beating drags on. A silver-haired academic physically drags him off, though the white-haired boy crankily complains that he was just getting started. He openly admits he really wanted to tenderize Jira further, but grudgingly holds back because causing a scene might ruin his whole dimension-saving agenda. Once the faculty member introduces himself as Leo Plov, the white-haired boy figures they should probably compare notes somewhere without a massive audience. Leo abruptly dismisses the lecture, commands someone to cart Herkian off to the medical bay, and forcibly drags both the white-haired boy and Jira into custody. He casually summons another pupil to his office, signaling he is in the mood for a secondary, incredibly awkward chat. The student dreads realizing he has just been invited to Professor Akint's personal study and obediently trudges along. In another area, a silver-haired girl vows to personally reprimand Jira, while the residual tension from the brawl leaves everyone completely jittery. Spying from the sidelines, she spots a suspicious trespasser messing with the timeline and immediately flags them as an annoying pest. Inside the office, Akint desperately tries to analyze the white-haired boy's bizarre personality after witnessing his terrifying, rabid loyalty toward Luna. The white-haired boy's fury is wonderfully uncomplicated. Trash-talking Luna earns you swift physical retribution. Akint patiently explains that such disrespect only flies due to their current era, causing the boy to blink and demand a history lesson. Akint cheerfully drops the news that they are not existing in the pre-apocalypse era, but rather hanging out in the messy world constructed afterward. He playfully theorizes that this domain might actually belong to the legendary champion instead of Luna's original timeline, completely shocking the boy. The white-haired boy stubbornly shoots down the idea, flatly declaring this reality strictly belongs to Luna, the grand architect of the starry magic. Akint squints and politely demands some hard evidence to back up this wild geographical claim. The comeback is beautifully blunt. He is absolutely certain because he literally met Luna face to face. He paints a picture of her matching the history books perfectly, bragging about her floral beauty and an aura sparkling like a scattered galaxy. Akint's cool teacher facade completely shatters, realizing the guest's description is far too wonderfully accurate to be a lie. Following a chaotic marathon of fact-checking and brain-melting shock, their chat finally settles into a slightly philosophical cooldown. Kint shyly confesses that if Luna actually materialized right in front of him, he would likely faint from pure excitement. His hardcore hero worship for Luna is so intense that just picturing her presence makes him act like a starstruck child. Nevertheless, he nervously clings to skepticism, humorously wondering if the historical legend was actually just a painfully average girl behind closed doors. The white-haired boy forcefully shuts down that slander, loudly insisting they are residing in Luna's personal simulation, regardless of its mysterious ultimate goal. Shifting into analytical mode, Akint playfully ponders what actual objective this world serves if it merely hoards the founder's greatest hits. He strictly orders the kid to zip his lips about cosmic sorcery, pointing out that showing off anachronistic skills will totally shatter the timeline's delicate sanity. And he casually drops a massive hint. Luna started cooking up her starry spells back when she was just a normal student. Connecting the dots, the white-haired boy realizes that acting as Luna's unofficial research assistant might be the ultimate cheat code for understanding this dimension. Before they can start drafting a study schedule, a loud knock signals that the headmaster desperately needs to see Professor Akint. Completely blindsided by the summons, Leo scratches his head, trying to guess what kind of trouble he managed to attract this quickly. His confusion vanishes when he learns this magical trip to the principal's office is tied to the recent classroom brawl and strict orders from Barhilan's upper management. An attendant spells it out without the sugarcoating. The student is getting tossed in detention courtesy of a direct mandate. The chaperone begrudgingly complies for the moment, although his highly nervous energy proves he hates this entire setup. Leo instantly computes that this drama has escalated way past a basic disciplinary warning. Instead of resisting, he smoothly demands a direct escort straight to the headmaster's lair. They ditch him at the entrance of a massive spire, cheerfully telling him to brave the creepy interior entirely by himself. Leo casually strolls inside, ready to tackle this mystery meeting with total swagger. The room immediately reveals it is not a normal office, but a chamber entirely coded in cryptic ancient records and symbols. Taking a quick look around, Leo suspects this interior decorating is actually a trap designed to judge his soul. The spooky ambience cranks up, making him feel like he just walked into a surprise pop quiz. A supposedly dormant walking stick suddenly wakes up and floats around, radiating highly intimidating magic. A disembodied voice helpfully narrates that this particular staff was the ultimate elven mascot back before everything exploded. It apparently belonged to Lena, playfully nicknamed the Death, and shattered to pieces the day she passed away. As Leo curiously reaches for the magical artifact, its enthusiastic humming proves they share a direct connection. An invisible lurker finds the relic's friendly reaction incredibly fascinating. Leo glances at the ceiling, heavily annoyed to discover a stalker watching his every move. The observer cheerfully notes that even pollen, a rusty antique that snubbed the elven royalty for centuries, is suddenly answering to Leo. He enthusiastically tacks on the trivia that this item is older than the apocalyptic era itself. The chat rapidly spirals from discussing one relic to a deeply complex lecture concerning celestial mechanics and ascending to godhood. The headmaster, Fibia, frankly states that Pollen's little dance for Leo is basically a miracle of epic proportions. He hypes up the situation with legendary flair, rambling about the good old days when deities actually mingled with mortals. In his eyes, Leo unexpectedly crashing this historical event is the most entertaining plot twist ever. He loudly reiterates that the incredibly snobby antique chose to exclusively acknowledge Leo. Fibia looks visibly delighted by what this terrifying connection implies. Leo does the mental math, concluding that if the gadget predates the calamity, it must have been manufactured back when gods were still active. Fibia enthusiastically confirms the leap. They are absolutely discussing almighty beings who make human intellect look adorable. He confidently credits holy power as the ultimate admin code operating the universe's entire database. Leo tries to act respectfully formal around this overwhelming aura, but Fibia waves off the ceremony, preferring a completely casual exchange. Instead, the principal completely fixates on how mind-blowingly remarkable Leo's mystical connection truly is. Leo tiredly begs him to stop speaking in riddles and just explain what he actually means. Fibia reveals that the heavenly creators used to run the entire cosmic server, handing out power boosts that established their authority as the highest source of knowledge. Then he hits the bullseye. Out of literally everyone alive, Leo somehow acquired classified insight that usually requires a godly status. Sweating over the accusation, Leo cautiously asks just how much of his background Fibia has already managed to see. Fibia grins, massively impressed that Leo instantly clocked him as someone capable of reading divine traces. He points out that he is basically staring at a mortal shell stuffed with a young man's record, yet awkwardly wearing a vintage layer of terrifying ancient magic. Ditching the spooky mentor routine, he steps right up and formally introduces himself directly as Fibia. He playfully brags that Fibia is not just some random administrator, but the supreme headmaster of the entire academy. Leo tosses out his own name, prompting Fibia to lean in and invite him to satisfy his burning curiosity. Fibia cheekily asks what insane stunt Leo actually pulled to bypass the lowest layer of the world's secure record system. Leo mentally slaps a different label on the software, the hero record, the basic operating system managing their current historical epic. Fibia chuckles, observing that while Leo definitely knows the program exists, he does not grasp its full, terrifying nature. He explains that the hero record is basically just a tiny fragment inside an infinitely massive divine archive running reality. Testing Leo's actual intelligence, Fibia casually interrogates him to see how deep his understanding really goes. Leo recites what he has learned. The gods coded it, it hands out rewards for cool achievements, and those prizes translate into concrete, objective physical perks. Fibia aggressively latches onto that phrasing, thoroughly tickled that Leo views this profound mystery in such beautifully practical terms. Connecting the dots out loud, he guesses a network this robust must have been programmed by a single god possessing overwhelming authority. Then he drops the ultimate question: what exact flavor of madness did Leo perform to score power from such an almighty being? After an awkwardly dramatic pause, Leo answers with absolute bluntness: he essentially saved the world. Then he adds the terrifying clarification: he personally obliterated Erebus. The narrative kicks off by painting the cosmos as a ridiculously huge playground, so vast that even heavenly politics feel remarkably distant. Chilling in a glowing throne room, a vaguely divine figure swears he did not build reality solo, strongly implying a far grander corporate hierarchy exists off-screen. The white-haired youth sharply demands answers. If higher powers exist up here, why was Erebus left to suffer its nasty destiny entirely alone? The response essentially claims Erebus operates way outside standard godly jurisdiction, labeling the beast as a primordial force utterly untouchable by ordinary rules. The blue-haired host philosophizes that sunshine and shadows are a package deal, meaning Erebus was an intended feature of reality's design, not a tragic accident. Leaning on that annoying logic, he concludes that since their reality loves everything bright and shiny, Erebus naturally embodies the pitch-black darkness required to balance it. He gives the monster a deeply depressing origin story, confirming it has existed as an ancient horror since the literal dawn of time. Since even the supposed almighty creators could not actually destroy it, they settled for aggressively pushing the shadows back to protect the mortal realms. Instead of achieving true victory, they basically became full-time caretakers, desperately maintaining a shaky truce between glittery safety and the ever-present abyss. Unfortunately, the cosmic seesaw totally sucked. Every time the shiny side leveled up, the creeping darkness gained a free power boost in return. The blue-haired deity points at the white-haired youth, officially declaring him the crazy champion who finally grounded Erebus after the gods completely failed. He clarifies that this insane victory was actually the specific calamity the kid kept asking about, proving his amnesia was hiding an impossibly epic achievement. The boy stubbornly refuses to let his blank brain dictate his life, boldly stating that losing his memories changes absolutely nothing about his current mission. He casually admits he used to care about his missing history, but tossed that baggage aside because a far messier chore requires his immediate attention. That brutal chore turns out to be ridiculously extreme, the complete and permanent annihilation of Erebus. The blue-haired figure grimaces at that stubborn grit, perfectly aware that subduing the primordial horror previously required unimaginable suffering. He sighs, philosophizing that tossing such a nightmare onto one person's shoulders was awful, but passing the buck to future generations would have been equally pathetic. Regardless, he completely fails to hide his intense horror over the grueling path the youth is voluntarily choosing to walk again. He bluntly asks if the kid seriously plans on enduring that torturous agony a second time. The reply is terrifyingly fast and utterly unwavering: yes. Locking in his terrible life choice, the teenager marches forward, absolutely tossing all hesitation into the garbage bin. He confidently states he has already made up his mind, swiftly translating his crazy determination into forward momentum. The blue-haired guide then casually spoils the lore, noting this universe originally belonged to Luna, which perfectly explains why the boy's own reality resembles this one. He admits the divine admin team probably sneaked that handy hero record into the kid's possession on purpose. Adding a spicy twist, he drops the fact that the system was actually the boy's personal property from the start, making his connection fundamental rather than accidental. Naturally, that explains why the kid exclusively hoards all the special rewards. The software simply recognizes its rightful owner. Attempting to be genuinely helpful, the blue-haired deity cobbles together a magical staff out of his own raw knowledge, offering it as a survival tool for the journey ahead. The youth awkwardly hesitates, terrified of accepting an irreplaceable divine treasure, but the gift is aggressively shoved into his hands regardless. The staff practically purrs upon contact, throwing off a blinding surge of light to prove it is definitely not an ordinary object. He receives a quick tutorial that Pollen stubbornly picks its own boss, and apparently it has just enthusiastically chosen him. The blue-haired host tosses in a parting warning. The shadowy sludge is already leaking into their world, and while he cannot fully explain the device, it is intimately wired into the city itself. He waves the teenager off with a heartfelt blessing, officially entrusting him to tackle the dangerous nightmare entirely solo. The camera shifts back down to the urban sprawl, catching an observer loudly geeking out over how fascinating the local architecture is. That glowing review gets wildly creepy when the tourist cheerfully calls the sunny streets deeply relaxing, entirely ignoring the apocalyptic rot supposed to be ruining the era. The speaker unmasks herself as Viner, a Tartarus fiend currently hijacking a human student, who sassily wonders if her bosses completely lied about this timeline being already corrupted. Her demonic associates, Sid and Sarman, grimly nod, admitting the local elves have already defeated commanders and effectively helped bring down a legendary being. Viner finally shares her actual agenda. A pesky rat just waltzed into their dungeon, almost certainly an annoying lapdog from the Hero Academy. Sarman logically asks for the trespasser's threat level, treating the whole mess like a mildly irritating business assessment. Viner shrugs, noting they only spotted a solo raider, but quickly commands Sarman to go assassinate any locked-up underlings who might secretly know more. Sid squints, highly skeptical of the single intruder theory, fully expecting a much larger heroic incursion. Miles away, a cartoonishly sinister villain giggles at the idea of the intruders, discovering the city's nasty secrets right before getting violently erased by it. He licks his lips in anticipation of the flashy spectacle, blatantly preferring a violent fireworks show over boring defensive measures. Returning to the gloomy alley, the fiends collectively sigh, accepting they absolutely must squash this obstacle if they seriously want to conquer the planet. Loudly invoking the will of their terrifying boss, they swear a dramatic oath to completely obliterate the heroic nuisance. The plot suddenly pivots to a massive cosmic explanation, zooming in on a shiny, globe-like sphere to explain some deeply hidden historical lore. The white-haired youth finds his name tossed into a roster of 5 distinct realms, proving he is linked to a structure way larger than any single nation. History class reveals that 3 millennia prior, when a tiny sliver of Erebus threw a tantrum, humanity accidentally discovered the hero world's true existence. Once they successfully bullied that dark fragment back to sleep, the hero record was chopped into 5 pieces, and prestigious academies were built to house each division. Our boy quickly figures out that slicing up the system was not just a fun excuse to build rival campuses, strongly suspecting a nasty, hidden agenda behind splitting the record. He hits a deeply stressful realization. The actual aim was probably to target Kyle's specific page, ripping open another massive mystery at the heart of the interface. Figuring out that Tartarus somehow hacked a supposedly foolproof champion created by a god, the squad unanimously agrees they desperately need answers from the Forbidden Archive. First on the agenda is busting Haddon out of the creepy underground jail and tracking down Luna and Alina, but Luna suddenly taps the brakes by yelling for Professor Kint. Kint spots her intense unease and playfully asks what flavor of disaster has her so spooked. Luna awkwardly stammers that today is apparently Urgen's birthday, the official blowout celebration for the fancy elven king. She notes there is a massive party happening over at the World Tree Plaza, though her terrified blinking practically screams that something about it is horribly wrong. While fireworks light up the skyline, Haddon feels deeply confused, realizing he never actually received an invitation from Urgen. Completely panicking, Luna awkwardly begs Harriet to just crash the event with her regardless. This desperate plea violently conflicts with what Hannah remembers of her past. She was supposedly a brilliant commoner who dazzled the crown into giving her royal favor. Realistically, a prodigy receiving such absurd levels of royal backing should definitely have scored front-row seats to the banquet. Haddon stubbornly refuses to believe that Luna intentionally fed them a bunch of lies. So he asks the overwhelmingly obvious question: if Urgen was supposedly her biggest supporter, why was she brutally excluded from his own party? Luna tragically reveals that Urgen's generous financial backing actually dried up completely. To make matters hilariously worse, the royal allowance got revoked a full month ago, proving somebody took a sledgehammer to the established timeline. The horrible truth finally slaps them in the face. This magical simulation actually allows history itself to be completely rewritten. Scientifically speaking, that makes zero sense, considering they barely dropped into this reality a few hours earlier. Messing with a 30-day-old plotline implies an unseen saboteur has been aggressively twisting the story far beyond their reach. Harriet dramatically sweats, contemplating the terrifying possibility that an invisible force has been stealthily reshaping everything around him. He suddenly flashes back to a smug villain rambling about dead planets and dragging a hero into the mess, strongly implying this entire corruption was a scheduled appointment. That extremely stressful thought aggressively unplugs Harriet from his daydreams, snapping him right back to the present. He realizes the actual big mystery is how on earth the Tartarus fan club managed to sneak into the supposedly locked hero dungeon in the first place. Meanwhile, down in the super-secret underground prison, a shackled elf violently sulks over his spectacularly botched jailbreak. He grumpily admits he acted like an absolute fool, harshly reminding himself that treating the hero dungeon like a casual sprint is highly hazardous. Regardless, he stubbornly refuses to view his fellow cellmates as mere run-of-the-mill criminals. The entire prison throws off wildly cursed vibes, convincing him that his historical memories and this current nightmare are horribly out of sync. He vows to report this entire mess straight to Siren, assuming he manages to return alive. When a pair of unfamiliar girls amble up to his cage, he nearly jumps out of his skin and aggressively asks who they are. One of them drops the world's most depressing icebreaker, cheerfully explaining with unsettling simplicity that she is a slave. The prisoner completely short-circuits at the idea of bonded labor existing in an elven utopia, but the girl just stares at him like his reaction is entirely strange. She bluntly notes that half-elves are automatically treated as property here, entirely bulldozing everything he thought he knew about the world. The nasty revelation hits him like a rogue freight train. The supposedly noble elves are busy enslaving their own kind. He aggressively grips the iron grate, violently shaken by how completely twisted the local moral compass has become. To his modern brain, the entire claim is absolutely absurd. But the second he tries to reject it, one of the girls ruthlessly strikes her companion without a single shred of hesitation. She coldly defends her unhinged assault by claiming a victim's ignorance is just a natural symptom of a slave's lack of education. The inmate just stands there in stunned silence, completely frozen while the horrific abuse escalates in front of him. The attacker's casual sneer basically proves that recreational cruelty is just a standard, unexceptional activity around here. When the guy loudly protests, she rolls her eyes and dismisses the beating as nothing more than giving a slave a routine punishment. She literally steps over the crying girl, completely ignoring her as if her suffering means absolutely nothing. Spinning around, she shoves a finger in his face, aggressively demanding he accept that his own ancestors enthusiastically committed such awful acts. Clocking him as Harriet of Siren, despite having zero clue how he magically arrived, she immediately unleashes dark power and officially declares him an enemy. Dramatically screaming the name of Tartarus, she promises Haddon will absolutely rot inside this very prison. Haddon tragically realizes his shiny restraints are aggressively jamming his aura, leaving him unable to fight back properly. Despite resembling a helpless captive, he stubbornly tries to blast his energy straight through the iron bars. The unhinged lady replies by hurling a massive, incredibly violent surge of purple energy straight at him. Her vicious spell effortlessly smashes his pathetic little defense into a million pieces. The resulting blast absolutely trashes the tiny holding cell in a spectacular display of destructive magic. She smoothly struts through the smoky aftermath, horribly smug in her belief that she just turned him into a smoldering crater. However, the clearing dust drops a massive spoiler. Some unexpected plot twist has completely interrupted her flawless execution. Coughing inside the rubble, Haddon stares in pure disbelief at the brand-new player who just crashed the party. He instantly identifies the duo as Alina and his trusty ally, joyfully confirming the rescue cavalry has finally reached the jail. A blonde woman aggressively confronts the defeated villain, loudly mocking the hilariously pitiful state he has been reduced to. While charging her spell, she sourly points out that Alina clearly leveled up since their previous encounter, treating the current clash as an official grudge match. That catty remark forces Marin to recall Alina, enthusiastically swearing she would be fully prepared for the next battle and might even bust out some sorcery. During that gentle flashback, Alina sweetly reassures Marin that she is just borrowing her friend's physical form to violently punish bad guys, absolutely not to cause her any harm. Marin previously mistook Alina for a literal holy angel, prompting Alina to carefully instruct her to keep her eyes shut tight until the coast was totally clear. Snapping back to the present crisis, the elven spectator is hilariously baffled by whatever ridiculous magical nonsense Alina is currently attempting. The furious demon aggressively peels himself off the floor, spitting highly creative curses at the woman who stubbornly refuses to stay dead. Lena completely deadpans that his sole life error was surviving just long enough to accidentally draw her attention. Towering over the creep with massive swagger, she snarks that she would have totally ignored him if he had just stayed down like a good loser. The monster violently froths at the mouth with murderous rage, screaming promises to completely obliterate her without leaving a single trace of evidence. The eavesdropping elf suddenly connects the dots, massively floored upon realizing she is that exact same hero candidate from back in the day. He takes a mental trip down memory lane to their awkward meeting 2 years earlier, right in the middle of a massive turf war between the Luss and the Empire's magic department. Back then, Alina's ridiculously aloof confidence completely rubbed him the wrong way and irritated him deeply. Desperate to force her to acknowledge his own fragile ego, he aggressively challenged her to a direct showdown. Unfortunately, the literal second he squared up, her terrifying, overwhelming aura smacked him in the face and caused him to horribly falter. That extremely humbling moment taught him she was not just an arrogant snob, but fundamentally built entirely different from everyone else. Once Alina officially snagged the win, she simply strutted off, completely ignoring the pile of defeated bodies left in the dirt behind her. Watching her epic exit, he deeply understood that some folks are simply born with the genetic cheat codes to become untouchable heroes. Jumping back to reality, he finally accepts that the terrifying lady standing over the demon is that exact same extraordinary force of nature. Lena playfully warns the demon that his upcoming funeral will absolutely not be a quick, painless affair. She casually unleashes a massive nuke of a spell, brutally trapping and squishing the guy inside a beautifully violent ring of glowing magic. Hopelessly tied up and totally panicking, the fiend absolutely refuses to accept he is currently getting steamrolled by someone he dismissed as a mere amateur candidate. Advising her opponent to actually pose a challenge, Alina jokingly suggests he fetch the commander's deputy instead. Brushing the fiend off as a minor nuisance, she easily wraps up her assault. She cheerfully waves goodbye while her magic entirely obliterates the beast. After the threat dissipates, Marin keeps her eyelids shut tight, even as the elf gently shields her shoulder. Lena gently murmurs to Marin that the coast is officially clear for a peek. Blinking in absolute awe, Marin gazes at Alina, who looks just as brilliantly dazzling as she recalled. Pivoting from soothing mentor to impatient leader, Alina playfully urges the group to get moving and show her the correct route. The narrative suddenly shifts to a lavish mansion, where an unseen voice calls out for Lady Sogia. A lady with azure locks chimes in, acknowledging the beckoning call. Maids fuss over her for an upcoming gala, harshly adjusting her stance and facial cues. Sogia plasters on a painfully stiff grin while receiving a crash course in high society mingling. Despite being flattered as gorgeously royal, she secretly groans about maintaining this exhausting elegant facade in a totally new realm. Her helpers fetch lavish royal accessories, pushing the makeover into overdrive. Stuffing the crimson-haired lady into fancy garments and baubles, they seek her nod of approval while essentially playing dress-up with a living mannequin. Completely drained by endless rounds of styling, she desperately questions when this torture will finally end. Noting the sheer swarm of servants, it dawns on her that this estate belongs to someone far above basic aristocracy. Taking in her finished reflection, a panicked realization hits her. They are pampering her like actual royalty. This sparks a much worse terror. If bygone elves possessed a kingdom, she might be stranded deep in their historical timeline. A helper cheerily notes that before attending Prince Urgen's birthday celebration, the royal guest absolutely must swing by the throne room for an exclusive hello. He proudly adds that this meeting hall is a holy site linked to the world tree, strictly off-limits to anyone outside the crown. Enduring relentless lectures on proper inhales and regal poise, she feels her last nerve ready to snap. The nagging manners tutorial drags on, sternly cautioning her to mind her limbs and avoid angering the monarch. Strolling toward the hall, she opts to fake it until she makes it. Crossing her fingers, she can bump into her friends and verify their shared amnesia status. Just before they move forward, a vicious crimson anomaly explodes right past the massive entryways. Nasty blight spews everywhere with horrific momentum, completely ruining the manor's tranquil atmosphere. Jerking back in sheer horror, she grabs her own arms, frantically trying to process the visual nightmare. Watching pitch-dark tendrils infect the pristine hall ahead, she quickly deduces this is far beyond a typical magical hiccup. Confronted by this logic-defying event, all she can do is gawk and mentally scream about what on earth is happening. Sogia feels a colossal, beastly aura bearing down, getting the creepy suspicion that an unearthly entity is staring her down from the shadows. Spooked by someone shouting her moniker, she whips around, heavily doubting her own sanity regarding the eerie sight. Both she and her maid debate the spooky vision, desperately trying to laugh it off as a mutual hallucination. However, a bright flash near the upper stairs firmly yanks their focus back to the royal parlor. A profoundly calm, yet authoritative tone gestures for Sogia to step up. Shaking in her boots, she swallows her dread, straightens up, and marches ahead anyway. Upon nearing the throne, she politely tosses a happy birthday wish to the sovereign waiting up top. Announced as Princess Sogia, the terrifying epiphany hits that she is currently standing inside the actual world tree of Barhilan. The elven ruler, Urgent, welcomes her softly, prompting her to look up while jokingly checking if the staff has been behaving. Sogia politely lies, claiming she feels perfectly fine. Despite delivering a smooth reply, her brain keeps screaming about the horrific shadows from a minute ago. Her thoughts stubbornly drift to that creepy hallway, fully convinced some evil nonsense is hiding nearby. Merging the monarch's pleasant grin with her dark flashback only cranks her anxiety up to maximum. Sogia mentally wrestles with her current dreadful instincts, puzzled as to why this specific panic feels like déjà vu. Spotting a distinct clue, she becomes absolutely certain this nightmare is 100% real. Her mental picture snaps into focus, revealing a vicious, animalistic shape practically dripping with lethal malice. It hits her like a brick that she has definitely crossed paths with this exact horrific entity in the past. The recollection clarifies, displaying the shadowy monster with blazing eyes that previously menaced a Kint. She pegs the entity as Erebus, the very same gloomy menace woven into a Kint's history. In another area, Luna tearfully admits to Professor Akint that she seriously doubts if she is actually a rightful elven citizen of Barhilan. She confesses that existing lately feels like an agonizing, unpredictable mess. Her identity crisis has spiraled so far that she completely lost track of her own character arc. Luna worries her innate spells might be freakishly special, potentially warping the entire historical timeline around her existence. Kin figures out that Tartarus is trying to block the champion by tainting Luna's reality, which instantly transforms his boiling rage into sheer determination. As Luna timidly questions his cryptic remark, she braces herself for a response that might dictate her entire destiny. Qin boldly promises that she is destined to become the most legendary elf history has ever seen. Swearing on his own name, he delivers the vow with a confidence that strikes an eerie chord of familiarity in her heart. Luna instantly recognizes the phrasing, marveling that she has definitely been pitched this exact pep talk previously. Her brain unearths memories of him feeding her this very same reassuring line ages past. The flashback highlights his pledge that she would inevitably win everyone's respect and snatch the sovereign crown. Remembering this absolutely floors Luna with a tidal wave of emotion. Her terror melts into pure delight, fully embracing the destined vow as her rightful prize. Qin extends a hand, smoothly asking her to be his guest for the upcoming gala. Internally, he vows that if Tartarus is crashing the hero's reality, he will personally eliminate its minions. From this exact second forward, his mission is absolute extermination of their ranks. Back at the gala, snooty attendees line up to flatter Princess Sergia amidst the endless festivities. Sergia pastes on a diplomatic smirk to return the pleasantries, expertly masking her severe internal panic. Beneath the surface, her fingers refuse to stop shaking, entirely haunted by the nightmarish throne room preview. Sinking deep into despair, she questions if she is the only one spotting the doom and how on earth she should fix it. Suddenly, Luna shuffles over, offering the royal lady a delightfully jittery hello. The split-second Luna's vocal cords vibrate, a massive puzzle piece snaps into place within Sergia's brain. Locking eyes with Luna miraculously evaporates Sergia's dread, like finally finding the crucial key to a locked door. Emboldened by this epiphany, Sergia steps right up to the girl rather than fleeing the scene. Sergi finally uncovers the truth, deducing that this strange environment used to be Luna's home turf. Luna formally pitches her full title as Luna Rubinance, the almighty founder of the nebula. A creepy bystander lurking nearby abruptly interrupts their sweet little reunion. Luna instantly flags the interloper as the hostile girl who definitely lacks an invitation to this timeline. The silver-haired man confirms she was never invited, grumbling about how history just loves replaying the same annoying loop. Qin steps right into his personal space, complimenting his sneaky trespassing skills before demanding an explanation. Qin pegs the guy as Professor Akint's shady mirror image, boldly stating his gross dark energy is way too obvious to hide anymore. A thoroughly angered elf promises severe punishment for anyone caught meddling in this dimension. This menacing promise drops from Barhilan, the elven metropolis's vice principal, handling the drama with icy arrogance. He completely writes off his rivals as pathetic insects, highly doubting a lowly educator could ever pose a threat. He gloats that the champion's beloved realm is destined to helplessly rot into oblivion. Strutting through the evening gala, he behaves as if his victory lap is already scheduled. Across the room, Akint spots Luna trotting over and bites his tongue, realizing a public brawl would attract too much gossip. He whispers to see if Luna interrogated the royal, to which Luna casually notes the lady has undergone a massive personality shift. Luna gossips that the formerly nasty royal is suddenly acting like her best friend, feeding Akint a very juicy hint. Beneath the tranquil stars, cutthroat diplomatic chess rages on right underneath the festive music. The fancy buffet effectively masks that every single attendee is aggressively plotting to backstab their way to the top. Akint smoothly slides over to the princess, dropping a flawlessly respectful bow to introduce himself. She accepts his pleasantries gracefully, though he immediately ditches the small talk to grill her on his main objective. Smelling his hidden agenda from a mile away, she generously pauses to let him drop the actual question. The king bluntly demands her entire knowledge regarding Lumen. Dropping to one knee while interrogating her, he signals with zero subtlety that Lumen is his ultimate prize. The royal promptly identifies him as Leo, who cheekily confesses he indeed holds the answers she craves. Figuring out Luna boasts a royal title here, Leo spots a massive shortcut for his schemes, right before Prince Urgin interrupts the chat. This poorly timed entrance halts their plotting, making Leo furiously recalculate the room's political gravity. The high society crowd instantly pivots to Prince Urgin, showering him with festive cheers and aggressive flattery. Urgin naturally dominates the spotlight, effortlessly commanding deep bows from every noble in a 10-foot radius. The princess leaves Leo to fawn over Urgin, forcing the boy to shelve their juicy gossip for later. Urjin delivers a standard speech, thanking the swarm of socialites for gracing his event with their presence. Keeping the mood breezy, he orders the crowd to enjoy themselves so he can sneak off to run some errands. After the royal speech wraps, Luna catches Leo looking tighter than a coiled spring. Luna nervously vents that scoring Prince Urjin's good graces is practically a life-or-death requirement for her funding. Before they can panic further, the princess cuts in to demand a twirl on the dance floor with Leo. Leo agrees instantly, sensing a golden ticket to fish for more clues. Luna just stands there with her jaw dropped, utterly baffled by his eager agreement. As they waltz away from eavesdroppers, the royal verifies he is definitely Leo, while he smugly confirms she is actually Lunia. Spinning gracefully, Leo casually grills her on how much local lore she has managed to uncover. He drops the revelation that they are currently partying pre-calamity, squarely inside a reality owned by Luna. Lunia smirks that she already guessed that after chatting with the girl, then eagerly asks if he knows the conditions to escape this dimension. On the sidelines, Luna gleefully connects a new dot. She historically had the sheer talent to forge star magic. This juicy tidbit implies the exit strategy requires rebooting astral sorcery, though Luna stays on the hunt for the complete puzzle. Mid-twirl, Leo casually whispers a horrifying reality check. Tartarus is fully active in this era, possibly lurking at this very gala. When Lunia wrongly guesses he means historical Tartarus, Leo shuts that down, hinting at an incredibly present and looming danger. The tainted astral relic shatters, while Leo elaborates that other nasty dimensional intruders have crashed this timeline alongside them. Lunia shudders violently, realizing this menace is no longer a fun history lesson, but a very active, deadly target. Leo playfully orders her not to panic before dropping the absolute worst news. He bluntly states that Erebus is currently roaming this exact realm. Miles away, an azure blast of sorcery lights up the zone, officially kicking off the violent conflict. A magical explosion rips the scenery apart, proving the gate crashers have entirely abandoned their stealth strategy. A golden-haired lady, yawning at the tedious skirmish, complains about how terribly long this brawl is dragging out. She orders Harriet to wipe out the opposition, rather than letting this pathetic duel stall any further. He responds by unleashing a massive magical wave that cleanly slices through the area with overwhelming power. Badgered about why he does not just obliterate the entire area, he sternly rejects the idea due to the risk of bystander casualties. The blonde woman rolls her eyes at his morality, but he scolds her icy indifference as totally unfit for a true hero. While their ethical debate stalls, a fresh intruder saunters through the newly trashed hallway. A deeply arrogant tone mocks the so-called saviors for their hypocrisy, crawling out of the shadows like an overly dramatic pest. An invader dressed like a snobby student struts into the light, scoffing at their heroic etiquette and signaling a new threat. The pale-haired girl cheekily advises her foes to enjoy their last words, fully guaranteeing their impending doom. A murderous aura spikes alongside her smugness, clarifying she views every single person present as already dead. She equates mortals to annoying insects, boasting that the only funerals worth attending today will belong to these phony deities. The terror dials up a notch when she gleefully predicts her own dark god's imminent awakening. A blonde woman challenges that claim by asking if this deity is just Erebus, instantly triggering a massive tantrum from the girl. Violet malice swirls into a furious storm, proving the enemy is totally done using her inside voice. Despite the crushing magical gravity, the blonde woman answers the threat with icy sarcasm, refusing to sweat the dramatic display. She returns the contempt effortlessly, happily suggesting her foe is utterly foul on both a physical and spiritual level. The insult leaves a mark, as she loudly theorizes if the villain is authentically rotten inside and out. Boiling with fury, the pale-haired menace abandons all restraint, getting ready to rip the snarky woman to shreds. A horrifying tornado of indigo doom violently erupts overhead as she throws a lethal magical assault. The strike barrels onward, only to smash face-first into a suddenly materialized azure honeycomb shield. Safely tucked behind the wall, a raven-haired elf shields a panicked girl, urgently whispering to ensure she is unharmed. The youngster just gapes in petrified silence, completely overwhelmed by the explosive ambush. Amid the surrounding mayhem, a different guardian hugs a child tight, bravely staring down the encroaching ruin. A floating nemesis jeers at the heroes, sadistically tallying up her champion body count just to mess with their heads. She arrogantly introduces herself as the bone-eating Viner, hyping her reputation as a mythical apex predator instead of some basic thug. Her horrific fame speaks for itself, an infamous abomination that everyone falsely assumed had died ages past. The dark-haired elf gently shushes the shivering girl next to him, practically begging her to keep her calm. Second enemy laughs off their worrying over a phony holy figure, aggressively juggling a lethal energy orb to demand their undivided attention. The elf sharply replies that the real pity should not be wasted on their target, but saved for the poor bystanders about to get caught in the crossfire. He logically deduces that if the holy maiden actually bothered to lower herself to this level, the resulting fallout would be utterly apocalyptic. His theory instantly upgrades to fact when a gigantic magenta laser crashes from the sky, ripping the battlefield to shreds. The villain gasps at the rosy magical signature, realizing this legendary energy was previously just a frightening rumor. Connecting the dots points squarely to one terrifying identity, Elena Geron. The golden-haired lady beams a radiant smile, cheekily admitting she is the very engine behind that overwhelming power. An onlooker remembers the past, just as gloomy malice reigns down right behind Elena's flashy entrance. An eavesdropper cutting through the cacophony suddenly recognizes an old, familiar tone echoing straight out of the shadows. The pale-haired villain, growing more monstrous by the second, gleefully cheers that she also hears the spooky whisper, answering it like a loyal servant. The crowd collectively swallows their fear, assuming this beast is officially the fully restored version of Erebus. Mid the chaos, a keen bystander figures out this entire catastrophic ambush is actually an elaborate trap, specifically designed to bait the ultimate champion. Miles off, an ivory-haired elf suddenly senses the truth, abruptly demanding to know if Erebus has appeared. The grim answer is absolutely, because despite never laying eyes on the demon, that suffocating presence is impossible to miss. Simultaneously, a friend spots Leo looking strange and frantically orders him to check his reflection. Leo blinks in shock, discovering he has magically reverted to his original form without any warning. A snowy-haired girl adjacent to him watches her own body change, thoroughly baffled by the bizarre transformation. Leo stares at the ceiling, completely clueless as to why everyone is spontaneously reverting. The culprit reveals itself above as swirling crimson-dark infernos, instantly recognized as the signature fire of Erebus. The fiery racket alerts the local guards, who angrily scream for the trespassers to identify themselves and explain what they did to the princess. Leo rapidly calculates that this scenario is entirely off the rails, knowing the ceremonial rules are completely compromised. The angry official doubles down, dubbing them sneaky infiltrators and loudly requesting their alibis. As panic mounts, it dawns on someone that the entire dimension is physically crumbling, meaning Luna's rescue mission is totally failing. Chewing on that apocalyptic dread, Leo strides ahead, ditching his hesitation for good. A silver-haired girl aggressively blocks his path, demanding his identity before he pulls any heroics. Another panicked student slides in, desperately shouting for Professor Akint's whereabouts. The trio huddles in the lavish lobby while the terrified audience hangs back, feeling the heavy doom in the air. Leo plainly states the truth. The timeline is literally shredding itself, so beating the dungeon is officially pointless. He drops the revelation that only one desperate move remains to salvage Luna's story. His brilliant plan is simply to defeat Erebus, a statement that immediately surges the pale-haired girl with a massive power boost. That choice explodes into a ferocious shockwave, kicking off their ultimate offensive against the dark god. A snowy-haired boy turns back to Luna, casually requesting she assist him in saving the world. He places a magical rod into Luna's grip, entrusting her with a terrifyingly crucial artifact. The antique practically hums the second her fingers brush it, making Luna gasp as she identifies the legendary pollen. The instant synchronization floors her, entirely confused as to why the relic is eagerly answering her specifically. While the staff vibrates, a hidden spectator quietly deduces that this boy is severely abnormal. The creeping presence mentally tags the boy as a surprisingly terrifying human. Luna racks her brain over his intense familiarity, feeling as though she has known him for centuries. The boy keeps staring calmly, cementing the bizarrely deep connection welding them together. Luna frantically searches for a word to describe the strangely warm emotion this encounter has stirred. His blunt request for her backup leaves her absolutely zero room to gracefully decline. Following a tiny pause, Luna accepts the burden. She dives all in, swearing an honest oath to offer her sincere help. Across the room, bystanders gawk at a mere mortal holding the divine relic, internally panicking over the massive implications. An evil aura laughs off their concern, thoroughly convinced fighting back is a hilarious waste of effort. It cockily advertises the upcoming conflict as a hopeless struggle against a godlike being. The grand evil scheme is obvious: drive the entire planet straight toward destruction. A crimson-haired lady arrives, reads the incredibly dramatic room, and smartly decides against interrupting. The snowy-haired boy flips to action mode, cheerfully suggesting they skip straight to defeating Erebus. His incredibly relaxed attitude leaves the newcomer speechless, though he casually promises the demonic threat is manageable. He clarifies that the Erebus she bumped into is likely a fragmented copy, not the authentic nightmare they know. He logically assumes that since the original is safely locked up elsewhere, this current menace is just a pathetic, incomplete sliver. Luna catches onto his math immediately, beaming at the realization that they might actually secure a victory. Strategy locked in, the red-haired lady politely pivots to introductions. The trio strolls forward as she opens her mouth to state her name. Luna aggressively pitches her own name back, practically drowning the newcomer in instant friendliness. The ginger reveals herself as Leo Plov, which makes Luna gasp and act like she just met royalty. Luna's admiration intensifies, playfully concluding that Leo's legendary status simply must transcend alternate worlds. Leo blushes heavily at the intense praise, while the boy silently muses that Luna feels weirdly similar to a certain friend. He politely interrupts the chatter, reminding the girls to refocus because a giant monster is patiently waiting. He leads the charge, loudly promising that Erebus is about to be brought down. Kicking the path open, he cautions his squad to prepare for numerous obstacles. Leo and Luna trail behind him, totally startled by the impending view. They stare at an area absolutely swarming with beasts, proving the danger has fully spread. The boy shrugs, noting that where there is Erebus, a legion of monsters naturally follows, then casually ignites his flames. Leo mimics his stance, eager to flex the newly polished pyromancy she honed in battle. A disembodied voice praises the duo, exposing yet another powerful presence lounging nearby. This mystery helper opts to join the fight, immediately unleashing some severely formidable magic. Leo is completely thrilled to score a chance to witness the progenitor's raw power. Right before the assault officially begins, the fresh ally compacts a blinding sphere of concentrated energy. The spell explodes vertically, blasting a colossal neon pillar straight through the gloomy darkness above. Staring at the violently parted sky, the boy grins as their designated path is brilliantly cleared. Spotting the opening, he flashes a smirk and tells the squad it is time to sprint. Luna questions if he is playing Vanguard, which he answers by wordlessly charging ahead. She plays loyal support, casting a massive power buff onto him so he can plow through the enemy lines faster. The teamwork strikes a deep nostalgic chord, reminding him of a squad dynamic he assumed was permanently lost. Grotesque creatures rush him from every conceivable angle, hoping to overwhelm him before he can advance. He answers by unsheathing and setting his blade ablaze in a single, decisive motion. The nearest beast happily lunges straight into his swinging inferno. Slicing through the raging stampede, he unleashes a massive crimson arc, instantly clearing the blockade. As the strike concludes, he stands entirely unbothered, utterly dialed into the coming massacre. Catching Leo's impressive combat skills, Linnea claps proudly, openly noting his impressive growth. Leo absolutely hates being upstaged, boldly bragging about perfecting a highly exclusive, custom spell. He jumps into the fray, hurling combustion via a massively wide swing. Leo dramatically debuts his Crimson Frisbee technique, shielding his body with gigantic rings of blazing power. Ego fully restored, he aggressively drives the fiery attack forward at maximum velocity. His spicy projectiles shred the monsters, earning a calm nod of approval from Linnea. Watching Leo steal, the spotlight forces Alina to step up, deciding she cannot afford to lag behind any longer. Leo glances back with nervous anticipation, eagerly waiting to see what kind of magnificent magic she will reveal. Instead of a flashy marvel, Alina lazily conjures a painfully basic fireball, completely baffling Leo. Before anyone can process her tiny spark, another horrific threat screams from the trashed hall. Alina barely blinks, looking incredibly composed as she preps her exact countermeasure. She effortlessly clones that single flame into a blinding storm of identical meteors that floods the battlefield. Leo mentally notes her spell lacks refinement, but its sheer carpet-bombing force is completely overwhelming. Lunia rudely tells Leo to step aside, taking full control of the situation herself. She triggers the floating arsenal, setting off a devastating chain reaction that completely engulfs the enemies. Observing the destruction, Leo sweats at the genuinely frightening muscle of the ancient progenitor. Tucked safely in their magical bubble, the rest of the crew just stares as her barrage dominates the field. After the danger passes, Lunia puffs her chest out proudly, leaving Leo desperately confused about what sort of praise she expects. His confusion intensifies when a hand suddenly descends toward Linia's head. Leo finally delivers the praise she was aggressively waiting for, offering gentle head pats and calling her amazing. Lunia abruptly realizes how childish she looks begging for a pat on the head. Blushing furiously, she protests that an elder deserves respect, but Leo mercilessly points out she was obviously fishing for that exact reaction. Their petty banter makes Alina notice the surprisingly comfortable familiarity between them. Leo brushes away the suspicion, chuckling that he and Linnea are simply old friends, completely ignoring her grumpy background noises. Nearby, a fresh monstrosity oozes upward, looking like a tidal wave of blue, rotting sludge. The creature's gelatinous body ripples with agonizingly screaming faces, upgrading its very form to pure horror. It stretches toward the ceiling and howls, charging its next nasty attack. A pink-haired girl glares at the sludge with pure contempt, loading up a surgically precise counter spell. Her magical beam slices vertically through the slimy beast, carving into it with concentrated force. Hovering close, Alina and her ally assess the fight, mutually agreeing that the possession has not been fully resolved. The tainted blob throws a massive tantrum, hurling a dense sphere of dark power directly at them. It vows to rip them to pieces, while the dark projectile hurtles across the battlefield. Lina actually flinches at the ridiculous speed, realizing Erebus amplified this grunt far beyond its previous limits. Additional inky roots and abyssal projectiles erupt everywhere, multiplying the deadly pressure. The darkness balloons into a gigantic, consuming force zeroing right onto their exact coordinates. The pink-haired defender claps back by throwing up a heavy hexagonal force field to intercept it. The collision violently rattles her shield, forcing her to absorb the agonizing brunt of the enhanced blast. Despite holding the line, she recognizes that the enemy's offensive power operates on an entirely different level now. The infected attacker cackles, revealing that its newfound strength includes way more than just a speed boost. It calls them complete fools for underestimating how much stronger it has truly become. Safely behind the glass, the defender groans that the punch genuinely hurt, proving the strain is authentic. Digging deep, she flexes an explosive pulse of magic, violently shattering the immediate threat surrounding her. Catching a breather, Alina nudges her companion to point out that their literal reality is changing. Her ally just nods, already understanding the apocalyptic shift. They both stare as the surrounding reality begins fading away into nothingness. A terrified bystander recognizes this vanishing act as the exact same phenomenon that swallowed Marin, screaming in alarm. The crew slowly realizes this is no victory over the blight, but a terrifying sign that the dimension itself is collapsing. Right in the core of the unraveling space, a blindingly bright signal flare suddenly appears. Lina instantly identifies it as Leo and Linnea's custom fireworks, interpreting the neon arrow pointing them elsewhere. Guessing the duo probably stumbled onto the exit strategy, Alina decides to head directly for them. A deeply composed senior orders the squad to escort the freshmen, promising to handle the ugly monster by herself. The monster throws a fit that the targeted demon is ridiculously overpowered, bitterly resenting that innocent hero candidates are being dragged into the mess. Ignoring the lethal odds, the long-haired student stubbornly refuses to retreat, demanding to hold the front line. The older lady accepts that bravery calmly, fully trusting the girl to manage the fight alone. Jumping back into the fray, she delegates the leftover trash to Hammond while openly dismissing her current opponent with contempt. Hammond violently steels himself, his focus locking into overdrive as the heavy lifting gets dumped in his lap. The fiend wildly lashes out with a surge of power, deeply offended by the casual disrespect. A lightning-fast blade cleanly severs the demon's punch before it can even land. A hidden voice loudly mocks the monster's terrible awareness, proudly announcing a new player has altered the battlefield. The mystery man steps into the light, arriving with an undeniable aura of total confidence. On the flip side, Leo sprints through the academy at high speed, zeroing straight in on the source of the disturbance. Skidding into the building, he furiously demands directions to the audience chamber. Before anyone can supply a map, catastrophic danger crashes down into the corridor right around him. Luna brutally deflects the falling rubble with a kinetic burst, keeping his lane completely spotless. She physically points down the correct route, urging Leo to keep his momentum without hesitation. Leo, Luna, and their red-haired companions sprint together down the hallway toward the main event. The redhead huffs in pure disbelief at Leo's insane velocity, realizing she can barely keep pace. Keeping right on his heels, even Luna heavily questions who this freakishly fast boy actually is. Leo stares back with an extremely weird sense of familiarity, feeling as though their brief team-up carries the weight of a centuries-old bond. They finally burst into the grand audience chamber. Skipping the greetings, Leo firmly prepares Luna to cast her spell so they can act immediately. An extremely unfriendly presence slams the brakes on their rush, firmly forbidding them from taking another step. A silver-haired enemy materializes in the center of the room, looking deeply offended by their unforgivable trespass. He sneers at the trio like they are inferior beings entirely beneath his notice. Looming behind him is a gigantic, ominous portal, confirming his dark summoning ritual is already underway. The snob loudly declares that inferior people like them should never have set foot in this sacred place. Leo playfully answers by attacking first, happily refusing to waste time on the villain's boring monologue. The raw impact forces the enemy to drop to one knee, proving Leo can easily pressure him head-on. Observing the clash, the red-haired girl notes Leo's hidden combat experience, silently dreading that their companions might have perished. Dropping all restraint, the foe unleashes his absolute power. Channeling Erebus's granted might, he conjures a storm of shadowy entities. Leo counters this surge with fiery determination, boldly stating that his flames will incinerate even stolen godly might. The villain scoffs at Leo's grit, teasing that his stubbornness is just a waste of breath. A brutal wave of dark magic slams down, intended to flatten Leo completely. Leo retaliates with a signature blade strike, merging crimson fire and blistering heat into a head-on block. While the red-haired girl quietly panics over how Leo wields the Phoenix's fire, he casually mentions he is bound to the legendary bird by contract. This casual bombshell leaves her speechless, since his abilities mimic her family's closely guarded secret magic. Pushing hard, Leo breaks through with an unyielding strike. With the immediate danger shattered, the trio wades through the wreckage and ventures further into the room. Eerie noises echo from the path ahead, causing both Luna and the red-haired girl to freeze in discomfort. A shadowy voice speaks directly to Leo, dramatically declaring that their long-awaited reunion has finally arrived. The name Erebus drops into the air, exposing the dark mastermind lurking in the shadows. While his companions watch closely, Leo absorbs the heavy truth without saying a word. Catching sight of Leo's charred hands, Luna voices her worry, but he playfully shrugs it off, insisting he is perfectly peachy. He clarifies that the villain's supposedly terrifying magic was merely a cheap knockoff of his own authentic fire. Luna boils the dilemma down to simple math. If that beast is the root cause, they ought to squash it before it finishes its nap. Skipping the permission phase entirely, she preps a massive magical strike to obliterate the beast in its sleep. Ignoring her friend's frantic protests, Luna flashes a cheeky grin and lets the spell rip. The magic explodes outward in a dazzling, blinding flash. The detonation leaves everyone reeling, and one companion simply gapes, utterly bewildered by Luna's trigger-happy tactics. As the dust settles and everyone pants for air, the white-haired boy casually waves off the destruction like it was nothing. Dread creeps in when they notice the giant, cathedral-like shell on the monster's back does not have a single scratch. Locking eyes with the beast, Luna sprints right toward it, forcing the frantic red-haired girl to grab her. Her fury stems from the stark contrast between the gentle Storvax from the tails and this ugly brute. Luna resolves to dismantle the oversized pest with her own 2 hands. Leo rubs his temples, exhausted by Luna's suicidal enthusiasm. Her rage boils over, and she loudly promises to hand the creature an agonizing receipt. Deaf to reason, she continues her temper tantrum, fully ignoring everyone's pleas for logic. Leo mentally sighs, knowing that a furious Luna is basically a runaway train. Then he recalls the single, deeply goofy trick that miraculously calms her down. Deploying his ridiculous method, he promptly knocks her out cold before she does anything fatal. The red-haired girl scolds Leo's heavy hand, but he dryly notes that Luna was seconds away from making a deadly fool of herself. Jolting awake at the insult, Luna snaps back and gets right in Leo's face. Taking the reins of the argument, Leo strictly warns her that blind rage will not scratch that behemoth. His stern command to chill out finally pierces her stubbornness, making her pause. Eyeing the creature, Leo grows deeply concerned that Luna's heaviest artillery barely left a dent. He figures that if a mere sliver can tank such a hit, the main boss must be a total nightmare. When the beast twitches back to life, the crew grimly realizes this chunk of godhood refuses to die easily. The entity pitches a fit, scolding them for tracking mud onto its supposedly holy ground. Wrapped in twisted piety, it demands an apology, pretending its murderous intent is merely a holy spanking. Before things can go completely sideways, a newcomer violently crashes the party. Alina steps out of the dust, cheerfully admitting she dropped by out of pure concern. Checking that everyone still has their limbs, she breathes a sigh of relief, while the squad happily welcomes her survival. Sidetracked by Alina's flashy title, Luna asks what the progressor of the nebula means, prioritizing cool monikers over the giant monster. The pair exchange prim introductions, creating a bizarrely polite tea party vibe amid the apocalypse. Their bubbly handshake leaves the bystanders baffled, considering the end of the world is currently unfolding nearby. Prompted for the beast's name, Leo casually introduces it as Erebus. The title rattles Alina, instantly helping her grasp the apocalyptic scale of their uninvited guest. The rest finally connect the dots. The fabled awakened god was actually just this horrifying appetizer, not the main course. Leo points out that this is merely a snoozing sliver of Erebus, rather than the fully caffeinated deity. Seeing a golden chance, Alina pools her magic to squash the cosmic bug before it wakes up completely. She decides it is best to murder the giant fragment while it is still stuck in sleepwalker mode. Her magical strike begins carving chunks out of the entity's form. The entity whines and pleads for mercy, but Alina just interprets its crying as a sign she is hitting the right spots. Shifting into a vaguely humanoid silhouette, it dramatically labels them as vile heathens. Completely unfazed, Alina treats its dramatic bad guy monologue like a boring lecture rather than a threat. The fragment hurls a curse in return, swearing to wipe them out so thoroughly that they will not even be a memory. As its energy explodes outward, the room's vibe violently shifts from manageable peril to absolute doom. The red-haired girl locks up, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the impending disaster. Alina's cool demeanor shatters as she realizes this is not just a standard magical slapback. A gigantic crimson eye peels open above, proving that something far more massive is using the sliver as an alarm clock. A looming, dark crimson shape drifts downward, making it look like the snoozing deity is finally dragging itself out of bed. A fiery heart sparks to life inside the shape, officially announcing its grand entrance. The tiny fragment practically cheers, thrilled that its big boss has finally clocked in. It demands that everyone bow and scrape, branding them as annoying leftovers of some ancient hero it hates. Flexing its newly formed muscles, the giant entity dubs itself the Great Flame of Calamity and orders some proper groveling. Its demand for terror literally weaponizes the air, crushing down heavily on the entire room. Dark crimson energy swallows the area while the deity's aura shreds the chamber. The crushing wave of destruction sweeps closer, eager to devour absolutely everything in sight. A brilliant, blinding crash explodes, violently pausing time right as the doom hits. An ugly, dark red entity starts to ooze forward, its flesh built entirely from chaotic, angry magic. Its face shifts into a blank expanse with glaring scarlet eyes, proving this is less of a monster and more of a walking nightmare. The horror fully materializes above the students, instantly soaking the area in pure, unadulterated dread. One girl silently makes her peace with dying, while her blonde companion maintains a stellar poker face against the impending doom. As the initial panic fades into survival instincts, someone loudly demands a pulse check from the rest of the crew. The blonde quickly spins up a massive magic circle, attempting to scan or cage the beast while spells light up the arena. Scanning the data, she confirms the beast is still a progenitor despite missing a few eyeballs, meaning it is still incredibly lethal. She frankly confesses she lacked the tools to block its arrival, refusing to sugarcoat their lack of options. Shifting her focus to Leo, she learns he is standing directly in the splash zone, right under the monster's nose. Leo is spotted standing firm against the bubbling mass, tanking the heaviest waves of its aura. Though heavily bruised, his stance remains rock solid, proving he hasn't backed up a single inch. The squad zeroes in on his stubborn silhouette, grasping that their survival hinges entirely on his next move. A bleak history lesson chimes in. Back when the stars were fresh, a devastating twilight wrecked the world. That ancient disaster flattened cities and buried society, perfectly illustrating the nightmare knocking on their door right now. Floating at the core of that old ruin was a red-eyed shadow, the exact same flavor of horror currently glaring at them. Knowing this beast is a global hazard, the crew shakes off their stupor and pivots to asking for a game plan. Although their brains struggle to accept this walking apocalypse, the solution is crystal clear: it has to die. Leo and the elven girls reach the same verdict without a second thought: they are taking it down. The blonde is completely blindsided by how casually they commit to fighting a literal god. She finds their breezy confidence so weird she mentions it aloud, leaving the red-haired girl to ask what on earth she means. Staring at Leo, she finally grasps why the junior students worshipped him during that previous massive disaster. Rather than throwing in the towel, she figures that sharing a trench with this guy might actually be somewhat fun. A dark-haired comrade stumbles in breathing, and the blonde instantly grills him on whether he knows what this ugly thing is. He slaps the name Erebus on the creature, startling the group by pulling a mythological boogeyman out of his trivia bank. The truth drops like an anvil, and the squad collectively groans at facing yet another mythical extinction event. When asked if he is part of the heroic backup, the new guy awkwardly stammers a denial, vastly intimidated by the heavy hitters around him. The blonde casually outs herself as Lady Luna Rubinitz, a progenitor of the nebula, then swiftly scraps the fancy titles to keep everyone's eyes on the prize. All eyes pivot back to Leo, banking on him to draft the master plan for killing Erebus. Roles are handed out fast. Hannon sits in the backline, Luna plays goalie against Erebus's blasts, and the rest layer on the artillery. Haddon cuts in, loudly complaining about being benched in the safe zone while his friends do the dying. He insists his spells are built for punching faces, refusing to cower behind a shield while everyone else tangles with the beast. Leo faces him, genuinely chewing on the objection instead of just tossing it out. The elf girl jumps on Haddon's bandwagon, fiercely demanding a ticket to the front line too. Before the strategy session can drag on, Erebus throws a punch, forcing the committee to scatter. Leo shouts a warning that touching the black fire equals instant death, so dodging is mandatory. The crew snaps to it, instantly deploying according to his barked orders. Sprinting the gap, Leo draws first blood by sinking his weapon deep into Erebus's mass. Simultaneously, the elven girl unleashes a torrent of hellfire, piggybacking her fury onto his swing. Their combined forces slam into the dark god with a massive boom, kicking the brawl into high gear. Miles away, a bored spectator notes the world is ending, treating the apocalypse like a slightly delayed train. Lounging above the rubble with an hourglass, he opts to munch on metaphorical popcorn and watch the show. Flipping the sand timer, he acts like a strict proctor starting the clock on a final exam. His silent challenge zeroes in on Leo: "Show me why you earned the shiny hero badge." Leo stiffens under the invisible stare, feeling the skirmish morph into both a death match and a job interview. A bit of lore drops regarding Erebus's trump card, the immortal black fire that absolutely refuses to extinguish. Since this fire eats pure mana for breakfast, throwing standard magical shields at it is like tossing paper into a furnace. This renders Erebus practically invincible against normal tricks, as no sane mage can block that kind of heat. However, the tide shifts when brilliant power smashes right into Erebus's flames instead of running away. Leo casually mentions that those undefeated black flames lost their winning streak the second he clocked in. He proudly announces his magical flavor is Erebus's kryptonite, leaving his pals completely floored. Kyle learns his energy only looks blank on the surface. In reality, it is a completely blank slate without fixed traits. This separates him from your run-of-the-mill multi-class mages, and his buddy hints that lumping him with them ignores his true genius. During a flashback around a campfire, the lesson rolls on. Kyle's blank mana operates on totally different hardware than the norm. Its signature feature is sheer, unadulterated purity, vastly outshining anyone else's juice. Since squeaky clean magic can mimic anything, Kyle can basically slap on any elemental hat he wants. To dumb it down, Kyle is informed he is essentially a magical Swiss Army knife. Yet that cool party trick hides a nasty catch, and the mentor highlights the fatal flaw buried in boundless flexibility. Snapping back to the bloodbath, Kyle rockets forward to test drive that very theory. He figures out the boss is made of a set element, meaning it has a giant, glowing weak spot. Piggybacking off Erebus's godly output, he molds his blank energy into the perfect bug spray for this specific pest. His custom-tailored strike rips straight through the villain's shadowy inferno. Kyle finishes shifting his energy into the ultimate counter-element. The punch connects perfectly, completely smothering the beast's trademark dark fire. Observing from the sidelines, the crew gapes as the invincible fire vanishes, baffled by Kyle's completely alien sorcery. Luna instantly clicks that Kyle just hotwired a brand new spell designed solely to bully Erebus. Kyle hammers the advantage, though he privately sweats knowing this duct-tape trick only holds up because the boss hasn't changed its core logic. Concurrently, someone barks an order for Luna to bring the pain. Luna answers by chucking a heavy-duty spell straight at the horror's face. Briefly, both colossal energies lock together in a dazzling, noisy stalemate. Luna's bright magic pushes ahead, looking like it might actually snap the beast's guard. However, the crimson aura shoves right back, completely scrambling her spell. Kyle spots that Luna's flashy finisher didn't even scratch the paint. They quickly deduce that Luna's spells are bouncing off, because her hero world magic doesn't speak the same language as this alien arena. Because Erebus breaks all the normal rules, Luna's artillery is basically firing blanks, putting the team in hot water. To leave a real mark, Luna will have to crank her dial way past the maximum. Asking for that kind of firepower startles her, as she knows exactly how reckless that volume is. Regardless, Luna summons the sacred Lundia family fire, wrapping herself in an absurdly massive inferno. As the heat rises, Alina spots the trademark blaze and realizes Luna is dancing on the edge of a cliff. Pinpointing the flame's feral bite, Alina grasps exactly what crazy stunt Luna is attempting. A strange pink magic weaves into Luna's form. Alina points out a hidden secondary spell is crashing the party. A spectator loudly blurts the nasty catchphrase tied to it, sacrifice. Alina nods grimly and tags in, deploying an ancient spell left by the elven saintess Minimal. She notes that this top-tier healing hack allows her to soak up all of Luna's physical damage. Alina orders Luna to go fully feral on the offense, since Luna is officially their heaviest hitter. While the pink glow expands, Alina likens Luna's blaze to a phoenix that gets nastier the longer it cooks. However, she tosses in a quick warning that Luna is still human, and her flesh will eventually melt if she stays in the oven too long. Staring down the beast, Luna accepts the bitter pill. The Lundia fire stops only when her body gives out. Alina calmly checks if Luna actually comprehends that suicidal math. A teammate tries to yell stop, terrified of the sacrificial request Alina just made. Alina swats the worry away, asserting that Luna is a grown powerhouse, not a delicate flower needing a babysitter. Instead, she cheers for Luna to crank the thermostat even higher. Choking back tears, Luna grabs the challenge with both hands, determined to validate the Rubenant's name. The beast replies by looming over her, rumbling a warning that this button has no undo feature. Ignoring the warning, Luna shoves her fire into overdrive, shoving back against the threat. Watching her back, Alina admits that if Luna survives this stunt, she'll officially outrank every student at Sakina Academy. Luna's inferno sharpens into a colossal, flaming buzzsaw pointed right at the villain. Right before the clash, a fresh voice politely interrupts, announcing a forecast of heavy winds. A cloaked stranger pops in, swathed in azure drafts, and introduces the breezy entrance as a magic call. The newcomer tightens his grip on a weapon, while sapphire energy pools for a knockout blow. A massive hurricane blade slices into the brawl, completely scrambling the battlefield's dynamic. A heavy boot crunches the dirt as someone stubbornly drags themselves back into the ring. Blue power explodes anew, and the slugfest with the dark god kicks right back to top speed. Finally recognizing this as the fabled Great Calamity, the defender digs his heels in against the crushing gravity. The long-haired guy does the math. He barely blocked it the first time, and round 2 will definitely flatten him. He pivots to Luna, officially handing her the only hope for survival trophy. He demands to know if her spells have another gear, and gets a very shaky yes in return. Luna internally screams, since her chalkboard math only covered steering a big spell, not turbocharging it past the red line. Chewing on the physics, she figures that driving it harder demands a ridiculous surplus of raw mana. That missing juice should mean game over, until she recalls the weird, custom code she baked into her spellwork. Someone firmly barks that she absolutely has this, slicing right through her spiraling panic. Leo starts hyping her up, forcing her to drop the imposter syndrome. He dubs her a total prodigy, and that compliment strikes deeper than any technical manual ever could. Luna blinks, momentarily stunned by the massive pile of chips he just shoved onto her space. Puffing out her chest, she absorbs the praise and decides that breaking the laws of magic is just another math problem. Though Leo jokingly pokes at her easily swayed ego, he genuinely tosses her the keys to their survival. Staring down the skyscraper-sized doom, Luna confidently strides to the front. Pumping energy into her staff, she starts weaving a brand new spell straight out of her wildest daydreams. As the glowing math forms, Luna catches a very familiar scent in the sorcery she is brewing. That sense of déjà vu proves she just stumbled across the very thesis she had spent her life chasing. Her nerdy homework and massive ego collide as the magic blooms into a brilliant, unseen shape. Luna grins, realizing her final answer is literally star magic. Before she can hit save on the spell, the giant monster swings hard to squash her flat. The long-haired guy yelps, terrified she's going to get swatted before the loading bar finishes. The beast chucks another deadly haymaker, making it clear there are no free retries here. Leo jumps in front of her, promising that this incoming punch is getting blocked at his face. Hiding behind Leo's meat shield, Luna keeps typing out her spell while the apocalypse bangs on the door. Someone screams Leo's name as he eats the shockwave and refuses to budge. Luna stays ice cold, putting full faith in the precious seconds he is buying with his bruises. Her fully cooked, stellar beam punches the monster right in the jaw, halting its rampage. A robotic system-like prompt flashes an updated quest log. Assist Luna, progenitor of the nebula, in finalizing star magic. The gallery stares in bug-eyed silence, slowly grasping the historical stunt Luna just pulled off. A second pop-up makes it official. Luna has successfully unlocked star magic. Luna gleefully adopts her shiny new title, bragging that she can make even the quietest cosmos pick up the phone. Leo grins and lets her bask in the spotlight, not stealing an ounce of her glory. Standing side by side, they become ground zero for an absolute miracle. The cosmic notification echoes again, stamping her absurd new power as verified fact. A colossal glowing star slams down and staples the beast securely to the floor. The celestial shape explodes right in its face, tearing through its dark flesh with blinding light. Leo watches with a smug grin as the Walden Titan finally begins to crack. Skipping the victory lap, Luna moves straight to the live demo, eager to show off what her new toy can actually melt. The audience starts realizing that this upgrade basically hands her the keys to the supreme tier of arson. Flexing her new progenitor status, Luna pulls together a skyscraper-sized ball of cosmic fire above the dirt. Crispy and trapped, the great beast finally realizes it is about to get a game over screen. Luna hurls the blazing sun at it, loudly slapping her own copyright name onto the move. The magic streaks across the arena, looking exactly like a hyperspeed meteor. A thick column of golden fire nosedives, cratering the earth with terrifying violence. The calamity gets completely eaten by the stellar flames as the detonation washes over it. Safely afar, the gang watches the fireworks show, with Leo still acting as a very battered fence between them and the heat. As the blast radius swells, Leo decides to walk right into the furnace instead of sensibly backing away. He marches straight into the smoking crater, completely ready to stab whatever pieces are still twitching. Luna surveys the smoking ruins with smug assurance, thoroughly convinced they just won the lottery. One last magical hiccup snaps across the dirt, acting as the official buzzer for the enemy's death. As her glowing aura dims, Luna starts excitedly babbling the patch notes for her newly invented spell. Noting the absolute lack of giant monsters, she cheerily calls time of death on the battle. Heavy sighs quickly morph into high fives as the crew swarms together, giddy that Urbis is actually dead. The tension shatters when the blonde pokes fun at the red-haired girl, loudly mentioning she smells like a barbecue pit. She doubles down on the joke with some bold flirting, leaving the redhead stammering and blushing bright red. The wind finally sinks in as the battered squad sits in the crater and throws a mini victory party. Luna gives the cliff notes. They squashed a monster, and she finally finished her ridiculously overdue homework. She offers the elves a genuine thank you, freely admitting she thought their whole race was just boring snobs until today. The long-haired elf takes the backhanded compliment with stiff grace, treating her thanks like a royal pardon. Luna shatters his proper etiquette by yanking him into a very unelven buddy hug. She demands they drop the polite act, since bleeding in the same ditch officially makes them best friends. Witnessing this sudden campfire bonding, the blonde jokes that the whole scene looks like a cheesy hallucination. Despite sitting in the dirt with bruised ribs, she finds the wholesome moment funny enough to wish she had a camera. She stops laughing when she spots Kyle walking over, looking deeply worried. Ignoring his own cuts, Kyle reaches out a hand and softly asks if she is holding together. Trying to save face, she snarks that he shouldn't be babying an independent lady. Kyle rolls his eyes at her tough guy routine, dryly suggesting she check her own bleeding before lecturing him. When she retorts that he looks like he went through a meat grinder, he just shrugs, claiming it is his usual Tuesday. Nearby, Luna clears her throat and loudly advertises her brand new ultimate spell, grabbing the entire room's focus. The crowd braces for another explosion and nervously asks what exactly this doomsday button does. Luna struts forward like a magician, unveiling her final trick, milking the dramatic tension for all it is worth. Hearing the fancy name, the long-haired elf starts sweating, expecting some deeply terrifying ancestral curse. The red-haired elf also locks up, fully prepared to dive for cover from another nuke. With a flourish, Luna proudly demonstrates her magnum opus. It just makes pretty little flowers pop out of the dirt. Instead of laughing, Kyle nods with warm approval, making her tiny garden trick feel genuinely profound. The rest of the gang just blinks in deafening silence, short-circuiting over the gap between the hype and the daisy. Kyle actively ignores their flat expressions, tactfully shielding Luna from the awkward silence. Right on the heels of her magic trick, Luna loudly declares she is officially joining their road trip. The announcement drops jaws, as everyone realizes she plans to ditch her entire life to follow them. The long-haired elf translates her demand. Luna wants to pack her bags and see the globe. For Luna, this choice stems from a deep, aching desire to be the one boarding the train, instead of waving from the platform. Kyle shoots it down instantly, flatly stating that she is not getting on their bus. He explains they have different exits to take, mostly because she has her own massive destiny to chase. Luna chokes on the rejection, visibly stung by his quick and absolute boundary. When Kyle places a firm hand on her shoulder, she freezes, hovering awkwardly between throwing a tantrum and hoping for a plot twist. He cushions the blow by promising she will eventually stumble into her own dedicated squad of weirdos. Kai promises that some top-tier friends are waiting in her future to help her do impossible things. His main point is a soft guarantee: she is never going to be lonely again. The chat suddenly feels like a heavy prophecy, pivoting Luna's story straight toward whatever wild events follow Barhilan's freedom. Luna just listens with her mouth slightly open, trying to swallow the massive spoiler he just dropped on her life. As they pack up, she quietly asks if this is the final goodbye, and he nods that his taxi is waiting. Kyle pulls light into his palm, opting to leave a shiny parting gift instead of just waving. He notes their crossover episode was short, but swears the history books will dedicate whole chapters to her. Handing her a glowing, magical blossom, he predicts she's going to save the planet and have every elf worshipping the ground she walks on. Luna gingerly takes the bloom, completely starstruck as he crowns her with her destined title, progenitor of the nebula. Before walking out, Kyle gently tells her to keep her chin up when the roads get bumpy. A massive teleportation circle flares to life, stamping an official, magical seal on their goodbye. When the noise fades, Luna is standing alone in a patch of fresh flowers, his final note echoing in her head. A cocky grin suits her best. The chapter tries to end on a cozy note, showing the girl cheerfully accepting that everything is finally peachy. A dusty old legend officially boots up, and Leo gets handed a shiny victory trophy named Pollen, neatly closing one book to open the next. A soft final wave is thrown to a far-off star, packaging up the old adventure with a nice little bow. Naturally, that peaceful fade to black gets violently interrupted, because the universe refuses to let the plot rest. Trapped in a gloomy corridor, Leo flicks on a magical flashlight, and the crew quickly figures out the spooky mystery isn't quite finished with them. The glow illuminates a busted memorial room, heavily implying they just stumbled into the basement of ancient history. Brushing dust off a chipped stone, Leo points out that centuries of decay haven't entirely scrubbed the message away. Despite the cracks, he pegs it as a dedication plaque, causing the rest of the gang to crowd around for a peek. As he raises his staff for better lighting, his buddy notices the stick is a perfect match for the carved drawings, linking Leo straight to the dusty lore. The crest on the stone proves this room is just a gutted shell, yet it still clutches onto a massively important logo. The elven kids are completely floored that an outsider snagged Pollen as a loot drop, instantly realizing Siren is going to burst a blood vessel when she finds out. Their frantic whispering about academic politics fades into background noise while Leo tunes them out, asking out loud where the hell they actually landed. A vaguely recognizable marble face catches his eye, and the gears of realization start slowly grinding in his head. He ends up squinting up at a chiseled hero, gripping the exact same staff he holds, making it look like history is holding up a very weird mirror. His pals quickly identify the statues as the legendary heroes, but one specific nameplate really steals the spotlight: Lord Dunan. Holding a ball of light, the blonde wanders closer, completely magnetized by the massive plot twist sitting in the dark. Squinting at the details, her jaw completely unhinges in shock. She notices one of the dusty idols looks exactly like someone in her contacts list, instantly making this ancient myth deeply uncomfortable. The crazy puzzle clicks into place when she slaps the name Kyle onto the stone face. Staring up at the rock, she has a near meltdown trying to process that the mythical human hero was actually a real, breathing guy. Leo pivots away from the statue and zeroes in on a giant stone tablet, betting it holds the actual juicy details. He squints at the ancient font while the gallery holds its breath, waiting for him to read the fine print. The text boldly states the memorial is dedicated to Dunan, Luna, Aaron, Rasinas, and Kyle, cementing Kyle's VIP status in the history books. The rest of the crew just stares at the wall, completely short-circuited by the sheer weight of this historical bombshell. Leo silently absorbs the reality that Kyle was no mere myth, but a living figure recorded by history. He ponders how the citizens of Gadzrin constructed this grand hall to celebrate those champions and their triumphs. That epiphany sparks an even profounder disbelief, as a secondary meaning snaps sharply into his mind. If they are standing inside Gadzrin's memorial, their current whereabouts hold immensely more weight than previously imagined. Before anyone can digest this revelation, a fresh commotion yanks their focus to the other side of the room. They notice a spatial portal sparking to life, instantly shifting their awe of the past into present peril. The gateway crackles with volatile magic, promising to drag the entire vicinity into absolute mayhem. As his companions scramble for safety and scream his name, Leo remains rooted in place, while the surrounding forces escalate. Leo funnels radiant magic into his palm, deciding to face the violent eruption head-on rather than running away. Maintaining icy concentration, he pours his will into the incantation even as deadly turbulence envelops him. The brilliance detonates, consuming the entire area in an overwhelming flash of white. Once the glare dissipates, the narrative moves to a tranquil, softly illuminated bedroom. Leo opens his eyes in bed, battered yet breathing, while a nearby figure examines him for signs of wakefulness. He identifies Principal Callian sitting close by, who promptly commands the injured boy to stay lying down. Callian notes that walking away from the Erebus flame flower, regardless of its diminished state, defies all logic, rendering Leo's continued heartbeat an absolute miracle. When complimented, Leo casually brushes off his own efforts, tossing all the glory to his teammates. Kalyan shares that the boys' findings have already hit global headlines, transforming the messy expedition into an international sensation. Leo groans at the thought of fame, vehemently avoiding any celebration focused on his stubborn refusal to die. Based on eyewitness accounts and memorial inscriptions, the daily press has officially proclaimed that the fabled champion Kyle was indeed a historical figure. Kalyan suddenly pivots the discussion, signaling his intent to poke at far more private matters than whatever journalists are printing. He delicately inquires if Leo happens to share any deep ties to the ancient origins of this grand riddle. Leo echoes the question with a bewildered stare, completely failing to grasp Kalyan's underlying hint. Alien lays out his logic. Prior rumors painted the legendary Kyle as an omnidisciplined prodigy, whereas the Academy initially wrote Leo off as a talentless dud. Yet Leo has recently shattered that abysmal reputation, emerging as the sole freshman to wield all disciplines, forging a parallel too striking to overlook. Memories of Leo's past stunts bubble up, highlighting his absurdly precise summoning control despite hauling the heavy toll of a cursed lineage. This mental review cements Kalyan's theory that Leo commands freakish aptitude in magic and summoning, steering him toward a genuine link with bygone legends. An older man corners Leo with a direct question, asking if he possesses any insider knowledge about Kyle and the heroic era. Leo instantly pleads ignorance, prompting the elder to dig deeper, wondering if the boy was simply born a multi-class freak of nature. Leo figures Tartarus might already be spying on him, so he opts to keep a low profile until he reclaims a decent chunk of his original strength. The questioning zeroes in on Leo's secretive fascination with Kyle and his intentional scheme to research the foundational champion. Leo confesses the motivation is purely practical. The first champion remains the sole omnidisciplined warrior recorded by history. That logic placates the old man, who wraps up his polite interrogation and commands the patient to finally get some sleep. Upon exiting, he hands bedside duties over to Alina Jerkin, which she accepts with a diligent nod. The moment the door clicks shut, Alina playfully accuses Leo of secretly being the ancient savior in disguise. When Leo vehemently shoots down the absurd notion, Alina stubbornly clings to a gut feeling she has about him. She frames her wild guess as pure female intuition rather than factual proof, proving she relies heavily on her own instincts. Leo simply stares, utterly baffled by her smug certainty, and demands to know where this ridiculous confidence comes from. Alina admits she lacks a shred of hard evidence, yet her cheerful conviction does not waver for a second. Leo sighs in defeat, declaring he will stop digging if she intends to keep her magical reasoning a secret. Alina flips the script, gleefully reminding him that he had a burning question of his own. Leo admits a growing fascination with Gigant, hoping to map out the true boundaries of its sprawling influence. Alina chuckles that he sounds like a grumpy grandfather, a jab Leo accepts with a deadpan smirk. He then drops his actual demand: VIP entry to Lumen's restricted archives, purely to dig into the ancient hero logs. Bringing up those specific documents causes Alina to visibly flinch, hinting that the topic is spicier than he anticipated. She promises to sneak him in, but cautions that flashing those secret files is not entirely up to her discretion. Her hesitation sparks serious doubt in Leo's mind regarding who Alina actually is and the depth of her clearance. The scene transitions back to campus as morning sunlight washes over Lumen. Leo strolls in, instantly becoming a magnet for stares due to his class president badge and his recently acquired celebrity status. His peers swarm him with relentless interrogation regarding his victorious escapades, even tossing in thirsty rumors about Lady Luna for good measure. A grim-faced instructor brutally murders the cheerful gossip, demanding absolute silence from the rowdy bunch. Although they reluctantly sit down, the kids shoot Leo meaningful glares that clearly say he owes them a juicy story later. The teacher drops a bombshell. Starting tomorrow, Lumen will host integrated lessons alongside pupils from competing institutions. The room falls into stunned silence, as playing nice with rival academies is basically an alien concept here. He clarifies that the impending visitors hail from the trinity of runner-up academies, the very places rejected Lumern applicants typically settle for. The first on the guest list is the esteemed Knight Academy, Arrel. The second unlucky participant is the Magic Academy, Tyverville. Rounding out the trio is the Summoning Academy, Sekrin. Their background is brutally simple. Established to shatter Lumern's academic chokehold, they inevitably devolved into safety schools for rejected applicants. In brutal reality, they function solely as dumping grounds for those who bombed the Lumen entrance exams. The instructor casually mentions that Lumen washouts frequently transfer to these exact schools, brutally cementing the local pecking order. The local student body instantly sniffs out a political stunt, completely dismissing the notion of a friendly educational exchange. They link this grand gesture to Limeron's bruised public image, following a string of messy first-semester disasters. The consensus is painfully clear. Lumen dragged the rivals here just to publicly flex its superiority and stroke its own ego. Before the conspiracy theories can escalate, a voice singles Leo out from the crowd. A raven-haired senior requests a private chat, and Leo casually tags along. They wander away from the bustling campus grounds, making a beeline for the municipal clock tower. Once indoors, Leo observes layers of complex ceiling magic, indicating this rendezvous is intentionally cloaked in secrecy. A concealed corridor swings wide open, proving this is definitely not a standard upperclassman hazing session. The senior escorts the boy downward into a freezing, clandestine vault. Leo keeps his guard up, his instincts screaming that a major VIP waits at the end of this cold tunnel. Upon spotting an elaborate draconic mural inside the frosty room, a spark of ancient familiarity ignites in his brain. A disembodied voice chuckles at Leo's instant recognition, pointing out a level of knowledge no normal student should possess. The mysterious host explains the anomaly. The true physical shape of the King of Wisdom was supposed to be humanity's best-kept secret. Leo spins around in pure disbelief, abruptly piecing together the true identity of his shadowy inviter. The concealed monarch steps into view as the majestic Dragon Lord, perched imperiously upon her throne and revered as a deity. Leo grasps why her presence feels so familiar. Racina's tutored him in draconic manners eons ago, anchoring this moment to a meticulously buried past. Standing awkwardly before the Dragon Lord, Leo scrambles his brain to remember how one politely bows to giant mythical reptiles. He mimics a routine dredged from dusty memories, striking his chest 3 times over the proverbial dragon heart as a traditional salute. While the senior awkwardly watches, Leo drops to one knee and holds his breath, praying he did not just deeply offend a legendary beast. The Dragon Lord locks eyes with him instantly, and Leo sweats, realizing his archaic chest thump absolutely stole the spotlight. Elena blinks in genuine surprise that a modern human knows that ritual, prompting Leo to nervously wonder if high society manners have evolved over the last 5 millennia. When the upperclassman demands to know where he acquired such strange moves, Leo lies about reading it in a textbook, secretly cringing at his potential social blunder. The guide quickly clarifies that the salute was painfully perfect, just so prehistoric that literally nobody alive uses it anymore. He elaborates that the gesture traces back to ancient ancestral rites, turning Leo's nervous pantomime into a profoundly respectful homage. Since the tradition faded centuries ago, the senior is left awestruck instead of angry, while Leo mentally pats himself on the back for retaining ancient trivia. Melina cuts the chatter short, ordering the escort out so she can interrogate her fascinating guest in private. She addresses him politely by his full title, ensuring he understands this private audience is no random coincidence. Dropping the grandiose royal facade, she simply introduces herself as Melina, commanding respect through sheer presence rather than pomp. Leo treads lightly, politely inquiring why a mythical overlord felt the urge to drag a freshman into an ice cave. Melina replies she simply craved a face-to-face chat, heavily implying she has been creeping on his academic career from a distance. Sniffing out the polite lie, Leo stays quiet and waits for the actual punchline. Melina notes he perfectly fits Sir Riven's reports, then drops a bombshell by asking if he actually migrated here from another dimension. By adopting a dead-serious tone, she effectively strips away his ordinary student disguise. She aggressively pushes him to confess his true origins. Leo sticks to the boring PR script, claiming he is just another aspiring cadet enrolled at Lumen. Melina fiercely swats away the excuse, invoking his name with a heavy glare that demands absolute honesty. She proudly reveals herself as the draconic successor who carries the ancient king of wisdom's spirit, Lucinus, having spent centuries hunting for his lost secrets. Burdened by that heavy legacy, she has wasted endless lifetimes digging for universal truths and buried history. She clarifies that dusty scrolls often babbled about an original legendary savior, yet tangible evidence of his existence remained zero. Then Leo suddenly waltzed onto the scene, slapping a living face onto a fairy tale. Melina boldly claims that his mere breathing proves the mythical Kyle was no fabricated bedtime story. She highlights the undeniable facts that just shattered historical consensus. The surviving champion, Kyle, walked the earth. Leo weakly attempts to chalk it up to freak coincidence, blatantly ignoring how his face is currently rewriting global textbooks. Tired of playing dumb, he hands over an item for inspection, which Melina immediately senses is radiating absurd historical value. He slides her a seemingly innocent picture book from the dawn of civilization, remarkably intact and buzzing with covert significance. He remarks that while modern bedtime stories are highly sanitized, this particular volume is a gritty, unedited log of ancient events. The weathered pages explicitly detail how Kyle absorbed Lassana's draconic core. Leo then casually mentions that he personally conquered Lassana's trial dimension, scoring a magical page intrinsically linked to her power. As he breaks down the lucrative loot from that quest, Melina's jaw drops at the massive implications of his tale. She stammers out that she personally holds a fragment of Reincarnates' mana, a sacred energy she has worshipped for centuries. However, that exact magical energy is currently vibrating toward Leo, blatantly recognizing the teenage boy as its actual landlord instead of her. Visibly rattled, Melina begs him to drop the ridiculous charade and deliver a straight answer. She frantically demands to know who is really wearing his face. Leo's unflinching smirk signals to the dragon that he is finally ready to spill all his ancient secrets. He smoothly drops the legendary moniker she has spent her life chasing, Kyle. He casually explains that while modern folks call him Leo, the ancient world worshipped him as the original vanguard. That simple confession violently yanks the mythical war against primitive evil out of dusty archives and drops it squarely into her lap. Melina short-circuits, completely overwhelmed by the fact that she is currently chatting up the literal savior of the planet. Leo raises a brow, wondering out loud if unmasking him was the sole purpose of this elaborate icy meetup. Melina quickly shakes off her awe, insisting the current crisis extends way beyond playing historical detective. She grimly discloses that Tartarus spies have already crawled their way into the Hero Military Academy. Even worse, one of those rats is a deep-cover traitor among the staff, proving so elusive that even draconic intelligence cannot sniff them out. Leo grasps the terrifying reality instantly. He himself hasn't sensed a single drop of malicious mana creeping around campus. Melina outlines the villain's master plan to nip future prodigies in the bud, smoothly transitioning into her request for Leo to play human bait. She breaks down the brutal logic. To the forces of Tartarus, a juicy target like him is basically an all-you-can-eat buffet. Boasting the legendary Omniclass specs of Kyle, Leo is the ultimate threat the dark faction desperately needs to erase. The white-haired youth is presented with a horribly dangerous chore, followed by a polite inquiry on whether he accepts. He nods instantly, shrugging off the mortal peril with zero complaints. He issues a single demand, absolute secrecy regarding his past life. Interestingly, his host receives this more as a sacred plea than a tough negotiation. She humbles herself as a mere beneficiary of the tranquil era he forged, expressing a fiery desire to serve the man behind the myth. Melina drops reverently to the floor, murmuring his ancient moniker as she pledges her absolute devotion. She pushes the dramatic envelope, vowing to sacrifice her very life for the successor of the King of Wisdom whenever he snaps his fingers. He groans at the extravagant praise, bluntly clarifying that his world-saving antics lacked any shred of poetic nobility. Instead, he freely admits he was basically just dragged into the mess by Reincarnates. Melina blinks in confusion, totally unprepared for her idol to trash his own legendary reputation so casually. He states he only swings a sword because he feels like it, gently suggesting she should pursue her own selfish desires too. Sometime later, a colleague grills Riven for his opinion on Leo Plov, while Melina silently eavesdrops from her resting spot. Riven grades the boy as a terrifyingly brilliant prodigy, fully capable of evolving into a monumental champion. As formalities are exchanged, Riven spots Melina radiating an almost disturbing level of giddy cheerfulness. Melina previously tasked him with babysitting Lumen's newest crop of reckless freshmen. She harbors zero doubts that those chaotic teens will mature into formidable defenders. Back on campus, Leo's weird wardrobe choices attract plenty of side-eyes, instantly branding him as a Lemurn outsider. A random girl blocks his path, double-checking his Lumen Academy credentials. She cheerfully claims the name Cecilia, an Emerald Academy freshman, and immediately interrogates him about his magical coursework. The moment he nods, her eyes gleam, instantly drafting him as the ideal victim for her little scheme. She sugarcoats the trap as a harmless cry for tutoring from a fellow magic enthusiast. While dragging him into a lecture hall, she rattles off an overly detailed biography of herself. Interrupting his own introduction, she aggressively points to a chalkboard, claiming her squad was stumped by an arcane equation right as a Lumern student magically wandered past. Then the petty truth spills out. She demands a Lemurn student's perspective simply because her classmates are talking trash, and this specific equation is trending at her school. Leo takes one glance at the chalk dust and realizes it is a broken math problem specifically designed by Cecilia to make him look like an idiot. Remembering that rival schools harbor massive jealousy toward Lumen, he briefly debates playing the bumbling fool to appease her ego. Before he can choose an acting method, two heavily invested adults smash through the doorway with alarming enthusiasm. Leo merely stares, entirely confused by the sudden invasion of overly eager professors. He quickly deduces that these creeping academics have been eavesdropping on the petty drama for a while. The duo is visibly giddy, desperate to witness if the supposedly elite Lemurn prodigy can unravel the trap without crying. Their disturbing level of excitement practically screams that Leo is now obligated to put on a spectacular show. Resigning himself to being free academic entertainment, Leo shifts gears and decides to dismantle the equation legitimately. Cecilia throws him a look of fake sympathy, absolutely certain that a Lumen snob will spectacularly fail this rigged test. Leo deadpans that the spell merely needs a couple of minor adjustments to function, effortlessly launching into a complex magical lecture. Cecilia giggles at his sheer delusion, confident that the formula was mathematically engineered to fail. But as Leo casually rewrites the chalkboard, the mischievous pranksters themselves start sweating, realizing the impossible spell might actually ignite. Leo diligently patches the flawed logic with his custom corrections, cheerfully spinning around to ask for their professional critique. Cecilia looks pale and terrified, completely incapable of processing how he transformed a prank into a viable thesis. A wave of horrified realization washes over the room as the kids accept that the bogus formula actually holds water. Desperate to save face, Cecilia scrambles behind theoretical excuses, arguing that chalk math hardly translates to real-world casting. Leo swats away her pathetic cope like a mildly annoying mosquito. He effortlessly crushes her skepticism by casually manifesting the disputed spell right in the palm of his hand. Cecilia wildly accuses him of pre-studying this hyperspecific niche, a charge Leo shuts down with a yawn. He clarifies that Lumen curriculum favors brutally retrofitting spells for actual warfare over drafting new theories, making this puzzle hilariously easy. When they hysterically demand to know how he translated raw theory into a live trigger on the fly, the crowd basically assumes he cheated reality. Leo simply grins and admits he improvised the whole thing in real time. He credits his success to basic mental math, a statement that sounds like utter arrogant madness to the surrounding students. Cecilia's brain completely shatters at the sheer absurdity of his talent, prompting her to sprint away in total humiliation. Watching her sprint down the hall screaming for her boss, Leo scratches his head, mildly concerned he bullied the poor girl too hard. One of the lurking academics bursts into applause, aggressively advising the boy to ditch everything else and major in pure spellcraft. The perspective pulls back to highlight the chaotic beef shared by the three major institutes, where academic worth is fiercely judged in both arcane arts and blunt force trauma. The narrative pans to Emerald, a posh establishment globally renowned for its wizardry. Next up is Scown, the undisputed heavyweight champion of monster summoning and the second pillar of this academic triad. Despite their terrifyingly high standards, desperate teens still treat these illustrious halls as a cushy backup plan. This rather humiliating reputation stems entirely from the looming shadow of one specific monster of a school. That monster, unsurprisingly, is the legendary Lumen Academy. Over at Le Mans, anxious delegations from the three runner-up schools are stiffly welcomed to the grand cultural crossover. The master of ceremonies is Professor Sajan, a terrifyingly famous Lamern teacher whose brutal legacy precedes him. Sagen secretly revels in the terrified awe his mere presence injects into the visiting teenagers. He delivers a standard PR speech about exchanging cultural values, while bluntly noting they won't be stuck together for very long. He loudly encourages the guests to squeeze every ounce of potential out of this brief academic suffering. The entire painfully awkward crowd consists strictly of wide-eyed freshmen, featuring Lemur's native crop as well. The tourists are unceremoniously informed they will be shoved directly into Lumen's beginner courses to survive alongside the locals. The speech wraps up with a patronizing wish that everyone survives long enough to actually learn something useful. Following the dramatic conclusion, the teens are shooed away to hunt for their designated classrooms. Once indoors, the foreign students huddle nervously at their desks, praying they don't get seated next to a local psychopath. A handful of brave Lemayern natives strut forward, eagerly breaking the ice with their tense guests. Among the bold is Kyle Thomas, who aggressively pitches his friendship to the entire terrified room. Kyle seamlessly pivots from casual handshakes to a full-blown infomercial, hawking his bootleg stamina elixirs to the stressed crowd. He loudly guarantees his brews can revive even exhausted seniors, swearing that surviving this hellish curriculum absolutely requires chemical assistance. Throwing in a suspicious buy-one-get-one-free deal, he rapidly devolves the prestigious lecture hall into a shady back alley pharmacy. The kid's obnoxious carnival barking actually attracts a massive huddle, eager to snag his supposedly exclusive merchandise. Predictably, someone in the room reaches their absolute limit of tolerance for the petty capitalism. Kyle gets violently interrupted, his name barked out by an incredibly unamused observer. The snob loudly proclaims he traveled here to spar with Lumen's elite, not buy snake oil from a filthy commoner. The pompous jerk happens to be Haviton Burson, an arrogant royal from the Burson kingdom currently enrolled at Jod Academy. A pair of neighboring sycophants eagerly nod along, convinced their fancy bloodlines grant them a free pass to treat everyone else like garbage. Haviton violently waves his crown prince title around, ensuring no one in the room forgets just how rich his daddy is. His frozen homeland, the Burson kingdom, enjoys a terrifying reputation for churning out ridiculously brutal knights. That icy prestige relies entirely on their violently efficient specialized cavalry divisions. Specifically, the Winter Knights and the Snow Knights are essentially the untouchable rock stars of northern warfare. The captains of these squads possess resumes so violently impressive they often get mythologized in history books. Smelling potential profit, Kyle violently shifts gears into pure flattery, acting as if standing near Haviton is the greatest blessing of his life. Haviton responds by metaphorically spitting in his face, sneering at Kyle's peasant hustle and loudly questioning how such trash ever passed Lumen's entrance exam. A snotty girl glued to Haviton's side joyfully adds to the bullying, cackling at Kyle rather than telling the prince to chill out. Another classmate brutally cuts off the laughter, barking at the giggling girl to shut her mouth and issue a groveling apology. This aggressive defender is immediately outed as Chelsea Lulin, sparking outrage that a noble would dare sink so low as to defend a peasant. Haviton stubbornly digs his heels in, acting as though being pals with a middle-class kid is a literal crime against nature. Chelsea casually responds to the trash talk by slapping down an open invitation to solve their philosophical differences with physical violence. Haviton flinches at her plural phrasing, quickly grasping that she intends to drag her entire clique into the brawl. She cheerily suggests that if his bloodline is truly that superior, he should come catch some Lumen hands instead of hiding behind verbal insults. A pale-haired Lumen boy casually struts to the front lines, acting as the living, breathing avatar of the Academy's violent reputation. He quickly clarifies he is no random peasant senior, but rather a very enthusiastic volunteer eager to rearrange Haviton's royal face. He wildly announces his intent to fight senior Chelsea Leland instead, generating an enormous wave of confused murmurs from the crowd. Chelsea accepts the bizarre pivot without missing a beat, swiftly mutating the petty hallway spat into a sanctioned arena brawl. The reckless Lemern volunteer nods aggressively, clearly willing to throw down at literally any given moment. Kyle pumps his fists from the sidelines, desperately hoping Chelsea will publicly humiliate the arrogant visitors and salvage Lemann's pride. His cheerleading abruptly dies when he finally reads the actual matchup bracket and spots a terrible misunderstanding. Out on the dirt, The spectators burst into shocked laughter upon realizing the potion peddler, Kyle Thomas, has been forcefully drafted into the ring. Kyle practically wets himself in terror upon hearing that the behemoth standing across from him goes by the ridiculous but terrifying name of Liquid Brick. The nightmare worsens as Liquid Brick steps fully into the light, revealing a mountain of a senior who greets the trembling merchant with eerie politeness. A random bystander mutters a dark prophecy, blatantly pointing out that this entire setup feels like a catastrophic mistake. Miles away in a creepy throne room, a minion whines that their prey is hoarding way too much spotlight, though the boss merely yawns in response. Annoyed by the endless waiting game, the Dark Overseer barks an order for the victim's precise map coordinates. The groveling servant happily confirms that their ridiculously protracted scavenger hunt has conclusively ended. The prize is currently rotting away deep inside the Grand Library. To be painfully specific, the magical artifact is locked tightly in the bottom-most sub-basement of the vault. The highly classified loot in question turns out to be a dusty, overpowered sword. Adjusting the intel, the ominous overlord smugly declares the recon phase completely successful. The sinister staff meeting wraps up with a weird cultish chant, passionately praying to the great black flames. In another corner of the world, a separate fanatic blindly swallows those edgy instructions with absolute religious fervor. Over at Epiat Academy, freshman Liquid Brick corners a peer, politely but firmly demanding unquestioning backup. The targeted kid instantly sweats upon hearing the surname, completely aware that the Brick family violently runs the Snow Knights. That crushing pedigree brings to mind the absurdly high body count and political clout heavily tied to Liquid Brick's house. Bystanders mentally calculate the odds and decide that fighting Liquid Brick sounds like a phenomenally terrible idea. Liquid Brick's fair-haired buddy chuckles, noting that the giant is blatantly throwing his own teammate under the bus for cheap laughs. Senior Leo confidently strides onto the dirt holding a massive polearm, stretching his muscles for a painfully flashy flex. Liquid Brick cringes slightly upon deducing that his blonde sidekick genuinely views Senior Leo strictly as disposable meat armor rather than a pal. The pale-haired teen bluntly tells the giant to quit psychoanalyzing the crowd and just enjoy the violence. A sudden, sharp whistle officially kicks off the brutal festivities. Leo wastes 0 seconds, instantly drowning his entire body and spear in a terrifying, perfectly contained electrical storm. He snatches the opening rhythm by violently slamming his buzzing weapon directly into the earth. Liquid Brick frantically backpedals, horrified to realize the opening strike was actually a geographical snare. He flings himself out of the blast radius just in time, acutely aware that blinking would have cost him his remaining teeth. Rather than wetting his pants, the hulking freshman smirks and decides to return the fiery favor. He vaults toward the clouds, relentlessly spamming incendiary bullets while dodging midair. The lonely fireball violently fractures into a blazing storm of arrows, punishing everyone who foolishly believed rumors about his garbage mana pool. Leo merely yawns at the meteor shower, adjusting his grip to unleash a far more ridiculous countermeasure. He channels Avalanche directly out of his polearm, turning his magic into a localized blizzard. A literal tsunami of freezing death violently erases Liquid Brick's incoming firestorm from the sky. Liquid Brick is violently shoved higher into the stratosphere as the localized ice age furiously devours his pyrotechnics. The opposing elements collide, triggering a disgustingly loud detonation of steam and fractured arcane energy. Lounging in the peanut gallery, the pale boy smugly reveals that Liquid Brick specifically picked this suicide mission just to see if he could punch through a siege-focused knight. Even Liquid Brick's tiny magical pet gets buried under the frozen debris, popping its head out to screech angrily at the weather. The furious mascot whines dramatically about hypothermia, injecting a delightfully stupid comedic break into the hyperviolent clash. Leo quickly calculates the physics of the brawl, deducing that trading unga-bunga blows with Liquid Brick is mathematically doomed. He grows increasingly annoyed upon realizing Liquid Brick is essentially a squishy wizard hiding inside a heavily armed warrior's body. Liquid Brick aggressively plummets back to Earth, stubbornly fighting Leo for control of the match's tempo. This round, he ditches the cute little arrows in favor of chucking massive, flaming broadswords. Leo instantly diagnoses the chaotic upgrade. Liquid Brick is literally throwing enchanted blades at him. The blazing artillery shaves uncomfortably close to his face, finally forcing the senior onto the defensive. For the very first time today, a rogue blade nicks Leo's skin, drawing actual blood. Liquid Brick flashes a violently unhinged smile, thrilled that his ridiculous spam tactics finally cracked Leo's vault. The blonde spectator aggressively trash-talks Liquid Brick's messy strategy, calling it uncultured garbage unworthy of a real arena. The pale teen immediately shuts down the snobbery, firmly pointing out that nobody cares about aesthetic grace when you're trying not to die. Riding high on his own hype, he orders Liquid Brick's pompous critic to shut up and watch the massacre unfold. Liquid Brick furiously accelerates the assault, eagerly treating the arena like a brutal thesis on actual, messy street warfare. Leo frantically recalibrates his stance, deciding he'd rather rewrite his strategy than get humiliatingly stomped by a freshman. He spawns a watery halo of rippling gates, essentially daring Liquid Brick to keep playing dodgeball until he drops dead. Suddenly, a tiny, ominous glass vial flies into his peripheral vision, sporting a very threatening fire hazard sticker. Before his brain can process the incoming trash, the vial violently explodes against his sternum, soaking his uniform and ruining his entire battle plan. An annoyingly smug student loudly brags about illegally brewing highly combustible grease just for this specific prank. He joyfully lectures the crowd on how the stupidly unstable sludge reacts to raw mana by burning basically forever. Grinning like an absolute sociopath, he kindly informs his wet, confused target that the trap has officially snapped shut. A horrible realization strikes right as massive flames devour the arena, completely incinerating any hope of a clean counterattack. The greasy concoction goes nuclear, instantly swallowing the poor victim in a singular, horrifying inferno. Once the acrid smog rolls away, the match is glaringly finished, leaving behind nothing but a crispy, unconscious loser. The victor shamelessly waves away the accusations of cheating, happily arguing that fighting dirty is just a spicy form of intelligence. In another time zone of the arena, a white-haired punk loudly declares that even Lumern's absolute trash tier could mop the floor with everyone else. The earlier victor jokingly complains about being labeled the weakest, casually ignoring the paramedics scraping his opponent off the grass. The pale teen aggressively defends the shady tactics, preaching that Lumern grades strictly on survival, making pipe bombs completely valid academic tools. He whips around to face his next victim, cheerfully vowing to provide the exact same brutal, unethical education. He publicly targets Chelsea Lulin, locally famous for toppling behemoths, and she immediately leaps into the meat grinder. He snarkily offers to let her forfeit so she can go cry to her rich parents, furiously attempting to tilt her before the referee signals the start. Chelsea responds to the insult by aggressively flaring her aura, ready to physically beat the arrogance right out of his mouth. Clocking the glowing pressure, he instantly diagnoses her technique as pesky spiritual energy. He formally announces himself as Chelsea Lulin, violently manifesting a towering wind spirit armed with a deadly javelin. The white-haired delinquent immediately identifies the glowing wind puppet and hastily digs his heels into the dirt. Chelsea's spectral cavalry explodes off the starting line with terrifying velocity. He fiercely initiates a brutally straightforward sprint, entirely intending to splatter his opponent in a single messy collision. The galloping nightmare closes the gap way too fast, completely voiding any hope of a traditional sidestep. At the absolute last millisecond, she contorts straight past the murder zone, miraculously avoiding a painful impalement. Chelsea grades the panicked evasion as somewhat decent, though still painfully amateurish. She aggressively punishes the maneuver with a frontal assault, loudly mocking the delusion that throwing mild breezes qualifies him as a frontline caster. Their respective armaments and spells smash together, sparking a ridiculously loud, bone-rattling shockwave. Chelsea ruthlessly heckles him for being a squishy nerd desperately cosplaying as a heavy bruiser. He aggressively spits the insult back, swearing on his life that he never once wanted to imitate a dumb sword swinger. Instead, he flips the annoying critique upside down, cheerfully prepping a brutal demonstration of her own strategic stupidity. He smugly warns that hurling spells at such point-blank range leaves her completely vulnerable to a masterclass in atmospheric dominance. He violently detaches the safety on his magic, firing off wind break straight into her face. The resulting hurricane violently rips the surrounding dirt to absolute shreds. Chelsea's brain shorts out as she watches her personal tornado get entirely cancelled out, failing to comprehend the absurd physics he just exploited. He loudly informs her that her fundamental understanding of aerodynamics has always been complete garbage. To hammer the humiliation home, he slams his stick into the rubble and violently hijacks the entire local weather system. Radiating nauseating levels of swagger, he blatantly proves he was puppeteering this entire fight from the starting bell. An apocalyptic cyclone materializes above his skull, hilariously dwarfing the cute little breezes Chelsea brought to the fight. He elevates the raging tempest and sculpts the disaster with scary accuracy, converting mindless turbulence into an inescapable meat grinder. He casually snags a massive piece of debris within the vortex, slinging the boulder like a terrifyingly fast fastball. While aggressively launching the rubble into orbit, he patronizingly suggests Chelsea finally figure out just how tiny her perspective really is. The heavy junk plummets straight down and violently launches Chelsea into the stratosphere, wrapping up the painful lecture with absolute, humiliating finality.